de France is brought to you on Eurosport by Coca-Cola, always for the fans.
Welcome then to the start of the Tour de France. We're at Hertogenbosch. You will see the start of the race here today, and on the start line, Ouslemin ready to go. Well, the atmosphere is electric, but it's a very damp and dismal day at Hertogenbosch, where the Tour de France is starting, of all places, in Holland. Well, yesterday afternoon in the building just behind the finish, a Dutch umpire band was playing Singing in the Rain. I'm not sure if Chris Boorman would have appreciated their selection. And unfortunately, their musical weather forecast turned out to be absolutely correct. But who will be singing in the rain at the end of the prologue? That has still yet to be decided. The fastest time to date over the 9.4 kilometre course, that's 5.87 miles, is Mauri, 11 minutes and 14 seconds. In second spot, a recent arrival, is Gonchenkov, who rode so well in the Tour of Italy. He's 1 second behind at 11 minutes and 15 seconds. Francis Morrow, the previous champion of the world, the pursuiter, is back in third spot, just 4 seconds in arrears. His time 11 minutes and 18 seconds. Jonker was back behind him, 6 seconds in arrears, and Guali at 6. What a wonderful position you've got here too on the start line. Pulnikov is ready to go for the TVM team. This lovely shot, because they are actually sitting inside an enormous hall that will seat some 7,500 people there in the dry, and as soon as Pulnikov goes here outside the door and turns sharp left, he's in the wet and sticky stuff for his 9.4 kilometres. And look at the conditions here today. Well, I'm joined in the commentary box with Stephen Roche, and you see there the rest of our commentators who'll be taking you through the tour, which are going to cover some 21 stages. That's some 3,900 kilometres, nearly 2,000 miles of racing, up the Alps and up the Pyrenees. Some tremendous racing ahead of them, big mountain top finishes as well, and the prologue time trial here just to decide who takes the yellow jersey. Well, the conditions today, Stephen, aren't exactly ideal for a fast time, but have you got any predictions, bearing in mind how Bourg-Saint-Maurice fell off last year?
Well, I think one advantage this year is that everybody's starting in the rain, because if you remember last year, the first half of the race went off in dry, and the last half of the race, unfortunately for Bourg-Saint-Maurice, went off in the rain. So today it's been raining right from the start, and I must say, after being around the circuit, it is very, very slippery. There's not too many curves on it. There's 9.5 kilometres in total, but one of the hard things to get used to is that you can see the riders, they're coming out of that big hall, nice and warm, straight out of the left-hand curve, which is very, very wet. There are only about 3 dangerous curves, or what I would call dangerous curves, on the circuit, but then unfortunately enough, as you come into the finish line, there's about 25 yards from the finish line, there's a right-hand corner, and there's actually gravel building up on it, Dave, which I think will be very, very dangerous for the final riders who are actually trying to get a good time in.
Well, the people here sitting, having a meal, watching it going on as well. The whole of the town seems to turn out today to watch the proceedings.
Well, it's actually around the circuit earlier on. There's like one full line of people right around the 9.5 kilometres of the circuit, and we're just talking to some of the people, and we're saying like it's incredible to see you out here in the rain applauding all these riders. But we're used to this, he said.
Okay.
Like you must remember, we are in Holland.
Yeah, and in Ireland too. You get a bit of rain over there.
Exactly. As I said to some of the lads, it's like a prologue for the Tour de France in 1998, because we hope to have the Tour de France in Ireland, starting in Ireland in 1998. There's nothing yet official, but we are working very, very hard on it at the moment. But I'm just saying it's a prologue for the Tour of Ireland, for the Tour de France in Ireland in 98. But I was in Ireland myself a few weeks ago, last week actually, and the weather was absolutely fabulous. So I just hope that in the 98, if Ireland does get a start of the Tour de France, we'll have better weather than this.
Well, I just left England yesterday, and the weather's been quite good over there. It rained a bit at night. I haven't brought enough warm clothes with me. I've got so many layers on to try and keep warm. But we usually take the warm weather gear up into the mountains, but I haven't unpacked it actually from the hotel I was staying in last night. I was watching another rider underway. Actually, I'm staying just down the road to Eindhoven, where the race goes through tomorrow, and I'm up, of all things, in the executive suite at the top, and I got bitten by an executive mosquito during the night. I know it's executive, by the way, because it had a chauffeur.
Well, you can spend that on yourself, David.
Well, we're joking here at the commentary point, but it's rather not very nice out there for these riders. And I've been watching them warm up behind the area where they start, and some of the riders are sheltered from the conditions because the big vans they've got have got awnings out there so they can get on the rollers and warm up, and the rest of the riders have found what other shelter they can get. In fact, one of the teams has found their way, because part of the big buildings behind us on the left-hand side here, part of the big exhibition hall, is also an area where they must have a sheep market because they've got sheep pens as well. And there were the riders inside these sheep pens where the public couldn't get to them. They're only about 3 foot high, or a metre high, these sheep pens, warming up in the sheep pens. Ideal way of keeping the people away.
Well, David, it doesn't actually look like sheep pens. They actually are sheep pens because they actually sell cattle and sheep here on weekends and special designated days. So it's, I think this place here all looks so fabulous now with all these podiums and all these, the whole showpiece looks fantastic. But I can imagine next week when the whole Tour de France moves away from this area, what it's going to be like.
Well, there we are. We've been talking about the conditions and the leaders so far. I've given the rundown on Mari Gonchenkov. Younger, of course, although he's a Dutchman, he's actually out in Australia at the moment. Gualdis, Saul Vordelli, their 6th spot. He was an early leader. Jackie Duran, in fact, was the first leader. He was second off this morning, and he took the lead 11 minutes and 23 seconds. He was the man who took the yellow jersey last year in the Tour de France by being an early starter. They put him off early again today, but it looks like the conditions, as Stephen was saying, are going to be the same right the way through for all the riders. Some of them are riding on their special low-profile Prologue type time trial bicycles, but some of them seem to me have just got their ordinary time trial, leaving their ordinary bikes out today rather than going for something very special. And just going off the start line, I hope we have a good look at this bike. Hold it now. Watch this as he turns left. Have a look at this one. It's one of Moses' new bikes. Let's hope we get the shot. Come on, you experts. How about that? It's made of aluminium. I had a look at it earlier on. Very unusual design, obviously to try and let the wind come round the frame shape. There's so many different designs in time trial bikes now. It's unbelievable, the back of this hall, what you can see. I mean, in the old days, it's a standard diamond frame, particularly in your days, Stephen, there wasn't much change, was there? But now everybody seems to be searching for that little bit extra in terms of how to go through the air, getting low profile, getting more power in the bike.
Well, actually, the other day I did a radio program, and there was actually some people called in, and one person actually called in and said, Stephen, shouldn't it be a question that all riders riding a time trial should all ride the same bike? So they thought it was possibly a problem economically that the rider couldn't afford the top of the range bike. But it's totally the contrary, in that every rider has access to any material that he wants, in a sense that if he wants to ride a low profile bike, or he wants to ride a carbon bike or an aluminium bike or a titanium bike, he can choose. But years ago, you had a difference between a low profile bike or an ordinary triangular bike, whereas now there are so many different compositions of titanium, carbon, aluminium, titanium. This is the frame we saw a minute ago with Francisco Moto's frame. That is so difficult now to actually decide before the start which bike you're actually going to ride on. But I think for today's Prologue time trial, with all the curves that are on it, you have to be very, very sure of yourself to take the risk in riding one of those special bikes, because when you have an ordinary classic bike, the frame will give a little bit on the corners, whereas the more these, as you call it, like the solid bikes, like the minute ago Motors bike there, this gives less give on the corners. So when it's very, very wet and it gets very, very slippy, there's less give on those bikes. But in one sense, it's amazing the difference between the different riders we have here today and the different machines.
Well, one of the Festina riders going off down the ramp now. The rider we saw just ahead of this one, young Leon van Bon, is one of the Rabobank riders. Rabobank is the big, strong Holland supporting team, this big Dutch bank which have supported a team, and Leo van Bon is one of their new up-and-coming riders. We just watched him go away then, and he's had about 3 or 4 first places so far this season, and a lot of the Dutch eyes will be on his performance on the course today.
Also, another thing, David, with the rain today, it's not very good for the muscles. Like, the riders have been arriving the Dauphiné Libre before coming here in very, very good and warm weather. Now they come to the start of the Tour de France. They've been training all week at home in good weather, because it's been very, very good weather in France and in Spain. And nearly come here to the prologue of the Tour de France. It's actually about 12, 13 degrees here. It's rain, so it's not very good for the muscles at all. So, but one thing here before we go on, Dave, I was just going to say that the likes of Boardman, Turin, and the big boys that are hoping to do really well here, this year in the Tour they have actually built a big stadium behind this grandstand here, where the riders can actually go in and get changed. And you have a monitor in there where the riders can actually watch on a closed circuit television. They can watch the corners, so it means they can actually watch the corners, how different riders take them, and it means that they haven't got to go on the circuit to actually see the corners and how to take them. So it's a very, very good thing this year what they have. It's something you see in Formula 1, where you always see the drivers looking at a monitor before, looking at the monitor, watching other drivers going around. Now here in the Tour de France they have this big room where they can watch the other riders going around.
Well, Eddie Senna next to go. He was the champion of France last year. He's lost that now. See the old strapping across his nose, though he hasn't broken it. That's his new device they use to open up the nostrils to provide some extra air intake. In fact, I spoke to Nico Matin early on, and Nico had got one on his nose. He said maybe it makes 1% difference on his way around. Anyway, he had a misfortune. His wheels seemed to zigzag backwards and forwards and caught on the brake somewhat on his way around. So whether he got anything on his nose or not, it made no difference because his brakes were rubbing somewhat. So that's one of Chris Boardman's teammates there. Eddie Senna underway at the moment. So Chris Boardman going toward the back end of the race. We'll be on air for quite some time yet to come. We hope you don't switch off for Eurosport. Stay with us for more action after this break.
Back live to the Tour de France with Coca-Cola. Always for the fans.
Welcome back to the Prologue time trial stage, the Tour de France in Holland at Hertogenbosch, which they call it Den Bosch round here, so perhaps I'll stick to that one because it's almost unpronounceable. I remember in the days of the rally team, I spoke to one of my English friends. He said, oh, Dutch isn't a language, it's a fiction of the throat, so we'll just go for Den Bosch, I think, in future. And we're watching Eddie Senna go around the course now, one of the GAN teammates of Chris Boardman. If you're switched on to Eurosport, we'll be on air for you watching it live, by the way, through until 8 o'clock this evening. And that's the Central European time, by the way. I know in Great Britain you're 1 hour adrift from us, 1 hour behind us. So it'll be 7 o'clock before we end the transmission today. And of course we'll be getting recorded as well and sent out in the highlights. Having a look at Eddie Senna there with his bar ends sticking out the front, or his gear levers up at the end of the triathlon bars, and riding very much on this conventionally shaped bicycle, the sort that was certainly used by Rominger to great effect when he broke the hour record. So you pay your money, or at least the team pays the money, and he takes your choice and you ride on what you've got. So Senna could be in for quite a useful ride round here. His teammate Morrow was an early leader. He actually now is lying in third spot. Morrow from the GAN team, 11 minutes and 4 seconds. This year in the Tour de France, we've done without the team time trial, and I think somehow this year, Stephen, that the GAN team have come good when it comes to all-round performances. And we saw when Chris Boardman took the yellow jersey in Lille with that scintillating 55 kilometres per hour Prologue time trial, that in the team time trial he lost the jersey, his team weren't coordinated. There's no team time trial this year, but I thought the very year when GAN could probably have held that jersey for him because they've got such a strong team, they've eliminated it. I never really got to like the team time trial. I felt it affected the performance, but you rode the Tour de France how many times?
10 times.
10 times. What do you think of the team time trial being out?
Well, I personally feel that the team time trial is a great spectacle, and the Tour de France is made up of everything. It's made up of individual time trials, mountains, it's made up of descents, it's made up of individual time trials, it's made up of a bit of everything. So I personally feel that the team time trial should be in there, although maybe the overall classification should not, general classification should not be incorporated in it. Maybe it should only count for the team classification. But at the same time, this year now it's out of it, but it's going to change a lot of tactics in the race as well, a lot of strategy, because normally the team time trial is after the third day. So normally after the team time trial, whichever team wins it, normally has 3 or 4 riders in the first 10 because of the team time. But I think this year that there's no team time trial in it, it's opened the race up totally, because it means that the result of the prologue will more likely stay until the first mountain stage next weekend. So I think we can really see Boardman. If Boardman wins the time trial today, he's a great team behind him, because we've seen the GAN team at work in the Dauphiné, and we've seen them at work also in the 4 days of Dunkirk, where they rode very, very well. So this year, as you're saying, in the state races, the GAN team are going very, very strong. And also before coming into the Tour de France there only last week, only even 2 days ago actually, we got great news, which was that GAN are actually in for another year, which means the whole GAN team can actually ride the Tour de France with peace of mind, knowing that they have a sponsor for next year, which can affect the performance of the riders at any time during the Tour de France.
Well, GAN, a big insurance company who took over general portfolio in Great Britain as well, so they're also represented out there at the moment. In fact, my nephew works for them. I don't know if he's listening to the programme today, but hello out there. I hope you're enjoying yourself, and all you good people in Britain watching the programme as well. I understand that David Walker, who seems to be my unofficial secretary for a fan club he's trying to create at the moment. We've got lots of pubs and clubs all over the place, so watching Eurosport, I'm going to try and give you a bit of a hello during the programme as we go through here. And we're watching then the GAN rider here. You're having a first chance to look at the whole of the course, by the way. Despite the miserable conditions, quite a fair number of people have turned out in the town, and tomorrow when we have the stage from the start to here at Hertogenbosch, right the way round and back into town as well. It does a sort of loop round the town. Let's hope the weather's even better, and we'd like to see even more people out alongside the road. They're all standing here, by the way, but if you could look behind the barriers from time to time, you see great hordes of bicycles. In fact, the mayor of the town, when they launched the Tour de France in Paris in November last year, he said that there are more bicycles than people in the town here, and they make special provisions for cyclists too, where you can ride your bikes away from the traffic. The Dutch love cycles, love bicycling, and they really have gone on fake for this start, and what a great shame it's so bad the weather.
But one of the reasons here you were following Eddie Senior's total time trials, because he's, of course, one of the favourites for the Prologue. He's a very, very good time trialist in himself, especially a very good Prologue rider. He has won a number of Prologues in the past, but when it comes down to the Prologue in Tour de France, he's always been a little bit off form. So he's had a very, very good comeback over the last few weeks after a little bit of illness, a bit of sickness and what have you. So the reason that the television is actually following him now totally over the circuit is because they hope he'll do a good time. You can see the corners here now coming to the finish. They have to get narrower and narrower, and he's just under the last kilometre here now, as far as I know. It gets more twisty as you go along. The road gets very, very narrow. You can see the barriers here get tighter and tighter and tighter. There's one or two very, very tight S's before you get to the finish. As here's the final kilometre now. Sorry, no, it's 2 kilometres to finish now. But the final kilometre gets very, very narrow. And actually, it's sad to say, but I came around the finish line a few minutes ago, and the photographers are all on the second last corner, which is the corner where there's a lot of gravel starting to build up. And you can imagine doing a great time and coming off in the last 20 yards, David.
So let's keep our fingers crossed that the riders step right. We don't have anybody not just crashing, because that's a misfortune anyway, but as we saw with Chris Boardman last year, he crashed so badly he was off his bike for the rest of the season, and that affected his program, and he's had to come back this year. And in fact, he's starting this race somewhat lighter than he's done in the past, so he's looking to go well in the mountains. I'm sure on this particular circuit he's also looking to try and get that yellow jersey. So the one to aim for at the moment is that the time of Mohamari, who's a previous victor in the Tour of Spain. His time 11 minutes and 14 seconds. To give you some idea of what that sort of speed is, to get round here in just 12 minutes and 45 seconds, that's 30 miles an hour. So in fact, these riders you're looking at are going around this course averaging over 30 miles an hour, despite the conditions that you're seeing here on the road.
Here's the final kilometre now, David. You can see the barriers get tighter. There's a few more very tight corners here. Don't actually turn right around them themselves, but they're very deceiving because the barriers are so high and the people cannot see where you're going. As you can see here, the white lines as well make it very, very dangerous, very, very slippery. There's pools of water here as well. As you see, it goes down to the end of this last 50 metres here. There's a right-hander, left-hander onto the cobblestones here as well. There's right-hand corner here, gets very, very slippy. Just watch how it takes now. Ooh, look at him now taking it. Look at, see how slippy it is. You can feel it under those wheels. This is your final now, your final estimate before the finish. You can just get a glimpse of it. You can't actually see where you're going. There you go. Now the left and the right hander now coming up. There we are, left hander. Long, long left hander. Then he goes to the right hander. With some gravel on it, you can see it. It's very, very dangerous. But he certainly has got a good bit of form today. He's going really, really well.
And the time to beat, 11 minutes and 14 seconds, Mohamari. Let's see what he's going to do on his way through now. Changing gear again with these sun specks there, the rain splashing on the specks. Shana coming now in toward the finish. 150 metres to go.
As you can see the S there, David. It's very, very tight. They're coming into the finish. The rider sometimes just tries to give it for the last 500 metres, tries to give it everything he has. Oh, he hasn't done a great time either, David, but National Maori is by no means a nobody.
Well, some of these people are throwing caution to the wind. This time Eddie Senior not doing what was expected of him, and his teammate Moreau 11:18, so he hasn't in fact beaten the time of Moreau. Abdul-Japarov, surely. No? Have a look again.
Looks like him, all right. It is Abdul, yeah. Those big brown eyes, Dave, huh?
So we've gone back in towards the start house now. And Abdul-Japarov, it is concentrating on the way out. This man, that demon sprinter, look at those thighs. He thumps down the finishing straight, tries to get his bike across the line first. He's no great time trialist when it comes to Prologue. He'll ride round and give it his best shot, but he's not going to feature in the top of the tree at all. But Abdul on his way round. We're going to see him in the sprints, the hurly-burly, which will be part of the race in the early part. Here, Zanini, well, he's been a real turn-up for the book so far this season. What's his sort of time going to be? And no, not so quick. 11:29, yeah, so he's down in 14th spot at the moment for Zanini. Takes his watch, he goes through. I know he's got to complain to the timekeeper if he didn't get it right, but Zanini, winner of the Amstel Gold, very much respected by the Dutch, their home race. In fact, we've had a little show of the Amstel Gold last night, rather pleasant. I think, oh yes,
Here we go, Skibby, just for
How is he?
Skibby.
Do you know, he's had a rather up and down season, hasn't he? Wasn't too well a bit back.
That's true, but Skibby's the kind of a guy that on a day like today, where it's a little bit tricky, good straight, long straights on it, he could actually put in a good ride. He's capable of it, even though this year he hasn't actually put in the great results, but he has had a lot of illness this year. He's quite capable of putting in a good rider today. You'll see shortly, if he goes on these first few corners like a man possessed when he's really going for it, but you've got to wait and see for the first few corners anyway to see how he really is.
So coming on down in towards the finish now from that's the Promet Pistori, I think, from the Enjoy team. Then Taffy will come then. Aix-les-Bains, we haven't seen him go all the way around. Neil Steen, we lost him as well, the rider from the Onsay team, who's had a very good season so far. One of the Australians missing off the start list is Stephen Hodge. I don't know if you're listening back there, Stephen, at home somewhat, but sorry not with us this year on the bike. Perhaps he might be able to talk to you on the old TV at some point. So Pistori 43rd. Some of these chaps aren't bossy and got to get round here. Ferrigato. Now,
this Lotto team, they are putting an incredible amount of results this year, especially the Tour of Italy road really well.
They did, didn't they? Yes.
A lot of riders in there. It's actually a mixture between the Russians and the Italians, isn't it really?
Yeah, and Gonchenko has come good. While we're talking now, you see, we're watching some of the riders coming in here. We're going to talk about who might win the race overall at the moment. I was waiting for the finishers to come in here. This is André Taffy of the Mapei team, who everybody said should have won the Paris-Roubaix.
Well, Andreas Taffy is a very, very good rider, but I don't know if he would have beaten Lucio in the final sprint. But at the same time, like, Andreas Taffy has made an awful lot of progress this year. He's lost some 12 kilos, as far as I know, compared to last year.
Can you tell me how he does it?
I wouldn't mind knowing myself, David.
Now, can we talk about this fellow, Luttenberger? Brilliant ride in the Tour of Switzerland when he romped out that big mountain, took the jersey, first professional win in his career, then goes on to take the jersey. I've got this fellow tipped now as being the King of the Mountains winner in the Tour de France. That might put the bookies' odds up a bit. What do you think?
Well, I think one thing about Carrera is, for some reason or other, he always finds somebody good.
Like you worked for him, didn't you?
Exactly. When they found me, then I was going to go on and Carrera's going to down. All of a sudden, Dan Zimmerman came along. Then Zimmerman went down for some reason or other, and then Capucci came along. Capucci's going over the hill, and Fontani comes along.
Broke his legs.
Fontani broke his leg this year, the poor chap. Capucci's not going a little over the hill, and who did he find in Italy? Zaina and Luttenberger. So I think Carrera this year, they always throw a few surprises, and the best thing about the Carrera team is they're very, very well mixed together, and everyone's riding for the team rather than riding for individualists.
Well, so, this man coming in now, sorry to butt in there, Steve, but this fellow we're not going to see like this much longer. This is Zabel, who won a couple of stages last year in the Tour de France, a thumping great sprinter. He's a race specialist. He took his bike up the boards then, by the way, but he survived, he's got around it, and we're going to watch out for him tomorrow and the next 2 days when he's on the flat. Just mark this lad, though. He could be in with a shout when the sprints are up, but right now we're in the prologue. We're going to take a short break. I hope you'll stay with us. There's more action coming up as Stevens comes in to finish. going to stick with Neil soon. I'm glad about this because the battling Neil is really a great character, and here he comes now. He's had a super start the season so far. We're going to see him working hard for Jalabert, and not a bad time for the pole. Neil puts him in the top 10 at the moment. Well done on the Aussie. So that's Neil Stephen finishing, and yes, we're going to take the short break. Thank goodness we saw Neil finish. Well, Decker from the Rabobank team underway at the moment. Again, a great crowd applauding here in the big hall, and they're in the right place to applaud. It's nice and dry and warm inside here. You've just switched on to Eurosport's coverage of the Tour de France. Out on the road, though, it's a bit dismal and not a very nice day at all. So Decker on his way through. There's no change overall, by the way, at the moment in the positions in this Prologue time trial. Let me tell you, if you've just switched on, that the leader at the moment is Malcolm Mowry. His time, 11 minutes and 14 seconds. In second spot, Gonchenkov, another revelation this season, who took a stage victory in the Tour of Italy. He's just 1 second back in 11 minutes and 15 seconds. Francis Morrow, pursuit champion of the world, is in third spot at 11 minutes and 18. Garmendia has moved up just behind him now. He's 6 seconds back off the leader, and Jonker's still 6 seconds behind him. So another nice look at the start, and there we go.
Here we go, is Laurent Defoe starting off the moment. Swiss rider riding for Festina. I myself put a lot of faith in this young rider a few years ago because I felt he was the right age and the right potential to do well. He won the Dauphin Livre on 2 occasions, and then he changed into the Festina team. Since then he hasn't actually come up with the full shilling, but I have a bit of confidence in him again for this year because I think Richard Verhank in the mountain is going to need somebody to help him, and I think there's no better rider than Laurent Defoe. Of course, Verhank will also have the likes of Pascal Hervé to give him a hand because he rode very, very well in the recent Tour of Italy, being Maya Rosa for one day. And also you can also count on the riders like Laurent Brochard, who's had an excellent season this year. So the Festina team this year with Laurent Defoe, Laurent Brochard, and Richard Verhank, and of course Pascal Hervé. I think they're going to have a very, very good tour this year, Dave.
And in fact, they just had a finish there of Omar Puma, and they put up Venezuela on the list. My little note said, in fact, he's Brazilian, but we'll see how we go. Vanzella off now for Motorola team. The man who took the yellow jersey in the Tour de France a couple of years ago. I think he took it off, just took it off Sean Yates, who decided not to ride this tour, and Vanzella on his way through. Actually, the Motorola team, I was looking at the list of their riders, and almost except for Montoya, who's a little tiny smidgen of a fella, they're all about 6 foot something, and the lads from the Motorola team, they just seem to be so big, and most of them I thought, well, being American, they're tall, but of course even their Italian riders are enormously tall as well. And I was looking early on at some of the bikes they've got. They've now 5 of them have got a very special titanium ovalized tubing bike, and I hope we have a chance to look at it later on. Oh, by the way, looking at this nice auditorium here, did you go to Shirley Bassey's concert last night? I missed it.
I missed it myself. There was had a very, very busy working last night, but you just see all those people sitting down there. There's 7,500 people in there. Some sitting down, just sitting down looking on, and other people sitting down actually eating. So there's an incredible bit of corporate work that's gone on around this the start of Tour de France here in Holland. And if you look around the whole circuit, you can see all these grandstands which have been built up. Unfortunately, they're not filled up today because of the rain, but there's an incredible amount of corporate work which actually goes on around the start of the Tour de France, which generates an awful lot of money for the organising town, of course, because as you know that the actual start of the Tour de France here cost to the town here of
It's
Hertogenbosch.
Yes.
Has cost them actually about £900,000. It's cost the town here, so they try and get money back in whichever way they can, and they sell like corporate tables and corporate places at the start line on the grandstands and everything else to get some money back for it.
Look at the water spraying up here behind him, so what a great shame to the people here. A very ancient city, by the way. It was founded in 1185 by the Duke of Brabant, the Henry I. So Perona gets underway for Gewiss.
Actually, Dave, the pictures we can see from our camera here, which is going around the hall here, it's actually done by a balloon which is hovering around the top of the ceiling of the inside of the hall, which is a small little motor on it. It's actually guided by a guy with controls. It's like a game, so it has a camera actually on the nose of it, and it's going around filming the start of the riders and also the people sitting down in the grandstands.
So Abdul Jafarov comes in here as the crowd here applauding this strong sprinter. What a great character he is too. He'd been there testing for that green jersey throughout the early part of the race. Wishing the best of luck when he comes to man. Because look at those thighs. It makes the eyes water, doesn't it? Just looking at him. He's got to haul his body over the mountain. There are 21 stages, so 21 climbs this year. Second, first, or all category climbs. That means unbelievable all category that he's got to haul his body over. And he is thumping along here, and the crowd applauding. A tremendous competitor. 11 minutes and 58 seconds.
Reasonably good time for Abdu Japarov, considering Abdu is a sprinter. He has done reasonably well in some other prologues before, but a prologue meaning 5-6 kilometres, where today you've actually practically 10 kilometres of route to cover. So it's a fairly good, reasonably good ride for Abdu today, so he must be on reasonably good form.
And an unusual bike he's got too, an enormous thick round down tube, goes down to near the seat tube, whereas the fin that runs underneath it to also add to the aerodynamics of the bicycle. Well, I'm saying about that balloon up there, by the way, Steve, just the other side of the hall here, they've got a great exhibition centre where they've got second-hand cars, they've got lovely Dutch food there as well. You've got enough cars, you want to buy another one. And they've got a nice red Mini Cooper with a white roof and red stripes on it, white stripe. It's a new one, they're trying to sell that as well. But had a wander around there. And about the balloons, they've got a Tiger. Now, it's not Tony the Tiger from the Kellogg's. This is to do with Esso. It's about 20 foot wide by 20 foot tall, and it's jammed underneath one of the iron girders to stop it going up in the sky. It's a great big inflatable Tiger. It's enormous, so if that sells up any moment now, that's where it's come from. So they've got back to the racing, and our shots off the camera in the balloon inside here. The people have gone to enormous trouble to put on the show you're watching now. What a great disappointment the weather is so bad.
Here we have Manuel and Jean Fernandez, the Spanish champion this year, riding from Marseille. We just gone off our screen there.
And back in with the Roslotto rider, Fatigato coming in here. Well, Roslotto, their team, certainly we're going to see a lot of them later on during the race. And they're another of these teams, it seems to me, Stephen, that are able to produce riders who are just prepared to have a go. Although don't have the sort of normal structure got elsewhere. People like Ugramov, we're going to see him up in the mountains there as well. Fondriest, the team leader on the flatter stages. Gonchenko, who's suddenly come good. Pascalino wants to show in front of the French. They're the teams which can slip away and do certain things, aren't they?
Well, they kind of have to, because I think this year is going to be, I feel this year there could be a group going away and taking 5, 6, even 10 minutes maybe away, because there's going to be a bit of competition here between the Sea is going to ride behind the breakaway groups, between the Benestos, the Onces. Motorbike nearly got in his way there.
Well, this is Luttenberger, the man I was tipping as being a good mountain climber. So again, we could see many, many different changes this year, but this isn't his ideal conditions, is it?
It's not, no, but it's a very good time. He's by no means a great time for us, but just losing 18 seconds to Maori is not bad at all. But of course, big guns still have to go, Dave. So Matthew Maori has done a great time. He's a great time for us himself. But it'd be very interesting to see now how the other guys go. But at the same time, all the Once riders are going exceptionally well at the moment. We saw Neil Stevens going there a few minutes ago, did a fabulous time himself.
And looking then to, I think it's we've got pink on the screen, by the way. You see the yellow of his bike and his unusual bike he's got. It all flared and fared so that the wind flows around the bicycle. They have to ride in pink jerseys here. They're normally yellow, the Once. That's the colour of their bikes. But of course, the yellow jersey is the one that's worn by the man who wins the Prologue time trial today. Every day, the man who's got the shortest time overall on general classification takes the yellow jersey. So they can't ride their normal Once yellow jerseys. They have to ride in pink. That's why you see a change today. Whoops. I thought it says kamikaze there on the screen. He rode up the barriers again.
Well, actually, Dave, the Once's bikes are actually, a lot of them are actually pink as well. So they had a choice of which bike they ride this morning. Some rode the yellow traditional bikes, other riders rode the pink new bikes. But in days to come on the flat stages, most of the riders, or all of the riders, will be riding the pink bike.
And moving on then to Benesto here with Jimenez next to go. The teams represented, we've been running through them one by one here, but just looking at the actual riders from the nations that I mentioned, we got the Brazilian back there, and they also said he's from Venezuela. Well, according to my list down here, only Venezuela is from Venezuela as such, and the list of riders, 62 have come from Italy.
His helmet fell down, Dave. He hit a small little bump, and his helmet came around. But you might see here, Dave, all the riders are riding not just hard shell helmets, but some of them are riding even... it's
gone.
Yeah. this is not normal, because normally in Holland or in Belgium it's compulsory to ride a hat. That's why you've seen some of the riders riding with a hard shell, but other riders riding with the normal Danish helmet, as we call it, with the leather helmet.
Yeah.
So I hope this guy could actually be in for penalties.
And he's on, again, a most unusual bicycle. I patrolled the Benesto camp. I didn't see that one, by the way, so we've got something else to look at here. And we see one that is one of Fondres bikes later on. He's got one that looks like a 5-barred gate with wheels at the end. Solid Monêtier, I say, but it's the most amazing looking machine. So they're all searching for that bit extra, and Benesto have come up with something down there. But I saw a one on the bike which is for in-drain, but that was a very conventional one, so perhaps he's going to keep his best time trial bike for later on. So the next man comes out of the shed as the rider we just saw throw his crash helmet away. Jimenez goes underway. So this is the Aubervilliers rider, Cyril Sangre. They came into the race very late, by the way. They're one of the selections. They had a wild card because the top 18 teams in the world were automatically selected for the Tour de France, and 4 were then selected on a wild card basis. So Biasi coming in here for Seiko. Well, their top man, of course, is going to be Cipollini, looking for the sprint victories. And I even had the audacity, Stephen, to put him down as a green jersey winner in Paris when we get there. Normally he doesn't go that far, but I wonder if this year he might do it.
Well, I think after a number of years not finishing the Tour de France, he's taken a lot of criticism because he's built himself up a certain reputation. He's now actually Italian champion. So I feel this year he kind of has to go home. Otherwise, he has to go through to say going home, I mean, he must arrive home in Paris. But otherwise, he may not go back home to Italy, because having the Italian national champion's jersey on his back, he must defend it, he must honour it. And the only good way of honouring it is actually finish the Tour de France in Paris.
Decker crosses the line in 4th spot. There we are, 11:19:21. So Decker has moved up into 4th spot, and that really has caused the Dutch here, who are shivering up in the stands, something to cheer about. And here, another good look at this lad flying through here. So Rabobank certainly got something to cheer about now as we go back into the start house.
The rain seems to have eased off a bit now, Dave, even though the road is still very wet, and I cannot see it drying up between now and the next hour and a half until the last riders go off. But it has stopped raining, so it's a good one. It's one good thing. One good thing about having to start in an enclosed area like this with covered over means that you haven't got to be. You can actually take off your clothes. You can concentrate 100% on your time trial, because what normally happens is when you're actually starting out in the open, there's rain coming down on you. You must keep your top jersey on you for as long as possible. You can only take it off with about 1 minute to go. So it means you're concentrating on the race. You also have to concentrate on taking your jersey off and giving it to somebody and everything else. So it's a good thing, in view of the weather conditions today, having to start in an enclosed area.
Here's Duffield. He's also got an oversized down tubo. In fact, I saw this bike being made at the Peugeot factory. I went to Romilly about 3 weeks ago, and they actually showed me as they're making these frames. And there we are. Well, it hasn't made him go any faster, but very special lightweight oversized tube. I say oversized, it's flattened in a particular fashion. And you see those very thin front forks he's got on there too. He's skidding a bit then, but I think they'll come more into their own, these bicycles, when they get to the uphill time trial, the mountain one, and also when we have that time trial at Bordeaux. Can we underway? Well, Bonahara, good mountain climber. They just managed to get the name on the screen, haven't they?
Bonahara, if you remember, he won last year's Tour de France. He won the Combativity Award, and since then he's been actually getting better and better. And I spoke to his director sportif there earlier on, and he told me he's the most European of the Colombian riders. He just lives to race in Europe, whereas a lot of Colombian riders, they ride in Colombia. When they come over to Europe, they ride well for a week or 2 or 3, then they're gone. Whereas Bonahara in the last 2 years has become more Europeanized, and he's making great progress in time trials and mountains and descents, even the crosswinds. He's riding very, very well.
So Vanzella comes across the line now, putting himself in 40th spot. Mauri is still the leader.
Germany, the Czech Republic. Always for the fans.
Moncassin coming in towards the finish, not going to challenge the leaders at the moment. Still Mauri in the lead, 11 minutes and 14 seconds for the time, and just 1 second behind him, Gonchenkov. That's first and second. Salvato is ready to go on this 9.4 kilometers. That's 5 miles just over, in fact 5 12.875 miles exactly. And if you go around in 12 minutes and 45 seconds, that's 30 miles an hour. So despite the terrible weather conditions, these chaps are still going around. There's that Roslotto, the Russin frame, by the way, which I suppose like a great big drain pipe coming down, and underneath it, where it hits the seat tube, they've made it sharp so it cuts through the air. Podona comes in here for the Givis team. The man to watch later on, by the way, we're going towards the back end, we get the top star men. They put the teams, there are 22 teams, and there are 9 men in each team. So in fact what they do, they let their slow men go off first of all. They go in team order right the way through. And in fact, the last man to go will be Miguel Indurain. He'll be off last of all at 19:37 our time over here. That's 7:37 Central European time, 6:37 back in the UK. And no doubt we'll follow him all the way around. So that's some time yet to go before we get, it's another hour, I suppose, before we get to see him. And these riders setting off round here at 1 minute intervals as Alberto Elli comes in here. What a battling man this is. Another of those great domestiques who's capable of picking up a stage victory here and there, given half a chance, who works hard for his team. And here he comes now across the line in 11:21, so he's got inside the top 10 in 8th spot at the moment for the MG Technogym team. Back again with the ZG Roslotto settling in here, and number 147 on the start list here. Well, Stephen, while Lino goes off here, he's much more, I think, going to be at home on the longer time trial as such. I did mention when we saw the Gavis jersey that I thought that perhaps Berzin might be the man to be up there, the top 3, if not the victor this year, if something happens to Indurain. A lot of people haven't talked much about him, but watching him in the Tour of Italy this year, I thought he backed off a bit towards the end, and somehow he could do well in this Prologue time trial. To me, I think one man we've got to watch for. I know people say, oh, what about Jalabert, what about Zuller? But to me, what about Berzin?
I think Berzin in the last 2 years, he hasn't really come up with the goods people thought he was going to come up with, but he is still reasonably young. He's had a very, very good Tour of Italy. He probably, when everyone thought he was going to come off trumps, he actually cracked on the mountain stage. But I think myself he could be a big surprise here in the Tour de France, because nobody's talking about him. So if he gets into a group and gets away, who's going to ride after him?
Well, this man here from Spain wearing the Spanish National Championship jersey. So many changes in the jerseys this year. And of course, one jersey that was not in fact defended, the British Championship jersey, Robert Miller, who's now retired from the scene. I understand, in fact, the bold Robert was out there in Wales when Villain put on a great race out there around Abergavenny and Monmouth. That Robert Miller was out as a motorcycle marshal, his motorbike, yeah.
I heard that too, but I thought I was actually dreaming when somebody told me to do it.
No.
But
Dave Walker, who tells me these things, says that that's exactly what happened. So.
Well, I can picture Bob doing that kind of thing, you know. Here's Beatsberg taking off now. Beat is a very, very good young Swiss hopeful. He's been very, very good all year. He's had a great season for Carrera. He's had he actually won Grand Prix Frankfurt this year in an incredible style. So Carrera have high hopes on Innsbruck this year, hoping to help Zaina and Luttenberg also.
Well, there we are. That's confirmation of the list I've been reading out to. Malcolm Murray still in the lead, 11 minutes 14 seconds. Gonchenko second, Morrow third. Decker moved up into 4th spot, Gamendia into 5th. Jonker, the Australian come Dutchman, is back in 6th. But see how closely they are at the moment. And I'm looking at, it's still... Well, it's actually raining at the moment, Steve. If it just stops raining for a bit and begins to dry out on the course, we could get some faster times later on. But the heavens above us, it's very black over the back of Billsmore, as my father used to say, and it doesn't look very bright at all.
Well, the problem is, though, Dave, it is actually stopped raining now at the moment, but the problem is the road is drying up a little bit. But then what happens at the end of the field then with riders like Boardman and Indurain, it might be inclined to actually take a little bit more of a risk because the road looks drier. And actually the roads can be very slippery because the circuit here today is actually in around the town. So there is a lot of grease on the road. So it could be very dangerous for the back end of the field.
De Zabala, another Spanish rider trying to topple his countryman, but he's not made it. 11:31.21 for De Zabala on that strange-looking look bicycle. You see how thin it is as you look down it from the front here. Some of these are very narrow when you look at these bicycles, but remember the man on top is making a lot of air resistance to the sheer size of him. And
but one thing, Dave, that if you look at their results so far in the time trial, Owen's going to have at least 4 riders in the first 10 if they keep going this way.
Well, they've done that before. In fact, they did one. It was in a team time trial, wasn't it? I think it was Tour of Spain when they did so well. They had about sort of 6 or 7 rides in the top places for day after day, didn't they? Uchika, what a character this man is. We're going to see him. Well, he took a stage victory last year, didn't he? When he beat Lance Armstrong, he did well again in the Tour of Italy this year. This man just comes out with something every so often, doesn't he?
This guy is an incredible athlete, really. Sometimes I ask myself, does he realise what class he actually has? Because he talks to everyone at the start, he talks to everyone in the finish. He's capable of doing a 200-kilometre breakaway on his own. He's capable of winning a sprint. He's capable of getting into a good group. He's an incredibly capable rider, but he wins the stage in every race that he rides.
Eurosport, here we are. He's the tallest at 1 metre 94. He's also the heaviest at 88 kilograms. I've got this information from the medical people who weighed them all and worked them all out. Eurosport, of course, the chap over the Ventoux the other day when he took that stage victory. A great character, none of those driving men. This man is one of the domestiques, they call them. They have to work for their team leaders, and that's exactly what he does. A great character. His wife comes from Australia, so he's speaking quite useful English at the moment, but he's the biggest, he's the heaviest, and when it comes to mountain, he's going to struggle the most like the rest of them. A tremendous character, and as now I thought he got flowing locks at the moment. He's on his crash hat, hasn't he?
He has. This Aubervilliers Peugeot team actually was the last wild card given for the Tour de France this year. And it's amazing because I spoke to some of the riders earlier on in the Midi Libre about a month ago, and they were saying their team is not very good, it's not got very much money, and it's this, that, and everything else. But then all of a sudden they got a wild card for the Tour de France, and 3 new sponsors came in. So now you have these riders here. And 1 month ago they were like the poorest team in the peloton. Now they have a big bus.
Yes.
They've got a camping car. They've got full-time masseurs. They've everything. As you see here, they've Eric Brooking here on our screen, possibly riding his last Tour de France. He was one of my generation. He was second to myself, or third to myself in the Tour of Italy when I won in '87. He's been a great Tour contender over the last few years. Possibly hasn't come up with the full potential that everyone thought he had, but still, nevertheless, he's had a fabulous career.
And for those of you watching Wimbledon or switched off from Wimbledon to watch the cycling, his father was the team captain of the Dutch Davis Cup team. There we are. And also the family Breukink were very much involved in the Gosella business before Raleigh took it over many, many years ago. See, I'm a source of useless information from time to time, aren't I?
Well, Eric himself won an awful lot of time trials, if you remember, in the Tour de France and the Tour of Italy and the Dauphinés and Criterium International. He's had an incredible career, but
you raced against him. I knew his father. That's why I knew about that. See, Wim Breukink, friend of mine in the old rally days, and if he's listening, of course he's listening to the Dutch version. Hello, Wim. And I suppose he must be here somewhere in this massive crowd. There's so many people going round. And actually, whilst you're watching here this start, and everything is going so well and what have you, it's a bit like a swan swimming along in the river. On top, the surface looks perfect, everything's up, but underneath sheer turmoil. And around the outside of this big hall, there's traffic jams, there are people, there are chaps trying to leap over barriers, there are people stopping, haven't got the right pass. It is bedlam outside the area you're looking at now.
Well, I'm kind of delighted myself that Eurosport's coverage is going on until about 8 o'clock, because hopefully by that time there'll be a lot of people going home, I hope, from work and everything else, because coming here this morning it took 45 minutes to come the last 25 kilometres from Eindhoven, so I'm not at all looking forward to going home, especially when I saw the number of people actually coming into the circuit here before the start, so I'm dreading going home really.
And I'm in Eindhoven too. Are you staying at the Holiday Inn?
Holiday Inn.
I saw one of the Coeur de Lion vans out there. I wonder if you were in there, got a near find. What's happening, by the way? Well, what's it, right? This Coeur de Lion. Are you doing this same thing about the most competitive rider again?
Exactly. Coeur de Lion are actually the cheese company. They're actually sponsoring the.
Oh, excuse me, Shandy. We can't say. Yeah, we have to watch him go, don't we? There we are. You viewers back in England. This fellow, I've said it time and time again. If you watch him first time on Eurosport, born in Derby, his parents are out there in Los Angeles, and there he is on one of those unusual titanium bicycles I talked about earlier on as well. Max Chandry had some problems this year with his fitness, but could, I think, still come good during this race. I talked to his mechanic just earlier on. I couldn't find Max, and they said, well, he's still there or thereabouts. Because over 3 weeks, Stephen, you can come good, can't you?
Oh, you can. The Tour de France is an event where you can start on form, you can lose form and get it back again. So the Tour de France is like, you're better off coming to the Tour not being 100%. Although this year's Tour de France, the mountain's coming in 1 week. You've got to be on good form anyway.
Well, we'll talk about the Coeur de Lion after the break. Stay with us on Eurosport. They decided not to have the commercial. I'm sorry about this to you people back at home, by the way. We get the shouts on old headphones. I do the best I can. Oh dear, warts and alls, I say. Now come on then, Stephen, tell me about the Code and what's happening.
Well, Craig Leon, actually this year they sponsored a Combativity Award, the same as last year. Only this year they've actually increased the prize money. The rider who wins the Combativity Award every day will be the rider who will be designated by 5 members of the jury, being Jean-Marie Leblanc, the race organiser, Jean-Paul Bouchon is a radio reporter, there's Philippe Bouvet, who is the journalist for l'équipe. There's 2 other people. They will give points every day to their rider who they believe deserves the most competitive rider of the day. At the end of the Tour de France then will be a general classification for the overall an accumulation of point system, and the overall winner will win £10,000. Every day there's £1,000, but all today, one thing you must not forget is that every day the winner of the day before will get his weight in cheese every morning in the start line, but that cheese will be going to a humanitarian cause, which is a very good thing, I think.
Well done, and so Stephen working on that part and working for us at Eurosport. And for those again who are listening out there not used to watching cycling, Stephen Roche, winner of the Tour of France, the Tour of Italy and the World Championship, all in the same year, and the great Eddie Merckx had achieved the triple. So we've got his invaluable assistance throughout the Tour, and thanks again for joining us in the commentary box, Stephen. And to all our friends out in Ireland, by the way, I have to mention our friends out in Ireland right from time to time. Hello there! How's the brown milk going? Savato coming into the finish area here. So the Italians, 62 riders from Italy, 38 from France, and 23 from Spain. Also in double figures, the Germans have got 10 riders in the race this year. The Dutch have got 10. Then we get down to single figures as Baldato starts to go here, with the Belgians with 9, Swiss have got 8, and so on right the way down. In fact, there are 24 nations represented as the mean look of Baldato settles down here, and off he goes. Great Britain, just 2 of us. That's or 2 of them. Chandry and Bourbon. Bourbon yet to come. He, in fact, looking down the list here, he's 192nd to go out of 198, so he's 6th man from the back end, when Indurain will be the last man to go on the course around this 9.4 kilometres.
Just watching Baldato here taking off on the start. Just calculating the number of sprinters we have here, David. At the moment there's Baldato, Muccio, Zabel. There's an incredible amount of Japarov. There's an incredible amount of sprinters here. So I'm really looking forward to some fabulous sprints over the first few days, because you must remember the first 5 days down as far as Besançon are, I wouldn't say flat, but they're very good sprinters country. Of course, you have Cipollini there as well, of course. You kind of get a old Chippo. Yep,
well, we're going to have some super sprinting, I'm sure, later on. As Mazout's on cue, talk about the man who's got a quick sprinter. And we're going through Belgium as well. We just nip in and nip out of Belgium likewise. So a large number of people will turn out to watch this man go through. He's leading on the World Cup at the moment. As Pascal Lino comes in his sight with that mask on, it looks like he's going to rob a bank or something. An amazing looking device on the top of his head here, or something from outer space perhaps. But there he is then. So Pascal Lino coming in, and not a bad ride at all either. 11.14 is the fastest one so far. Lino goes across the line 11.25. And there's Lino finishing as he goes through just on cue, looking across beside it. Pulse meters, rev counters, you name it, everything is here, bar the kitchen sink.
But of course the sport tester, the heart monitor now, nearly every rider has it on at the moment, because most teams now have doctors on board with them. And what they do is they register the heart, they monitor the heart during the course of the time trial, during the stage. At night time they put the watch into the machine, which gives you a printout, like an electrocardiogram. And they can decide then whether you're actually on form, off form, coming on form, going on form, or tired or not tired. And they can, it's amazing over the 3-week period of Tour de France how you can actually see your form coming and going on different days.
I was also reading in American magazine that this SRM crank system they've got now too, that they can, through sensors in the chainring and the cranks, that will also send messages up to a computer, and matched with the pulse meter and everything else, they can determine now the output of a rider, his heartbeat, his recovery. So it's very, very technical indeed now, and if they they keep that information on the computer, they can say it isn't just how his recovery rate from his heart is, many other things to do with strength as well. So it's getting very technical here, but you still got to ride the bike. Yet another rider rockets out of the hall here, and Cuesta of the Once team settling down. Just looking across where we're sitting here, we've got Laurent Fignon working on our French system as well. We've got Cyril Guimond as well. And I said he's got a new team coming up.
Exactly, there's a new team called Codifis. They're actually talking about coming into cycling about 3 or 4 years. For 5, 6 years ago, they're talking about coming into cycling and didn't think the moment was actually right for it. Now all of a sudden they've come in with £3 million for just like that, £3 million for 1 year, and hopefully doing 3 years. So they've Cyril Guimond, after Castorama stopping cycling there last year, was without a team. Of course, happy to be kind of semi-retired. And now this new team now, Codifis, have come along now and asked him to be the better sportif of the team. So what Guimond has done is he's recuperated all his old personnel, the second better sportif and Kilfin, and some of his masseurs and mechanics and what have you. And he's trying to make a really, really strong first division team next year, which is very difficult to do at the moment because, as you can imagine, all the good French riders are all outside of France at the moment. So he's going to have some difficulty, I think, in getting this team together.
Well, what about Marc Madio, Les Français des Jeux? He's starting a first category team as well. And only those two teams so far have lodged the requiring 200,000 francs or something with the French Federation, because they had some problems with teams falling by the wayside, demanding a certain amount of money to protect the riders' interests, which is good. Those two have registered. GAM will certainly register. But you're quite right. Where are the French going to get, for 3 first category teams, enough French riders?
Well, most of the good riders, like Virenque and Jalabert, are all signed up for another 2 years, so they're out anyway, so I don't know who they're going to get. They're going to have to get foreigners in.
They might have to search like they're doing elsewhere for people like this. Uchikov coming in, the Ukrainian rider, a real turn-up for the books he's been the last couple of seasons. A gutsy rider, we're going to see more of him as the race goes on. He's not a very good time trialist at all, and you can see it on your clock there, but he's still going around over 30 miles an hour on this 9.4 kilometre circuit. He's 120th, but something tells me we're going to see him in a different position later on during the race. In fact, there's so many riders now, maybe they've got to start searching behind what used to be the Iron Curtain, Stephen, because Kazakhstan, they're in this now with they've got one rider in this race here, as we know anyway. We've got them Uzbekistan, we've got them from Latvia, we've got them from Lithuania, we've got riders from Poland. We've got so many riders what used to be East European, and they seem to be prepared to suffer and try a lot harder. I'm not sure we're getting soft in Western Europe, but a lot of these hard riders are coming up. You know, the Gonchenkovs, the Ugramovs of this world, the Uchkovs we've just seen just now, the Berzins of this world too, and we might see yet a change as this rider, who's you're saying, might be riding his last Tour de France. We're seeing many different names come in the future. Breaking on his way.
There are a lot of Russian riders hitting the fourth scene at the moment, especially in the normally Russian riders were part of a peloton, where now they're part of the front end of the peloton. So there's a big change there at the moment. But I think that it'll only be provisionally. It's only there for the moment. But the European riders are still hungry to win race, I think, and it's only a matter of time before it will come back again. You see Brooklyn here putting in a very, very good time, just 10 seconds behind Mauri.
And the audience applauding a valiant effort by Eric Broking. Again, I think condition not exactly to his liking. The bigger, heavier fellows, by the way, slide a bit more. I know this myself. I've got the scars to show it. The little fellows can nip round the bends a bit better, but as far as the big boys are concerned, you're in trouble. Yaskula, I'm talking about how the Poles have also been strong. I mean, this man showed so well earlier on, didn't he? He just seemed to fade the last couple of years, but we thought he was going to be good too.
Well, he's the kind of a guy who comes and goes, Dave. He's capable of doing everything and capable of doing nothing at all. But one of the extraordinary things about Yaskula is that he cannot sit on a wheel. He'll be going up the mountains, he'll be sitting about 2 lengths off the back of the group, and everyone thinks, oh, Yaskula's gone, and in reality, he just cannot ride on the wheel. So he's suffering and taking a lot more punishment than the other riders because he's always in the wind.
Well, there he goes out the circuit. We're looking then at the Festina rider. In fact, we're talking about French teams, like, because Festina have now shifted their allegiance. They used to be out in Andorra as Robin comes out. Oh, he's had a crash a bit back. He hasn't been too well. Still we're going to see up in the mountains, so he probably got time to recover from it. But the Festina team, Festina, were at one time registered out in Andorra. They're also a French registered squad now as well. So that's going to be 4 French top grade teams.
It is, of course, but at the same time, it's only registered with the French Federation, but actually operates and actually has its mailing address actually still in Andorra. So it's really only a question of the politics, as far as I know, the political problem there with Andorra, and they ended up the solution was putting it to registering the team in France.
Well, Cabino on the way now. He must be one of the older riders in the race. I'd have to flick back to my records here.
One of my generation, David.
Yes, he's still around, but my God, when it comes to mountains, he'll be up there going with them as best he can do. So we're seeing, fortunately here on Eurosport, showing a lot of the prologue. You get a good look at some of the riders who we don't see very much till we get the mountains or tucked in the bunches when we come to the sprints and so on. And many of these riders you're watching now as Max Chandry comes in here, searching for the odd elusive stage victory, working for their team leader, because the Motorola team are finishing at the end of this year, who want to put Armstrong up in a top 3 place in the Tour de France this year. Chandry comes across the line. He won't have bust a gut today, the lad from Derby, because certainly he's got to get himself back into form for later on during the race. And there we are, the Gant colours yet again coming in.
Didier Roux is a very, very good up-and-coming rider. If you remember back in the Criterium International,
brilliant ride.
Incredible ride for Chris Boardman, and still came out and won the time trial in the afternoon. He's a rider, doesn't look very impressive there, looking swinging and swaying on his bike, but believe me, he's very, very effective. I'm sure he's going to put in a very, very good time here today as well.
Well, I was watching you see him swinging like that. A nice black and white picture of the old Tour de France. In the old days, the riders used to rock quite a lot, and they're much more steady on their bikes when they're climbing. It's amazing when you look about old films, how riders used to rock, I suppose, until the coaches decided to tell them to be solid on the bikes rather than rock backwards and forwards.
Well, it's also a fact that the positions on the bike have changed considerably over the last few years as well. So I think it's basically the position really has actually changed more than actually the riders themselves. Because you see a young rider at 12 years of age just rocks at 32, he'll still be rocking. So it's something you actually, when you get the position right early on in your career, it stays with you right through.
Imboden from the Repin team. The Swiss rider about to go. I was saying earlier on that we've got Fino alongside us here, one of the other riders from the old days who retired now. In fact, I have to tell you a story here. Patrick Chassé, French commentator for Eurosport, he came to me, he says, guess where we're staying? I said, oh, they're staying in a monastery of all places, and they had to be in there before midnight because the monks get up at 4:30 in the morning, so they didn't get much sleep last night. And when you go into the rooms, you have to make your own bed as well. So and here am I in this executive suite, and I thought poor old Patrick has drawn the short end of the straw on the French Eurosport side to be in a monastery. And anyway, he says he's going to take it very easily tomorrow morning on Sunday at 4:30 when he gets up. Frattini on his way in.
There's an awful lot of these new young Italian riders coming to the fore and front now at the moment, Dave. We've heard a lot of new names being mentioned in the last Giro 3 or 4 weeks ago. So the Italian contingent here in the Tour de France has gotten stronger and stronger. In Italy, they've got a problem as well. They have 11 professional teams, and they can't find any more Italian riders to actually fill the teams.
Because the Cure lads who want to ride as well. Yeah, but they're all because we're getting what we have this elite riders now, aren't they? We're not pros now any longer at all. They're elite riders, so undoubtedly I suppose they'll look further down the list to try and pick up some of the other riders to go with them.
The problem is that the television is actually covering all, even minor events now in Italy. So for a sponsor, it's very good promotion, very good publicity for the sponsors. As Dad was putting in a very, very good time here, David. If you look at it, for a sprinter, it's a very, very good time. But because of all his Mario Fonderest, ex-world champion. Another Italian rider, Dave. Yeah. Another Italian rider, but the Italian riders are putting in the Italian television are showing so much cycling on television. Sponsors are coming in, they're building teams, but the problem is now the reserve of young Italian cycling riders is getting a little bit saturated, so they're making up teams with less performance riders now.
Past winner of the World Cup, past winner of the Kellogg's Pro Tour, out there on the road now as the reserve coming through. Yeah.
Belgium champion again, the second or third time Belgium champion, Dave, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, Daniel Ellison couldn't defend it, could he, since he had that almighty smack up.
Of course,
So Wilfred Nelson, or two Nelson. Wilfred Nelson was the reigning champion, but didn't defend his title this year with a maiden smack. So Napai then have got this champion Mazo coming through. They're our victor in the Paris-Roubaix, taking that one in 61st place. Inside the hall it's nice and dry and reasonably warm. Outside it's getting colder and colder on this, the start of the 1996 Tour de France, the Prologue time trial. This is the 83rd Tour de France, and Phil Liggett from Channel 4 has just been asking me whilst we had the break, can I remember the Tour de France starting indoors before? And I can't. I remember when we had the Cyclo-Cross Championship of the World a couple of years ago in Switzerland. It actually went through a big hall where they had a band playing and a beer tent and food and what have you. I don't remember this Tour de France actually starting indoors before. Can you, Stephen?
Well, I've ridden 10 or followed the last 3. I've been following the Tour de France really since 1980, and I don't remember ever seeing one starting indoor.
When I went out to see my first Tour in 1955, when I rode across on my tricycle, it wasn't like the kiddie ones, it was a racing trial. I'd ridden the Mersey Road 24, and I then rode all the way across to France to see Brian Robinson and Tony Hall finish. But I've been watching the Tour de France over the years and looked at things, but I certainly don't remember it being indoors before. Man who's used to riding indoors, by the way, you're watching now, that's Eki Marvu, who's been a previous 10 times world record breaker on the track. Most of those were indoors, and again, this Russian now rushing around here, and he could put up quite a useful time. He puts his mind to it, and again he's quite good at going as also a pursuit champion of the world as a pro too. I think that he might put up a reasonable time. It's very cold, very damp, and I don't think we've had too much rain recently, although the windscreen wipers are going on that following car, so let's hope the thing does in fact improve as we get towards the back end. We're going to be on air on Central European time until 8 o'clock. We've got another 55 minutes to go as Laurent comes in to finish. Again, Agricole, a new team in the race.
This is a new team in the race. A French team has actually got a wild card. It's actually a town, a village, a department. What do you call it? Department is a county is what I'm looking for. A county down in the middle of France who actually sponsored this team, La Creuse. So the local town, the local city sponsored the team. Then you got some other accessory sponsors then to actually come in and help finalise it. So they're very, very touch and go for the Tour de France, but finally they got in. So it's a great boost for the town itself, really.
Well, of course, we're watching the Brescia team come in here. It's a milk company from Italy. Jaskula, the Polish rider, on his way through now. The other team, of course, Aubervilliers Peugeot, they're also as a part of France. So it's interesting how the French have had departments sponsoring riders or teams, and now they've got some first division teams coming through in the future. Well, Motorola are going to pack up at the end of this year, so perhaps one or two of those riders might find a place there if Jim Ockrich can't take the team somewhere else in one. And here Madouas might be one of them could be looking for, because Motorola have been 6 years sponsoring. They're packing up the end of this year. Jim, I'm sure, would like to sell the team to a sponsor if he can sell it as a package. If not, people like Madouas could well go into some of these new French.
Well, it's actually unfortunate, really, for Jack, because the Motorola team has gone from strength to strength over the last few years. It's been up and it's been down. But I think at this particular moment in the Motorola career, they possibly have the strongest team they've ever had. Like, there's a lot of riders in there with a lot of potential. It's a reasonably young team, and right across the board, they've got a very, very good, solid team. So it's unfortunate that now this team, which has been building up over the last few years, they finally have it now to a T to be one of the strongest teams in the professional peloton, and now all of a sudden the sponsor now is pulling out. So would it be great now if the Motorola team could find actually another sponsor that just take over the whole team, rather than having the whole team splitting up. But Madouas, of course, had a fabulous Tour of Italy there a few weeks ago, and he rode a fabulous Dauphiné also. He had a great stage there where he finished second to Miguel Indurain, an epic stage. So I'm sure he's really looking forward to the mountains down the Tour de France this year. Here we have now Stéphane Rouleau, who is the French champion. Is a rider who was with the Banesta team until this year. Actually, he was let go at the start of the year. He was a little bit annoyed at the fact that he was riding for Turin over the last couple of years, and all of a sudden then the team said, listen, Stéphane, we don't need you next year. So he was very, very disappointed. And of course, Roger Leger of the GAN team offered him the contact of coming with him this year. And I'm sure Roger Leger now has had great things to say about him. He had a very, very good 4 days at Dunkirk, and now he comes out and he wins the French Champions only last week.
Voters for the Lotto team coming in. Those who've been following the Lotto team over the years will notice they've slightly changed their jersey now. They're still black and red, but they're not in those sort of quartered style they had before. They've managed to sort of break up the black and break up the red. As now we're with Alex Zuller waiting.
Jalabert.
Sorry, Jalabert waiting. I just look up and saw this. Jalabert waiting here before he starts off. The French quickly nipping in with the cameras, and off we go again. Going back, whoosh, he's skidding on the surface here.
It's amazing the different designs and the helmet as well. We watched this one here, the G-Wist going around. It's fairly classic, but we just got a quick little glimpse of Jalabert's helmet there a few minutes ago, which is really, really funny looking.
And talk about the National Championship, by the way, with GAN. Chris Bullman rode the British Championship last Sunday, and world champions too. They're all over the place. We're knee deep in them here. We're getting towards the star riders, by the way, now.
Earlier on I was telling you about there's a room backstage now where the riders have a monitor up there where they can look at the race actually going on closed circuit television. They can look up there, they can watch the different corners, so they can actually, the riders have been around the circuit this morning, they know what it's like, but they haven't been around it since. This morning it was dry, now it's wet. So the corners are all different when it's raining, so they're having the chance now looking up at this monitor, watching the way these riders here ahead of them are going around the corners, and it's giving them a kind of a first impression of where the bad points are.
Well, there we are, 11:14 still to beat. Ibben's not going to do it. Out there on the circuit then, the riders going around this 9.4-kilometre circuit. Martin Den Bakker of the Netherlands for TVM. Again, the new national champion in these jerseys. And I was saying earlier on that Bournemouth rode the British national champion. Actually went off course in Abergavenny. He took off from the front. He wasn't going to win the race. He was in a group at the back who got split with an early attack, went after some 3 miles. And unfortunately, towards the end, he decided to take off. And as he did so, he went to an island and then went straight on. They sent a motorbike after him. He was 2 minutes off the back of the main bunch, and that was it. He wasn't too disenchanted. He was just riding really short bursts to get ready for today. And in fact, Logilege said, take it easy. And here we are. What about this man?
Here we have Orlando taking off now. He's got great ambitions about this Tour de France here. He reckons that if he gets into a winning position, Tony Rominger will actually help him, and Rominger knows that, well, if Rominger gets into the winning position, he can count on Orlando. He's had a fabulous Tour of Italy. We thought he was going to have a bad year early on in the year because he was very, very heavy, but finally came out and won Tour de Romandie in great style by winning the final time trial. And then he comes along then and has a great ride in Tour of Italy just by, he kind of hadn't got it on one of the big mountain stages, but he's getting better and better every year. Every month he's getting better and better now that he has the World Championship jersey on his back. So I'm really hoping great things from him here in the Tour de France.
And ex-world champion Maurizio Fondris finished in 11 minutes and 42 seconds. And there was a slow motion look of him there. And for all you people I say who've gone to David Walker, are dotted around various watering holes across Great Britain, the Millstone in South Gosford, I understand you're out there cheering and watching Ralph Aldag go on the way here for the Deutsche Telekom. Bertie's Bar in Tynemouth, good luck to you too there. Jimmy the Governor, the Newcastle United fan. Well, my goodness, I suppose you can't win them all, can you? Billy's Bar in Digworth in Birmingham, owned by Paul Henry, who played Benny in Crossroads about 20 years ago. That's a long time back. So thanks all for your support for Eurosport, and I hope you'll stay with us for the next 21 days. We'll try and put you in the picture what's happening as we get toward the top end of the race now. The Star Riders are on the line now. Jalabert next to go.
Jalabert, of course, has the one big thing in his mind. If you remember a few weeks ago when he rode the Dauphiné Libre, he was riding the mountain stage up to Mont Ventoux, and Indurain blew him out.
Yeah.
So he has that in his mind at the moment. He has it in his mind. He's thinking, well, was it me that was on a bad day? Was Indurain just too strong that day? am I going to be as good in the mountains this year? So if you're looking at him there, his eyes look really open, but his mind is open as well as to what actually the Tour de France holds in store for himself.
But surely today's like Jalabert is not a bad man. He's going pretty hard now, but on these conditions, even these top men, and we saw it last year at Saint-Brieuc, Rosson just went round. He is on this unusual on-safe bike with the streamlining behind the front wheel and over the back. Something like Jalabert, though, he's not going to just bust a gut today and throw a caution to the wind. Surely he's going to ride a respectable time trial, Stephen. I mean, last year, Bourman went off like a bat out of hell, but surely these chaps are going to wait a bit later, eh?
Well, the difference between Bourman and Jalabert is Bourman's a specialist. So even if he doesn't actually break any records, it's still going to be within a handful of seconds between around Ingeran and Rominger. But Jalabert, even if he does bust a gut, he's still going to lose a lot of time on the likes of Ingeran and Rominger and these boys. So he, unfortunately, Jalabert, not being a specialist, he has to take a little extra risk, because getting into the next few days, there's okay, the sprints, he's going to be able to accumulate some time bonuses and everything else. But we arrive very, very quickly into the mountains, so any time he loses in this prologue can be a lot of time later on.
And there we are then, the picture of Jalabert out on the road, and a lovely shot here down at the canal as the boats go by on this Tour de France, starting out in Holland at Hertogenbosch, where the Tour de France is going to start in Holland with the flat stages tomorrow, and then the flatter stages running right the way through as he work across country. But really, this man here could be in there still with a shout in the sprints, because he certainly has a go on that unusual bike at the moment. I mean, Onset is one of the richest teams, and I've never seen such a fine. I think they've got about 4 different bikes under these chaps.
It's incredible, but looking at the position here with that Jalabert has on his bike, in my opinion, he looks very, very high on the bike, David. The wind normally should be going for the down low, I thought, putting the head low, as we will see Chris Boardman later on here in the programme. Chris Boardman's head will be nearly down, stuck to his handlebars. Here we have Jalabert, where his arm is practically straight, holding his bust up. So it's a very unusual position he has here on his bike, Jalabert.
Well, Jalabert is going off now. He's the last but one of the Onset team riders to go. And we're having the camera, sorry about the picture breakup, by the way, go around most. You see that camera on the right-hand side of the motorbike? That's the man who's trying to get the pictures for us at the moment, having a few problems. The 22 teams in the race, having their riders go one at a time. We're now, after Jalabert goes through, we'll have Aparicio for Benesto. Then we're going to get down to the people who have been selected as the #1 Prologue time trials to ride for their respective teams. But Jalabert is not the last man in this team to go, because Alex Zuller is last but one, and Zuller is also a cracking performer when it comes to Prologue time trials, so they've kept him right at the back, and Zuller, last but one, has right behind him the towering figure of Big Mig himself, Miguel Indurain, looking for his 6th successive victory. Thierry Marie, well, he's another man. He's won 3 Prologues in the Tour de France? He's
won 3 Prologues in the Tour de France. He's one of the veterans of the Tour de France at this stage. He's 32, 33 years of age. He's ridden about, this is his 12th Tour de France. So he's a specialist, a pure specialist in prologues. After winning 3, of course, how could you contradict it? But he's the kind of a rider who can just go around the corner just as fast enough not to come off, but go any faster than he would come off. He's kind of a guy who can judge all these corners, the slippy corners especially. Very, very powerful on the straight roads, but he is 32 years of age.
And Ekimov getting close, but no, 11, 14, 10, he's got to be, 15th spot. Looking back there, I don't think he can believe that one. Just shows you how that early ride then by Malkamari put him into the top spot. Second at the moment, Gonchenko at 1 second. Morrow is third at 3 seconds behind him as well. 4 seconds behind Mauri. So Mauri, Gonchenko and Morrow, that's the leaderboard, the top 3, and the big guns yet to come.
The times are incredibly close, David. If you look at the first 10 places, the first 15 places overall is only 9 seconds to separating the first 15 riders. It's possibly due to the weather conditions also, because normally when you're riding a time trial, you can gain a little bit of time on the flat on the straights, but you can, for any kind of a kamikaze rider at all, you can gain a lot of time on the corners, whereas today the road's very, very wet and very, very treacherous, so nobody wants to take more risks than they should do on the corners.
And he's third, 11, 17, 27 for the Festina ride. That's a horrendous performance. He really was looking good. A quick flick of the old gear lever there, determination all over his face, and now there's a lot of joy here from our French, because they popped him up there into 3rd spot.
We see Jalabert here in one of the straight flat parts of the circuit here. He's really going for it, isn't he, Dave? He really has his head down.
Yeah, I just wondered whether this man, I wouldn't say he's peaked too much. He's been such a competitor all the year. He's been one of the most consistent winners all the way through, hasn't he? Always had a little bit of break here and there. And he did have problems in his accident when he, early on the season, had to stop training and so on. He busted his wrist and stuff. He's never said die, that man. I just wonder how you can keep the form going. He did it last year. Can he do it this year? And the Scatin now goes to the Kelmy Artec Costa Blanca team. He's the last man of their team to go off now on this 9.4 kilometre circuit.
Well, of course, one thing there with Jalabert is that he has to prove to Turin that he isn't actually going off form. So it's a good thing for himself today if he can put in a good time, because in Turin, like many others, will be saying to themselves, well, Jalabert was going great under the Dauphiné. He had a bad day in the Dauphiné. Can he come back? How is he mentally? How is he physically? As you have Madouas coming in here, I'm sure he's going to do a good time as well.
Madouas out the saddle, and no, 11:14.10 then, so Maori is still the fastest we've got so far, not toppled. Andre Chamil, what a battling warrior we've got here, past Victor in the Paris-Roubaix, and as we're up in Holland, he used to live in Roubaix, not a long way away from here. There's a lot of people who come from Belgium, from France, and all over Holland to watch the start today. What a shame the weather's been so bad, so miserable out there. And this fellow actually will really cope with the bad weather condition, but he's not the world's greatest prologue time trialist by any means. He just ride round here. Jalabert comes through. The first time a prologue time trial has gone up to nearly 10 kilometres. And normally UCI want them to be shorter than that, around about 7.5 kilometres. They had special dispensation, have it slightly longer this time, so it fitted in with the streets they've closed for the day today. What a disappointment for the Dutch spectators. The weather has been so bad. It really has been a dog's dinner all day today, miserable condition, and Jalabert out on the road now. Let's see what he's like to do. He's got 11 minutes and 14 seconds to beat Malcolm Maori, the fastest man so far.
Looking at Jalabert there on the screen, a close-up of him, he doesn't seem to be giving any effort at all. He seems just going along effortless, but the time will be there at the finish. We can see where I was talking about earlier on there. He's a 26-inch wheel in the front, he has it, so it looks smaller, but there's a very, very big gap between the handlebars and his bust.
Well, he's had the green jersey as the points victor in the Tour de France. He's searching for yellow, and last year he really set about trying to sort out Miguel Indurain. Big Mig looking for his 6th successive victory, and all of France is hoping this man might do just that. Tremendous all-round, gutsy, competitive rider, but the big men yet to come behind him in this early stage of the race. We won't, I think, actually, Stephen, see the sort out between these top men until we probably get into what, the first day in the Alps, or more often than that into the time trial up about 12, 14th day, no, into the race, but less than that.
7, 8 days we start going into the Alps. No, it's going to be very, very difficult. I think that the first 5 days of the Tour this year are going to be very, very tricky for the big guns, because they've got to be very careful not to let anybody get away in long breaks, because people are going to be saying, who's going to defend, how's he going, how's you going, and what have you. Whereas the first time trial being a 30-kilometre time trial with 14 kilometres uphill, it's by no means a normal time trial. So and also there's no kind of starting on the smaller climbs. First of all, you go 5 days flat rolly roads and straight bang into the mountains, into the big stuff.
Well, Chambéry-les-Arcs on stage 7, they start to get into the mountains. Then on the Bourg-Saint-Maurice to Val d'Isère, that's the one, the time trial at 30 kilometres that Stephen's mentioning. And we've been bringing this as well live, by the way. Eurosport bringing you the Tour de France right the way through, live every day, highlights most evenings likewise. As Olano, the world champion, comes through now. Olano, what a tremendous man. Second last year in the Tour of Spain, third in the Tour of Italy. He tried to win the Tour this year. He busted up in the mountains. He actually took the pink jersey by a slender 0.46 seconds, and here he comes to take the yellow jersey now. If he keeps it up, and no one can touch it. We haven't seen him going round. We see him finish with a cracking time of 11:0. In fact, it was 04. They didn't stop the clock. It was just outside 11 seconds, and the cameras had not followed him all the way around. This man, an absolute superb time trialist too, has just shown in the prologue he might be the man who, having had the pink jersey in the Tour of Italy, might take the yellow today. Keep your fingers crossed, you Brits back at home for Boardman, because Chris has got a real target to go for now. Suddenly the race has blown apart at the seams.
Well, that's an incredible gap Also, Dave, I think people would have thought that Mauri, being the time trialist that he is, he might have been beaten by a second or 2 or 3 seconds at a time, but straight going down like somebody, I don't know what actually the time was, because the clock didn't stop, but he's taken a handful of seconds off Mauri's time all at one go. As we were saying earlier on, that everyone in the first 15 places are only 10 seconds separating each other. So it's incredible to see the time that Orlando has done. We see Capucci here going off, one of the oldies of the
And listen to the crowd too. I mean, your old mate there, he really has got a tremendous lot of people supporting, hasn't he?
He has, and this year, I was talking to him last night, he was saying, oh, I'm looking forward to Sestriere again, because if you all remember, it is the exploit he had himself on Sestriere a few years ago after a 180-kilometre lone break and still winning the stage from Injuran. He had an incredible stage ride, so he's really looking forward now. Here's the time now, 14 seconds to beat Mauri. Look at the rest of the field down here, Dave. There's 1 second, 2 seconds dividing everybody, and Mauri's gone 14 seconds. Sorry, Orlano's gone 14 seconds faster than Mauri.
What could Jalabert do then? I said the top men were at the back of the field, and we've seen the whole thing blown apart at the seams here at Hertogenbosch in Holland on this prologue time trial. Jalabert now has got a real mountain to climb. 11 seconds the fastest. The world champion has put up, the world road champion, that is not time trial champion, that is Indurain's performance. And certainly the roads seem to me to be drying just slightly, so keep your fingers crossed for the back men to come. As Jalabert comes in, it's going to be a good one. He could take second place too. And there, Alano 11.00 and 11.08.92 puts Jalabert in second spot.
I was saying, Dave, they didn't look very impressive when he was riding along, but he was going fast, and there's to prove it. He's done an incredible time.
Well, the whole thing is changing. Let's look at the concentration on his face. Stays upright, stays in contention, takes second spot.
There's someone that's punctured something. Who's this now coming out, Dave? Oh, it's a blow.
Now, what a man. He's had one good ride this year so far, hasn't he?
Yeah, fabulous Dauphiné, so he had. He rode really, really well in the Dauphiné. I was watching him on the mountain stage with Injuran. But it's strange he actually walked out to his bike. Normally, the problem here is he walked out to the ramp onto his bike, which is a bad thing, because the thing about when you ride onto the front line, you can actually change your gears, you can make sure they're not cracking. Now he's getting on his bike, now the pedal hasn't even turned once, so it could be stuck between a gear here or something. It's a very bad thing what he's doing there. He should have actually...
But he's an amazing character, isn't he? I don't know, his attitude to life, the way he goes about, he's just a one-off. And he can frighten a lot of people this time. You keep saying, we saw Chiappucci go. I remember, what was it, 1990, when Chiappucci, Steve Bauer,
Virenque, I think was it?
Palsek and the Dutchman went away, and they took like 9 minutes out of the field, didn't they, early on? They all had the yellow jersey, except the man whose name will come back to in a moment. And that can happen. There's so many riders here prepared to have a go, aren't there, this year?
Well, LeBlanc will definitely have a go Tour de France this year. I wouldn't say he'll be too close in the time trial, because he never is a very good prologue rider, and especially when it's raining, he's even worse. But he will have a good Tour de France this year. One of his own personal hopes is, his personal ambitions is to get fast into the mountains, so they just show how good he is and how fast he has come back from his operation of last year.
The Italian champion on the line now, Mario Cipollini, who achieved his 16th stage victory in the Tour, I think it was this year, and has been the most prolific victor. But he does them on the flat, he does them in big bunch sprinting. Watch this character go in the stages yet on Eurosport as we cover the flatter part of the race. And off he goes now. Nice to see him in the national jersey. What a character. And I wonder if he'll get to Paris with the top bit green all over as he changes green, white and red national jersey for the green points jersey. I don't know, he's got the capability early on, but you never know with Cipollini. He's a right irascible character at times. He was disgusted with the Tour of Italy, the state of the roads in Greece, but he survived for a few days, then climbed off, having got his requisite number of stages before they got to the big mountain. So here we go then, the Aubervilliers Peugeot team. I mentioned Aubervilliers, another department in the north part of France, a sponsored team, but they're 11.43. That's not going to trouble Olano, who's the leader at the moment, 11 seconds dead.
Here's Thierry Mari now coming in. It'll be very interesting to see what Thierry Mari's time is. We haven't got any intermediate times on Thierry, but he has won a prologue 3 times in the past in the Tour de France. But at the same time, he is one of the veterans of the Tour, so we don't expect a lot from him, but still he could be in there in the first 10-15 places.
Let's see what his time is. He whacks round now to 150 metres to go. Very likeable character, quite a fun-loving man too. I suppose if you're in his team, you must keep him always very happy. He's always got something to go. And no, he's just lost that little fire. The Urs have caught up with him now, but we'll see more of him during the race. I'm sure Thierry's going to defend that. He's now wiping the water off his visor here. We're going to see him. He's prepared, always have a go. What a character.
Well, Thierry will have a go, I'd say, earlier on. You see Richard Virenque here looking very, very concentrated before the start. But Thierry Marley will have a go, I'm sure, because his team is a small team. We're definitely not going to see his riders in the mountains because they haven't got the capabilities of following the first riders in the mountains. So their job really would be for their sponsors is to get as much television coverage, as much publicity as they can before they get to the mountains. So we can count on Thierry Marley to actually have a go. Here we have, very unusual, here we see Richard Virenque going off with the mountains jersey, which happens in the last 2 or 3 Tour de France. What they do is the previous winner of the points, the yellow jersey and the mountains jersey, they start off the prologue the following year with the jersey, same jersey.
And Rob then, the polka dot jersey, we'll see him up in the mountains. And well, he said he doesn't see himself being up in the top 3 in Paris, but this is a much hillier race we've had in the past. It's got some, about 4 or 5 mountain top finishes as well. So in reality it could be an event for the mountain climbers to do well. So there we are then, as Alano is still in the lead, Piccoli not challenging him at all. Lance Armstrong, winner of the DuPont this year, ex-world champion, now ready to go. 9.4 kilometres ahead of the Motorola ride. The last of his team to go underway now. Behind Armstrong, Boorman, Berzin, Richard, Rominger, Rees, Azula and Indurain. The big hitters are on the road.
Armstrong has made incredible progress this year, Dave, and he won the Tour de Pont this year, beating even Tony Rominger in the time trial. So he's had an incredible year. He's made great progress in time trials, in mountains, and generally in his attitude towards racing. He's made a great progress.
Well, he was a typical Texan Bolshoi boy when he won the World Championships. He's sort of matured a bit now, and that man in the background wearing the yellow jersey from last year's victory in the Tour de France will be the last to go.
Chris Boardman now we see on our screen getting ready to take off. Every rider, of course, goes off in 1 minute intervals. So Chris will only have about, I'd say, 30 seconds now to go for his departure.
And if his children, Edward, Harriet, George and baby Oscar, are back home with his wife watching what's going on here.
They are his kids.
Yes, he's got 4. Edward, Harriet, George and baby Oscar. And, well, they may be watching the other channel, I don't know, but we wish them and Sally the best of good fortune, watching Chris all the way around now. We keep our fingers crossed he stays upright. He almost created a record last year by falling off in the first 2 or 3 kilometres. He holds the record for the fastest Prologue time trial at 55 kilometres an hour at Lille when the roads are dry and like a flat track that it was. Jamil comes in now. That is a time that Bourman's got to beat. 11 minutes 00.45, and our hearts now begin to beat with this man. Let's hope the cameras stay a long way around, as here he is on that bladed type ovalized frame here. Chris Boorman, great to see the Union Jack flying on the right hand side. Will he in fact be out of his gun colours though into yellow? Well, we've got round about 10 minutes to find out. Much more careful than we saw last year when he went like a bat out of hell.
Very, very good cornering there, Dave. You saw me use that right from right to left hand side of the road. Very, very good cornering. It just shows that Chris has been around the course this morning on a number of occasions and actually studied so well that each corner that he can use up the whole road. Chris could be on a good time here, I think, Dave.
Benji Berzin, winner of the 1994 Tour of Italy underway too. Ex-World Amateur Pursuit Champion as well. Another man who could do a terrifically good time here on that unusual Bianchi bicycle. The special frame then to cut through the air. And right now the crowd applauding these runners. He's getting slightly drier too.
Yes, Dave, you see Berzin has a 51 is his number here. 51, of course, is a very, very famous number. Hino, Merckx, Ocaña, all the big guns, all won the Tour de France with a number 51 on their backs.
Well, Chris Boorman has never yet finished the Tour de France, and we're watching now with great interest as he rockets along here. Look at the power of those legs. This man is a superb time trialist. He was the the world champion at the time trial. He's been Olympic pursuit champion as well when he burst upon the scene in Barcelona with that unusual bicycle. It wasn't the bike that did it though, it was a man on the machine, and look at that strength.
If you look at, we can't see it now, but a minute ago we looked at Chris's legs. You can see it there in a close-up on it. When Chris came to the professional scene, his muscle was like a lump of, you can't see any definition on it. Whereas now, you're looking at there now, it's very, very impressive. You can see very distinct. You can see the calf muscle just standing out. So it just proves that Chris has done an incredible amount of work over the last 2 years and is now more of a road rider than actually a track rider or a time trialist.
And Bo Hamburger from Denmark riding for the TVM squad. Well, the TVM, they always claim they might not be the best team, but they say they're the best good-looking team in the race. And Hamburger then coming in to finish there, but the all interest is back out the road. Berzin now on your screens.
It's incredible when you watch these top guys going along there, the impression they give of speed. We saw Jalabert didn't give too much of an impression of speed, but the likes of Boardman, the likes of Berzin, we will see in a few minutes. We will see Indurain, we will see Zule, we will see Rees, Rominger, all those boys. Speaking of Rominger, here he is now. All those boys, they give an incredible impression of speed.
Well, Rominger now on the line here, ready to go. 35 years of age, this must be his last chance, I think, of winning the Tour de France, and he's going to give it all.
Actually, Rominger said last night in a press conference that this is his last really good go for the Tour de France. If he ever rides it again, it'll be at the service to help Olano. Because he said at the age he is now, he said that he can't motivate himself for it. Although this year is the first year he's come to the Tour de France fully motivated to actually do well. Because in previous years he's actually been riding the Tour of Spain to win for his sponsors, and then been obliged to ride the Tour de France once again for his sponsors, but against his will, so not getting that being performance.
There we are, 52 kilometres per hour up on your screen as these riders go through. This young man here, pretender for the crown, 26 years of age, Berzin. We've just seen Rominger set off 35 years of age. I saw an interesting piece in one of the papers about how the older riders, the older runners, older competitors in the Olympics now in their 30s and so on. And here Rees is another older man, 32 years of age, now about to go off from the start.
Looking very, very slim there, looking very, very slim, Rees, of course. He's actually prepared himself very, very well for the Tour, just coming out to form only last week, winning up the Danish Championships, and now here he is now I think he's got incredible form. I've been watching him over the last 2 weeks coming on form, and his progress has been incredible, Dave.
Claudio Capucci coming in then toward the finish. We're talking about the old soldiers. My God, they go faster, some of these riders here. And Claudio Capucci, we're going to see him in the mountains. I'm sure he's going to look towards that stage, you said, Stephen, into Sestriere. He won't do well in this time trial, but he gives it his all on his way around. The battle is being fought out behind him now to see who can topple the 11 minutes dead. Olano rides for the same team as Rominger, and let's see who's going to get that yellow jersey off this man here. Or will he in fact do it? He's a very good time trialist too, but perhaps the wet weather conditions, the twisty road, might make life difficult for him. Zulo then, second in 1995 in the Tour of France. The 28-year-old now is about to get underway.
If you remember, Dave, last year's time trial was in the wet, when Jackie Joan was way of the front riders in the dry. He actually won the prologue. Then Zule was actually the fastest man of all the top men going off in the rain. So these conditions today are very similar to last year. Maybe not as wet, maybe, but in the same sense, they're very, very... Ooh, you see Boardman here is cutting it fine, but at the same time, the roads still are very, very slippy, but the same conditions as last year, so Zule could put in a very good ride here.
So we really have the whole excitement right towards the back end. It's like a good murder mystery. Who done it? We don't know who done it. Who's going to do it at the end of it all? And I said earlier on in our program that when I walked round the big halls outside here, I heard a band playing, singing Indurain. Well, Indurain is the last man to go now. He's got to defend that yellow jersey. I'm sure he won't mind if he loses it just a bit now. He's going to have to really ride himself out, because this race this year is going to Pamplona in Spain. It's almost going past his doorstep, and he wants that yellow jersey when he goes home to Spain. This crowd appreciate the man who's won the Tour de France 5 times, looking for his 6th victory.
He's got a very, very funny bike there as well, Dave. You look at it.
That's the sword type, isn't it?
Like sword bike, yeah. It is,
his record attempt.
It is. Miguel now will know the times the other riders have gone ahead of him. I see Luc Leblanc here putting a very, very big gear here. It'll be interesting to see his time, but I wouldn't expect Luc Leblanc to do a very good time here. But Indurain will know the time that Orlano has done. He will know the time that Mauri has done. So he knows what's up to him now.
Let me then confirm those times. That Olano is leading at the moment, 11 minutes dead. In second spot, Jalabert 8 seconds behind, 11.08. Malcolm Murray is third, 11 minutes and 40 seconds. Levant crosses the line, 11.50. Back out on the road with Tony Rominger then, riding along here. What a superb time trial as he is too as well. The man who's cracked the hour record. We watched him, didn't we, Stephen, at Bordeaux, riding like this, like an absolute machine. He's a superb time trialist, so we really have a battle on our hands now.
It's strange, normally Rominger rides a very classical steel bike. This is one of the first times I've actually seen him on a carbon bike.
And also Indrain, having this special bike that he had made for the hour record, now adapted to take all the gears, all the bits and pieces that make a road bike different from a track bike as such. This big tall fella, he's not as far flung forward and flattened on his back as we'll see with people like Bourman and Rominger, but he's got enormous strength, and here we are back with Rominger.
Rominger is looking very impressive, as he normally does. Doesn't seem to be actually turning a big gear there, does he? He just seems to be just pedalling along.
He's the same thing when we watched him in the hour record. He's going round, and we were absolutely amazed by how fast he was going. He didn't seem to be hurting either.
No, he still has his normal twitch there in his left knee. What's his left knee there? It's going out as it goes up.
And he's off to the Tenerife. He's been out training across there. Many of these riders go just for the tour to get some special training in. I don't know what Indrain's been up to recently, but because he'd come on form just the right time. Watched him early in the season. He was just sitting in the back of the bunch, wasn't doing very much. And now Rominger's been off. In fact, I thought before the start that he looked a bit too thin around the cheeks. I thought Rominger looked a bit fine. You'd normally expect to start a tour.
Well, Rominger told me himself last night that he's actually looking forward to the Tour de France. It's his first Tour de France. He's actually looking forward to riding. He said he's come on form. He's actually played his cards very, very gently for the moment. And this is it, do or die.
And he's been following virtually the same course that this man here, Indrain, has followed. Indrain puts his whole season around one event, the Tour de France. This man also has one idea in the Tour de France. That's to take the polka dot jersey. And right now, he's going very hard indeed on the Prologue time trial, but we're going to see him up in the mountains later. So Veronk doing quite a good ride here. That will probably put him in the top 10 at the moment. 11 to beat. He's not going to do that, but in fact he's in 8 spots. So be pleased with that one for a man who flies in the mountains. And look at this fellow.
Very good time there for Richard Veronk. I'm not one of his greatest fans, as everyone would know, but give credit where it's due.
He's the president of his fan club.
He's done a very, very good time for himself, because he's a very, very light rider, and on these slippy kind of a surface, when you're very, very light, your bike gets very light as well, and it's not so easy to corner on. So he's done a very, very good time.
And Rominger again looking absolutely comfortable. You see how close his elbows are together. The position many of these riders have now occupied has been the one that Bourman perfected in the wind tunnel when he was with the Lotus bike and went for that gold medal in the games at Barcelona. But Armstrong is not your most stylish rider when it comes to a time trial. He punches, he fights all his way around now, and he's going to be, what, 11.50, so just outside the top 10, I'd have thought, on the clock there. In fact, 6th, my mistake.
Now waiting for Boardman, Dave. Here we are, Boardman, here getting very close. He's going to a super time. Look at it.
Well, he started 1 minute after Armstrong. Remember, it's 11 dead is the time to beat. Second fastest so far is Jalabert at 11.08. Clan Chris Bourman take the Prologue time trial. He's been dominating time trialing since he turned into the pro ranks. He crashed out of the Tour last year. He's made it this time through, and it looks like he's going to get this one. Bourman is really giving some stick today. Can he take the yellow jersey out of the saddle? It looks like he's going to do it then. 11 to beat as he goes to line. 11.54, 55, and 10.55 it is. He's gone into lead by 5.41 seconds. That's going to take some beating.
An incredible time, Dave. An incredible time. Under these conditions, that was an incredible time.
Well, I'm absolutely speechless here, and I'm not often. I mean, to ride round like that, Olano, just like a jack in the box, burst out and suddenly took the fastest with 11 dead. And now Bourman's knocked 5 seconds off that one. Jalabert is 13 seconds now down on Bourman. And this man, ex-World Pursuit champion, let's see what he can do on this course.
looking at Indy ran a few minutes ago, it doesn't really look too comfortable on this bike for some reason, Dave.
I think also a big man too, like him on the twisty circuit in the very wet conditions, and of course he can do other things later on. A few seconds now, it's nothing like he'll get in the time trial, say at Bordeaux for instance, but Berzin here's got to have a go. Bourman's time then, 10:55 on the line as he throws his bike at it. It's just outside of 10:56.43, 1.39 seconds. Well, he's come round this course here, and that says to me this man's in with a shout.
That says a lot, Dave. When you see a guy like Berzin, who is not a prologue specialist, coming in and doing a time similar to Chris Boardman, who is a specialist, that says something for his form.
Well, I was going to put some money on with the bookies back in England. I forgot to do so on Berzin for the Tour this year. If he keeps it up to the rest of this race, we're going to have quite a battle because Berzin can climb. I know Bourman can climb, but Berzin's better there. Berzin is really a superb man when it comes to climbing up hills in like time trial, a mountain time trial. When they put the course together this year, everybody said, well, Indurain will be in for a bit of a battle, and he's had one already today now. But don't forget, as they're out on the road still, we've got Zuller yet to finish. We've got Rominger and Rees to finish as well, and it was Rees last year who surprised Indurain in that Tour de France stage from Huy to Serang, when he was in fact 5 seconds up coming in toward the final few kilometres. Still, a lot might happen. Everybody, I'm sure, sitting back at home watching on your screens now will be sitting like I am, fingers crossed, toes crossed, and just saying, can Chris get that yellow jersey? We shall have to wait and see, because Zuller's going very quickly too.
Just go to show you, Dave, that a lot of all these top riders, like the Berzins, the Romingers, the Indurains, the Zulles, the Jalabers, have all done incredible work to get the good form for the Tour de France, but their times just reflect their condition.
I've seen many starts in Prologue. I can't remember one so tight as this, Stephen, and you've ridden them as well, with these few seconds and these top men right at the back end like this, so jammed close together. They're so determined, aren't they? There's no riding around, I'll do it later. Every day counts now.
So normally those kind of time gaps you have between the riders you would have in a 5-6 kilometre prologue, but in a 10 kilometre prologue, it's actually incredible. Rominger should be doing a good time here, Dave. Yes.
So another one coming in then, just short of Bourman's time, and he's just going to be outside Olano's time as well. That could put him into, what, 4th spot at the moment? Yes, it is. 11:03 for Rominger. Just into, what, we've got 10:55 Bourman. Berzin was 1 second back, and Olano was 5. This is so closely packed now.
It's amazing, Dave, because the second half of the second, no, it's not the second category riders, but the riders down the field are very, very close. Then you have the top riders being very, very close again, with a 7 or 8 second gap between the first half of the peloton and the second half of the peloton.
So this is the last man, sorry, not last man to come in yet. We've got Zuller yet to come and Rees, but we saw Rominger. Here comes Rees, who surprised us with his performance at Serang last year in the Tour de France, but that was a much longer distance. And now what will he do? The man now switched over to the telecom team. We're all sitting here with bated breath then as Rees coming in. Then there's just Zuller and Indurain to finish. That's another close one too as well. So that's a good ride too as Rees crosses and Bourman still is in the lead. Zuller's going very fast. This might in fact be a challenge for Bourman's time of 10 minutes 55 seconds. He's been looking good all the way round, and so is this the man to take the yellow jersey off Bourman's shoulders, where it sits at the moment as the fastest man in the prologue? He's been looking good all the way round. He's got that low close position. He has sat right well on his bike. He's got a streamlined machine, but this man Zuller, what was second in the Tour de France when we had the prologue time trial down at San Sebastian, they went on to take the yellow jersey of the new young rider in the Tour, and now he's coming up here challenging for that 10:55. He might take the jersey. It looks like he's going to do it on the line. He's going to get it. He is, and that's gone to Zuller. Oh, sackcloth and ashes in Hoylake. What a shame for the supporters of the Bourman Club and Gan out there. It's gone to this man who looks so good all the way around. What a race we've got. And now Indurain coming in, the crowd here, what a dismal day it's been. Overclassed has been the clouds, the rain has come down and ruined it to a large number of spectators, but they've been treated at the back end of this race to one of the closest prologues we've ever seen, and now he knows, Indurain, that he's had a race on his hands because he knew Bourman would be going sharp, but it's Zula that's taken the lead so far. Can the yellow jersey stay on the back of Indurain as he's got the time of 10:53 to beat? Bourbon is second spot, just 2 seconds down. 10:53 will come up on the screen as the fastest to date. As now the big powerful man himself, looking for his 6th victory in the Tour of France, is now coming up here, and he hasn't hung about at all. He's giving it all he's got. What a determination there's been amongst these riders, but he's not going to keep that yellow jersey. He's going to lose it to Alex Zülle of Switzerland. The Onsay rider takes that one. That's put the cat amongst opinions. There's no love lost between Onsay and Bonesto, and yellow goes over to the man on the yellow bike, but this time Indurain loses it. Well, he's done that before in the time trials. He's got it back later on after Prologue, because this man is so dedicated to winning the Tour. That yellow jersey could still be on his shoulders when we get to Paris in 22 days. What a Prologue time trial. Zülle, the winner. After a tumultuous last 20 minutes or so in the Prologue time trial, the dust is settling. In fact, it's been flattened by the rain we've had here so far. It's been a disappointing day for the spectators in terms of the weather conditions, but they've seen a really exciting finish to this 9.4 kilometre time trial. Zülle running out winner in 10 minutes and 53 seconds. Chris Bourbon, who looked like he's going to take the yellow jersey for the second time in his career, just failed there by 2 slender seconds. Berzin, the man who could challenge for the overall victory as well, just back there 3 seconds behind Zülle. Alano, Rominger, Rees and Indurain back in 7th spot. As we watch then Zülle come in here, to me certainly, Stephen, we look like right the way through. If all these riders keep their form, we don't have any sickness, this is going to be a great Tour.
I think so, Dave, and if you remember going back to last year's Tour de France in the same period, in the first few days, Indurain was actually behind on GC, the same number of riders behind Berzin, behind Rominger and what have you. And then the stage into Liège, where he actually took off and left them. Why did he leave them? He left them because he felt, well, if the time trial coming up, if I stay in the same position now, these riders are going to be starting off behind me. They're going to have my time checks. So maybe we could maybe see something over the next 2 or 3 days, maybe before we get to the first time trial. Maybe Indurain trying something, maybe going for a sprint, maybe here and there, because he's still 11 seconds behind the likes of Orlano, Rominger, Berzin. They're all ahead of him. So if the situation stays as it is, it means in the time trial in only 1 week's time, these boys will be all starting off behind Indurain, and Indurain just does not like that.
Well, this man Berzin, the first time trial we have is going to be a mountain time trial. Berzin probably could climb better than Indurain, so that's going to be great when we get down into the Alps. A lovely view then of this castle here, which was founded by the Duke of Brabant, Henry I, when he made that fortified castle here at Hertogenbosch, which means the Bois de Duc. It's the Duke's wood. There's a lot of wood around here, and he built that lovely castle you're looking at here. So we've seen excitement in Holland at the start of the race today. And tomorrow we're also going to be on air with our stage from St. Hertogenbosch to back into town. In fact, we'll call it Den Bosch to stop my throat going on the blink, and you'll be a chance of watching that as well on Eurosport. And I'm certainly sitting here absolutely agog with what we've seen so far, Stephen. If the rest of the race goes on like this, we're going to be in a terrible frazzle by the time we get back to Paris in 3 weeks' time.
Well, it's all very fine, Dave. Everybody's saying 10 days before the Tour, I'm preparing for the Tour, my form is coming good, but the proof of the pudding is in the eating. When you see the times that have come in here today from all of the top riders, they're just incredible times. Looking at the conditions, the road conditions, look at the face here of Indurain. People have been saying he's getting stronger and stronger. People have been saying in the Dauphiné he was just so strong. Will he be as strong here in Tour de France? And I think today you can see the determination in his face here as he goes into the final 200 metres.
And the Classement Provisoire, there we are, with that's a reflection of what we've just seen on the finishing line here. Indurain back in 7th spot. That's very close to begin with. Look at the gap there. Mauri was leading for such a long time. Suddenly he was knocked back by 21 seconds. Gonchenkov just getting into the top 10. They were the first and second for an awful long time until the top men came thundering across under very difficult conditions indeed for a Prologue time trial. Not nice, it's called. I'm very sorry for the good citizens here at Den Bosch who put so much effort into making today a success. They've been en fête all the way through, and the riders riders, I think, gave us something to cheer about. All of them here, as we watched back at them in the start line, the concentration on their face. They rode their hearts out in front of a very wet and bedraggled lot of spectators along the side of the road. But certainly there'll be warmth in the hearts of people when they go away, because they've seen the giants of the road. It is the 83rd Tour de France, riding off to see who's going to take that yellow jersey by the time we get to Paris in 3 weeks' time. It's been a great, great start to the Tour. And this man, Zuller, this man who's going to take the yellow jersey tomorrow on the first road stage. A flat stage, bonuses will come into it. Sorry, not Zuller. I'm looking pink. They've got Jalabert, haven't they? I thought at least they'd put him up, but they put Jalabert just to fool me. They keep
well, it's the glasses day. I was just going to say that there at the same time there. When you see Zuller, the way he is, his glasses are like bottle lenses. So last year people were saying, oh, it was raining, but Zuller didn't see anything. So it's normally goes faster than everybody else.
And he falls off a lot too, doesn't he?
He does, whereas it's amazing. Look at the size of his glasses here. They're round, but they're like bottle lenses. But today, once again, the same conditions as last year. He puts in the best time. It's an incredible ride for a rider who can hardly see.
And there we are. Well, I remember my great friend Ray Booty many years ago was riding glass. In fact, they too have very similar sort of gangling stance on a bicycle. So that goes back some years now. So there we are then. The nice cathedral in the background. Well, tomorrow then we're going to be on live at 4 o'clock with the stage, the first real road stage of the race, and I hope you'll join us then, myself and Stephen Roche. We sat here frozen all day today. It's been a very good start to the race as such. We've got Formula 1 coming up after this programme, but we've really been enthralled by everything that's happened today. I hope you, if you've watched it for the first time, will join us tomorrow, and don't forget we're going to be right the way through for 3 weeks as well on the Tour de France. So from Stephen Roche, myself, sitting here rather chilly, we're going off to celebrate a success that's shown Zuller take the yellow jersey, the first one. So from myself and Philip, bye-bye.
Was brought to you on Eurosport by Coca-Cola, always for the fans. The Tour de France is brought to you on Eurosport by Coca-Cola, always for the fans.
Well, football fever has gripped the whole of Europe for the past couple of weeks, but now it's time for the two-wheel gladiators to enter the arena. And this is the first stage proper out on the road, and the riders you can see here just wandering along, and so far we've only been averaging about 38 kilometres per hour. It's a very, very flat course today in Holland, as flat as a Dutch pancake, and makes some very nice pancakes here too, indeed, I can assure you of that. So the riders really looking for the sprints, and we've had already a couple of them today, and the third one will take place in the town where they started this morning at Hertogenbosch. They're covering 209 kilometres in all, and as they come through here they will have covered 137 kilometres, twisting their way through the town now, which of what, some 70,000 people, have been vastly swelled by the numbers that have come in from the outskirts to watch the race go through. A very big crowd down the finishing straight, waiting to see who will take the sprint here. I'll quickly tell you who's won the sprint so far before I talk to my co-commentator here alongside me, Stephen Roche. And in the first sprint we had today, Sestriere, who took that one at Bokel after 38 kilometres. After 79 kilometres in Eindhoven, it was Savioli of the Gavis team that got that one. And now we're waiting to see who gets the third sprint of the day. A special prize here, which I'll talk to you about in just a moment. Right now, it is all set up, I'm sure, for the sprint specials. There are time bonuses at stake, by the way. 6 seconds, 4 seconds and 2 seconds on these special sprints. And I spoke to Chris Bourman this morning, and he said he was not going to try and contest these time bonuses just to grab back a couple of seconds to try and take the yellow jersey. The risks are far too great. Do you think that's sensible, Stephen, that Bourman should sit in there today and not bother to go for these? Because I do remember, I think Zuller down in San Sebastian was just a few seconds off the pace in the Prologue time trial, then clopped off in the first of the time bonuses and picked up the yellow jersey. But it doesn't look today if that's going to happen. What do you think?
Well, first of all, we all know Chris is a reasonably good sprinter in a small group, but if he goes out and tries to beating some of the big guns for a couple of seconds here in the sprint classifications. He'll be using up some extra energy which he might need later on the mountain. So I think it's a good choice by Chris, although at the same time it's a very hard choice, I'm sure, because I'm sure at the same time Chris is anticipating the mountains next week with a certain amount of fear as well, because he knows himself, whereas on the flat he's okay, he can hold on, he's a good team behind him. If he got the yellow jersey, he could keep it for a day or two. So what he's actually doing now is actually playing all his cards for the general, hoping to do a good ride for the overall classification, whereas at the same time he must ignore the chance of going out and getting the yellow jersey for a day or two. So I'm sure it's a very hard decision for Chris to make, because having the yellow jersey in the back even for one day is a great thing in any Tour de France. It's his first Tour de France so far. After last year, of course, he fell off in the prologue, but now he has the opportunity. He's on the doorstep of the yellow jersey, and he has to kind of say, well, what do I do? Do I have a go and try and get it for a day or two or three and whatever, or do I just hold on and hope that maybe someday in the mountains I'm going to be good and hopefully get into a lucky break? So it's a very difficult decision for Chris to make, and I'm sure for the GAN team itself to make, because of course if Chris was in the yellow jersey, the whole GAN team get a big write-up and a big lot of attention. So it's a very difficult one to actually to look at.
Is there also some benefit though, because you've worn the yellow jersey, overall victor too in the Tour of France, Stephen? Is there some benefit of being like he is now, not a marked man in yellow, and you can ride your own race? Because once you're in yellow, everybody watches exactly what you're up to.
Well, that's one thing as well. Like where Chris, I think, is a rider, he's fairly well recognised by the rest of the peloton, but at the same time he still has a certain amount of manoeuvrability, if you know what I mean. Because the likes of the Romingers and the Zules, those boys, and the Jalabers, no matter what they do, they're going to have someone on the back straight away. Whereas Chris is still recognised as being a good rider, a future potential winner of the Tour de France, but not really recognised as the potential winner of this year's Tour de France. He's an outsider, so he will have a certain amount of flexibility.
Well, we'll wait and see what happens. Certainly Chris this morning said to me that he didn't want to go flat out yesterday and fall off, because all the eyes of the world press were upon him after his debacle last year. And he said also, I think it was a very interesting thing, he said, look, David, it's not a 10-minute race, it's a 3-week race. I thought how composed he was, and certainly he learned something from that crash last year. We all learn something every day in our life, but you learn something if you sit down and think about what you've done. And that's what Chris has done. He looked back at last year, and he rode quite sensibly in the time trial yesterday, and in fact he said he didn't think he was going to do as well as he did do, and so he's quite surprised with the overall results when he finished in the second spot. If you haven't caught up with the news from yesterday, Chris Bourbon in the 9.4 kilometre time trial, the prologue to open up the race, was in second spot by just 2 seconds from Alex Zülle. And let me also, if you're not used to cycle racing, whilst we give the yellow jersey to the overall victor yesterday, Zülle was also on the basis of being the first man to put the best time up, the man who takes the green jersey as points victor. And what they do in tours, if a man's got 2 jerseys, they pass down the second most important jersey to the man who's second on classification. So in fact, if you're looking in there for the GAN colours, all you feel back at home, forget it, look for the green jersey, because Chris Bourman is in the green jersey as the points leader. He's actually second on the points competition, but he's in there in a green jersey. When he won the time trial a couple of years ago, he was entitled to have the yellow and the green jersey, and of course in that time he passed the green one down to the second man in the prologue time trial. That gives you some idea of the jersey to look for. The yellow jersey on the shoulders of Zülle and the green jersey on the shoulders of Chris Bourman. In fact, as they're stringing along now, the other interesting thing too was that Zülle, likewise yesterday, didn't want to go flat out and was surprised. In fact, he hadn't really trained hard for the prologue, and so now the men in the 2 jerseys are sitting in the back of this bunch. We're down for the sprint. Looks like Sverada on the front here. One of the Panorina riders begin to wind it up now to leading out for him. Svara's been very, very strong so far. Won so about 8 races so far this season. Another sprint coming, and the colours of Sverada then. Abdul Jaffar's back about 4 off the front, and Svara puts his head down and tries to go for this one, and still on the front. Then he's going along with Abdul Jaffar on the left-hand side, starts to 1 up 2, but no, it looks, just on the inside. Well, Stephen, you pointed out, I don't know who got that one.
I think it was.
Very close, wasn't it?
Very, very close, yeah, very, very close. We just got a glimpse there of the final kilometre there. As people have been talking about it all along there, saying the last 3 or 4 kilometres is very, very dangerous, and we got quite a short glimpse of it there. There are not few barriers, but there's an area where there's not too many barriers, and people are standing on the side of the road. So I just hope that for the next lap around, because you must, for those of you that don't know, the riders have now completed 134 kilometres, still have another 70 kilometres to go or so, where they do a big lap around, loop around, and come back around to finish here.
Well, very close indeed then, the sprint. Zina tries to come through a bit late on. What do you think about this one? There you go, the line.
It's not Zina, now it's second.
No.
It's
Traversoni, isn't it?
It is,
it's
yeah.
Traversoni, yeah. Well, they've been batting it out earlier on, so on my list I got Serrano first, Traversoni second. We'll give you the third as soon as we get it. We can inspect the course, I had a pretty good idea where the drama was, but right here, I mean, it's all new. You just can't train over a course like this, and the obstacles suddenly leap out at you, and there you are.
We just saw from our helicopter there, we saw how twisty the road has become, so that's another reason why the likes of Ingeran and the Vanessa team and the Onsi team want to make the tempo in the front, to keep it together, to keep their leaders up in the front, to keep them out of danger, because there are not too many barriers in this part of the race, of the circuit either, so anybody can walk on the road. It's very, very accident prone in this area also, so it's very important that their leaders, look at this, here we go again, another island in the middle of the road. You have a policeman, a gendarme, waving his yellow flag frantically, telling the riders to go each side of it.
And then we get one there. You see, there isn't anybody in front. In fact, there was...
oh, the crash, Dave.
Yeah.
See the crash here? The guy hit the front of the... So I was saying earlier on, when you have the front...
No, on the back. Yeah. On the other side. You see, there aren't enough people with flags to go on all the islands, are there? That's it. One goes down, and then suddenly another one. Bang.
See this front wheel here, Dave? He's hit the middle of this bollard he has. Abdujaparov is down also in the crash.
So Agrigel, I'm saying that Colotti had a crash in the route to Sud, and...
So I was saying earlier on, Dave, about this, the problem with these islands is the first guys see it to get around it, but the riders in the back of the bunch, with the speed and the pressure and everything else, just lose a little bit of concentration. Somebody in front, there's some guy down very bad. We see there on the right-hand side of our screen.
He's right out.
Palti rider.
And in fact, Dr. Porter's gone there straight. He immediately, look, he said no need to touch him. He's checking.
He's moving anyway, Dave. He's moving, yeah, he's moving all right, so...
The doctor's with him at the moment.
Yeah. But those...
Here we go, top view. Right-hand side they go.
Oh, there we go.
In the centre.
Yeah. And then later on again, like you see in the middle, someone must have got a little bit of strike. Look at Long. Look at Long. He's back in again. Luc Leblanc was the one that was lying out there looking absolutely inert. Refin again have lost a couple of men here. They're losing so many men at the moment. This is amazing for their team. Let's hope it's not Abdujaparov that's come down there. Abdujaparov's also fallen down. I think that's Abdu down there. Yeah. That's him there with the doctor. And the team are waiting for Abdujaparov, their star sprinter, past green jersey winner of the Tour de France. Abdu's had more than his fair share of crashes in the past, but that wasn't one that he caused. It was just one of those things that happened. Riders going all over the place as they dodge the street furniture. And you can see how nervous these riders are at the moment. All you people back at home, you know, I know so many people watch cycle racing who are not dedicated cyclists. You've got to feel for these fellas, haven't you? Riding their bikes at 25, 30 miles an hour, a big mob, 190 odd or so, all this street furniture, and here they are with 3 weeks of racing ahead of nearly 2,000 miles of pain and suffering, and they're on their bikes there. You've got to feel for them, the way in which they come out here and battle, and after all that emotion and falling off, they're actually then back on their bike, and they're going off with Japarov again. Abdujaparov's team's gone round about him to try and get him back in the race. This is guts and courage, which you're seeing on your box, brought to by Eurosport. They're just amazing. People write to me and say they just can't believe that these bike riders do, but they do, and believe me, many of you just for fun. Some of these domestics don't really ever earn enough money to retire. They have to help like they're seeing now. They're going to get Abdujaparov back with his teammates here, going to take him up the front because he's the money earner as far as they're concerned. This is an unbelievable start to 1996 Tour de France. After all that drama, the front of the race being reformed by the Rabobank team, most of the Once riders up there too as well, and the Benestos. Many of the sprint specialist teams seem to have dropped a bit to the back except for the Seiko lot, and that's where some of the crashes have been happening right now.
Well, Stephen, my heart's going flitter, flitter, flutter. You must do it, you know, as a bike rider. You must honestly see yourself in there. You have that fear, don't you, when you look down at it, eh?
Well, you do, but also I've been in the middle of the peloton also, and I've noticed that the horrible increase in these traffic islands over the last couple of years, and there's nothing you can do about it, though. They're supposed to help circulate better the traffic, but at the same time they're a bike rider's nightmare, and there'll be a half dozen riders tonight. I'm sure they'll be criticising it, hopefully not too loud, but they'll be criticising these traffic islands because they are very, very dangerous. They're a menace to the whole cycling peloton.
I was just looking at my little notes somewhere that David Walker gave me a little note. He said about there's 12,000 people have volunteered in France to come out and stand at these particular places in addition to the official help, and they've gone round and got a whole gang of people now, but obviously it hasn't quite happened in the same way in Holland, but they've got some extra volunteers now who are going to man all these places. We go down, we'll probably see those when we get into France, but it seems they haven't quite got the same amount of coverage here, because certainly that centre reservation hadn't got its normal policeman there with the flag to warn them, and down they went.
Well, you see, there was an actual traffic island before it with we saw the gendarme actually frantically waving his flag. Normally that should be sufficient because it warns the riders there's an island there. It doesn't actually tell them there's a second one, but because the riders are actually aware that there is actually an island there, that normally they are, it does go by okay, but unfortunately there for some reason, well, possibly the main reason being that the riders get very nervous at this moment, and bit tense and what have you, and it's the first stage, so just somebody just made a wrong move, and that was it. They all come down. Here we have Luc Leblanc. It's amazing Luc Leblanc hasn't got any teammates come back for him yet.
No.
It's amazing. He's a team leader for the Tour, and there he is. He hasn't had one teammate come back for him yet.
He's in quite big company here, though, because the reffing team are fairly strong, and they're going to work hard this one, aren't they? But it's a shake-up you get too when you come off. I mean, they looked very inert at one moment. His team cars dropped back, and of course the other thing is, let's watch this one again. Here we go. They'd already had the first island warned, but that one went straight into the centre reservation, banged against the bollard, then took the other two riders. That included Luc Leblanc, went straight over the top, and then I think the other riders were a bit shaken by it and switched as well, and down they came.
Look at the gear that Luc Leblanc is riding, Dave. He's an awful man. He looks very, very slim, very, very faint, but he always rides his big gears. Speaking of big gears, Dave, I spoke to Zule this morning. He actually rode yesterday in a time trial at 55.11. Like we had a time check halfway yesterday. He was actually 5 seconds behind Boardman.
Yeah,
halfway time. So like incredible power, like 55.11, Dave.
But we saw Chris on the box, but also talking to some spectators from England who come over here to watch the race, and they were positioned towards the tricky part at the back, and they saw how Chris was beginning to lose ground there, in that he wasn't throwing his bike about on the bends and take it that much easier, so he must have lost it towards the back end, apart from Zula's big gear. But conditions yesterday were such towards the end that it was very tricky running. And Brochard's in this one, by the way, at the front. He's a useful mountain climber, so he's going to lose some time today if they don't get back, but again, he can put it back in the mountain.
Brochard had a very good time trial yesterday as also, Dave. I see, where has he gone to? Oh, I can't see him. He's a very, very good time trial, but very good prologue yesterday anyway, so he had.
And there he is, Brochard.
He's actually one of the leaders of the Festina team, so once again, and he actually had a fabulous Midi-Libre a few weeks ago. So riding with Virenque, actually possibly riding better, if not as good, if not better than Virenque in the mountain stages. So I'm very surprised to see that none of the Festina riders have actually come back and waited for him. But more importantly, the Polte team, because Leblanc is French. He's one of the leaders for the team here. He rode a fabulous stage in Dauphiné the day that Indurain attacked the Jalabert. Leblanc stayed with Indurain. So here he is now on the stage after falling off, and none of his teammates have actually waited back for him, and it's getting to a crucial stage now where you're seeing that the team cars are going past fairly fast, so they cannot actually get in the slipstream with the cars because they're going too fast. So I'm very, very surprised to see that the teammates of Leblanc have not come back.
Them all go through as they head in to the finish at Den Bosch, as they call it, shortened. This lovely town, which was started by the Duke of Brabant, Henry I, way back in 1185. 20 kilometres to go. They swing yet again round one of those dangerous islands. Most of the field together here, except for the group containing Luc Leblanc. Last time check, we had 30 seconds off the back of this group, and Abdul Jafarov with the Refin team, or most of the Refin team, are even further back. No time check on that one at the moment, but that has been the results, the crashes that we've had in this race. A very nervous race it's been, but now they're just waiting to run in toward the finish. 20 kilometres to go.
For those of you who have just joined the Eurosport's coverage after Tour de France, today's stage we've also seen the first abandon in the Tour, who was last year's combative rider, Bonahar, the Spanish, the Colombian rider from Kelme. After a crash, he climbed off and couldn't go any further. So we've had one abandon so far in the Tour de France, bringing down the total riders left in the bunch now to 196.
Well, the crowd, you can hear him on the side of the road in this very populated country. There's 15 million people living in Holland, and one of the Dutch riders starting. Well, it's a Dutch-sponsored Rabobank team trying to get away off the front here to show his colours in front of the home spectators. Masses of people come here to watch the race today. Look at them all along both sides of the road. It's been an enormous turnout. Yes, there's so great shame that the weather was so bad that in the time trial, Prologue, they couldn't actually see what was going. Danny Nelson, the Dutch man here, who is the world amateur champion. Before we had amateurs and professionals join together and have just elite championships too. So Danny Nelson has been waiting in there, and now he's zooming off the front. So he's gone on his own. Well, it's a dangerous thing to do with just about 18 kilometres to go. Twists and turns. He really needs one or two more riders to come up there with him. I say it's a massive crowd. Holland, in fact, has got 430 people, inhabitants per kilometre. 330 in Great Britain, 240 in Germany, 220 in Italy, 190 in Switzerland. So they've got the biggest population density in Europe, have the Dutch, and it seems that most of them have come out here today to watch the race, and those who aren't here could be watching on their screen. That's why Danny Nelson looking very good and very strong indeed, this fella.
He is looking very strong, but I think before we get to the end of the stage there, we're going to see more attacks from the Rabobank team, because they're on home ground. They have to do something. They haven't got a great sprinter, but they have riders like Nielsen, who can actually go off the front and actually do things. So I think even when Nielsen is caught, we're going to see more of the same team attacking.
Well, we've had 3 departures in the Holland before: Amsterdam in 1954, Scheveningen in 1973, and Leiden in 1978. In fact, in Leiden in 1978, it was a stage that Roche won the Prologue time trial, and they did, I understand, start in a hall in 1978 in Leiden when Roche won it, and it was so wet and the cold was so bad that the judges decided to annul the Prologue, and I think they gave the prizes, but they didn't give the times because they decided that it was too wet and too slippy and too dangerous. That was amazing. That was in 1978 when they had the start there in Leiden the last time we were in Holland. It's the 4th time then the Tour has been to Holland, and here on the front is the reigning amateur champion. There you can see the rainbow bands around his arm, and after you won a world championship, you can go on wearing them on your sleeves. You've done got one on your jersey here at the moment, on your Coeur de Lion jersey. Where's your rainbow bands gone, Stephen? You do have rainbow also on your pyjamas?
No, on the underpants. Here we have the Leblanc's group, and they're getting back onto the back of the peloton. You just begin witness here the junction between the group of Sure Leblanc and Laurent Brochard are very, very happy men now, I'm sure. I'm sure the directing sportives are happy also, because losing time on the first day of the Tour de France is a big handicap.
I'm still listening on race radio, so I can pick up anything to do with the reffing mob that are further off the back. And looking down there, you can see the bright red shorts. Then we get about just on the right-hand corner of your screen. Whoops, gone. That was Cipollini just keeping out of trouble, and Nelson getting really a hero's welcome here. The gap now 11 seconds.
Actually, speaking about Cipollini's bright red shorts, I believe there was actually a protest about the colour of his shorts yesterday. I think it's possibly because they thought the red was nice coming down from the green, white and red for the Italian flag. They put on his shorts, the shorts were actually a different colour red, and somebody protested about it, and they came up with the fact that, well, okay, it wasn't really his fault. There was the dye in the shorts that actually wasn't right, so he got away with it. But it's amazing now the way people the commissars actually really kind of work on the reglementation of the events.
Well, this man here in the Rabobank colours then on his way through. He turned amateur after a short professional career. He only had a couple of successes there, a stage in the Volta Ciclista at Aragon and a stage victory in the Volta al País Vasco in 1992. He struggled in 94, had a third, a second and a third at mainly local Belgian races, did Danny Nelson. But in 1995, when he went back to the amateur ranks after not a disappointing time as a pro, then he got the World Championships out there in Colorado. And the Once now are beginning to drive after him.
The Yauncy have a fabulous team, as usual in all stage races. They always, when they go to the front, once the Yauncy train gets going, there's no stopping them. So all they want to do is try and keep Jalabert and Zuli out of trouble by keeping a nice tempo up. As you can see, there are only 2 or 3 riders of the Yauncy team actually riding in the front. If they're really worried, they would have the whole team up there. But all they want to do is trying to keep Jalabert and Zuli out of trouble, in the hope that they get a helping hand from the another island. That's very, very dangerous there again. Hopefully they get a hand shortly from the Psycho team.
Well, this is going to play right into the hands of Danny Nelson, the Dutch rider who's gone rocketing away off the front. And the one rider out in the front now will be out of sight too, so as he twists and turns his way in towards the finish, and the bunch seems to be slowing down just a little bit. So that Dutchman seems to have done just the right thing. Most of his successes last year as an amateur came from events in Holland and in Belgium, so he's used to riding under these conditions. The man who's chopped off the front there again around those islands. That's going to slow down the chase, and that's played right into the hands of Nelson, who took the life into his hands when he did the same thing in Colombia and went off towards the end to take his rainbow jersey.
Now we have a good shot of the rear of the peloton. You can see in here that some of the Kelmy riders. Kelmy riders are very, very dangerous in these kinds of roads, and all the Kelmy riders can wait for and wish for is the mountain stages.
And here is Nelson. He had, what, 11 victories in amateur last year, and then now he's turned pro for the Rabobank team. What's the gap now? 23 seconds. This is looking good for him at the moment. The Rabobank rider is really beginning to put the pressure on.
Well, the Yauncy riders here are not really worried about him. That's why there's still only 3 of the riders here in the front. We have Zula there in the yellow lying 4th, and we have behind him we have Jalabert lying 5th place, with Capucci there on the right hand side of the screen. Nobody's looking really too worried about him, because Nielsen is not a threat for the overall classification. But I feel that as we get close to the finish now, the Psycho team of Cipollini will actually take over.
Well, I'm just having a quick check looking down the finishing list yesterday to find out where he is on the overall classification, and I'm going a long way down here at the moment. He certainly, I can't find him in the top 10, but we'll keep looking as this lot go around yet another obstacle in the road and get down that one safe and sound.
You can see the road there getting a little bit shiny there as well. There's actually a little bit of rain here. It hasn't actually rained as such, but there's been a couple of drops that come down, and just a little bit of water is making the roads very, very slippy. We have the Yauncy team getting more and more of the Yauncy team coming to the front there.
Yeah, Danny Nelson have got him. He, in fact, was 56 seconds adrift on the time trial yesterday. He's now 23 seconds down the road ahead. So 23, and he could get 20 seconds time bonus if he stayed out. That gives him 43 seconds at the moment. So he would go up the GC, but so I don't think they're going to let him hang on out there that length of time and punch that sort of gap between. But we'll have to wait and see. That's always the thing in bike racing. You never know what's going to happen. And he's travelling very quickly indeed, because this group aren't hanging about behind him.
They're not, Dave, no, but you know yourself, when the last 7 or 8 kilometres signs come up, the sprinters then start getting to the front, and the speed is doesn't actually double, but it goes up a hell of a lot faster. So for Nielsen to stay away, he would need to have like about a minute and a half or 10 kilometres to go, at least a minute and a half or 10 kilometres to go.
Well, he's really giving it on some stick at the moment. There have been a lot of riders over the years taking the yellow jersey, amongst those that run out victor as well, but they've had something like 16 riders taking the yellow jersey. 8 of them used to be in the old TI rally team, and Nelson's trying to get that today.
Play.
Traditional camps, but we kind of give a stare out there, which is, I won't say better than the other place, but people can go home and talk about.
Well, whoops, Nelson swung out there. It looked as if he nearly lost his way, or his back wheel kicked out. I'm not quite sure. Well, he done a complete circuit of the island. I think he might have done just that. He might have gone round, thought the race went one way, and has gone all the way around the island. Something went wrong, and yes, that looks to me like that island. Somehow he must have gone all the way around it. I don't quite understand how he did that, but he's lost some time in doing just that. Oh my goodness, that's a great shame.
But sometimes it happens. We didn't see it from we may get a replay of it in a few minutes, but the lead car in the front will normally take the right way around, which goes round the roundabout on the right hand side, and maybe he just followed the car around, maybe didn't realize too late.
and we see TVM begin to go on the front again. This is a Dutch-sponsored company, and so they're also one to show out on the front. Let's see if they can pull back Danny Nelson as we get very close in towards the finish now. The crowd at the finish begin to get quite excited by this. They're hearing on the public address how they're managing. Oh, there we are. I remember Dave Walker telling me about this one. They've actually put an Eiffel Tower in this little town. Look at that.
Beautiful. It's amazing what you can see on the Tour de France. It's amazing how people can use their imagination and be so creative.
10 seconds a gap. Yes, he must have lost just a bit of time on that island, but he's recovered himself now, and these narrow roads coming in towards the finish will certainly help, and the fact that it's wet too. The big bunch won't like that because there's not enough rain yet to really wash the surface dry. On these cobbles here, it's just putting a nice, well, not nice, a nasty thin layer of water, and of course a lot of cars in I must say Europe, in England's part of Europe as well, but certainly on the continent they use a lot of diesel, and diesel does get dropped on the roads, and that becomes very slippy indeed. Just keep your fingers crossed. Especially
this time of the year where they get a lot of get afraid of the rain. Well, we think so, get a lot of rain, but in Holland maybe get a lot of rain, but at the moment anyway it hasn't rained a lot apart from this week, so it's the first rain that kind of diesel you're talking about, Dave, is still on the road and hasn't been washed away. So riding along in your own here, it's nice because you can take your own line and go where you want, but riding back in the bunch is not so very nice because you have to follow the guy in front of you, and it gets very slippy when you get the slightest bit of rain at all.
Well, the way this fellow's going, it's something, Selby, he might have actually gone and looked at the last 20 kilometres or so and sorted out this particular route. It's an unpronounced little village or town he comes from. It's Swijkhuizen, S-W-E-I-K-H-U-I-Z-E-N, Swijkhuizen, and if anybody knows this part of the world can tell me that's close to the finish or not, I don't know, but he might well have gone off and just looked at this, because a sensible thing to do to discover if he does twist and turn. He took off just the right time. We get a lovely shot now off our camera of the rest of the people in there, hoping that they come back together and we might have that sprint finish that the sprint specialist we're looking for. And here he comes. They've got him now.
We got a close-up there of the peloton there. We saw that the Onsi riders are no longer in the front of the bunch. It's actually dropped back. We just saw Jalabert there on the side of the bunch, but we have the TVM, the Psycho riders and the Robobank riders all on the front.
So just 5 kilometres to go, and Nelson is caught, and that puts him out of contention now for the stage victory, because he won't have anything left. He's certainly not a sprinter man, but he has now gone back in the bunch. It could be all down to a big sprint finish.
On here now by the Psycho team and by the TVM team.
2 kilometres to go, and Psycho take over on the front, pounding away for Matteo Cipollini. Cipollini won in the Tour of Italy this year about, well, I think his 16th stage victory in the Tour of Italy. He's the most successful sprinter roadman of recent times, and he wants the stage victory today. Took a couple of stages last year in the Tour before he hung up his wheels and retired from the race. He took one back in 1993 as well, and he's about 5th back off the front of this little group here. And yet again, TVM try and get in the right place. Martin Dembacker bringing up his group. Oh, it's Skibby, isn't he?
There as well, yeah. He just pulled over, so...
He's trying to get Blylam. Blylam is still in there, the little fellow in the centre, for the TVM colours, the yellowish ones with red on one sleeve, blue on the other. Here come Telecom, the pink hats.
Isabella's there as well, Dave. Isabella's there.
Yeah.
Bjorn Rees is there. We have Jalabert. I haven't seen Zule there, Dave.
No, not well. I think he's going to keep out of trouble, isn't he? Not to go for it. And I think I saw the green jersey of 1 kilometre to go, surely. Yes, it is. 1k to go. And Rees goes straight to the front. And on the left-hand side, Jamil starts to come up. Jamil comes up on the far side. Can't get in there. Still Psycho plowing away on the front. Rees looks over his shoulder. Just keeping out of harm's way at the moment. And Rees, by the way, as we come into this one, would like to get the 20 seconds bonus, because Rees is just 11 seconds down on GC to Zula. Maybe it's a move on his part to try and get some time bonus, but still Psycho bear themselves on the front. People like Eurosport know what it is to hurt yourself and go, and then Svelada comes off his wheel. Svelada was just sitting in there, and on the right-hand side, Svelada, left-hand side, a big long one, looks like Ekimov trying to go for this one, and Cipollini poised there with the green on his shoulders, and still it looks like Ekimov starting to go at the front here, and Robobank going with Solisson just in behind him as well, and down the straight they come, and Museo starts to go for it in the Belgian colours in the centre. Museo starts to go, and then up and off, he's not in this one, so it's going to be a straightforward sprint, and Cipollini forces his way through to the centre at the moment, but he's not going to get it, or is he? No, he goes over to the Gang Rider. Oh!
One thing, Dave, is Zuli was there, but Ingeram wasn't in there. Boardman wasn't in there either, Dave.
Well.
The time stops on the line here.
we're looking now to see then.
Boardman.
There's Boardman, 13 seconds
Boardman,
back.
Indurain on the right side of the screen.
So, and Moncassin, it was, you tipped him, didn't you? It was again Moncassin that got that one. Well done, Stephen. You tipped him early on. You said he might be in with a shout. Just watch it from the top again. Zabel on the right starts to go. Look at this TVM run. Look, he takes through.
Look at Moncassin, though. He's closed in. He's coming back.
Yeah, and look where Cipollini is. And
look where Moncassin has come from. He's come right from the back again. Behind him he has.
Yeah, off the wheel of Cipollini. Let's watch this one again. There's Cipollini.
Miguel Indurain has just gone past us there. He's got a big sweat on him. So
well, he looked like he's riding well at the front to keep him out of trouble today, and he's going to be entered by the Spanish team. But there we are, goes Moncassin on the far side. Blaloven's on this side after a long, long way out in the front, and yep, and so Cipollini has got no better than third spot, probably in fourth spot, and it might have been Minali in fifth. There we are, Moncassin throws his bike through from Blaloven's Cipollini, Serrada on the far side. And that's the sprint as such. In fact, yeah, Minali it was. Forgavis. Let's look at it again from a different angle. These men are something else, aren't they? They just have to have no fear at all. You pump, you push, you shove, you go flat out in the elation of winning or the disappointment at losing. There it is.
We saw a few minutes ago how Moncassin was following through the wheel of Cipollini. He really deserved to win today. He was the fastest man. You saw him coming through. He got closed in on the left and came through on the right and eventually beat him.
It used to belong to Spain, this little area we're in now. It's amazing how it's changed hands over the time. And on the left-hand side, the
look at Moncassin here on the right, Dave. I was saying, he got close in between Cipollini and
yeah, left-hand side, but
nearly pushed
looked
in.
Good, didn't he too? But
yeah,
it is out there. Just to come back around them, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Still fighting his bike. He's lost now a good length on Blaloven's.
Yeah.
Zabel went far too far out by the looks of it, but he had to go once he was on his way. And then let's watch where the fellow in the white jersey for Gunn starts to put on steam.
It's amazing the speed and the comeback.
They stopped that before we had a chance to see it anyway. So there we are. The start tomorrow will be here at Hertogenbosch when we go off down into Belgium, and the Belgian champion Mazot trying to get the stage victory. But he doesn't have that sort of speed, that last-minute kick that the specialists have. And there we are. And that was for Panorama, who I thought was Serrada on the far side. So they managed to launch another man at it. We'll look again at Moncassin's surge of speed. Well, he certainly proved himself there to be the fast man. But the yellow jersey will still stay with Zula. Play through. And so from Stephen Roche, myself, David Duffield, I hope you'll join us tomorrow for the second stage of the Tour de France. From us here then at Hertogenbosch. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
Moncassin with the first Tour victory of his career, tipping Jeroen Blijlevens in a sprint finish. Third was Serrada, fourth Minali, and fifth Zabel.
Was brought to you on Eurosport by Coca-Cola. Always.
Stage number 2 of the Tour de France, 247 kilometers, the longest stage of the race, from Den Bosch in the Netherlands to Wasquehal in northeastern France. Unfortunately, we've lost our link with our commentators on site in Wasquehal. David Duffield and Stephen Roche will be with us as soon as we can get hold of them. So for the moment, myself, Simon Barlow, helping you through the final stages of this second stage of the race. We have a breakaway at the front of the race, including the Australian there you can see at the back of the group, Neil Stevens, the teammate of the race leader, Alex Zula, who has been wearing the yellow jersey since Saturday's prologue time trial around Den Bosch. Yesterday, of course, the stage finishing in a mass sprint in the city centre there in Den Bosch. No breakaways through the early stages of that stage because of the dangerous conditions for the riders. Several riders falling. One of them, Hernan Buenahora of Colombia, pulling out of the race with a very nasty knee injury. And the conditions a bit dangerous again this afternoon. Wet roads, very unsummer-like conditions in Northern Europe at the moment. But a breakaway has been formed and they are out there at the front of the pack. It's a teammate, no doubt, at the front of the peloton, trying to work hard, trying to bring this this breakaway back. Johan Museeuw, the Belgian champion, also in this group, and that means it's a high-quality breakaway, of course. Museeuw, very much a candidate for a victory on this year's Tour de France. A former winner, of course, of stages. The winner of Paris-Roubaix this year, and who knows, Wasquehal's not that far away from Roubaix. Maybe Museeuw will be looking for his second win. So now we go back to the group, and for the moment, it looks very much as though it's the GAN team at the front of the peloton doing all the work. The GAN team from France, the team of Chris Boardman, of course, who slipped back to 9th place last night after losing just a handful of seconds, around 15 seconds at the end of the stage. And of course of Frédéric Moncassin of France, winner of his first ever stage on the Tour de France yesterday. And again, a candidate for a stage win because he's very much the informed sprinter at the moment. He proved that yesterday with that wonderful performance, coming from behind and pipping the likes of Cipollini, Zverada, Blijlevens and Eric Zabel on the line. So the GAN team obviously thinking, if we've got a man that strong, let's work hard to try and have another mass sprint as we had yesterday. So they're doing the work at the front. There you see Francis Moreau of France with the former world champion bands working.
Misfortune here for Stevens. He's on the side of the road as you join us back here again. I'm not quite sure what happened. The cameras, in fact, were moving with the main field as they picked up Stevens here on the side of the road. I'm having a excuse me, a call of nature. Suddenly got a sharp pat from Stephen Roche alongside me. You realised what he's doing before I did, Stephen.
Yeah, well, I kind of thought he was doing it, but then he couldn't be doing it. But why would he be doing it? Well, he's actually realised that the peloton are actually coming back at him. So he said, well, there's no point in going on and sitting long here. I'll have a pee now because I don't have a pee now. Once the speed gets down towards the end, he'll not be able to have a pee. So he needs a pee, so have it now before the group comes up, because you must remember these conditions are very, very cold. So it means the riders themselves are not sweating a lot. So all the liquids they're taking on all day and all the evening time, they have to eliminate somewhere. So as they're not actually sweating, they actually have to stop. As we saw there on our camera a minute ago, we just saw a few other riders having a nature break as well.
Well, the last time check we had on our headphones was 1 minute, but that's less than 1 minute now. In fact, the other three are sitting up too. So the calls of nature are now being made before the hammer goes down yet again. So we're going to see him come back into one big lump, see the commissaire's car pulling up, and Museeuw's also going to do the same thing. So by gentleman's agreement, they've all decided it's time to go penny spending, or well, we're in Belgium now, is it franc spending?
It is, but one thing with these riders, it's very difficult for them to actually stop, because as you can see along the right side of the road here, there are a lot of people on the side of the road. Whereas I remember myself, and it happens to other riders also, when you stop on the side of the road and there are people around you, you can actually get a fine for, as they call it, indecent exposure, you can call it, on the side of the road. So they actually get a fine. So they have to they cannot just go along and pee off the bike. They got to stop and try and find a quiet spot. As I saw Museeuw there finding a small place there in the small gateway, going in there. We saw Neil Stevens stopping off at a level crossing. So it's very, very difficult to actually do it on these, especially on these initial stages of the Tour de France, where you're always on a lot of small roads, going through small towns, and you always have a lot of people on the side of the road. As you can see here again from a helicopter, both sides of the road have a lot of people on them.
And in fact, of course, with these modern materials too, the sort of clothing they're wearing now, much tighter fitting. In the old days, when I started racing with woolen shorts, they're much more flexible than woolen shorts. You could do what you had to do because you can pull the wool shirts up quite well. But these tight-fitting lycra ones are a bit difficult to operate with. But there we are. That's a good sight. We've got a lovely long shot of that field. 194 start this morning. Gelfie retired, so it's 193.
Look how dense, Dave, the crowds are on the side of the road. This makes it very, very dangerous because the riders are riding along like in a tunnel. If anybody just sticks their head out or somebody wants to take a photograph, even, it can be very, very dangerous. Speaking to the riders this morning, they were all saying that yesterday they were very, very nervous because of the people on the side of the road not knowing what they're going to do. All I want is some child to put a foot out and some dog to come across the road. There's no barriers there, nothing at all. So you can see here yourself, it's very, very dangerous.
Actually, I saw a great difference between the crowds too. Yesterday they were coming forward. The Belgian crowds seem to be a bit more understanding because they've probably seen more bike racing than anybody else in the world, and the roads here are somewhat wider than we've been going through before. But yeah, the feedback, I think Peter Voigt was telling me that some of the riders were complaining yesterday. There were some drunken spectators at certain parts, and they were throwing beer at the riders.
It wasn't only the riders, it was the riders, the motorbike riders, the police, the gendarmes, the personnel. People actually were throwing out mace. Cups. Yes. Throwing out because Bonduelle is one of the sponsors of the Tour de France, and they had to give out these model tins on the side of the road. People were opening them up and throwing them back at the riders and throwing them back at the gendarmes that were going by. They were spitting out beer at them, shaking the bottles up sometimes, and opening them as they were going by and spraying it over the riders and over the gendarmes. So okay, it's only a minority that did it, but at the same time it doesn't leave a very good image behind when the riders leave Holland today.
Great disappointment. Well, we're out of Holland now, we're into Belgium. Of course, we're going to the Flemish part where they speak that language. In fact, I've noticed a little thing, the book called The Untouchables, published by Wild Book Publishing in Colorado, with a lot of sort of translations from Dutch into English. And in fact, Oliver Hardy's catchphrase, "That's another fine mess you've got me into," roughly translates into Dutch, "Now what have you hung on my bike?" That's a strange thing, isn't it? What mess you got me into, what have you hung on my bike? And when we go out to paint the town red, by the way, the Dutch go out to put up little flowers. And if a crazy person has been hit by a windmill, they call that minding your own business, you see. And the other one is keep the clogs off the ice, minding your own business. Very strange way of translating straight out of Dutch into English. And lovely people, very friendly. It's just a minority, which got a bit over-exuberant, I think, yesterday. And what a shame we had such miserable weather too. You didn't see our program over the weekend. It was a bit damp, cold and what have you. But now the sun's come out and it's getting quite warm for the riders, except that crosswind. They all came back with the crash hats and put them in the car. I mean, you know, right, today some of the riders will wear crash hats right from start to finish, irrespective of the rules and regulations. They just say, I want a crash hat on my head, I feel safer. And I think, you know, they take that decision themselves. But it's intriguing there in those days that that's exactly what they did. They only did it when they had to do it. But you're quite right in saying here that in Belgium, whether you like it or not, racing cycling, you wear a helmet and that's it. I'm not quite sure they say it has to be hard shell helmet, but certainly you have to wear a helmet.
Yeah, you must wear a helmet. They don't actually stipulate hard shell or not, but a helmet is compulsory here, even for the professionals. A few years ago, of course, they tried making helmets compulsory, but it wasn't actually possible because some riders react differently to hard shells than others, and some riders just can't actually take them either whether it's cold or hot. I couldn't take it myself in the hot weather, but when it was cold, I did wear a helmet, and the riders are the very same as the kilometre riders. They're attacking the fourth category climb here now.
That's the one that I talked about. It's only a gentle drag all the way up, and when they get to the top of this, they've got 40 kilometres to go. That's 25 miles off the top of this hill, so we're going to be finishing our programme with Eurosport around about 6:05 or thereabouts. Massive crowd. Yes, these people, when we came through earlier on, were beginning to walk up the hill. They parked their cars, I think, about half a mile away, some of them, to get here. Massive crowd had turned out on his long, steady drag, so I think I've no chance of seeing Alan Piper's hot dog stall at the moment. He's probably stuck in the midst of this little lot. I'll tell you where it is when they turn around the bend, but nevertheless, in fact, they've gone past it now. Yep, and they're climbing up toward the top. And when they get to the top of this climb, it's a very sharp right as such, and he's gone. There's a man gone down the road. Yes, it's Nelson, suddenly gone.
Yeah. But looking at the riders here, they seem to be riding on a too high a gear. If you look at Jackie Duron here, he seems to have a very, very high gear for some reason, but Nielsen just rode away from him, didn't even attack.
Yeah, and that's a right turn at the top, and a very, very fast descent down the other side. And here comes the bunch. They come out very quickly indeed. They start to rocket up here, so the pressure is really on the field now. That's the top of the climb. Oh, looks like we've got an attack coming up. That was a very nice little move there, wasn't it? He really, the way he ducked inside the bank, the bend, cut through, and looks very determined now. It's worthwhile attacking. He's caught up with what was the early breakaway, and he really is rocketing through here at the moment. I think this might be Piccoli of the Brescia team. He's their best climber, but we'll keep our fingers crossed on that one. Madouas has got a puncture. We understand that Madouas has got a puncture, so that's put him at the back of the race just at the wrong time when the hammers come down. But as the one rider here, Nelson, who went away on the climb, is doing it all on his own now. Durand and Cerioli have been absorbed by the main group. Very, very fast descent here, and when they get to the bottom of this descent, they've got quite a strong crosswind coming over the right-hand side. It flattens out quite quickly. There he goes. I think he's wondering what happened to his chasing men. Well, they've gone now, and he's got to decide whether it's worth persisting with this one. Somehow I think when he gets down the bottom of the hill and on the flatter part with that wind blowing, he might sit up and say, I've had enough of that. Still, Rabobank is showing quite a bit in this race so far. That'll give their sponsor something to smile about.
Well, Nielsen is having a very, very good ride there. Yesterday being in the front, today having a go. Well, today is going from a little further out. Yesterday we went with 20k to go. Today has gone with 40k. But
perhaps he wants some more cheese.
Looks very, yeah, probably. Yeah, he looks very, 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 very strong. But like 70 kilos of cheese a day. Okay, it is currently on. It is very, very nice. But still, I'm sure at the end of it all, he'll be getting a little bit tired of cheese, though.
And there he is sitting and looking back, and we've got this one Brescia rider. It could be Piccoli coming across.
As you can see here, the wind is coming from the right. It's going to be very, very dangerous here for the back of the group. As you can see, the group here getting strung out right along. So here's Ekimov, David.
And inside 1 kilometre to go. Ekimov has done his usual tactics, launched himself out, launched himself off the platform provided by the Seiko team. Nobody at the moment is going after him, and he really is hammering along. He's got the wind behind him too. Coming along here, it's going to suit a man with a pursuiter's ability. The world pursuiter, a man who's had 10 world records on the track as well. Past stage victor in the Tour. Well, he's taken the right opportunity to go, and the rest of them are still hanging on. The sprinters are still waiting. They've got to get their teammates to do the work at the front, and can Ekimov hang on to the very end? He just goes slightly uphill on this particular point, and in the centre, the green jersey Serrano looks like he's completely lost this one, and Cipollini's out of it as well, not in with a shout at all. And Moncassan's coming up to try and get third spot as well. Moncassan in the white, the man you got to watch for. He can take the yellow jersey, and the Ganman could as he comes through now. Moncassan is trying to go for it, and Cipollini thunders through as well. Cipollini in the centre now, going for it, and Vlaleman's on the right-hand side. Cipollini, Vlaleman and Sferrara go for it. Cipollini from Vlaleman's and Sferrara, and Moncassan a disappointing fourth. Seiko are pleased with that one. Cipollini has got his own back, his revenge for being not only second yesterday, but demoted to 37th for changing his line the last 200 metres. He's proved his point by just saying, look, this is how it goes. Ekimov got hauled in. Moncassan started to go for a long one. Serrata in the green jersey there was on his wheel, he came off, and then I thought that Cipollini's team had left it far too late. Bleilman's there in the yellow colours for TVM, starts to move up as well. He went too early yesterday, but the man who got it exactly right is there going for the line. Cipollini's going to take this one. Moncassan a disappointing fourth. He could have done with those few seconds bonus. He would have been the yellow jersey, but he just ran out of steam up that little climb. The wind was behind them, and what a wonderful shot here. Those shadows just absorbed this, and watch the man at work.
Well, this morning I spoke to some of the photographers, David, and they were complaining that yesterday the riders didn't throw their hands up. Well, Moncassan threw his hands up just after the line, which wasn't very, very good. So Cipollini left no mistake about it today. He threw his hands up just about 5 yards before the line, just for the photograph.
He's so confident, isn't he? The rest have completely run out of steam, and he's got plenty of time to say, here I am. The Lion King roars again. That's it then, and we're watching this little lot. We didn't see the yellow jersey come in there, but I'm quite sure they're all together there, I suppose. But there we are. Well, we're back on air again tomorrow with the Tour de France live in the afternoon, and I hope you'll join us for some more action. Sorry about running a bit late and making a mess of the other programmes for you people back at home, but that's the problem when you get a headwind. We should probably have a headwind again tomorrow, and we could have another big sprint finish as well as we go down towards the outskirts of Paris. In fact, there's a metro ride away to Nogent-sur-Oise if you happen to go up to Paris for some bit of reason, and nip on the metro up to Nogent-sur-Oise, because that's where we'll be tomorrow on the stage, which goes down to Wasquehal, and they're going to cover 195 kilometres tomorrow, so a bit shorter than today, and even as the wind's blowing, perhaps it might go just that bit quicker. It's only a rolling sort of race. There's only 3.
No, I thought that, it's a pity, because Moncassin, if he'd gotten third, he would have gotten the jersey, wouldn't he?
I say it's only 3. I better check my bit of paper.
Sometimes it's 3 on the road and then it's 4 to finish, so...
Hang on. No, it's only 20, 12 and 8, so the stage victory goes to Cipollini. He had a couple of victories last year in the Tour. He had one 2 years before that in 1993, so now he's got his 4th stage victory. And the Coca-Cola girls up there, he loves this bit of the action, I can tell you. But he won 16 stages in the Giro as well. I've got him down to be the man in the green jersey when he gets to Paris, but a big fella that's going to have terrible trouble to go over the top of the big mountains, so perhaps he'll retire before we get the big stuff. But what a character. And look at those hats. Bottle tops. Very smart looking way of equipping the girls. Oops, the wind here is nearly blowing them off. So Cipollini has got his victory he's been looking for, and Moncassin disappointed in the centre there, because he just needed to get into 3rd spot. He would have taken the yellow jersey, but that, as far as we know, is still on the shoulders of Zuller. There we go with Cipollini 1st spot. Blyleven's just behind him in 2nd, and in 3rd the green jersey of Sferrada.
Cipollini, when he does win, he wins clear, doesn't he? Yesterday was a little bit scruffy, a little bit dirty, but today was...
Hey, they got Betting in 2nd spot.
Yesterday was same again. Yesterday's a mistake as well, Dave, so... No.
Tour de
Stage 3, Wasquehal, Nogent-sur-Oise. Well, today the course runs across some of the old battlegrounds of the 2 great world wars, but the riders seem to have signed an armistice because the great south-southwest direction they're taking into a headwind coming from the west to the south. So it's blowing them back against the ditches, and they have decided, I think, to put the lid on it at the moment, and they're all watched together like we haven't seen for a long time. Been sort of fairly compact right the way through since they started. In fact, the first couple of hours we only covered 32 kilometres in the first 2 hours today, so that was very, very slow start indeed. And the race was livened up just a little bit after the 43 kilometre mark, when they had the first of the sprints today at a place called Douai. Baldato took that one just ahead of Blyleven's and Sferrada in 3rd spot. Sferrada again getting himself some extra points in the green jersey competition, because he started this morning with only 1 point separating him from Moncassin. You may remember that sprint, if you saw it in our programme earlier on while waiting to come on air with the race, that he and Moncassin were thundering across the line at the arrival at Wasquehal, and Sferrada finished 3rd, Moncassin finished in 4th spot. They got 26 points on the points classification for Sferrada, 24 for Moncassin, and at the end of it all, when they totted the lot up last night, judges found that in fact Sferrada had kept his green jersey by 1 slender point to Moncassin. So in some respects a disappointing day for Moncassin. He tried also to take the yellow jersey in his time as well, if he'd gone across there and got 3rd spot, because he had a more time bonus, because he had already in the day taken other bonuses. He took the first one of the day and got himself 6 vital seconds, and he finished for the 3rd point after the 3rd one as well. But it was not to be, so the yellow jersey is still on the shoulders of Alex Zuller. Sferrada has the green jersey, and the polka dot jersey is on the back of Danny Nelson. We only had 1 little climb yesterday, so Danny's in the polka dot jersey, and ahead of us today we just have 2 more of the sprints and one little mountain climb yet to come. And of course, a lot of people might say, well, we know where Stockholm is, and Istanbul and Athens and Buenos Aires and many of these big towns. Where is Lille? Well, of course, the reason they're doing it, Lille is saying, here we are, we're right in the centre of this big TGV rail network, and you can get there in a very short space of time from many places. Here we are, PMU sprint coming up now, and they've rolled across the line then. Lieta took that one. They're not too bothered about busting a gut and just going for those points. They're rolling on very well indeed. Lieta took it just ahead of Senya, and so this looks to me like they're going hard, because just looking at that sprint there is 16.5 kilometres from the finish, and they might still hang on there, and Senya might be in yellow. I say might. I wonder if they really thought the danger through that bunch behind them. Here they come now, all the way across the road from side to side. Surely the Once team have to do something to pull this one back. You see Gann on the front at the moment, slowing this down just a little bit, so that is very interesting indeed. 1 kilometre to go, and Moncassin on the left-hand side starts to launch off an attack. Surely they can't go that far out. Surely he can't go that far out. He's burying himself here. Is it Moncassin? It looks like Moncassin going for an awful long one. 1 kilometre. Well, he's a sprinter. I shouldn't have thought he should go that far out. Or perhaps it wasn't, but no, it must be one of his lead-out men. I wouldn't have thought he'd go that far. In fact, he's behind without the crash hat on. And still on the front, Eros Poli is burying himself right now. Chamil, I see the black and red set in there too at the moment. And the green jersey of Serrada is about, what, 6th or 7th back in line behind the Refin Rada. And still then, yes, Moncassin it is who's lying just behind Cipollini. That's the way he likes to go for a wheel. I thought it wasn't him going for a long ride. And still the Seiko Rada go. Any minute now, Zabel goes away on the far side. Cipollini's going with her. Also, Abdul Japarov is in there. Abdul's come back from the dead, but he hasn't got the power in his legs at the moment. Cipollini going to lose out to Zabel here. Zabel's going for the one on the line. Moncassin still behind. Tries to get into either second or third. And Moncassin probably got there in third spot. If Moncassin was third, then I think that might give him the yellow jersey. Certainly on the left-hand side, Zabel came through, and Cipollini looked like he was second. But for me, I think if Moncassin was there in third spot, he's gained himself 8 seconds bonus. He could take the yellow jersey. Let's watch it again. The fighting, the pushing and shoving. Zabel goes on the far side. Moncassin, without the crash head on, is on the wheel of Cipollini as the lead-out man pulls over. Zabel goes like stink on the far side. Abdul Japarov rocks his bike here, tries to close up on Moncassin. Cipollini looking for a victory. He's not going to get it. Zabel left him for dead this time on the sprint, which did not suit the big, tall fellow from Italy. Zabel thunders across the line, but let's see if Serrada got Moncassin on the line for fourth spot. He did it yesterday. He doesn't do it this time. That's it. Well, if my calculations are correct, then the yellow jersey will go to the local man, Moncassin, who buried himself today. He managed to get past Ferrada, who denied him the victory yesterday, or at least the yellow jersey, by just pipping at the line. But this time, he came in third after Zabel rocketed through. Cipollini just didn't like this uphill sprint, bit too tough for him at all. But it goes to Zabel from Cipollini and Moncassin. Wait for confirmation after this break. We're looking at the first real aggressive breakaway of the Tour de France this day on stage 4, Soissons to Lac de Madine, 232 kilometres in all, one of the longest stages in the Tour de France this year, and we've already got one of the longest breakaways too, and not only the longest, but one of the greatest gaps too, because those riders we're looking at now down there in the centre of your pictures, they've been going like stink, and in fact at one time the maximum gap was 17 minutes and 20 seconds. On the back here is the French champion champion, Stefan Hulot. They went away at somewhere about 39 kilometres from the start, and a lot of the rest of the riders just sat there and thought, well, we won't worry about this one. But they've really been quite aggressive. The wind is a little bit helping them on their way. There's Hulot in his championship jersey, the blue, white and red of France, slightly altered by that way in which they sort of phase it between the top blue and the red at the bottom. In fact, Hulot's been asking one or two questions about the sort of jerseys and colours that riders use in this day and age. But there you are, Hulot wearing the GAN version of the championship jersey of France. We're just looking now at Mariano Piccoli of Brescia, and they say that he disappears off our screen and we lose sight of him. And the entourage behind at the moment as the cameras go across. I'm just waiting for them to pick up some more of these riders. Yes, there we are on the screen. Myself, David Duffield. Good afternoon to you as well. We've got Stephen Roche out on the course. He'll be back at the finish before long. I hope to have a chat with him likewise. And this little group, you see all on our screen how many foreign correspondents we've got now chatting about the Tour de France, for the greatest bike race in the world. And I said yesterday, thanks to all you good people who tuned in. We've been getting some very record figures of viewing audiences so far. And my apologies likewise too for those programmes we disrupt when the race is running a bit late. I can't remember in the Tour de France that we've had so many days running late as we had so far in this race. But those are the conditions under which the riders ride, and the organisation do the best they can to decide what the average speed will be. And if suddenly the wind gets up in their face and the conditions get awful and the rain comes down and it's miserable, then we find that they're inclined to take it a bit easy, and who can blame them? So also in this breakaway group then, Yaman, we just spotted him disappearing down there. And on the front now, guess who? Danny Nelson. I don't think a day has gone by but we've not seen Danny Nelson, the world amateur champion. Before now we turn into just the elites. We have no longer any amateurs or pros, but there he is out in that leading group already. He's been a very, very aggressive rider right the way through, and we're now going back to the main group to see who's leading the chase. Ros Lotto in there at the moment. There's a fair amount, and looks like Telecom are beginning to put the hammer down as well. We've also got the world champion here. Alano starting to work on the front. So the fair number of riders beginning to get a bit concerned about that breakaway group. We're only 2/3 the way through the race, but nevertheless you can see the speed is absolutely up now as the riders are pushing as hard as they can do. Well, the information coming over our headphones, in fact, that Serge Boucherie, the out there on the road with the GAN team, he is the deputy director of the GAN team, Serge Boucherie. He's the number 2 man behind the number 1 man, Roger Legeret, has now told Stefan Hulot to ease back and not make the race any longer. Well, of course, I was surprised that that lad went with that break, but he's probably just prepared to sit there and wait for things to happen, because, of course, the man from GAN in the yellow jersey is his teammate Frédéric Moncassin, who did a brilliant ride yesterday. And look at this, even Bersen's having a go coming through. The top men are aiding the chase too. There's panic buttons have been hit, and I like to see this when suddenly the proverbials hit the fan. Reminds me way back in 1990 when Kierpucci clopped off with Steve Barr, who went away with Frans Maassen and Roland Pansack, and they gained a lead of something, I think it was about 9 minutes at the end of the day. People just thought, oh, we'll pull them back. They didn't, and except for Frans Maassen, throughout the following, 2/3 of the Tour de France, all the riders in that breakaway group shared the yellow jersey, and they took some real catching, and these boys here now realise they've got a race on their hands. This is great stuff. Taffy going through, then Olano going through. Here we are. Well, we had the information over our headphones that he'd been told to stop working. And there he is. I'll just give him some more information too, that in fact on that tremendous acceleration we spotted down the road, there are no less than 7 different groups of riders now splattered all over the place. We've got a real day here. It's going to be one of those days too that if you manage to, or don't manage, if you have misfortune to be disruptive, because certainly they're looking at the Mavic car in the background. That's a neutral service vehicle. This is a fair-sized group here, probably around about 40 or 50 riders, and as a field this morning, around about 191 starters.
It certainly has split into lots of dribs and drabs. So today we're going to see, I think, a tremendous change in the general classification overall. Right down to the 191st man on general classification this morning. There was only, looking at my list here, 19 minutes and 34 seconds separating them. Armstrong's in this group, Museo's in this group. We know there's Chamil on the right-hand side. We know Berzon's in the group as well. A lot of the top men have managed to hang on there. I'm waiting for information about... Yes, Ushikov is there at the moment. Where is Chris Boardman? Where are the Gann team? Gann look a bit conspicuous by their absence at the moment of this one. They certainly wouldn't aid the chase down. This is a fair old sort out today. We're, at long last, we've been making something out of nothing. Soak post out of pigs here with the racing so far, and it's all happened in the final 20 kilometres. And here we are after a very easy start today. They put the hammer down, and we've got a great old race on our hands. That's what I'd like to see. This gravel time, chaps, get on with it. So these 5 riders then set off from Soissons this morning, full of hope and aspiration, as many other people did. And on this 232-kilometre stage, they managed to get away after some 39 kilometres had been covered. And now they're well in with a shout to get the victory. That gap is so far back to the big group behind them. And say, with Soissons, I remember having to stop there on my tricycle when I went to see the Tour de France in 1955 when... Yes, I was riding a tricycle. It's a full-size one, by the way. Don't laugh. I've actually ridden the Mersey Roads 24 the weekend before, rode all the way down, and it was a conversion set with the axle bolted into the frame. I've ridden the 24 hours at the Mersey Roads, rode all the way down Farborough to my parents' house, and then went off down through New Haven over to Dieppe, and rode all the way to Paris, and watched the finish in the Parc de France, and then rode back up through Arras and all the cobbles and what have you. By the time I got to Soissons, the back axle where the location point broke, pulled itself away, so I had to go to a garage, and the man brazed it together for me. That got me back via the boxcar which used to fly us over the Touquet to Herne Airport. That's long since gone now, the old boxcar taking you across. And I haven't gone far from Herne on the way back up to home in Birmingham when discovered a crack around the down tube, and I mended that with a piece of sticky plaster and a Jubilee clip. That got me back, and so I threw the old frame and the bits and pieces away and got myself a proper tricycle then. But that's a bit of history for us. Soissons, that was a long time back. And that was the year that, say, Robinson finished in the Tour de France, and Tony Hoare was the Lantern Rouge, the tail end Charlie, the first time the Brits have got there. Tony Hoare, the last thing I heard, was out in Canada. I think he's been one of the driving forces in the BMX movement out there in Canada, and he came over to the Tour de France when it reached England a couple of years ago. Brian Robinson has been away from the sport for quite some time, but his daughter has taken up cycle racing in good form, but she went into mountain biking now and is making quite good progress too. So that's the Robinson you see, Louise Robinson on the mountain bike results. That's Brian's daughter. Brian's still looking very fit indeed. In fact, when we had the Tour de France in Great Britain a couple of years ago, it really was a gathering of the clans. That's Prudenza in. We've heard it, information that Levneski and Stevens are at least three riders who've fallen off in the peloton. There must have been a touch of wheels there. Hope that the Bold Neil gets back in again. He's one of the sterling hard workers in the Onse team. 5 kilometres to go. Next to Pinot and Charnay. Now that nice fizzy drink that's beloved by victors and unfortunately splashed all over the place, but there'll be some celebration tonight. I'm going to have a drop of the old Dom Perignon, or perhaps some Lanson Black Label. I'd prefer that myself. Well, we're going to see the sprint now and see who's going to celebrate at the end of this one. Okay, you back at home, try and pick your favourite. On the back here is Saugrand from Aubervilliers-Peugeot. On the front at the moment is Hulot for Gann. On the right-hand side of him, left-hand side is Yarman, who's a very, very crafty rider indeed. Danny Nelson, I think, will try and go for a long one. Piccolo's in the best position at the moment. Piccolo, the little Italian rider, stayed victor in the Tour of Italy last year. Looks like he might well to try and get one this time. And all watching each other. Slight uphill finish. The Aubervilliers rider probably the better climber of the two, but not the best sprinter. This is very, very cagey stuff, isn't it? They're all waiting for someone else to make the move, so they get on the wheel, and Hulo is in a difficult position, but he's going to ride in for the yellow jersey, so I don't think he's going to be too concerned. Nice to get the stage victory and the jersey, but if he doesn't get the sprint, I don't suppose he's going to be too worried, but he's certainly going to have to keep out of harm's way. He doesn't want to sort of fall off and break his collarbone at the time when he's about to get the yellow jersey. And there we go, off the back then goes Sagrin of the Aubervilliers Peugeot team. Launched a long one, I thought he'd go for that, he's a good little mountain climber, and suddenly the elastic snapped and off the back goes a little Italian who I thought, well, his fixed foot's come off the pedal. That's put him out of contention, leaving Sagrin to hammer forward here, and Danny Nelson's trying to get on his wheel, but Sagrin is going for this one. What a success for Peugeot! Tremendous. Oh, that's so fantastic. This team comes into the race. Aubervilliers Peugeot, and a lot of people were saying to Jean-Marie Blanc, why do you do it? He said, well, I want to encourage others. I want to know that you can have a good professional amateur team who are prepared to have a go, and he's got a stage victory, has this lad from Aubervilliers Peugeot. They'll be so happy with that in that area just north of Paris. That is something else. The team manager was told off yesterday, or at least he told the riders off for not showing when they ran down so close to Aubervilliers, and now you can see they've got a stage victory the next day, having been told off. The wagging of the tongs had its effect. It's brought a victory here, but as far as the French are concerned, not only have they got a victory today in young Sagrin, the 23-year-old who's taking the stage here from Soissons to Madine, but they've also got the yellow jersey on the shoulder of Hulo, who tried to get the stage. He's come in 4th place, but that's his success and the success to Sagrin. What a day we've had. Nelson unhappy, but a win for Sagrin.
Always for the fans.
The main field coming thundering along now to try and keep that deficit as close as they can do, because the celebrations are going on apace at the finish at that stupendous ride by those 5 men that broke away and really have shown the way home for the yellow jersey. Now gone on the shoulders of Moncassin, the Gaum rider, and over to Hulo. We hope we may be able to show you that in the programme at some point. So they've got plenty of time to get ready for it, because the gap is opening up now, and still the big field are not in sight of the finish. Just going under the 1 kilometre to go, and we've seen a stage, I think, which is going to set the scene for a few days yet to come. But again, you can never say tomorrow that another group might go away. I was always hopeful the same thing might have happened earlier on in the race, but it didn't quite happen that way. It's just happened now. The first 2 days, the conditions, the roads are pretty grotty and horrible, and the riders are a bit upset by riding under rather bad conditions in Holland, and then certainly into headwind as well. And on the right-hand side, you see the yellow jersey of Moncassin, who's lost that jersey, and now there's going to be a bunch sprint up just a 6th spot here. And in fact, Moncassin has got to try and get round the green jersey, and the green jersey on his wheel. What Sestriere doing, he can just track Moncassin in, because there's only going to be about between 2 and 1 point to on the finish here. And providing Moncassin can't get away from Sestriere, which he won't, then Sestriere will keep the green jersey. But you see the Gan boys trying to lead him out here, so that in fact Moncassin can cut that deficit on Sestriere. Sestriere already beat him in a sprint when we went to the first prize of the day. But what's going to happen now? And it's gone down. The Grappoint green points jersey's gone down. Serrano's out of it, and over the line goes Moncassin. He'll take the green jersey. What will the judges do now? Serrano is off, and he is disgusted with that. Now, was he switched? He'll be given the same time as this group here at the moment, but let's watch this one again. He hits the back wheel of Traversoni. In no way was that Traversoni's fault. And the rest come tumbling down. Rees is also off against the barrier. Let's watch this again. The green jersey, he has to stay close to the yellow to preserve that green jersey. He's looking for a way to go on the outside, and he hits the back wheel. Takes down the Festina rider, takes down the Refin rider. In the meantime, Traversoni is still going all over the place. Well, 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 what a day we've had. That shows you really why the top men try to keep out of trouble. Rees was well out of what he thought was going to be any fallers, but he nearly got swept down then. And the rest of them, Romigos, the Jalabers and the Indrains of this world, still coming in the main pack, but staying out as Serrada comes in, absolutely disgusted with that one. So he's now finished his race, dragging his bike across the line. And it was not in any way Moncassin's fault, so I think in that circumstance, I'm not a connoisseur, I've got my rule book, but I'm not that close to the very fine print of the UCI connoisseur. As you look now at the Lac de Madine, which has been used as a pass for the Grand Prix de National and what have you, finishes here of the time trial stage in the Tour de France a couple of years ago. We've seen so much drama today when 5 men time trialed off the front and brought the victory to Cyril Saugrin and the yellow jersey onto the shoulders of Stéphane Hulot. Here it goes. The man there waiting could never expect it, I suppose, when he started out on the tour, that he'd be out there as a victor on a stage in the Tour de France, but he's done it, and Aubervilliers on the north side of Paris will be delighted with that one. The Aubervilliers Peugeot rider, this team, and many people asked the question of Jean-Marie Leblanc when he put this team in, because they were not in the top echelon of teams. I think they're around about 33rd or something in the UCI rankings, and he said, well, it was a reward for their efforts. They've been showing throughout the season, and as soon as they got in the Tour de France, they recruited another couple of riders to give them the experience. The team manager's never been on the Tour de France before either, by the way. He was just a young rider out with the Normandy team, and then he became interested in sports management. So what a great success for this young team. Brilliant. That's what sports stuff is made of.
Frenchman Cyril Saugrin was the winner of the 4th stage of the Tour de France. Saugrin of the small Aubervilliers team near Paris was part of a group of 5 riders which broke away 200 kilometers from the finish at the Lac de Madine. Danny Nelissen of the Netherlands was second on the stage, with the Swiss Rolf Jährmann third. It was a great day for the French. That breakaway came in almost 4.5 minutes ahead of the main field, and one of them, the national champion Stéphane Hulot, is the new race leader. He takes over from his GAN teammate Frédéric Moncassin. Moncassin is now in 6th place. Chris Boardman of Britain is down in 13th. The race hits the mountains at the weekend.
This is again a disappointing day as far as the viewers back home are concerned, and the riders on the bike as well, because you've noticed we've been delayed in coming on air to bring you the stage then from Lac de Madine to Besançon. Unfortunately, the headwind again has had its effect, and not only that, it's been bucketed down. We've had really cats and dogs and lots of rain and miserable conditions, not too warm either, so not surprisingly, these riders on which what is the second longest stage of the tour have sort of sat together, huddled together for warmth, although now the sun has come out and they've taken off their nice clear anoraks, had clear anoraks on to stop the rain getting too wet earlier on, but they've taken those off now, but still nobody at the moment is prepared to have a go. We've had what, 1, 2, 3 results I can tell you about so far in the proceedings on the stage so far. They set off rather slowly, 26.3 kilometres in the first hour, and the second hour 32.5 kilometres in the hour. Well, that's just 20 miles an hour, 32 and a bit is 20 miles an hour, so they pushed the speed up, but not very much. And within that time we went over the Côte de la Carrière, and that was a 4th category climb. Veronk decided to show his legs, and he nipped off the front and got over there in first place. Pascal Richard was in 2nd spot, and Danny Nelissen, who wears the polka dot jersey as King of the Mountains, he was in 3rd spot, helping himself to a few more points. So that was after 41 kilometres had been covered this morning. After 48 kilometres, at Valence, we had a sprint where Moreau just got ahead of Moncassin, both those riders from the GAN team, and Piccoli was in third spot. It was quite a narrow bit of a sprint actually, and somehow it looked like Jalabert tried to get himself up in the second spot, got squeezed out and finished in fourth. He's been usually keeping out of the way of the sprints for the points competition, but I'll tell you more of that in just a moment, because Moncassin wears the green jersey. He got himself an extra 4 points in the competition by finishing second at Valence. And just before we came on air, after 143 kilometres had been covered at Blondefontaine, Minali took that sprint ahead of Moncassin, and Jackie Durand was in third spot. So that was the sprint just down the road. We see our helicopter hovering behind there with the cameras on, picking up the pictures of these riders. They're beginning to smile now. The weather's getting somewhat better, and those have been the three little bits of bursts on the banjo we've had so far today. Moncassin being second twice, so it's giving an extra 8 points in the King of the Mountains jersey. Sorry, in the points jersey, the green jersey as such. There they go. Well, I've just given the bloke a bit of a build-up, and off they go. The Agrigel team here are determined to have a little bit of a go, and Jackie Durand, who's noted for lone escapes, he got himself that third spot in the sprint just down the road, and here we are. He's 64th overall, 5 minutes and 9 seconds down. But the ex-twice champion of France, the winner of the Tour of Flanders as well, the man who last year took the yellow jersey in the Tour de France in the prologue on day one, when he was able to blast away on the prologue before the rain came down, has now decided to try his hand. He's well known for these particular efforts, and sometimes they come off. Let's watch him go again. Over the far side, up behind the motorbike, pretty typical tactics. Flicks in behind, flicks outside, then goes in front, hopes he's out of sight of the chasers, but it looks like he now might well be joined. So we're about 150 kilometres at the most, I think we covered today, of the 242. So we've got thick of another 100 kilometres to come. It's about 60 miles, so we could be on air for another 3 hours or so. And oh dear me, it's just a bit hard in the saddle for the lads, but some of the commentators have been sitting around a long time waiting to go on air, and we know how difficult it's been for these riders into the strong wind and the rain. So Durand has gone away now. I'll just ID the others two for you as fast as we can do if they stay out there very long. But I was talking to you about the green points competition while they sort themselves out now, and the interesting news this morning is that Cipollini did not start. He was not feeling very well at all, and so he's gone back home to get himself well again and to train for Atlanta. So is Knaven of the TVM team. He didn't start either, but in the competition for the green jersey, we saw that almighty smash yesterday when Sferrada came down trying to stay close to Moncassin to keep the green jersey on his shoulders. Sferrada has abandoned today. Sferrada has abandoned today. I say it twice so that they go, whoa, gosh. Well, after his crash yesterday, we're not surprised. It really shook him up somewhat, and what a disappointment that was, because Sferrada could have been in with a chance of getting the green jersey at the finish in Paris, but now he's out of the race. So it really blows the green jersey competition wide open, and Moncassin, who starting out this morning in the competition in the green jersey following the crash of Sferrada, on the overall competition, he had 112 points to Sferrada's 100 points, and Eric Zabel of Telecom was way back at 88 points. So Sferrada's out of the way now. That leaves Moncassin head and shoulders above the rest for the points competition at the moment. But do bear in mind, every time they finish on the arrival line, the points run down: 35 for first, 30 for second, 26 for third, and so on down to 25th place. So Moncassin will still be under pressure from people like Zabel, Blyleven's, Traversoni, and so on, but without Cipollini and Sferrada. Well, the strongmen are beginning to have a go now. Again today, a fairly flat course. Just got one more fourth category climb, some 12 kilometres from the end of the stage, as these two try to catch our three breakaways down the road. Another one goes across, and another one, and another one. typical tactics from riders hoping to get in a winning break, or occasionally the top men who see a danger man going away, sending one of their teammates down the road to close down the break, sit on the back and keep an eye on affairs. Could be just about the right number at the moment. 3 down the road, another 3 coming up now, but once he gets sort of gone behind, sort of gone 7 or 8 or so, it gets a bit unmanageable, particularly if some of the blokes won't work. Vitaro doing a lot of work here on the front. Already he's had a go getting away. Early in the race, and here we are, that little leading group. Well, they started it all. Well, should their jacket run started it all. And you can see the positions on the road at the moment, with Durand, Ellie and Martin Den Bakker heading this chase to the finish. The main group still all together on this stage 5, Lac de Madine to Besançon. That word Madine, by the way, the L'Equipe newspaper is very good at having a play on words, and with that great success yesterday with the French getting the stage victory with Saugrand from the WVA Peugeot team, with now just some 60 kilometres to go, and the fact that Stéphane Hulot took over the yellow jersey and Moncassin took over the green jersey. They got this big headline you can't ever get into. Well, that looks a bit nasty, doesn't it? It looks like Lushikov to me. Let's hope he's not in trouble, because he is a fairly rapid lad, and I've got it right, it is. Oh, dear me. Let's hope he's not in too much trouble. He managed to beat Lance Armstrong in the sprint when the two of them were away last year in the Tour de France, and notched up his... So that was Gerard Porte, the team doctor, one of the, I think it's 4 doctors on the race actually, who was attending to him. He's the senior doctor, Gerard Porte, been on the race for many years now. And Uchikov, let's hope he gets back into the field without much difficulty. Calcaterra off. Well, that's it. If you're 17 minutes and 35 seconds down, you're riding for Seiko, and your main man, Cipollini, has decided not to start today because he's not very well, then the best thing to do is try and make a name for yourself with a long lone break, I suppose. So Calcaterra now is off down the road, whilst Uchikov, back with the doctor, is having a bit of attention, and that may or may not bring some response from the field to see if this lad's going to get pulled back. Let's see. Oh, well, these are very confident horsemen, and they have to be, because they get very frightened with the cyclists alongside them and the motorcyclists. And we have seen them run into the field before, but that man's got his horse well under control, thank goodness. I've just had a little bit of a gallop there with one man on a horse trying to outstrip the Tour de France. We're on this stage 5 of the Tour. In fact, cyclists have raced, or cyclists singular, here's a bit of other background information for you people who wonder what I'm blathering on about from time to time. Cyclists, or single cyclist, has raced against a horse in a particular circumstance. You know about 6-day racing, as Calcaterra goes down the road now, he having just got about 100 yards lead off the front. The 6-day cycling, which we know today on the indoor tracks with 2 riders changing hands, changing partners on the track, they go whiz round to see who can cover the greatest distance in 6 days. That goes back to a challenge many years ago in the late 1880s it was, when a chap on an old penny farthing, watching this gap 17 seconds now, there was a challenge laid down, because people used to lay bets in those days, wagers they call them, and one man wagered that he could ride further than a man on a horse in 6 days. Now, the man couldn't have one horse, so he had to change of horses, and they set this thing up in the Agricultural Hall in London, and they had this track laid out. It must have been a completely circular track, I just thought, in those days, rather than sort of ovalised one we've got now, but that's what they did, and they challenged each other to see who could go the first, and the man on the horse was beaten by the bloke on the bike, so that was where 6-day racing came from. Well, the change from 6-day racing and where it all started from. We're going to talk to Stephen Roche shortly. He's got his mobile phone, and we're trying to pick up information from time to time, because he's got the inside line on the teams and what's happening. Francie goes over the top here in first spot. Some very nice old faded photographs that Brian Montgomery is showing me the other day, and of some of the old days in 1920s of the Giants to ride. They were fantastic to look at. There we go, ripping away. Well, the polka dot jersey is on the shoulders of Nellison, and I don't think, looking down that lot, that they're going to challenge him at all in taking that jersey off him. Nellison with 20 points, Piccoli Breschlat with 10 points, Arrieta with 5. And that fellow there, not in any way on the, that's Christophe Moreau, not in contention with the polka dot jersey. That'll stay on the shoulders of Nellison. Hanging on in there for grim death at the moment. Riding on those very special Spinergy wheels, the 4 spokes this side, 4 spokes the other, very thin carbon fibre blades they've got on it, and cutting through the wind here. It's now on his shoulders as such. And the field have him nicely in sight, though. They may just let him sit out there and wait a bit before they put the hammer down. And you can see the string now beginning to form. Very good straight run up the Boulevard de la Glette in towards the finish. And the crowd have waited patiently for this moment to see who's going to get the stage victory. And still Decker is hanging on out there. This is a very good ride as far as he's concerned, because the rest of the field being very careful. There are patches of water on the road, although it's mainly dry. These are troubles when you go around a corner and you find that the trees have got the covered the water, so that in fact they haven't dried out in what little sun but plenty of wind that we've had. Still 3 kilometres to go. Well, Jan Raas, the director sportif of the Rabobank team, is spending more time now bringing on new young talent. What they've got is a contract with the Rabobank, not only to sponsor this professional team here, but to put money into development of young riders in Holland, and with the hope that in the future they can restore the strength of Dutch cycling to where it was when they had riders capable of not only winning the Tour de France, but taking the King of the Mountains jersey. They dominated cycling for so long, and then suddenly Decker gets absorbed. That's just what happens. You go out and you do your best, and suddenly puts the hammer down, and the difference in speed you can see here is absolutely enormous. Uchikov on the left-hand side, another one likes to go for a long ride towards the end and split the field, but they're watching every move here. Oh, it's a tough old run round the finish, because you've got to judge it so far, so right. Well, they're going to look around here. See the map, he looks over his shoulder, then eased back a bit, because they're looking really for Museo, who's their #1 sprinter, and nobody here seems, hey, it's not my turn to do all the work. 2 kilometres to go as Jamil starts to try and come through. He's not going to go in any stick at all. He's going to flick across and go the other way. He looked back and then accelerated again. He's on the far side. Inside the final 2 kilometres to go, and then after him, Bjorn Rees, third back from the front. Festina riders sat in there at the moment. And seeing it, we haven't got the usual arrowhead we've had in the past of one team on the front, maybe 3 or 4 riders, and the rest tucked in behind. It really has now, with Seiko team having no interest in towing Cipollini into finish. They've eased back a bit. Amazingly, TVM haven't shown much to the front either, because I thought the Blalevens might have been in with a shout. And so given opportunity again for the Rabobank riders afar. Yet another one, there he goes, and that looks to me this time like Ekimov. In fact, 3 of them are going across there. They're trying to try and get there in numbers now, or they'll slow it down. That's what that man did, and that was a superb piece of tactics. He just sat back there, he's back, and now Motorola coming across the gap as well. Try and get in there, but still Ekimov is going here. Absolutely flat out at the front. These are tactics that he likes. About 1.5 kilometres to go, and he's burying himself at the front. They sent Decker down the road to begin with. That took the sting out of some of the chase, and now he's really got to go for this one. Well, he's won stage in the Tour in the past for these sort of tactics. Is he going to get it this time? Still on the front then. Ekimov hammering away here. Beautiful stylist, but look at them coming at him now. The Telecom team behind, setting up for Zabel. They've got to get this exactly right. And he's still hanging on at the front, but here they come. What a great sight. on the faces. The effort is showing now as Hertogenbosch is still hanging on out there. Rees is starting to come up quick as well. Rees is even doing some lead out. Rees is leading out Zabel. That's an amazing thing to see. And on the left-hand side, Abdul Jabrov starts to go. Moncassin on the right in green. And on his wheel is Blijlevens. Blijlevens has stayed behind Moncassin. He now comes over the left-hand side. Zabel is behind Moncassin as well. Blijlevens gets to there, and there he goes past as they rushed across the line. They absorbed Hertogenbosch just before they got the finish, and Blijlevens it was that came through to take the victory, just ahead of Moncassin, who will be disappointed not getting another stage victory, but he's kept the green jersey on his shoulders. And some very tired-looking riders in that group today, although it hasn't been a fast day at all. They're well over an hour late on schedule. It's been a hard day with the headwind, and the rain has just knocked the stuffing out of these riders today. It's been a very, very tough day in the saddle for these 242 kilometres. And there, watch that precise positioning of the TVM rider Blijlevens getting behind the green jersey of Moncassin. And there he goes. Enough time to straighten his jersey. That's cheeky for you, isn't it? Moncassin second, Zabel in third spot. And the heaving mass of riders here, watching the expert sprinters up in front. This time, no clash of wheels, no falling off, thank goodness. What a cheeky thing to do. Well, he won a stage in Dunkirk last year in a confident style. I thought this lad's got some talent, and he's come good just at the right time to take this stage ahead of the green jersey of Moncassin, who will stay in green for tomorrow. And yet another fairly flat stage tomorrow as well, but we're going to take a short break, and we'll bring you more of the results in just a moment. To me, but getting towards the back of the race, they hadn't been most successful. Look, we're not the most successful team, but we're the best good-looking team. Well, we had a good look then at Blijlevens. This is still the yellow jersey, Stefan Ullo of the GAN team. So happy to keep that jersey. And what a tremendous performance it has been for this young 25-year-old rider. Now having that yellow jersey to go over the top of, or take the place of, his French National Championship jersey. So GAN having two men in the cabin here. This is the tent shape behind where they prepare the riders to bring them out onto the rostrum. It's just down the line from the commentary points. I could look over and look at them, but at the moment we're looking up on our camera here to Blijlevens. Yet another success in the Tour to this young man here, who still, I'm sure, has got a lot ahead of him. He's maturing all the time. He's quite I won't say frail, he's got enormous thighs really, but he's quite a slight sort of bloke, so we'll watch him take this one again. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of him for many years yet to come. Such confidence. Brilliant.
The Netherlands' leading sprinter Jeroen Blijlevens was the winner of the fifth stage of the Tour de France. Blijlevens winning by over a length after a mass sprint finish in the eastern city of Besançon. Frenchman Frédéric Moncassin had yet another fine finish. His second place sees him consolidate his green jersey. Mario Cipollini and Jans Verade have both pulled out of the race. Overall, Stefan Hurlo is still the race leader. He's 20 seconds ahead of Italy's Mariano Piccoli. The big names, including Miguel Indurain, are over 4 minutes down, but that all should change when the race hits the Alps this weekend. Remember, the Tour de France is live every day right here on Eurosport.
Stage then today
today, covering 206 kilometres from, in fact 207 to be precise, from Arc-et-Senans to Aix-les-Bains. They've been there 19 times in the past, the Tour de France, and eventually they'll get to the finish after what has been a very tumultuous day. We're getting some pictures from the race at the moment. You can see them here through the gloom, and this has been the situation now with just 37 kilometres to go. It's been like this pretty much all the way through the race, and so not long before they get into the finish. We're sorry we've been so late in getting you some stories from the race, some action as well on your screens, but that has been an act of God. It's been raining chans, I suppose you might say it here in France, and whilst they've had their problems, I've had mine too. As I said earlier on, I'm stuck in a hotel in a delightful part of the world called Saint-Claude. It's in the middle of the Jura, where my motor car ran out of steam because I put petrol in it rather than diesel. Go on, start cheering. But I'm sat in a nice hotel here, the Saint-Hubert, seeing the pictures you're seeing as well. I mean, being in contact with the race and the people at the finish as well, where Stephen Roche is sitting a bit damp like the rest of us. And my thanks, though, to the people at the total station in Saint-Claude, Salle and Claude Parisi, who looked after me and arranged for the Renault garage, which was just across the way, to now siphon out the petrol and put the diesel in it. Well, that's been the problems of the day as far as I'm concerned, but as far as the riders are concerned, they've had to race through, again, some very, very damp and dismal conditions. 7 men have retired so far, including Lance Armstrong, Eddie Saner's gone, Jean-Claude Robert's gone. I'm just waiting for confirmation of the other 3, but those are 3 men of the 7 that have gone out of the race so far. They've come through the Jura, which under normal circumstances, a very nice part of the world, is rolling countryside, and they've taken en route today in the race a number of climbs, a 4th category climb just out of Arc-et-Senans, and then we went through a sprint at Le Pasquet, another sprint at Pont de Navoy, another climb at the Côte de Château-des-Dieux, and then on in through to the last 1, 2, 3 climbs a day, and a short sprint which will come up with 24 kilometres to go. So a sprint yet to come. But there have been 4 men out in the lead. They had a lead of 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and this race today has exploded, but perhaps the yellow jersey might be safe and sound by the time we get to finish the race today. The hammer really has gone down here, and that early breakaway that went after 30 kilometres of action, young Van Bon went away with Saligari, and then amazingly enough a chase set off when Abu Japrov and Ferigato also went after them as well. Well, Abu Japrov is not best known for a man who's prepared to go from the gun. Imagine that 30 kilometres had elapsed only on this 207 kilometre race, and off went the bold Abdu down the road chasing after Van Bon and Saligari. He was in fact dropped as we climb over the biggest climb of the day, the 2nd category climb of the day, the Col de la Croix de la Serra. He got shelled out the back, but the bold Abdu chased yet again to get back into the race, and finally made his way back up to Saligari and Van Bon and Ferigato, who had that little 4-man group at the front. Maximum lead, I say, was 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Van Bon had been over the top of the first climb of the day, and he took the lead at that particular point, getting himself maximum points on the first 4th category climb. He went over again at the next climb, and Van Bon, as far as I know now, subject to conversation, having gone over the top of the next climb as well at the front, is now in the lead on the King of the Mountains competition. So that's a change which we're going to have today, but the biggest change really to me, the fact that Armstrong has retired from the race. Armstrong, I spoke to him this morning, and Lance was under some pressure really. He got the television cameras round about him. We were there asking him questions, and it was all to do with yesterday fracas. I'm not quite sure that's a French or Italian word or Latin, but fracas it was yesterday when we had a pile-up in the race not far from the finish, and he was seen to be gesticulating to one of the Italian riders, and in fact they fell out, and the judges caught sight of this little lot and reprimanded him, and this morning the pressure was on Lance to say, you know, what exactly happened, and he was saying, well, this chap was going zigzagging sideways all over the place, and it's in the sport, it's one of those things that happens, and No, I was just very nervous at the time, like everybody else was, and I'm very sorry about it. So he was apologetic about the whole thing, but whether that's upset him or not, or whether he's actually had a crash, I haven't yet been able to find out, but certainly Lance Armstrong's off his bike and on his way home. Now that to me says that one or two of these riders have been fed up with the race so far. We've had rain, miserable condition, headwinds, a lot of crashes, and the Tour de France is certainly every rider's ambition to do well, but of course the Olympics are coming up, and Lance Armstrong has already been tipped as a possible Olympic winner, and so I suppose that if he's had a few problems today, he said stuff this for a game of soldiers or cowboys or whatever they say out in Texas, and has gone back home to train for the Olympics. I don't suppose that his sponsor Motorola will be too happy, but Motorola are going out of the sport at the end of this year, and Lance is looking for a new contract, so perhaps he's every man for himself at the moment. I don't know, we'll update you on that as it goes on. So here we are, this long string of riders now absolutely hammering along here to the finish at Aix-les-Bains. We finished here 19 times in the past, and the last time we finished here it was Konishev in 1991. The sort of picture you're getting now off our cameras, if you just joined us on the live program, or you're seeing it on the recorded version later on, are the best we can do at the moment. The helicopters having difficulty picking the sign up from the cameras on the motorbikes, and also they're having difficulty with the helicopter to pick the pictures up from the long string of riders, our usual aerial view, which I know is entertaining to all and sundry. So just look at this. And this is something else, isn't it? Just to find on what would normally be in the Tour de France some beautiful conditions. They've been going through the Jura, through some nice vineyards where there's some delightful wine made in this part of the world, and normally the people out on the side of the road would be enjoying summer sunshine and cheering on the riders who would not be baking to death rather than being under these conditions. It's not too cold, by the way. The temperature's been around about 19, even up to 24 degrees at one point, but it's dropped back a bit under the rain, and the wind has been coming across from the right-hand side, from the right shoulders. It hasn't been a headwind. Sometimes it's veered round a bit slightly against them, but generally speaking, look at that speed on your screen now. That just shows you how they're travelling along, but what they've got to be very careful of is this road as it twists and turns. At this sort of speed, you've got to be careful not to apply the brake. There's another sharp right turn here for the finish, you see, right at the Boulevard de Robert Barrier. The cars now start coming into sight then, and still that Rabobank rider with somebody on his tail is trying to stay clear. They're still out there at the moment. This is that turn, and he's nearly gone out of control then. There's another left-hander. He won't get yet to the 1,000 metres to go. That sharp left-hander around the Avenue de Petit Port, and still on the front, the Rabobank rider. Give me all he's got. He nearly came off onto those conditions. It's very, very slippy indeed, but a good run in once he gets round the right-hander inside the final 1,000 metres, and there it is now. He's round that one. He's head down. So he's got one right-hander to come now. It's going to be a sharp one as such, and can he stay upright and can he stay away as the sprinters now have been marooned in the back in that main grid? Cautiously he goes round this one, and now he'll be able to see the finish as he straightens up and comes down that straight with just about another 800 metres to go. Looking back, he's got a good gap here, and it is to me Ekimov on the front this time, so Burgott came down and he's Ekimov on the front. There behind the Festina rather begin to get together, looking through the sprinters and TVM, but can't see Bladham at the moment. The yellow jersey still in there nice and safe and sound, and coming across very quickly indeed. One of the pink jersey, the Onse team tries to close that one down. It might be Jalabert, but looks back over his shoulder. He wouldn't normally contest one when there's going to be a chance of a crash, and there Chamil on the left-hand side looks good too at the moment. There's a bell in there too for the Telecom team, just on Chamil's back wheel. Now then, what's going to happen here? Still flying away as fast and as hard as he can. I think this is Ekimov, but I keep my fingers crossed because it's a very murky position looking down here from the finish. It looks probably a little too big for him. If I get it wrong, please don't send all rude letters into me. It's not a nice sort of day, but it's going to be a great day for Rabobank, who's going to get the stage. They've also got the jersey and the King of the Mountains competition as well. That's going to be a tremendous performance as far as they're concerned. They've had a lot of wigging from the Dutch journalists and not been a very, very good team. They haven't been contesting the events this year they should have been doing, but Jan Ra said, look, I'm building up this team, give me time, and he's had that time. It looks like he's had the polka dot jersey on the back of Nillison, and it looks like it might have gone over to his teammate Van Bon as well today, and we've now got another stage victory from the Rabobank rider, who looked a bit too big to me to be Ekimov, and I have to admit to you people back at home now that we're not on the finish line. Myself, David Duffield, I'm sat in a hotel, the Hotel Saint-Hubert, who looked after me very well indeed, in Saint-Claude, since my motor car, I put petrol in rather than diesel, and now the nice man from the garage has repaired it, and we'll be able to come on to the finish long after it's all done with. So my apologies to all you people out there, and my many thanks also to the Parisi family at the Total Station. They didn't put the petrol in. I did it down the road, and suddenly it started to come to a grinding halt. They looked after me very well indeed. Found the hotel here where we could commentate for you and try and tell you what was going on. It was been a very, very nasty day indeed. So, well, this are the things that happened in the Tour de France. These are what the stories of the race are made of. The drama of the men riding at over 25 miles an hour through what has been maroon storms of rain. But they've survived the day, we survived the day, and you've seen some very interesting bike racing yet again.
Each week, Motorola and Eurosport offer you the chance to win 2 Motorola.
The misfortune of being a commentator when the brakes come up, and then we see Chamil going across the line, but the action replay I'm looking at here was after the first man had gone over, and I'm still trying to make out whether it was Bogart or not that survived that one. There's some more riders coming in here, the Pulte team, because they have in fact gone back to help Luc de Blanc, who was marooned. The last time check we had 2 minutes and 20 seconds back, so here he is in this group now, over 3 minutes in arrears. It's been a very disappointing day for some of these riders who just couldn't hold the wheels up in front, and you can see the state they're in now. Just think of what they've been up to today. 207 kilometres of riding. They've come here, they've taken just over 5 hours to do those 207 kilometres, and they're still trying here to keep their the gap between themselves and the winner as little as they can do, because the race is all on time. I think you all sitting there at home watching this one can just feel for these bike riders today. We're getting down to well inside, less than 190 left in this race. They've been going out like 9 pins. We've lost at least 8 or 9 men today. There's about over 30 riders in that group. There's the polka dot jersey Danny Ellison in the midst of that group. He got really shelled out today, and I don't think he was expecting to keep it on his back when one looks at the course they were riding over today. But the last information I got was that Van Bon had collected enough points on the mountain climbs to have moved up into the, as we look again at the victor of the day, and it certainly doesn't look like Yakimov to me. Yes, it is. I should get all sorts of letters from all sorts of people. These plastic helmets, you know. I wish he would shut his mouth and be able to see from here then. Sorry about that, 2 good people back at home. And if you want to sort of sit down and draw lots and see who gets it right, and then we shall see who gets his name out the bag, and I might send him a free Eurosport pin. Again, looking how they came round that corner and nearly came to grips, so to grief. The onset rider goes far out on the far side, nearly hammers into the barriers. The Rabobank rider cuts on the inside and makes a good move there and manages to stay upright. That was jolly good. Mind you, some of these tyres they've got at the moment are so much better on the in the wet. They've got a centre tread to them, which is for the fast part. On the side of the tread, they've got a tread which is well and truly crossed to get the grip. But it certainly isn't Yakimov up there. I'm now going to dig through my pictures here of all the Rabobank team. I started with 200 rather, I don't know them all by sight. I noticed that this is a lot, but I haven't got this one. I'm now going to flick through quickly, see if I can see it. I'm sorry that I've lost contact with the race because of the misdemeanors of the motor car, but the people here in Saint-Claude have been very hospitable, looked after us very well indeed. There we are, our victor for the day. Yeah, he looks like, I think about 207 kilometres he's covered today. He's got a nice little dry smile with other blokes. It's all the same. You like to see the winning team or the losing team in the Oxford Cambridge boat race. Every year the winning team looks like they rode the course again, and every year the people that finish in second spot seem like they haven't been out. So it looks like we're in for the middle. But I'm certain this is still Michael Bogard. I picked him out. There we are. Now, on my intercom, by the way, the check I've got, they said, in fact, that Bogart had crashed, and I'm so sorry about that, because I picked him out coming off the front. I seemed like I got some bum information. I'm sorry about that, but the information might have been that Bogart was off the front, not off his bike. So I'm terribly sorry about that, all you good people. I thought it was Bogart. I saw him go, I identified him, and then when Bogart disappeared, my thought was they're playing the old 1-2 they did the other day by sending Yakimov down. But it looked too big for him, and certainly when I looked through my Rabobank book here, it looked like Bogart had my pictures. I'd seen him in the lead before, and it seemed I got something down my headphones which was not exactly up to accuracy. I must have misheard something. My apologies to you, but we're seeing now Stefan Uller of the GAN team taking his yellow jersey yet again. So great elation here, because he went from the red, white and blue of the French national champion to being the yellow jersey in the Tour de France, and there he goes, surviving yet again. Well, tomorrow he's got a tough old day ahead of him, because we finish up the top of the climb to Les Arcs, 1,700 metres above sea level, and that's after 199 kilometres have been covered. So the day tomorrow, he'll be under a lot of pressure to keep that yellow jersey on his shoulders, and probably it's going to be the first time that the top men will start to let fly to try and cut the gaps on that yellow jersey. So there we are, one elated fellow, Hulo still in the yellow jersey. Very mucky one he rode in to finish with, but so Van Bon takes the polka dot jersey for the King of the Mountains prize today, and that's good success there to Rabobank. They've got the victor of the day, and they've got the polka dot jersey as well. The polka dot jersey coming up for the Van Bon. There we go, goes off the shoulders of Danny Nelson, his teammate. And Jan Raas is not actually on the race at the moment. We'll be sitting at home watching this on his TV. He's left it to Theo de Roo to run the team this year, and I'm sure he'll be pleased the way his young riders have come good and given him success. Not a stage victory day for Bogart, but Van Bon with that breakaway when he went away early on in the race, now getting the polka dot jersey on his shoulders. So he's kept it in the team, and the usual kiss, and the champion are the people who are supporting that part of the competition. Has been a champion before as far as he's concerned, and dribs and drabs still coming in, and that lot 8:54 down. So that's it, polka dot jersey underway. I think the green jersey still stays with Moncafan.
Michael Bogaert provided the Netherlands with its second successive win on the Tour de France this afternoon, breaking away in the final kilometres of Stage 5 for victory at Aix-les-Bains. Bogaert recording his first ever big win. It follows Jeroen Blijleven's victory in Besançon yesterday. German sprinter Eric Zabel was second and Laurent Jalabert third. No change in the top three. Frenchman Stefan Urlo still wears the leader's yellow jersey, but the big names will expect to be up there after the weekend stages in the Alps. There has been one minor change. Laurent Jalabert picked up extra seconds, and he's moved above Miguel Indurain in the overall standings. Chris Boardman of Britain lies in 10th. Now it's the Alps. Except, and this is the big news, for Laurent Jalabert, the world #1, one of the pre-race favourites, struggling and losing as much as 4.5 minutes on that first mountain. Jalabert dropped away from the main group as soon as the climb started, and Jalabert certainly already out of contention. The first break of the day, the first move from one of the big names, came from Bjarne Riis, third on the race last year, attacking on the way down the Madeleine, with a lead of as much as 1 minute and 20 seconds, but picked up by the main group, and then a breakaway by three riders: the German Udo Bolz, the Australian Patrick Jonker, and the Italian Alberto Elli. And that breakaway with a lead of as much as 1.5 minutes at one point. The race favourite Miguel Indurain looking in good shape, surrounded by his Benesto teammates as they hit the second climb of the day, the Courmet de Roseland. And then an attack by the German bolts, leaving Eli and Jonker standing. The attack from bolts quickly building up a useful lead. It came at 15 kilometers from the top of the climb of the Roseland. Laurent Duffield of Switzerland was the first move from the group which was called the Indurain group. Duffield making his move, trying to catch bolts. By now, Jonker and Eli were already in trouble. As they went over the top of the Roseland, Bolts was leading by 1 minute and 55 seconds. Ahead of Indurain and company, Duffield was 40 seconds ahead. And then emotional scenes, the yellow jersey of Stefan Hulot about to drop out of the race. Hulot suffering with a knee injury, crying his eyes out on the Roseland. Hard to pull out when you have the yellow jersey on your shoulders, but his race was over. Bolts was still leading, and then heart-stopping scenes as the Belgian Johan Bruneel vanished over the edge of the mountain. We feared the worst, but he was miraculously unhurt, though he did lose his bike. And as they went to the foot of the ride up to Les Arcs, Bolts led by 45 seconds from Duffield, 1 minute 20 ahead of Indurain, 2:20 ahead of Alex Zula, who had also fallen. But then, as you'll find out, quite amazing scenes over the final kilometres. After the break, we join our commentators, David Duffield and Stephen Roche. Believe me, it's worth staying around for.
The devil is in full flight yet again, and the devil has had a devil of a job today with the race, because he's been decimating riders left, right and centre. That's the fellow that always turns up with his funny bicycles, and believe you me, the race today has had the devil of a day. Bad weather conditions, crashes, and goodness knows what else. What a day we've had, Stephen. And so, with Udo Bolts then setting up on the final climb of the day.
Zula is coming back, Dave. Zula is almost back onto the back of the cars again, so he should be joining up with the group in Turin very, very shortly.
And here we have Berzin and this group. They're beginning to take off their raincoats now, their little racing capes, and getting ready for the ascension of the final climb of the day. Udo Bolts.
Just the final little bit of rest before the last stop.
Here we are, and off he goes. The man has been mistaken for Mr. Museo, which I'm terribly sorry indeed, because away goes the... Maffei must be trying the old 1-2 here, because Fernandez Gin is on his way off now, the champion of Spain, and that's really exciting. The Colombians upstairs on the commentary point, they started leaping around and making a lot of noise, and the battle really now commences.
Of course, this is great, of course, for Orlando and for Rominger, because if Rominger can get across them, we keep saying this, but eventually it'll work for somebody. Like, but the top men of the peloton, like the Romingers or Zulis, they always like having one man in front. So to do attack, they've got someone to actually leap for across too and work with them when they get across. Of course, at the moment, Laurent Duffield being a teammate of Richard Viank, it means that Viank has one man in the front, which will help him a lot if he can only get across to him.
And as I start this climb then, let me take the opportunity of reminding you about what has happened so far during the race. If you just joined us live on Eurosport on this Saturday afternoon, good afternoon to you. If you're watching it in our recorded programme in the evening, then good evening, or tomorrow morning, good morning, whatever the case may be. The position is that we're climbing up the final mountain of the day to the finish at Les Arcs, which comes after 199 kilometres of racing today since they set off at Chambéry this morning. The whole race blew apart at the seams as they climbed up the Col de Madeleine. The action was really underway right from the very start, and although Chris Boorman was able to hang on until 8 kilometres from the top, he got dropped off. But before Boorman got dropped, the story of the day was Jalabert had been dropped off, and the pressure was on as the yellow jersey was staying with the group, which included all the people you see on your screen now. Eli, Berzin, Madouas, Ferron, Duffield, Akimov, the whole crowd of riders were going as
what's happening here, Dave? What's happening here? The Telecom rider is riding Bolts in the front. Here we have Telecom going again, and he's doing it for Reese, of course. But
Okay, I'll keep an eye on the screen while I revamp what's happened today, you see, for people who just come in late. Well, I'm sure the British viewers won't know what happened. Eunice gets caught back here now. At the moment, on this race, we've got Bolt up in front, about 2 minutes ahead. Duffield is in no man's land, this group here. And it all started really on the climb of the Col de Madeleine. Hulot was quite interesting, actually, the yellow jersey, because he hung on the climb until they got to about 4 kilometres from the top. And there were 30 men in the lead, and 3 kilometres from the top then, the position was the Maillot Jaune was back 45 seconds off the front. Bourman's group was 1 minute 30. As more attacks are coming here, this is Hamburger having a go on the left-hand side. Sorensen and Bogart were 2 minutes back. Brochard 2:50. Jalabert was 2:50 back on that group. They went through 3 kilometres ago. Over the top of the climb of the Col de Madeleine, the position was that the group containing Miguel Indurain, about 30 riders in all, went over the top. Hulot's back at 1:43. Bourman 2:59. Jalabert 4:26 back. And on the descent, a fellow called Foix fell off. On the descent too, the yellow jersey rejoined the Indurain group. And as they went down the drop off the Madeleine, Rees attacked of all things and gained the lead at 1 minute 15 seconds at the bottom of the climb. And then his team manager told him to ease back and wait for the main group to come. And that's exactly what did happen. Jalabert never got back in, but Bourman did get back into the Indurain group. But no sooner he got back in than they started the other climb of the day up toward the Roseland, and that's when Bourman got shelled out and was eventually overtaken by Jalabert. And one by one, the men that had been in that leading group were blown out until now. We've got about a dozen men here on the road now. Let's recap then. Up in front, it's Bolts at the moment, then Dufo, then this fellow Hamburger. Just behind him, the group is including such riders as Veronk, Rominger, Berzin, Luttenberger, LeBlanc, and Olano, Fernandez, Gines, and Rees. So that's the main group behind this fellow here. He's now third on the road. Anyone new, Stephen? Sorry about that, just recapping the people
nothing else to do. Apart from homing, Hamburger is actually ahead of Bolts on Gisse, but in between them you have Diffo. So if it comes up, if they can stay together forever, any more than 40 seconds ahead of Indurain, Diffo that gets a jersey. But and somehow, some reason or another, I don't believe that this group will stay away. I think that when Indurain gets launched, when he gets close to the finish, he will accelerate and try and just eliminate some of his main rivals before tomorrow's time trial.
Well, the other news, if you just tuned in or listening to our recorded version and didn't see the action further back, I've been giving you some of the positions of the attacking and what the gaps were back to people like Jalabert and Bourman and so on. But we had some serious crashes, apart from the one on the Madeleine when Foix fell off and got back on again. He wasn't too badly hurt, I don't think, but we saw Johan Bruno go right over the edge of a ravine, drop down the other side, and he climbed back out with his bike, not too badly injured. Also, Zuller crashed badly, got back on his bike and was helped back to the Indurain group, and no sooner he get back there, then he took off his racing cape, and in so doing fell off his bike as well. So bad luck to Zuller. He's come off a couple of times today. Let's hope he'll be able to rejoin the group. He was well off the back when we came up out of the town of Bourg-Saint-Maurice. We're on the final climb of the day then, something like about 14 kilometres to go to the top.
Well, at this very moment, Laurent Defoe actually virtually Maillot Jaune, yellow jersey in the tour. That won't last, of course, but at least he can tell his his kids or his grandchildren in later life that he had the yellow jersey on the road at one stage in the 96 Tour de France.
And so Udo Bolt's here. So, no,
Laurent Defoe is having some difficulty getting across to him. We saw Defoe attacking earlier on. We thought he was going to swallow up very, very easy, Udo Bolts. But he's held on to the 40-45 seconds gap for the last 20 kilometres. Here we are, Laurent Defoe now.
He's looking very good, though. You said he's in some difficulty.
No, he's staying there. He's holding on to Udo Bolts at the same time. But I wonder, is he maybe just keeping the gap as it is, with the hope that Virenque will get across to maybe on the final up to Les Arcs here.
But his team manager must be putting in the picture now.
But actually, sorry to put you off. The one important thing is that Roussel is actually Laurent Defoe's manager, so he was giving him very important information.
this stage then of the Tour de France stage 7 from Chambéry to Les Arcs. So this rider here, Duffield, is virtually the yellow jersey on the road. The overall yellow jersey rider, Stéphane Hulot, having retired after his knee gave out following the climb of the Col de Madeleine. So there's going to be quite a change then. Piccoli, who started out this morning in second spot, 20 seconds down, is way back down the road somewhere. It might take him a fortnight to get to the finish. No, I'm exaggerating. Poor lad has been really blown out. So really, of the main men we now know are on the road. We'll come back and just give you their positions, but I think, Stephen, you've heard something else.
Well, the group injury is 2 minutes now behind Udo Bols, with Amberger 1 minute 50 and Laurent Defoe being 45 seconds behind. Maybe we saw Bruno Roussel there giving some information to Laurent Defoe, but normally in this situation, when you've got a rider in front and your leaders behind, the main Rete Sportif will stay with the back group with the leader, and the second Rete Sportif will go ahead and talk to the second rider, I mean Defoe. Where this is circumstance here, we saw Bruno Roussel going up and talking to Laurent Defoe, so maybe probably telling him that, listen, there's something's going to happen on the hill now coming up here, so I'm gonna maybe Roussel's going to tell Bianc, okay, Defoe is waiting for you, try and get across to him. I think in the next few kilometres we're going to see some very interesting tactical work on.
What a great day we got on the Tour de France today. These giants of the road then, entertaining us, if you can use that word in capital E-T-E, how we spell entertaining, because it's been entertaining for us watching it, but it's been hard work for them. It chucked it down with rain this morning as Duffield comes up so quickly like an express train to catch the good strain that bolts up in front. Look at the speed, how quickly he's closing that gap. 11 kilometres to go.
You see Defoe, he counters Udo Bols, but maybe Rete Sportif was telling him, listen, you know, behind is looking bad. Ignoran is controlling things very well. Maybe you better go yourself and try and win the stage. And if he wins the stage and finishes more than 20 seconds ahead of Ignoran's group, he can take the yellow jersey because he's only 40 seconds down on GC. He's 20 seconds bonus, or there's no bonus start there. No bonus start there. So it's 40 seconds and must finish ahead of the group to actually take the yellow jersey today. As we come under the banner, there's 10 to go.
So 10 kilometres left for Laurent Defoe. I'm now going to work out, like you're saying here, Stephen, that we can discount Hulot, discount Piccoli, and the group of riders you're looking at now at the moment. Zulla's got back there. What a courageous man he is. He's got back there. Well, Zulla this morning, third on general classification, was 4 minutes and 5 seconds in arrears on Hulot. So discount that. In fact, we can now say that Hulot is technically yellow jersey because the yellow jersey's gone out. Piccolo's not with us at all. So the gap between Defoe on the road there and Zulla's in his group is in fact 44 seconds exactly. But Zulla this morning was just 3 seconds ahead of Berzin, who was also in this group. Alano's in this group, so he was 7 seconds ahead of Alano's in this group. He's 11 seconds ahead of Rees, who's in this group as well. He was in fact 12 seconds ahead of Indrain, who's in this group at the moment. And looking down here, Rominger this morning was in fact some 18 seconds down on Zulla, also in this group at the moment. And Veronk at the moment this morning was about nearly 40 seconds down on Zulla. Who else in this group? Yugramov, that's right. So he's about 42 seconds down on Zulla. So there's a lot of riders here spread by no more than 40 seconds, and the major one has gone down the road is Defoe, who this morning was 44 seconds adrift.
Well, I think tomorrow will be the real race that's through to the time trial. With a thing on the hill, a lot of these riders have no kind of point of reference, so nobody knows how the likes of Zuli's going to go tomorrow, how Indren's going to go tomorrow, because normally when you have a mountain time trial in the Tour de France, and we haven't had in a long time, normally it's after about 10 days of racing, whereas this time in the Tour it's only after a week, so nobody has any real point of reference.
So do you think this lot are going to sit together and ride in together and settle a differences tomorrow?
Well, I think the thing is here, the unfortunate thing for everything is we see here Indren having a small little word with Zule. I think Zule knows that now he can be yellow jersey today, and maybe he's saying, well, okay, I can be yellow jersey, if I can get it for one day, it's good, because I think tomorrow in the time trial, I still think that Zule could even be a good rival against Indren tomorrow, but at the same time I think Indren is maybe a little stronger than him tomorrow in the time trial.
But the gap from Defoe back to the Indren group is 1 minute and 40 seconds, so he's race leader on the road now by well over 1 minute in the yellow jersey position. They've got to put the hammer down, otherwise the yellow jersey goes with the climbing star from Switzerland. Defoe's number by by the way, 74 is the number of the region here, the Savoie region, the department which is the start was this morning. In fact, where we were down, this is the Haute-Savoie, the department in which the start was this morning, and that's number 74. They number all the region. The Haute-Savoie is number 74.
And the ironic part about it, David, is that 2 years ago, Laurent Defoe was a teammate of Alex Zule. He was with the Once team, and that's where Laurent Defoe started off some 4 or 5 years ago.
Well, these lads know each other, they know their strengths and weaknesses, and this man has bounced back after 2 crashes. He's fallen off his bike twice. I mean, most people fall off their bike at some time in their life, but when you do it in a big race like this, and then get back on your bike and fight your way through, we really have seen some tremendous action today. Brilliant bike racing in this stage of the Tour de France. At long last, the sunshine is now on the backs of the riders, but it's been a very watery sunshine. It's not too warm at all, but the racing has been very hot since we started the climb here up to the finish at Les Arcs. Duffield way up the road ahead of these riders, getting on towards 2 minutes lead. Looks like he could ride into the yellow jersey, but the chase is on. We've seen another rider go up the road to try and catch up with Duffield, who's gone straight past boats. It's been the champion of Spain who's tried to go out and close the gap, and so Fernandez Gines has also left this little lot too. Looking back here now on our slow motion, that's Zula taking a drink, and he's actually going to, he offered it to Indurain. They've been having a chat since Zula fell off. That was a gentlemanly thing to do, eh?
Well, I think he offered him a drink, which is very, very, very nice and very sportsman, very fair play of him also. But as I say, Defoe here looking very, very comfortable here on his bike compared to some of the riders back in Indurain's group. But in the same sense, it's a little bit unfortunate that Zule is actually riding for the jersey now, because I think that if Zule hadn't gotten back on, there would have been more attacks from the likes of Berzin from Rees. Why not Rees? Because now that Zule is back in the peloton again, he's actually, if he can catch this man, if he can pull back a minute on this man here, he's a yellow jersey. Maybe that's what he's going for, but doing that, he's helping Indurain a lot.
They don't seem to be going that quick, do they? So let's name them there. We've got Luc Leblanc here in the yellow jersey, Olano over there in the rainbow bands over on the far side there. Is Boltz, who tried to get a break earlier on for Telecom team. Luttenberger is still in there in the whitish colours with the blue stripe for the career team. Sorry about the break-up at the moment. We go back up to Laurent Duffield. We'll try and ID some of those riders. That's all that's left from the 166 that started this morning from Chambéry on the 199 kilometres to the finish at Les Arcs.
That's all that's left in the front, David.
Yeah, I know.
There's still more behind, but
yes, there are.
How far, we don't know.
Well, I hope it doesn't get dark too soon, because, I mean, poor old Wasquehal was 20 minutes down when we came over the top of the Col de Madeleine after just some 80 kilometres of racing. So there's a lot of riders way back down the road now in what they call the bus, checking their watches when they get the time back for the first rider over the line to try and stay inside the time limit.
I think today was an ideal day to attack Miguel Indurain, because we all know that this weather here Indurain doesn't like. So if we had if they attack him today, whatever they could do it. But if the weather gets warmer tomorrow, it gets more difficult to actually get time on Indurain.
And here they are, still climbing and waiting for the final few kilometres. But Steve was saying earlier on, this is a very smooth climb. It's quite wide. You see here going up towards the ski station at Les Arcs, where we're going to stay tonight. And then we've got the time trial station. Well, Hamburger just about 13 seconds ahead of this little group here. So one or two of the little hopefuls sliding off the front, but the big battle, I think, will be in the time trial tomorrow. And Miguel Indurain doesn't seem to have missed a beat all day today. Look at those big thick gloves he's got on. His sleeves are rolled down because the riders today have been there. That's some difficulty. That's in the pink is Zula. In the blue was Rominger.
The gap is actually getting bigger, Dave.
Yep.
This is something I just don't understand, Dave, because we hear on the race radio that Laurent Jalabert is in serious difficulty behind. If the race keeps going this way, he might even get eliminated. But at the same time, you have his teammates in the front riding to try and maintain a gap against this guy here, Laurent Defoe. So, and like, I think myself, there are more ways than that of putting Indurain in difficulty, I think.
Well, Hamburger's being brought back by that group. He tried to get away, and he looks like he's like to be absorbed then as Garmendia taking Zula up. What a sterling teammate Garmendia's been. He went back or waited for Zula after Zula crashed, and then and LeBlanc goes on the left-hand side. LeBlanc starts to attack on the left-hand side and launch himself into space. He's got a gap of nearly 2 minutes to cover to try and win this stage. LeBlanc is no great threat overall on general classification. He started this morning way out of the frame after having a few disastrous days. He had 2 very bad crashes as LeBlanc, so he's got to now to go and try and get a stage victory to restore some confidence to this ex-world champion who had a season last year which was a complete washout for his illness, for his injury, his operation, and of course his sponsor running away with the money, or in fact not paying it.
Just a little word from Bruno Roussel, who is the director sportif of Laurent Defoe. He just said on French television a minute ago that he actually had planned for Laurent Defoe to attack this morning on the Gourmet de Roseland, which is the climb we saw him attacking on, to try and help the chances of Richard Virenque maybe getting across him at one stage. But apparently Richard Virenque missed him. As he crossed here, Uda Bolter getting caught from Luc Leblanc, but he said that Virenque couldn't get away from Indurain, so eventually he went up and told Laurent Defoe, listen, it's all over to you now. Leblanc has been too heavily marked behind. You have the chance of getting the stage, and maybe the yellow jersey, have a go. He said, we're not yet to the finish, but we're almost there. With 1 minute and 45 seconds ahead of Indurain, the yellow jersey is looking very much a possibility at this stage.
And Steve was giving me that information of what the team manager was saying. We saw the Union Jack waving on the side of the road. Well, they better keep waving it for quite a while now, because Chris Boardman got shelled out on the Madeleine, and he went over the top there with a group of riders about 2 minutes and 59 seconds down. They re-caught the group containing Indurain on the descent and through the flat parts, but once they started up the Roseland climb, Chris had a bad patch again, drifted out. Jalabert went past him. Jalabert's back in trouble now as well, so at least Chris Bourman is in good company. There's a lot of top-class bike riders who are down the road, because having started 166 riders this morning, this is all that's left at the front of the race, and behind there's a lot of very, very tired riders who are hanging on. The camera now picking up here, Rominger. There is Virenque that Stephen was just talking about, who was so well marked when he tried to go away, certainly. And this is the fellow of the Carrera team, Luttenberger, who looks so smooth too to me at the moment.
Yeah, he's looking very, very good. I think himself joining the Carrera team was a good move for him, because Carrera have kind of an eye for finding young talent. And looking over the last 2 years, when you see they found Capucci from nobody, they found again Pantani. Now the Pantani is out, and they found they had a Zaina. Zaina was out, and they found Luttenberg. So Luttenberg, of course, had great results over the last 2 weeks. So they had reason, they did right to actually put all their eggs onto his basket.
One minute and 15 seconds is the gap coming over the race radio, if I read that right. Did I, Stephen? 1 minute 15 seconds. Belts, as I say, Dufo back to the group here that you're looking at now. So 1:15 for the man who technically still is the race leader on the road, because Zula, who's in his main pack now, is technically race leader, and so in fact he started at 40 seconds this morning, so we'll have to watch very carefully to see if that gap comes down. We can disregard the figure of Luc Leblanc, who's trying to close the gap down. But look in the rock, there's a lot of really what I call mountain goats in this, all sitting on Indurain's wheel, and nobody else other than Luc Leblanc is well down on the classification, and Dufo's tried to do anything about it. They're just riding up one at a time, and we've seen Rees do well on the descent and try and get away from him, but they seem to, at the moment, of just waiting, and perhaps it may be all over to the time trial tomorrow. But Luttenberger is not all that well placed over on general classification. I'm trying to see where he is now at the moment. I would have thought anyone's a stage victory, but mind you, the Tour of Switzerland, which he won just about 2 weeks ago, might have sapped some of his strength. That's a fellow in the whitish jersey in the centre of your picture there, now drifting out of the frame, and all eyes on this big fellow. But it's amazing. Now you look at this fellow Indurain, about 6'2" or something, and all round about him, most of them, except perhaps Bjorn Rees and Zula, who's very thin, they're all well under 6 foot. There's now 5 kilometres to go for the rider in the lead, and the gap is coming down bit by bit on Dufo, but he might still get the yellow jersey if they don't explode, but just have their own little gentleman's race amongst them here.
I've just been listening to an interview there with Manolo Sanz on the subject of why are the Onsi riding at the moment, and you see the gap here going up. But Sanz actually said that well, we want to ride it by tranquil, slowly, and make a nice tempo in front of the bunch, so that Zuli can maybe do a better time trial tomorrow, take the jersey from Diffo if he gets it. So they asked him, well, they're not kind of afraid of playing into the hands of Indra, and he says, no, I have to make my riders ride in front of the group to keep the gap down, so that Zuli can maybe get the jersey tomorrow. But he wouldn't really answer the question directly. But in my opinion, and in Bernard Heaven's opinion, and in the French commentaries also, they don't really understand the total tactic of Manolo Sanz at the moment.
Well, we'll all be revealed by tomorrow night, if not by tonight. So it's a weekend in Great Britain, and so many people will be glued to their television sets, and I hope watching Eurosport live. We've had massive audiences, by the way. Last week we had some of the best audiences for the start of the Tour de France on the Saturday and Sunday. I haven't seen the figures during the week yet, but I've heard back from Eurosport. They're well pleased, a number of you who switched on here. And I understand too that Eurosport is reaching over 106 million homes. Nope, they're not all switched on today listening to us here, but nevertheless we're now reaching so many homes across Europe, and the number of people watching it live, and that gap is 1 minute 40 seconds on my watch back there. I didn't have a chance to see the other riders go through, but 1:40 it is back there on my watch between Dufo and the rider. Yes, I thought he might go. I was trying to build him up and Prologue's going with him as well.
Bianc's gone as well. Bianc.
The mountain climbers specials, I thought they might start to go, and now Ludenberger will be just waiting there, and I said, well, I wonder if he gets stuff from the Tour of Switzerland. Well, now he's showing what a little climber he is, but he's got Virenque with him, and he doesn't seem to have gone quite quick enough at the moment. I don't think it's quite steep enough really for Ludenberger, but he's going to do what he can, and he's got Virenque with him.
At Virenque, of course, he cannot ride with Ludenberger because he has Laurent Diffo on the front.
But at least he can follow.
At least he can follow, yes.
Here it goes. That's the slow-mo. Ludenberger on his way.
But actually, what I think Virenque should do, he should actually ride with Ludenberger. There's only 5 kilometers to go. The gap is still 1 minute 50. It's impossible to get Diffo back. So if Virenque was to ride with Ludenberger, he could gain more time on Indurain, and without jeopardising the chances of Diffo.
And Ludenberger really is hammering along here, this Austrian. Now, last year was his first pro year. He won nothing. He had some injuries and some problems with his knees or something. The year before, I say he was an amateur. And then now his first victory ever was, in fact, a stage in the Tour of Switzerland. He went on to win the Tour of Switzerland. What a way to start a pro career.
Here we are, Laurent Diffo now, less than 5 kilometers to go. It seems to be starting to show signs of fatigue there.
He did, didn't he? And in no man's land, this fellow here, Luc Leblanc, who also now wants to get a stage victory, because Luc, having fallen off a couple of times, he took a right old clout on day one, and only 39 seconds behind him.
He is under pressure, yeah.
So Dufo looks like, bong.
Yeah.
The Swiss bell has got.
The problem with this, the cold wet weather, sometimes you don't eat enough. You must remember, when it's very cold, you're using up much more calories than you would than if it's warm. So the same thing has happened to a lot of people today. Probably the same thing happened to Boardman, to Jalabert, plus many other riders today. So here we are, Laurent Diffo, after attacking early on. He's under pressure.
So what a day we've had, and the finish sheet tonight will have turned the whole race upside down on its head. And this fellow, way down on general classification in 99th position, we're going to find himself moving up into the top 30 or so, I'd have thought. Luc Leblanc wearing the rainbow jerseys round his sleeve edgings here as past world champion, really showing a gutsy comeback. Imagine what it's like to be out of the sport for 12 months and fight your way back to this level.
Well, I'm very sure that his team car has come along to him now a minute ago, I'm sure, and said to his rider, he said 39 seconds. So what's happening now? Has 12 seconds between Diffo and Leblanc. Look at Leblanc now, he's a man possessed now. 3 kilometers to go, Leblanc's going to catch up with Diffo.
He's got him in his sights there. And Indurain Lachey. I'm sure on my race radio I heard Indurain Lachey. Let's wait. I hope when the camera goes back there. Radio 2, I think.
Yes.
Oh, Lachey, I should explain, means that he's been dropped. looks like Indurain, yeah, he's got some problem. There he is. And Zula's gone away. Or Zula...
No, Zula's with him. Zula's with him.
But what's happened? Has he got a problem?
No. Legs.
Legs have gone. We've never seen this for many, many years in the Tour de France, with Indurain suddenly losing power.
He's blown now. You see, he's not going very fast at all, Dave. He's blown.
What a race we've got today. Indurain, Lachey, Zula having troubles after 2 crashes to stay with him. Duffield trying to win the stage, but after him has gone Luc Leblanc. Who's going to get the yellow jersey tonight? I don't know. Permanently 1 from 5.
What a stage, Dave. What a stage. Classic to classics today, huh?
Oh. Well, we said there were a lot of top men in the race this year that put the pressure on Indurain. We didn't think it happened so early in the race.
Orlano's
going. Yeah, he's on the front foot, but he will ride surely for Romming at the moment.
Oh, yes, they have. The Romming must even ride with him. They must ride as hard as they can.
LeBlanc looking for the stage.
Look at the gap, Dave. Look at the gap, Dave.
1 minute 19 seconds back from LeBlanc to this group here. But he's no threat for the yellow jersey overall. And Indurain looks like he's almost come to a grinding halt. He's trying to look after Zula, and Zula is also trying. Now, Zula was technically yellow jersey this morning after Hulot had retired. Piccoli is way down the mountain struggling. So, in fact, Jalabert is also out. Berzin could be the yellow jersey if he can keep the gap. But Dufo has begun to collapse now.
That can't be very good for the Michael's morale.
We have not seen a sight like this on television for the past 5 years, and it looks like Hamburger's going up to him as well. And is he going past him? This is an unbelievable piece of live action on Eurosport, on your telly.
You must
what
remember
a day.
that the final kilometre is even steeper.
It does go, and then we got...
Hamburger's gone straight past, Dave. It must be so bad.
Yep, and in fact, although the final kilometre gets up steeper, there is about 100 metres downhill to the finish line where we're sat here, and the commentary positions have absolutely erupted when that news came over the radio. And here then, with 2 kilometres to go, it looks like a stage victory for LeBlanc, but we've seen how anybody can explode, but this man really has blown a gasket.
What a day, Dave. Abandon of the yellow jersey. Laurent Jalabert goes out. Boardman goes out. Indurain gets a bad day. And Zule falls off twice, gets back on again and blows himself. What a day.
Brunel goes over the mountainside, climbs back up again as well. Yesterday, Armstrong packed it in and climbed off his bike and said, no more for me. This tour is full of drama this year, and this is only the 8th day of racing. What a day we've got here. Sorry, we've 8 days with the Prologue time trial.
He's calling for a drink. He's calling for a drink, but he can't take a drink. If he gets a drink, he gets penalised.
And
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, that's not good. It's not even his own team who gave it to him. That's dangerous for himself and for the team. You see, it wasn't his own team, so he didn't want to take a chance taking a drink from him, and he threw it away straight away.
Ah. This is a sign of a man suffering like we'd never seen before. I saw it once in the Tour of Italy when Ugramov gave him a right pacing up toward the finish, and there the marks of Zula with the rips on his side. We can understand why Zula is having problems.
The 2 big men of the Tour, David. 2 monuments at this year's Tour. Side by side.
Groveling for different reasons, actually.
Here we are. Indurain getting a drink from his car. He will be penalised tonight for that, sure.
Is that going to mean time, seconds, or
time,
just money?
Times and money. I got it myself, David.
You know, oh yes, you've sat there before, haven't you?
The stage I collapsed into La Plagne, so I got the bottle within 20 kilometres of the end. He penalised me in 10 seconds. It wasn't a lot, but today there's much more in the pot today.
Well, you're listening to Stephen Roche. I remember that time in La Plagne when you tried to keep the gap back to Delgado, who was also talking to the Spanish listeners on Spanish television. We've got the experts all over the place here. What a day you're seeing on TV. On his way up to try and win stage 7 of the Tour de France at Chambéry-les-Arcs, one of the most eventful days we've had in this race for many, many years now. Luc Leblanc, the previous world champion, who had a disastrous year last year, can now see the sign which says to him 1 kilometre away from a stage victory in this year's Tour.
The race radio says Zuli has gone. Zuli has tried to, whatever force he has left, try and leave in Turin.
He has. He's just gone away, but the gap then for Leblanc doesn't really matter because he's so far down general classification, but Zula, despite the crashes and the pain he's gone through, has now gone away from Indurain, and both these two are way off behind the rest.
Oh, look how fast
Escamendia.
Oh, Escamendia goes past.
Yeah, and he's Zula's teammate. He's gone up to him now. Yeah, he's going to help Zula now.
It doesn't matter, Zula's in such a bad condition, it's even be difficult to help him.
But can I remind you, the cameras are not picking up. In front of these two, there's a group containing Berzin, Olano, Rees, and in that little group too, we've got Luttenberger, Rominger, and all that group are very important in the overall general classification. And for my money, unless Duffield gets the yellow jersey, because we haven't seen the time check on him, if Duffield should get the yellow jersey, if it doesn't, it could well go to Berzin, who is the best place of the group that are front, because now Zula's backed out, Indurain's blasted out. It's going to be a stage victory, a triumphant one for this man, Luc Leblanc, who undoubtedly, having had 2 major crashes in this race, has shown what guts and determination is all about in riding a bike. It's written all over his face now. I've had the crash, I've had the problems, I had the pain of the operations last year, I fought my way back, I'm an ex-world champion, but right now I'm going to show I've got a stage victory this year in the Tour de France, and he's riding into tremendous applause from the French spectators. The French have had a bonanza tour this year, and here he comes then, Luc Leblanc looking back to say, I've got this stage victory. He comes over the top, and there's a short little drop down in towards the finish, and all eyes will not only be on this man crossing the line in first place to win the stage from Chambéry-les-Arcs, but to see who takes the yellow jersey. He takes the stage victory, triumphantly waving to people. It's all downhill from here. Look, don't worry about this one. You can wave. We've enjoyed it. That's great. Yes, you're number 1 again after being world champion. Your next ride, this must be where he's had success, is to come here. I think he had one little reasonable success halfway through this season, but now he's got the greatest one, a stage victory in the Tour de France. Well done, Luc.
Well, I'm sure he's saying to himself at the same time, a pity he had to fall the other day, because you must remember he lost some 2.5 minutes the other day in a fall coming down the hill, which put him out of contention. If he'd only known he was going to go so well today, that's life.
And here comes Laurent Duffield. This man started out this morning in 26th spot, 4 minutes 49 seconds down the yellow jersey. Brank's trying to come up to him. Olano and Rominger have now attacked as well to try and come across. The watch is on this man now. He's got about 40-odd seconds back to
Rominger coming in, Dave. Rominger.
Oh, in that case, Rominger will take the jersey. If Rominger comes ahead, who gets this one out? This one, it's going to be out of that group. Who gets it? Rominger looks like he's going to take the yellow jersey. Rominger's coming through here because Duffield hasn't got enough time in his hand. Rominger's going to take the yellow jersey. What a triumphant ride for the Mapei man. He put his whole season around winning the Tour de France. Well, now it looks like he's got the yellow jersey to defend. That's on my count here as he goes across the line, and the rest of the riders coming in here. Duffield,
Luttenberg behind Duffield, Olano, Rees, Escartina, Berzin is there also.
But out of that group
11 seconds back.
Yeah, but out of that group to start this morning, Rominger, has he got? He was 24, 424, Olano 412.
Berzin or Olano?
That's like 12 seconds between them, that's right. Now, and Berzin this morning was 4:08.
The last kilometre there.
Rominger was 24, so 16 seconds. No, there wasn't enough, was there? No.
Indurain's going to lose at least 3 minutes.
Yeah, but I'm trying to work it out. Although he came first then, Rominger, he was about 16 seconds down on Berzin this morning, and there wasn't 16 seconds there, was there, at the end?
No, 11 seconds there.
11 seconds. So, in fact, Berzin might have got the jersey because Olano this morning was 4 seconds slower than Berzin, and they came through together. Well, I'm doing my best here, folks. That may be first, second, and third. Let's go then. Roughly saying it could be Berzin, Olano, and Rominger in that order, but don't take me to
shut up in the air and see what happens, Dave. But Indurain, the big loser of the day.
I'll write it down now. I think it's Berzin, Olano, and Rominger in that order, but Rominger couldn't punch, I think, enough seconds out to take the jersey off Berzin. Keep your fingers crossed. There we go. But this man is really in trouble.
And Gilles-Lebert is 4 kilometres from the finish now, Dave.
And how long does that take coming up a climb like this? About 3 minutes a kilometre.
Yeah,
That's
2
12.
minutes a kilometre or so.
And Bourbon, he passed him way back down the road, so Chris could be 20 minutes down. Luttenberger was third.
Stage.
On the stage, right. Well, we were just trying to sort out the GC plus the second plate. They all, I mean, the way that Rominger came through and caught Duffield and Baron was unbelievable, wasn't it?
Well, I put a lot of money on Rominger this year. I put a lot of money on him over the last 2 years and lost, so I have a lot of faith in him for this year.
I'm a Berzin man, by the way.
I'm Berzin Rominger. I'm up for Rominger, but I feel Berzin has a great chance also. But I feel Rominger is the one I prefer to see winning.
Well, we shouldn't be so cocksure now, because this man's come back before and he's riding with himself. Don't forget in the time trial, this man can knock minutes out of people. Rominger, we know, is good time trials. Berzin is, but really they're the only two. Zulla's a good time trial, but he's had a couple of falls now.
He will recover, of course. Indurain will recover, you will see. And I'm really sure tomorrow he'll go out and try and stamp his foot down just to show like I'm here. Here's Zule.
With Gomendi, this is...
Can't even pedal, Dave, look.
A sorry day then for Zulla, who's had 2 crashes. Mantley rode to the front on the climb and pretended he was okay when he got alongside Indurain. He even offered him a drink from his bottle, but it was really, I suppose, a bit of kidology.
It's either Orlan or Berzin for the yellow jersey, Dave.
Yep, I've got Berzin, Olano, Rominger in that order, but because this morning Berzin was 4 seconds ahead of Olano, and I didn't quite count them down when they came across the line. I was looking for Duffield, got to press the watch, and they went straight past Duffield and Baron. Rominger came through first, and then Berzin and Olano came shortly afterwards, but it depends on that gap. We're waiting for confirmation then of that, with other people rattling away on their computers the time difference. But here, what a sad sight to the Spanish supporters that have lined the route today. Indurain, though, will get a sympathetic round of applause. This man is a courageous battler. We've not seen the last of him yet by any means, because don't forget...
Indurain freewheeling across the line here just shows he's at the end of his energy.
At 4 minutes and 19 seconds down on LeBlanc, but he must have lost about 4 minutes on people like Berzin and Rominger and Olano. That is tremendous. So we've seen an absolutely amazing day's racing today. 4:19 back to Indurain from this fellow here, but he was only just about 20 seconds ahead of the rest of them. And in comes the Spanish champion. They're all coming in as some cracking riders here, but look at the gaps.
A day like this, Dave, you live, I think, once in a generation, I think.
Yeah, I'm glad to be sat here and watch it, even though we've frozen to death since, what, 1 o'clock this afternoon. We've been on air now for nearly 4 hours, I suppose. It's been a fascinating 4 hours. I don't know if any of you people back at home in Great Britain or anywhere across Europe have sat and listened to Stephen Roche, myself, David Duffield, but thank you for being with us if you have, and we hope you've enjoyed it all the way through. It's been a tremendous day's racing, the like of which you don't often have a chance to see, and we get paid for doing it too, which is rather a nice thing, isn't it? I'm so pleased for this fella.
Berzin, yellow jersey.
Got it. Okay. Well, I got Berzin, Olano, Rominger down on my bit of paper here. I thought Rominger got it, so I looked back and realised that he lost some time in the race. It was in that stage when they split, wasn't it? Yep.
Sorry, Dave, cut you off. Berzin is 1600th of a second ahead of Orlano. So he has the jersey by 1600th of a second. Right,
this is from the time trial. Prologue time trial, isn't it? Prologue time trial. 1600ths of a second. Well, it was like in the Tour of Italy, wasn't it? When it was 4600ths of a second when Olano got the yellow jersey, got the pink jersey, didn't he?
Yes,
4600ths. But this man has got the stage victory today. Well done to Luc Leblanc on what has been a most eventful day in the Tour de France. Absolutely brilliant performance by Luc Leblanc.
Tour de France with Coca-Cola. Always for the fans.
And there we have it. Yevgeny Berzin in the yellow jersey by just 1600ths of a second on this eventful day on the stage from Chambéry to Les Arcs. As he leaves the podium now, he'll make his way back down the Manus side, or some of them staying up here at Les Arcs. But tomorrow we're going to have the time trial, and Berzin is absolutely superb time trialist too. But the gap is so narrow between himself and Olano in second spot, and according to my notes, I think Rominger might be in third. A disastrous day for Indurain, who came in some 4 minutes down. Here Rominger trying to take over the yellow jersey, just failed to do that, but nevertheless behind here looking through the crowd as Ludenberger came up into third spot, having caught Veronk and Duffield. At one time was technically yellow jersey on the road. Alano was just behind him, and then this morning, having set out with Alano just some 4 seconds behind Berzin, the clock went on when Berzin went across the line, and we had to split him by the prologue time trial. Some of the later arrivals come in now. There's going to be a lot more riders coming in way after this now. So victory then for the stage went to Luc Leblanc, but the yellow jersey is on the shoulders of that young man Berzin, winner in the past of the Tour of Italy. And my hot tip for success in Paris, that might be the kiss of death, Stephen. Oh, Stephen's listening to the interviews here. He's got that look on him. He's concentrating on the French commentary. This is Veronk coming up to take the polka dot jersey as the king of the mountains. He really has romped up the mountains today, looking very, very strong indeed. Yes, Stephen.
Just talking to Berzin there. Berzin was the same way. He didn't really have a very difficult day. He just stayed in the wheels, couldn't do much more. He just was happy today to sit back and let everything happen, and the yellow jersey just kind of fell on his shoulders. So if he had known it was so close, he might have even been able to put in an effort to come to the end, but didn't know he was so close. So they asked him if he's capable of winning the yellow jersey someday in the Tour. He's saying, no, yes, I think so, but it's my first Tour this year, so I want to see how it goes before I start saying what I'm going to do.
Well, this man knew what he'd got to do today. He had to rump up the climbs. He went over the top of the Madeleine and took enough points on that one, and the climb of the Roseland, and now at Les Arcs to take the polka dot jersey. And here a rest of riders coming in, but believe you me, there's a lot more further down the mountainside. They'll be coming in up to, I don't know, half an hour, 40 minutes behind the victor, Luc Leblanc, today. And look at the state they're in. If you just switched on now, it looks nice and sunny here. This morning the clouds were down all the way along the race. It had been raining, and here comes Jalabert. In fact, the clock on the left-hand side shows you how this French hope for the yellow jersey now has lost it. Here comes Pascal Lino in as well, another great French hope some years ago who took over the yellow jersey in the Tour. And Jalabert coming over the top of that short rise before the descent into the finish. There's now, 12, nearly 13 minutes down on Luc Leblanc, but Jalabert has had a disastrous day, and not only him, Indurain too. He lost 4 minutes, but Indurain might pull it back later. Jalabert, I think, Stephen, no hope.
No, Jalabert is no hope, but I think the Tour now is blown wide open again, because normally when an Indurain goes into the first time trial, he's in the front or coming out of the time trial, he has 4 minutes in his hand. Here he is going into the time trial now with 4 minutes in the rear. So,
but there we are then. Berzin just equal with Alana. Romick at 7 seconds. That time trial tomorrow, even with Indurain hovering, is going to be something worth watching.
Was brought to you on Eurosport by Coca-Cola.
You rejoin us as a most interesting and unusual sight greets our eyes here. This man, Miguel Indurain, is lying 14th on general classification following a disastrous day yesterday. 3 minutes and 32 seconds down. Normally he would, by this stage of the race, be starting very near the back end with the faster men, maybe within a few seconds of maybe the yellow jersey. That's been his technique all the time when he goes into the first time trial on the Tour de France, to be there or thereabouts with a chance of taking out the yellow jersey if he hadn't already got on his shoulders. But normally he takes it in the first time trial of the Tour de France, but this year the time trial is up the mountain of the Val d'Isère ahead of Indurain. It lies 1,000 metres of climbing, and look at this man possess all the way through the time check so far. Chris Bourbon, who took a rough old time yesterday, is now coming to the finishing straight here. He went through the 24-kilometre point, 1 minute 41 seconds up on Guarini, who is the fastest rider we got so far in 56 minutes and 11 seconds, and there he goes across the line, and they've not put his time up. They weren't ready for that one. We'll have to wait and see when it comes up on Minitel here, but that was a tremendous ride by Bourbon. He was, I say, over 1 minute and 41 seconds ahead of Guarini, so it looks like he really has triumphed. Look at the expression on Chris' face. That man, the world champion when it comes to time trialling, the world champion when it comes to pursuing, or Olympic champion pursuiter, brought up on time trialling when he was out there on the Wirral Peninsula. This other great time trialist here now knows he's got a battle on his hands. I will give you the time when it comes up on our screen. For the first time, the people missed it there on the line. They were actually, I think, taken by surprise. I'll hold on to your hats. Listen to this. Chris Boorman. He had done the 30.5 kilometres in 54 and 23. 54 minutes and 23. I can hear the applause from where I'm sitting here at the top of the mountain for all you good people in Great Britain. I know there's a load of time trialists would have rushed back home to watch it on Eurosport this afternoon. And there it is in Bournemouth, 54.23. Fastest to date.
This morning, Dave, I put a bet on Injuran's not going well anyway, Dave, that's for sure.
Oh,
I can really tell it now. But it's not good for him or anybody else, I'm sure, for his teammate. But he doesn't seem to have the... Okay, he's only starting off, but this is the fast part of the course here. And unless he's gonna doing this and hoping to wind up later on, but he isn't actually giving the expression of actually having a full recoup from yesterday. But maybe we'll see as we go along. But I was saying, yes, this morning we had a few bets on, and I put that Berzin and Tony Rominger would do in around 53 minutes for the time trial today.
Ah, that's interesting. And 54.23 is Chris Bourman's time. Yeah, I suppose well, to me, when I saw the course yesterday, I thought it was a bit too steep for Chris, who's normally a flat course time trial. I mean, he can do the shorter ones, I think, fairly well, but it looked to me to be a bit too far for a man who's not a good climber. But he has worked a lot on his climbing in recent years, and certainly in the last 12 months or so he's come good on the climbing. He's lost a bit of weight as well, and I suppose he's got something to show up from yesterday's disaster, but I don't know how much he took out of his legs.
It has, but like for example, it's very rare that you get a good climber doing a very, very good mountain time trial. But you often get a good flat time trialist riding well on the mountain time trial, because you're using power. You haven't not actually using like Richard, for example, is a very, very good mountain rider, but he will only be barely, I'd say, inside the first 10 today in the time trial, because he needed a special kind of force, mental and physical force, which Chris Boorman has on the flat, which he keeps on the hills either. This time trial today is not a very, very difficult climb, the likes of Alpe d'Huez or whatever. The gear today, my gear would have been having a 12-19 block with a 44-51 outside ring. Most of the riders today, I think they would be using about a 42, 52, 53 ring with a 12-19-21. And the most difficult part of the circuit, they would be using, the top guys, I think, would be using the equivalent of a 44-18.
Well, we've just seen Jonker coming along here, tried to get a breakaway going yesterday before we got to the final climb, and there the intermediate time, 15.7, shows that Jonker, we just saw on our screen, 37 seconds behind Boorman. But I have to tell you now that Chris Boorman has lost his top spot at 9.3 kilometres. Sorry, hang on. No, in fact, I'm just looking here. No, they flicked it back in. It's changed. In fact, they changed it and put Bolts up ahead of him at 9.3 kilometres. But Bolts, in fact, is 12.48. That's a surprise. I thought there was something terribly wrong here. They put on the wrong part of our little screen. I nearly fell off the chair when I saw Bolts was faster than Boorman at the... In fact, still they put it up, yes. They've got at 9.3. Bolts with 2 times. This is rather strange. They've got him now as 12.04 and 12.48. I don't believe this at the moment. We'll come back to that one later on. But our screen at the moment is throwing a bit of a wobble, and they first put Bolts as fast as, then said he's gone through 44 seconds slow. Now, I don't know. We'll wait and see what happens at the moment. But that Jonker, we had a quick look at him. Let me put you in a picture what happened yesterday. We saw Jonker, Ellie and Bolts go away, heading up towards the finish, and one by one they got caught by the group, and just shows you, as Stephen was saying yesterday, how much you can lose ground, because Jonker and Ellie, both of them came in 14 minutes and 2 seconds down on Luc Leblanc, the winner, and he knocked that out of him all the way up on that final climb of the day. So they took a right old pacing. Only Bolts managed to hang on. He went away, but even he got caught and dropped to 17th place, 5 minutes and 9 seconds. So it can change so dramatically, as we saw yesterday on a mountain top finish. Indurain looks like he's getting a bit more power up now, using the big gear. This is the fatter part of the course, and perhaps he's getting his rhythm back.
Well, after being over the course, unfortunately you have 30-odd kilometres, 30 kilometres and a bit of time trialling, and you only have, I'd say, about altogether 4 kilometres of more or less flat, or 5 kilometres of flat and downhill. So there's a very, very minority part of the circuit actually going downhill, where you can actually use the big gear. As you can see here, Miguel, he has he's turning the legs fairly well here. I don't know what outside chainring he has on, but he has it down on the 12 anyway. That's one thing for sure.
And he's certainly making light work of this particular bit. And don't forget, we've still got another time trial ahead of us when we get out to Bordeaux on the last day of the tour. So if he hasn't got the jersey back between now and then, but he's still close in contention, that's the day when I'm sure he's prepared to have a good old go to try and get it back again. So that's the one then. We're just opening up our little book here. Thank you, Stephen. That is your 63.5 kilometres. That certainly would suit him from Bordeaux through to Saint-Emilion. What's some lovely names? Saint-Emilion in Bordeaux. They're going
Saint-Emilion.
Saint-Emilion. Oh, is it lovely?
Million.
And Bordeaux. But that will suit him more, the flatter course, if he's close. But at the moment, he's a long way down.
Well, it will, Dave. But if you remember the last few years, the last time trial has always been around 40-45 kilometres. And the first time trial has always been around the 55-60 kilometres. So nobody knows really how Indurain is going to react on a 60-kilometre time trial so near the end of the race. Or nobody knows, for that matter, how the likes of Rominger or Berzin or anybody will actually react to it. So this Tour de France this year, I think, is going to go right down to the bone this year. I think we're going to go right up to the final time trial, the second last day in Paris, before we actually can say, yes, we think someone's going to win.
Well, I can't help forget that time, that 65-kilometre climb trial, Luxembourg in 1992, when Indurain went round in 1:19:31, smashed everybody completely out of sight. It may yet happen. As you come back to us, sitting here at the commentary point with Stephen Roche, myself, David Duffield, we have Chris Boardman, a very disappointed Chris Boardman in some respects, I suppose, because the early time checks, when he'd been going so quickly, Indurain at 9.3 seconds had just pushed him back, and now we've got Ulrich's time on the board, who's gone fastest at 12:06. So after yesterday, it is not looking so good at the moment. But Chris, is this going to have an effect on your attitude to the rest of the tour? Are you going to think more of Atlanta? How's you looking forward to it now? Or perhaps you haven't thought about it yet?
Well, Tour de France is like the first concern for the year, really. I got here with form that wasn't what I wanted it to be. Got a little overexcited at the start of the year, so I've learned a lot there. I got here with pretty good form. You know, I'm certainly not creeping by any means. Yesterday was a bit of a catastrophe, but these things you've either got to get over them or you don't. And for me, the most important thing is to go to Paris. And as long as I don't get sick and I don't have an accident, then that's where I'm going to go. And if I can get some results on the way, then that's great. But the first thing is to go to Paris.
Well, I'm sure a lot of Brits will be out there to welcome you, Chris. We look forward to seeing you there. Stephen has been to Paris in the yellow jersey. Question for Chris, go on.
Well, first of all, you see a lot of the other riders there that were actually down with Chris yesterday. We see a lot of them taking it easy today. And now that, Chris, you're down now in 41st place and 27 odd minutes down, what was your real reason today for giving it everything?
I really need to know where I was compared to some of the big riders here. And from that, from today's ride, then I can start making some decisions for the rest of this race, because I rode hard today, really hard. It was good, constant time trial effort, and from what I've got at the moment, it was consistent effort right through the hour, and I felt okay. So I'll see where that gets me, and if that puts me quite a few minutes still outside the top riders, then tomorrow I'll take it easy and be going for stages. But really, I've never ridden a mountain time trial, and it's a good chance for me to see where I am compared to them, and then make some decisions based on that.
What do you reckon now for the mountain stages to come? Are you going to try and maybe give it a go, like one day on the mountains, maybe just say, this is my day, I'm going to have a go today, and just see how far you can go with the first riders? Or are you going to just kind of try and get to the finish now in Paris?
Well, again, it depends on the result today. I mean, if I'm going flat out and I find that I'm losing 5 minutes today in a 1 hour climb, then obviously that's not going to be a very good idea. I'm going to pay dearly for that.
One last question, Chris. Your gearing for today, what gear did you ride on the hill today?
I used 51 rings, stayed in that all the time, touched the 21 once or twice and had the 11 for the descents.
Just one final comment, Chris. Your family, I know, sometimes listen to Eurosport. Sally Ann back at home and all the kids. Have you got a message to your family back at home and all your friends?
Yes, I'd like to apologise to Harriet, because I sent a little message on one of the TV channels the other day to Edward and said, look, Edward, this is what your dad does for a living. As we were riding along in the rain there, and Harriet was a bit upset. She's only 4 or 5, and she's a bit upset she got left out. So I'm sorry, Harriet, and there's a bit of a message for you.
Well, he's got a family. Edward, Harriet, George and baby Oscar and Sally Ann back at home. Thank you for that, Chris. I know you've got to go and get yourself all sorted out, Dino. Thanks for spending the time to come in. We wish you the best luck. We want you to get to Paris. I'm sure that all the rest of Brit supporters will be turning out there to come along and give you a good cheer at the end there. So we hope you make it in good form, and we look forward to winning a stage and coming back to speak to you on Eurosport. Thanks very much indeed. So the action hotting up on the course now at 9.3 kilometres. Ulrich the fastest, 12 minutes and 6 seconds. Rominger in second spot, 4 seconds back now. What a turn up for the books. That is because Rees is in third spot, 5 seconds behind Ulrich. Indurain is behind him in fourth at 7 seconds, and Chris Bourman down 13 seconds at the first time check. Those are the top 5. Ulrich first, Rominger second, Rees third, Indurain fourth, Boardman fifth. The whole of the times here are absolutely staggering. The race is on, and this young man Ulrich is really setting a hot pace. He's even quicker than Rominger, Rees, Indurain and Boardman. We'll have to see what happens. Our German commentators down here, Peter Voigt and Rudi Altig, himself a very, very strong competitor, world champion in the past, stage victor in the Tour de France. They suddenly jumped up and down, and their eyes have opened because we, the Brits, have had the stage at the moment. Now it's gone to the Germans.
Rominger's doing a great time here, Dave, but I think this guy Ulrich, who's still competing as far as I know for the best young riders award, it's an incredible achievement for himself with the 9-kilometre board to be actually still in front of Rominger, Rees, Indurain and what have you.
And there's a man, Tony Rominger, superb time trialist, past victor of the Grand Prix de Nation, which seems to have lost a bit of its shine now. Why is it, Stephen, as we're watching him here, that time trialing, I mean, one time the Grand Prix de Nation was like, I must say, climbing Everest or doing the hour record. It was one of those great things many riders would go for, and it seems to have lost a lot of its ambience now. As we watched Laurent Jalbert, 2 minutes 37 seconds down at 24 kilometres, so he's out the frame. But why is this change in attitude towards time trialing come about now in terms of things like the Grand Prix de Nation?
Well, first of all, the Grand Prix de Nation was 90 kilometres, and it was it's moved around over the last few years. It was in Paris, it was down in the south of France, it was brought over into Lac Madine over in the east of France, and eventually the season gets so long now that it was having a time trial like that at the end of September, just nobody wants to prepare for it anymore. It's very unfortunate, I think, because the Grand Prix de Nations holds an awful lot of weight. All the big names won it, like you have Sean Kelly won it, Mutti won it, Hina won it, I never won it, but all the other big names, I mean, won it. Like
you won the time trials in your time, didn't you?
I could tell, like all the big names won it, and I think when even though there was a fairly select group of riders rode it each year, I think over the last number of years it's actually lost its value, because you need, for it to have value, people need reference. For example, when you rode every year in the same area, the same route, you could go out the following year and say, well, okay, Stones did it in that time, Stones did it in that time. Whereas now, with every second year it would have been changed, there's no reference anymore, so it means that it holds less weight.
Jalabert just finished in 57 minutes and 49 seconds. He started this morning in 24th place, 11 minutes and 58 seconds down. We've now got another time check at the 9.3 kilometre mark. Ulrich is still the fastest man there. In fact, he's changed. Berzin, who we didn't actually see. I kept my eyes off the start. I don't think we saw Berzin starting while I was interviewing Chris. I tried to keep an eye on it, but we didn't see him go. Anyway, Berzin was the last man to go. There you see on your screen now, Berzin's pushed Ulrich back, and Bourman's back in 7th spot at the moment, but look how close those top men are, and Berzin is rocketing along the road.
Berzin's really rocketing the road. 11:50 with 16 seconds into Ulrich and 18 seconds into Orlando. It's an incredible time for over 9 kilometres. If he keeps going this way, he's going to put a minute into the top men.
And you said he might do it in what?
23.
23?
Oh, sorry, 53. Sorry, halfway.
So,
53.
Berzin set the fastest time so far at the first time check. Can he get inside 53 minutes? the riders coming up here on this long climb, 30 kilometres in all, the time trial stage today. And I have with me in the commentary position Jim Ockwitz from the Motorola team. He's the team manager of the squad, which includes Max Chandry, the British rider. Jim, we don't have a lot of success with British riders. I mean, Gordon's going great over here now, but you can count the Brits on one hand that have come across and ridden up the Tour de France level. You brought on a lot of Americans in your team over the years, where you've been with 7-Eleven, now Motorola. What's your advice to riders to how they crack it? Because you brought these riders. What's the secret?
Well, I'm not sure there's any secrets. I think that you definitely have to be dedicated, and you've got to put the time in there and make the sacrifices it takes to be a professional cyclist. I think it's obviously a benefit if you can get here to Europe, compete as an amateur, get on the national team in your own country, go to the Olympic Games, and get some exposure that way, so that the professional teams have an opportunity to look at you.
Well, whilst we're having a chat here with Jim Ockwitz, we're looking at this young rider here who's putting up some cracking rides so far, as Ulrich has really been surprised a lot of people at the 15.7 kilometre mark. 26.55, he's pushed Indurain down into second spot by 15 seconds. Luttenberger, the climber, back at 21. Zull at 40 seconds. Chris Bourman at 46. So it's all changing now on the board. We're seeing a fascinating time trial, a mountain time trial here, which hasn't normally happened at Tour de France. We've normally had flat ones, but right now we've got an exciting climb. They see the overall position as it is at the moment. Jim, apart from, I say how it is difficult for the riders to come across, how about you as a team manager, American, building up the teams? I mean, you've been through hell and high water, I'd have thought. What's your future now, since you understand that Motorola are pulling the plug at the end of the year?
Well, we've got 16 years in cycling to back us up. We've spent, this is our 11th Tour de France. We've got a good team right now, and we're hopeful to keep that team together for 97. We're looking for a new sponsor, and we think we're pretty confident someone's going to come in here and pick us up, and we'll be back here again next year.
Well, we look forward to that, Jim, and I hope anybody's listening out there got a few bob to spend to get in touch with Jim Ockwitz. But now, before we let you go, what about the opportunity now for Lance Armstrong? He backed out in rather, I'm not quite sure what happened to him, what the reason he was that he retired. Perhaps you can fill us in on that, but what about his prospects now for Atlanta?
Well, it certainly wasn't a plan for him to stop the Tour so early, and I think that his physical condition just wasn't up to par when he took the start in Holland. As the weather progressed to get worse and worse each day, it didn't help him in terms of trying to find himself, and on top of that, he got a little bit sick the night before, and it was just time for him to leave the Tour.
Well, one man is contesting for the top spot this year. Look at him on your screen now, and he's rushed into the lead there with that superb performance. He said he's going to win the time trial stage today, and you saw on his face the determination which takes him into the top spot, 26 minutes 44 at that particular kilometre point though. So it's all changing as fast as you see it on your board there. Indurain now leading at the 24 kilometre point, but he's fairly well ahead of the top men following his disaster yesterday. One final comment from you, Jim. You've been on this tour for many years, particularly 7-Eleven and recently Motorola. What about yesterday's stage? I couldn't find words to describe it. How did you see it?
Yesterday was a rather bizarre event, and I think we saw the many facets of the Tour de France all taking place in one day. We had good weather, bad weather. We had riders attacking and being caught, and we had many riders finding fatigue that we've never seen before in the Tour de France. People like Indurain and some others, and I think it was a day for all of us to really reflect upon and really understand just how difficult this Tour de France was on the riders.
And I also think, Jim, that the sponsors now are seeing this a great medium for carrying forward their publicity. That an event like yesterday must, to me, have captured the hearts and minds of many people to see how these riders responded. I mean, you got all your lads in your team there. Madouas did a great ride yesterday. How did they feel at the end of it all?
The riders themselves were all very tired. Obviously, the weather again was a factor yesterday. I think the conditions have been difficult, as we all know, since the start in Holland. But the riders are here at the Tour de France, and this is the Super Bowl for us. This is the World Cup. This is the biggest event in our sport. And the riders have motivation every day when they get up in the morning, regardless of how they finished the day before.
Well, thank you for your comments, Jim. We wish the best of luck in your search for new sponsor and for your Motorola team for the way into Paris now. I hope you get a stage victory somewhere along the way. Usually try and pull one up, don't you? And we give you the best of luck. And we hope that the British rider, or the Anglo-Brit, Max Chandry, gets it for you. Thanks for your comments. Thanks. Bye-bye. And chat there with Jim Ockovitz, who's, I mean, the Americans, they rather look upon cycling, have done in the past, rather upon the way that we, I suppose, in Great Britain might look upon trying to start a baseball team in Great Britain. But there we are then, the Berzin on his way up, the fastest man so far at the first time check. Coming up on your screen, the time at 15.7 kilometres, showing that Rees 11 seconds ahead of Ulrich. Rominger back there in third spot. Indrain fourth. Luttenberger, Zuller, Bormann in that order. There's a tremendous roll call of honour on that board, but it can all be changed as this man works his way up the hill. He's going superbly well at the moment.
He's actually going incredible. The one thing I'm a little surprised is Rominger. To see Orlano here on our screen seems a little bit under pressure here, Dave. He started off with a very, very fast time in the first 9 kilometres, and he seems to be a little under pressure here.
So Olano is wearing the rainbow bands as the world champion. I didn't, in fact, I've got to go back and remember. Now this is odd. Surely he's the world road champion, and in the time trial, Indrain is the time trial champion of the world. I would have thought they'd have swapped the world championship jersey on this occasion. What's the rule on this? Do you know?
Well, we're in the Tour de France, Dave. We're not in a time trial. It isn't like Grand Prix de Nations. In Grand Prix de Nations, I think in a one-day time trial, it would be have the rainbow jersey, okay. But we're now in the Tour de France, so we're actually in a road event. It's not actually a time trial event. The time trial is in the Tour de France. But it's a good question, David. Actually, it's a very good question. But I'm sure the fact that we're in the Tour de France, and it's a stage race which lasts 22 days, and in the Tour de France we have climbs, we have descents, we have time trials, we have time trials, we have everything. I think that the road champion should wear the jersey, and the road champion today is Orlano.
Yeah, that's interesting. I just thought I'd like to see Indrain in his world champion jersey.
Put the cat amongst the pigeons.
How often does he get a chance to wear his jersey in a time trial, Indrain? Because unless he rides the Grand Prix National, I'm not sure it's happening this year. There's the Ola Blanc's come in 55.02, and a great cheer from the French supporters here as we look at the world champion Olano, who does not look too happy at the moment. I know slow motion feedbacks are a bit difficult to look smile and happy, but he's 27.03 and he's well behind Indrain, also just round about Indrain's time. So at the moment I fear that he may be struggling, but there's a long way yet to go.
I think at the same time, Dave, you must remember that the World Time Trial Championship was only invented really last year. So there's possibly a few new things, which we'll probably see a few new things over the next couple of years. But I do agree that a World Time Trial Champion, his actual title should be put more in value by letting him wear it the maximum possible.
Well, that's a note for the organisers from us sitting at the commentary point. Probably putting my size 12s in it yet again. LeBlanc might wag his finger at me for that, Jean-Marie. Look at the power this man came up now. He really has decided to cut back that deficit, that tiny loss yesterday. And don't forget, this race goes to Pamplona, over the Pyrenees. It goes almost by his front doorstep. He just had in his mind that he would ride into Spain wearing that yellow jersey on the way to his 6th victory in the Tour de France. He had a bad day yesterday. The first time I've seen in recent years Indrain crack. I remember some years ago, actually I was in a team car, watched him with Delgado when he did a tremendous job taking him up to the Alpe d'Huez, and then suddenly he cracked and let Delgado go away from it. But look at him now.
He seems to have changed his position, Dave, for the time trial. It seems to be much harder than he normally is. Yes, if you remember, he looked very, very far back on the saddle, climber's position. Now he's in the time trial position, but he seems a little higher than he normally would be.
And he also has got his bars pulled back a bit. It seems a much unusual sort of, tucked in position. And here he comes then, 54.23 to beat, and he's going to beat by a massive amount of 1.29 seconds. Indrain in the lead. That was a tremendous ride by this man, who yesterday looked absolutely exhausted when he crossed the line, but he's got enormous recovery. He's a man with the biggest heart, the biggest lungs, the biggest ability to pump blood around his body, and one of the maximum power outputs of today's cyclists, and he's used it to good effect today, and at the moment has taken the lead. But looking back down, the last man on the road here, Berzin, has been setting the fastest time at the first time check, 9.3 kilometres. He went through in 11 minutes and 50 seconds. At the second time check, he was 26 minutes and 30 seconds with his time for 15.7. He'd put Rees back by 14 seconds. He was 25 seconds faster than Ulrich, 32 seconds faster than Rominger, 33 seconds faster than Olano. He really is absolutely hammering a hole in this field. At the halfway point then, Berzin triumphant. Look at that bevy of motorcyclists and followers and hangers-on. They're witnessing this man in that yellow jersey, and I think somehow we're going to have a battle between Berzin and Indurain all the way to Paris.
Well, Rominger is still my man, Dave, but he's still 3 minutes ahead of Indurain on GC. But I must admit that Rominger is not actually putting in the performance that I thought he would have put in so far. Maybe the second half of the race is going to go a little better, I don't know. But this man here, we've been talking all day about the fact that Indurain and Rominger, maybe Orlando, not giving out maybe the appearance of actually giving it all, not being able to give it all. Whereas Berzin is giving out this kind of dynamite kind of very kind of magical ride here today.
And that's it. That's the position at the moment. Just look at it, relish it, because Berzin could be on his way to a yellow jersey in Paris if he can just get through all the stages ahead of him now with that yellow jersey. Certainly at the moment it looks like he's going to keep it on his shoulders at the end of today. So Berzin on his way up that time at 15.7 kilometres, 26.30. They're doing 30 kilometres a bit, so if he double that, that's 40, 52. He might be inside the 53 you're talking about.
Well, it's going to be well inside the 53, I think, Dave. But anyway, just going back, and we saw a minute ago the back shot of Berzin, as you see Berzin and Bjorn Ries here. The two of them are getting very, very close in times at the moment for this time trial. Ries saying last night to me that, Stephen, I said to him, Bjorn, you think tomorrow you're going to be in the first straight? He said, Stephen, I'm going to win the time trial tomorrow. I said, oh, well, okay. But what I was going to say was, if you look at Berzin here, his number is 51. And I'm sure last night when Indurain consulted the GC sheet and saw that Berzin's number was 51, I'm sure he started thinking to himself, well, how many previous Tour de France winners have won with 51? There's an incredible amount of them. I haven't got them all in my head here, but I know Hino won and Alfinio won, and
I think Merckx had 51.
Merckx 51 a couple of times. Enormous amount of riders won Tour de France with 51 on the back. So I'm sure it's a little kind of click in Indurain's head now that might say to him now, okay, he has the number, but I'm not superstitious, but he is in front of me.
And there it says Espace Killy on the top of your screen there, showing the 15.7 kilometre time check. The great Olympic skier Claude Killy actually lived for many, many years in Val d'Isère, where the race finishes today. He was born in Alsace. His family, in fact, are still here. His mother and father are living here. And in fact, the family own many of the sports shops up in the town, which is a great ski centre. And that's why you see the Killy name popping up all the time. And not only respect the great man, but he is one of the directors of the Tour de France.
Luttenberger seems to have put in a good time, Dave.
At 24 kilometres, yes.
24 kilometres, yeah, he's put in a very good time.
As we're looking at Berzin, we've also been checking the little computer we got here, because Mr. Compact, and he's 7 seconds down at the 24 kilometre point. Boardman at 1 minute 13 on Indurain. I'm very pleased to hear, though, that Chris is prepared to ride through to Paris, because we have been discussing it, and I said, yes, he's got to do it. If he's ever going to get a good place in the Tour de France, which is every cyclist's ambition, I think he has to ride all the way through hell and high water. You've got to take a pacing. I mean, where was, in your first Tour de France, where did you finish, Stephen?
It's 13th in my first tour. Yeah. But I got a hammering the day before the big mountain stage into Alpe d'Huez. I got a hammering. I lost 22 minutes on Alpe d'Huez alone. But then the second day, then I rode very well into Morzine, where I finished second with Robert Miller third, and after that I started climbing well. So you have to kind of hammer yourself to actually get better.
And that is the general situation overall at the second time check. They've run it through the computer to show what it would be at that position. You see 41 hours, 14 minutes and 23 seconds. If they stop the race there, that would be the result of the Tour de France. But they're not going to, of course. We're not even halfway through it yet, and we've had, thank goodness so far, the first day without rain. That's probably going to tempt Providence, and certainly the forecast was it was going to rain later in the day and maybe snow tonight.
Well, it's actually spitting rain now. I've just been outside for a nature call, and it's actually starting to spit rain now. So the riders might just finish with a bit of rain.
But fortunately, it is a very twisty circuit as they come up here, and they do get shelter as well. The cameras haven't followed the rise all the way up, but there's a lot of tunnels further on up, and they just have been, in fact, one of the tunnels must be, I should think, about 1/4 mile long. They seem to be a lot. You can't really see the end of it either. It turns round a bit and the lights come out in the sky, and it must be very gloomy now. I think as far as the riders are concerned, it must be very cold to go in those tunnels.
Well, the body will be hot going up, so again you get hit with those tunnels that you're talking about. But it is of course a little cooler in there. But for the rider, it actually is better because it cools them down for that 100 or 200 meters that the tunnel lasts for. But the one thing, as they get further up, you can't see a lot of people here at this stage. But as you get higher up, as the road gets more open to the right-hand side, there's a strongish crosswind there. So, but the one thing is, there's an awful lot of people there, so they shelter the rider.
You tell me about the people. I came out to say last night, and in fact there was on the side of the road some Spanish people, and they were playing a Spanish version of a bagpipe. I don't know what the hell they actually call this instrument, but it's the Spanish bagpipe. And I thought they were playing a lament, like they play a lament late at night, but they weren't. They were quite spirited about the whole thing, and a real festive atmosphere. And in fact, looking back last night, I don't remember a square inch of space or square metre where you could park a car. They were camping out, and they've had a cold night out there in the tents and in the cars and the camper vans to watch this time trial, which is once again the deciding point totally in the race, but it's certainly going to be a pointer for the future. Zulla on his way up towards the finish.
Zulia, of course, we saw yesterday, and for any of you who was following yesterday, the first chap fell off twice in a space of about 10 kilometres, so he wasn't the best last night. He had a very sore knee. You see he has a bandage here on his knee, and he also had a sore in his ribs. But he's done a reasonably good ride today. I thought he would have done a little bit better, but you must remember yesterday the two crashes. Then of course he finished down with injury and losing a lot of time to Berzin and Rominger. So morally he cannot be 100%, and also definitely physically after the crash that he had, he's going to find it difficult today. But still he's put in a good time, Dave.
Yep, 54.29, just in third spot at the moment, just failing to pip Chris Boardman, and he rides for a Spanish team as well. And the Spanish really having, I think, a bit of a triumph so far at the moment in one way or another, but I understand he broke his glasses when he fell off as well yesterday. We're looking back now at Berzin on his way up. By no means an easy ride, this one.
But you can see Berzin out of the saddle a lot. That's a sign he's going well. Like when you're not going too well, you do a lot of sitting in the saddle, but you haven't got the power to actually get on top of the gear out of the saddle. This morning when I was going up the course with his director sportif, he was telling me that Berzin here will ride a lot on the big chainring. As you see him here, he's still on the big chainring here. He reckoned he would use the big chainring a lot. So here's Severe Anchor. We haven't seen him for a long time, Dave. So and it doesn't figure anywhere on our computer either. So he mustn't be on a good time either today.
Well, I suppose he's going to do what he can to protect that polka dot jersey. But there again, there are points in the King of the Mountains competition here today on the climb. I'm sure that one is at the 24-kilometre point, and the times will run back on that one. But certainly the polka dot jersey, which he got yesterday with some superb climbing, he's not all that far in front of the people around about him. So I think perhaps he's just saying, well, I'll hang on a bit for tomorrow and try on the stage to Sestriere, reinforce my position on his polka dot jersey.
Well, at the moment, Laurent Defoe, his Virenque's teammate, is only some 6 seconds ahead of him on GC, so I'm sure Virenque will not be too keen there, because Virenque does not like riding for anybody else, only himself. So having Laurent Defoe ahead of him on GC is going to make him a little bit maybe more ambitious now over the next few days and look to getting away in a long break. But at the moment he is he's only like 37 seconds down on GC, but I think after the time trial today it's going to be a couple of minutes and 37 seconds.
Well, all of this then coming out to you live on Eurosport. My co-commentator Stephen Roche, myself David Duffield, absolutely enthralled with the racing we're seeing both yesterday and today. And here is Luttenberger, this new find for the Carrera Blue Jeans team. That's a team that Stephen rode for several years. And look at this, he's really just 7 seconds at 24 kilometres. This fellow's flying along here, and no doubt about it, being one of these light to lively chaps, knee-high to a grasshopper. They can climb up these mountains. You see by the size of the head on his bicycle here, he's a little short chap. They don't weigh very much, but they don't often time trial very well, and he's certainly showing us today he's prepared to have a go. So we've got to look forward to this fellow as being one of the up-and-coming stars. I think he's only about 23 years of age as such, and he has already on his palmarès the fact that he won a stay in the Tour of Switzerland. He went on to win it overall. He's going to get very close indeed to Chris Boardman's time, and for a non-time trialist, I don't want to be disrespectful to him. He's a good mountain climber. This is a good performance on his part then. Chris's 54.23 has has been pushed back and he's taken over that second spot at the moment. Good ride by Luttenberger of the Carrera Blue Jeans team.
He's had an incredible season so far with the winning the Tour of Switzerland a few weeks ago, but we wouldn't have thought him to do such a good time trial today on this time trial course. But the other night I spoke to Boy Faber, his director sportif, and he told me that he has to look to him now for the to do well in the mountains or in the GC, because Capucci is down, Pontani is gone, Zaina is gone, so they must count on this man Luttenberger now.
This is the position at the 24-kilometre point. Ulrich, Indurain, Luttenberger, Boorman. That's all going to be turned upside down as the later starters come up the road. They are riding in reverse order on general classification, and Luttenberger, who's arrived in 53.29, has moved up into second spot behind Indurain. There are a lot of fast men still out there on the road, and this man is the fellow who's been putting the fastest times so far. Berzin through the first time check in 11 minutes and 50 seconds. Second time check, he was still in the lead, 26 minutes and 30 seconds. And at the 24-kilometre point, the next one we're going to have to put up, he certainly has got to go some here. We're looking along that lovely run across by the lake here. Duffield heading in towards those tunnels I've been talking to you about.
Here we have Berzin here now on another part of the steep part of the course. So still looking very, very strong, Dave. One thing about time trialing in this kind of a circumstance, Dave, you cannot be too hasty in the start. You cannot go off like a bullet and then hope to finish like a bullet. Whereas it'll be interesting to see now Berzin as he gets to the top of the climb if he will die a little bit, because the first 9 kilometres he was like 14 seconds ahead of Bjorn Ries, the second place rider, which is an incredible time. He must have gone off from the line like a bullet. So it'll be interesting to see now if he can actually, if he's actually gauged himself just right so they can actually continue on at that pace.
There we are at 24 kilometres. Ries 45.08. Ulrich is now gone ahead of him because Ries was well down on Ulrich the first time check. He was 5 seconds slower than Ulrich at the first time check. He went ahead of him at the 15.7 time check by just some 9 seconds. So Ries is looking very determined indeed.
Well, I was saying earlier on, he told me last night, and I was quite taken back by it, because I thought to myself, well, Ries, he expects to be kind of for 2 anyway. He's hoping to beat, I thought, roaming year, and Berzin, I thought, well, if he could be third, it's one thing. Then his injury in there as well, and he replied to me, no, Stephen, I'm going to win this time trial tomorrow.
We shall see. And over there on the right-hand side through the valley, you can see that the blockage they put across the valley to provide a big lake behind it, and the riders will be going past that lake. A lovely sight indeed it is, and in the background you can see the big crags of the Alps, and they're going to ride right up to the top of the Val d'Isère. Tomorrow we start from Val d'Isère to Sestriere. We go straight out the back, and from my chalet I could look up there in the mountain and could see the road they're going to go up right from the start tomorrow, and it's almost up the top of that peak you see in the distance there. But there's some real tough stuff here. You can't really believe what these hills are like, or mountains are like, or the roads are like, unless you come out here. And of course many of the viewers back in Great Britain at the moment will know these roads from the winter when they come up here skiing, because great ski resort, and these roads have been specially cut for the skiers. Many of the places where the riders finished, like Les Arcs yesterday, La Plan, where Stephen had his great day with Pedro Delgado, they've been specially put for the skiers, and now the cyclists are able to use these roads. Now here's a surprise, by the way. I've been looking and haven't seen much about Ugramov's time, because he's been a very good mountain time trialist in the past, and certainly in the Tours of Italy he's done well to hammer on the mountain sections, but today he's not too bright. 55.38. It hasn't been quite too active to me. I mean, yesterday I'd have thought he might have been a bit sharper than he was, or perhaps he's waiting a bit more until we get into some, like tomorrow for instance.
Ugramov himself is a man of heat, whereas the last few days we cannot say we've had the greatest of heat. As you see this young rider Ulrich here now in front of us, you can see how fast he's going, Dave. He's really, really impressive. See Ries actually only he's actually coming up on Reese, on Ulrich. Not actually going to catch him, but you can see the tunnel here in front of it. That's where Ulrich was going into. But Ulrich has had a fabulous Tour de France this year so far for a young rider. I think one of the stars of tomorrow, definitely.
This is the flatter part of the course now. It does flatten out a little bit. The last 3/4 of a mile, 3 3/4 miles. That's some 6 kilometres. Oh, I didn't see that when we came by. I drove past and I looked down there, and that's amazing. How the heck did they do that?
Modern technology, Dave, maybe.
Modern technology. You mean they put it on the screen? It isn't there at all.
But I wouldn't have gone down and painted it anyway, I can be sure.
3 kilometres to go for Bjorn Rees, who is hammering along here. He's determined to win the race today, and it is fairly flat at this particular part of the course, heading in towards Val d'Isère. And he's absolutely motoring. He's throwing every course to the wind. This is a long, long tunnel, by the way. He's going to disappear from our sight into the coldness of that tunnel. We're going to lose him on our pictures, and we go back to Berzin.
If you remember last year's Tour de France time trial, Dave, when Rees actually surprised everybody, he became very, very strong towards the end. So so far he's had a very, very good start. So if he holds and maintains his pace right through, he's going to be on a very, very good time. I hope possibly even going to do what he said he would do, and it'll win the bloody time trial.
Well, here we are, Duffield coming through. He's in 8th spot, the fastest time still on your screen. Indurain, 52 minutes and 54 seconds. Yesterday, Miguel Indurain was very disappointed. He struggled up the mountain, and he was really blasted out by the rest of the ride. He finished in 16th place, 4 minutes 19 seconds down. He's thrown down the gauntlet today, Indurain, by showing that he's determined still to go for that yellow jersey. Indurain finished yesterday with a face as long as Livery Street. That's a Birmingham expression, by the way. He looked very, very sad indeed, but the weather's getting better. Indurain likes fine weather, and the sun, we hope, will come out and shine, and these riders will have from now on in to the end of the Tour de France good riding conditions, good weather in which to race, and the Tour, which has been so eventful right up to now, will continue to keep us on the edge of our seats. And this young man here, Ulrich, really has been one of those. He's going like stink still.
No, he's for a tall rider, for a tall lad as well, Dave. He's done very, very well in the mountains, and especially in his time trial, he surprised everybody. People thought, well, the last few days he was in there because of he was strong enough to stay in there. But when you see the way he's riding here today in his time trial, uphill time trial, he's doing an incredible ride. He's doing the ride of his life. It'll be interesting to see now tomorrow how he rides up into Sestriere. And of course, he's a great asset to have, to Bjorn Rees, to have a rider like this, who is going to be he's actually 5th out at the moment on GC at 30 seconds down on Berzin. So having Bjorn Rees and himself up in the first 10, or possibly even the first 5, is going to make the bid of Telecom much easier work.
And there go, he crosses the line and just moves into 2nd spot. 53 minutes dead on your screen now. Indurain's still the leader, but the fast men coming up here. This young rider now showing that his great performance as an amateur was a pointer towards the future. He's continued to be great in the pro ranks, and that's a good ride. We're crossing the line, much to the applause of the people up here dressed in anoraks and woolly gloves, woolly hats, etc. Ski boots as well. In fact, I saw one of the chaps coming through Val d'Isère a bit back with a pair of ski boots on, all his ski gear, skis on his shoulder, and one of the chaps selling the hats and so on with the Tour de France said to him, pas de neige, no snow. He said, you ought to get a bicycle. Well, this man's on his bike now. Rees is thundering along here. He's determined to win this time trial. He said so. He got so close last year. He was, in fact, with at the few kilometres to go in the Turin last year. He took the lead with 49 kilometres covered, and he was 5 seconds faster than Indurain on the flat course. He died towards the end. He finished 12 seconds down. What's he going to do this time? The last time check we had, Rees was some 27 seconds faster than Indurain at the 24-kilometre time check, and he really is ploughing along here now, and there is the time to beat, 52.54, and he's out in the saddle. He wants to take first spot, but will he keep it to the end? Bjorn Rees giving it all he's got, hits the line in 52.28 and goes into the lead. It's seen, it's shown all over his face. Rees is now leading.
Fabulous ride, Dave, from this guy. 32 years of age now, Dave.
Well, I have to tell you, I've got all the information from Telecom, and somebody's nicked it, or it's gone somewhere, or perhaps I might find it here. Did I put it somewhere else? I've got the whole shooting match. I've got so many bits of paper. I'll say the handle's broken on my computer, namely my pilot bag, and I've got all the information from Telecom, and I could tell you, I'm telling you from somewhere else, I've got all the books here as well, but whatever it is, it's going very quickly indeed.
There we are, 24 kilometers to go. Reese was only 16 seconds behind Berzin. So it'll be interesting to see if Berzin maintains this incredible pace at the moment.
So we could see the whole of this race turned up on its end again, because time trial, and the great thing is the fast men come along last of all, and the moments of glory will be held. Like Chris Boardman was the leader for so long, but bit by bit he's been pushed down, and there's that lovely lake you can see down there on the circuit, and that lake, I shall now check my little notes here, is called the Lac du Cheville, C-H-V-I-L, specially made to provide water down the mountain. Of course, this part of the world is also very famous for raft racing and whitewater canoeing, apart from its skiing, its mountain bike riding, and also for the people who like to go hiking up in the mountains. And this man here then is looking very determined indeed. Rominger then 52 seconds at 24 kilometers. Well, he's got a lot of work to do here.
He certainly has. He'll be a very good climber in the mountains in the days to come, but against a guy like Berzin, you really have to wait on to see Berzin having a bad day. But at the same time, Dave, this is going to work into Indurain's favour, because if Indurain will just sit on now and let these guys fight out between themselves, maybe someday, I predict that the day into Pamplona, for example, where Indurain would know the final like the back of his hand, Indurain can make the most out of the rivalry now between Berzin and Rominger.
And as Rominger comes in to sight then, Indurain's been pushed down to second spot, 52.54 by Bjorn Rees, who's now the race leader in a time of 52.28. So Rominger coming across the line now is just going to do it, or is he not? No, he's not. Oh dear me, 52.54. He's equal on time with Indurain. That is just unbelievable to split that one. Those two have come up the mountain that close. That's fantastic.
We just see Rominger there. For those of you who don't know about Rominger, he's actually the world hour record holder. He beat Indurain only last year, but he did an incredible time trial today. You see here, this is a provisional yellow jersey. The race was to happen, was to stop there at the very moment, having Berzin still in yellow.
And Alana then at 24 kilometres, he was in fact 47 seconds down on Berzin. So Alana didn't look too comfortable further down there, the world road champion. And here he is coming through here. He was second in the Tour of Spain last year. He tried to win the Tour of Italy, but drifted back, went into third spot at the end of it all. And Alano with an unusual hat covered with pins, or was that just a decoration from Mappa as such? I think it's to do with the business they're in as such, but it looked like he got some of those, what they call those pins stuck on his hat. But at the moment then Alano is going to really struggle, I think, to stop in the top 5 places, but still a lot more good will come to this man in the future. I think he could be one of the forces in the next 2 or 3 years.
Well, the fact that Rominger now is put back into secondary position, but he'll probably be in 3rd or 4th place on GC. Arlano will be 5th or 6th, so they're very, very well placed to actually attack Berzin if Berzin does hold a jersey, because Berzin has not got a great team. So I don't know what's going to happen in the next few days when the likes of Arlano attacks, or if Rominger attacks, who will actually ride after them. Berzin hasn't got a very strong team for the mountains, that's one thing sure.
Well, in fact, he's jumped to the 2nd place. He's actually come back with a bang towards the end, Alano. On that flatter part, he was way back in 5th spot, and he's now come through very quickly indeed. And this race is really turning on its head at the back end. That was a sudden recovery from Alano. We thought he was struggling further back. He had been off the leaderboard. No, he was 1, 2, 3rd at 9.3 kilometres. He dropped to 5th after 15.7, 5th after 24 kilometres. He's come back with a bang, and now we're watching here Berzin coming down the finishing straight. He's been putting up the fastest times all the way through. 16 seconds faster than Berzin, than Rees at the 24 kilometre point. We're watching now to see if that 52.28, which is the time that Rees has put up. Alano was only 10 seconds slower, but now Berzin looks very comfortable, very good indeed, and certainly he hasn't missed a beat all the way through.
It's going to put a minute or so into Orlando in this time trial, because Orlando started off 2 minutes ahead of him, so he's going to put a minute into him, at least a minute, which leaves him fairly comfortable then for the mountains. But as we all know, Dave, in the mountains a minute can go very, very quickly.
Well, it started today, Alano and Berzin equal on time. They split it for the yellow jersey by 1/1600 of a second from the prologue time trial, but now Berzin just puts it out of doubt at all. 51.53, 35 seconds faster than Bjorn Rees, and that is a brilliant rise. So Rees didn't actually come out to get it the success he thought he was going to get, but a second place is very respectable for Rees. But Berzin has thrown down the gauntlet. He is in yellow, the man who surprised everybody by his brilliant performance in the Tour of Italy a couple of years ago when he took the pink jersey, by his superb time trialling, by his great mountain climbing. He had a pretty tough year last year, I suppose one might say, good by most people's standards, but certainly he's shown today that he's in form for the yellow jersey. Amazing how Berzin also rode in the Tour of Italy this year, began to do badly, seemed to back off the pace, and now he's come into the Tour of France, and here at the Val d'Isère set the fastest time in the time trial to keep that yellow jersey, which he had just by the slender 1/1600th of a second down the bottom at Bourg-Saint-Maurice when he set up this morning. And there you can see it on your screen, the provisional result of the day's race. Chris Bourbon, a respectable time, still in the top 10, but 2 minutes 30 seconds off Berzin. But I'm sure Chris, if he keeps riding like this and can get the opportunity of stage victory, will move steadily up the general classification and learn a lot from it too, because you just don't come into a race like this one and challenge for top honours on day one. A few riders have done it, Stephen, but very few, have they? You've got to learn it.
Well, it's all an apprenticeship. Like Chris, you must remember, has only come off time trialling, whereas I'm sure in the first few days of the Tour de France this year, if it hadn't been so dangerous and so windy, Chris would not have used up so much energy, because he's not used to riding in big groups. But it's all part of learning, it's all part of the apprenticeship. I think in the years to come he will do a lot better in the Tour de France.
And this man has really served his apprenticeship. Berzin taking the victory today, and that shows you provisionally on the general classification. He's now 43 seconds clear of Rees and 45 seconds clear of Alano. Rominger back 1 minute and 8 seconds. Ulrich, that young man's doing great guns here, 1 minute 37 seconds back, and Luttenberger in 5th spot. He looks very, very happy indeed.
Some superhuman efforts are going to be required between Val d'Isère and Sestriere. Before they get to Montgenèvre and the final climb to Sestriere, there are two legendary cols to conquer, Liseron and Le Galibier. Live on Eurosport, a potentially critical day on the Tour. Val d'Isère-Sestriere, the 9th stage of the Tour de France, with David Duffield and Stephen Roche, tomorrow at 11 a.m. live.
With Coca-Cola for the fans.
The conditions, as you can see, are absolutely diabolical on this stage of the Tour de France. The attempt this morning to take the riders to the start at Lens-les-Bourg, in fact, did not take place, because although they put them in the vehicles and the snow ploughs made their way over the Israel, the wind has been blowing at something like about 50 miles an hour, 80 kilometers per hour. The Galibier, which we're looking down at now, there's no way the riders could actually race over this when they tried to restart. Just look at that banner on the right-hand side blowing all over the place. So the objective then was to get the riders off to another start point, and the latest news we have is at Le Monêtier-les-Bains. That's 46 kilometers from the finish. We'll restart the race, and that's going to happen sometime in the next 20 minutes or so. I can't be more positive than that. I'm looking on the screen here, and it says they part the Monêtier at 15:32. So these are the conditions looking at on your screen, which were there for all the officials, the riders et al. Today. And I think it was a very good decision for some of us to come over the pass last night. We were actually booked in at Val d'Isère, and we decided in fact to make the journey to be at the finishing point today, because the difficulties that were going to be in getting up. Here are all the cars you see with the bikes on top. The riders safely ensconced in various team vehicles. Many of the big top teams, of course, in fact, I suppose every one here has a large coach in which the riders can travel in comfort and wait until they get to the start as such. But a miserable day on the Tour de France, and we've been asking around here amongst some of the riders who have been in the sport for many years now, ridden the Tour de France, and various journalists. We seem to think that the last time the snow caused big problems, way back in 1978 on the Tour de France, But I remember last year in the Tour of Italy, when on one of the stages from Mondovì over the top to Briançon, they had to stop the race just before they got up on the climbs. They had one of these Intergiro sprints, and they decided to call that the end of the race. So quite a surprising number of riders found themselves being stopped as they got through this Intergiro sprint, because there'd been an avalanche on the road ahead. That was last year in the Tour of Italy. See all these cars going through, Motorola there with the bikes all on top. The mechanics, of course, having set themselves to work last night, getting ready for the first climb of the day, which is going to be quite a tough one right after the start. They're going to be pitchforked out from Val d'Isère, which is 1,870 metres above sea level, to go straight up to the top of the Iseran. That was 2,770 metres above sea level, and there was going to be a competition for the souvenir Henri de Grange. Henri de Grange is the man who founded the Tour de France. It was his idea that it should take place to promote the sales of his newspaper, which in those days was called Lotto, L-A-U-T-O, Lotto. And that paper, I'm sure many of you know, but I'll let people don't know that, in fact, it was printed on yellow paper in those days. And after the tour had settled down for a number of years, the people on the side of the road were saying, hey, look, we like this thing, but we can't see who's in the lead. And so he decided to have a yellow jersey, because the Lotto was printed on yellow paper, and that's where the yellow jersey comes from. So Henri de Grange was going to have that commemoration at the top of the Iseran, but the snow put a stop to that one. Down the other side, it's going to be a big drop down to Saint-Michel de Maurienne, where then they'd start to tackle the climb up the Col de la Galibier, where the monument on de Grange was placed, but they couldn't go over the Galibier. You can see the conditions here today, so we're going to take a short break and bring in some more information after this. Now underway. At one point it looked like they're starting at 3 o'clock, then it's at 3:30. In fact, they have got underway at I suppose about 3 o'clock, 46 kilometres today. Not a very good picture. The problem is, of course, that the helicopters can't fly. We're having to bounce the pictures up onto the tops of the mountains. And on top of the Galibier, by the way, the television units are marooned in the snow at the moment, and our sympathies go out to these chaps, because they've got to get down off the mountain, they've got to get the trucks through the snow, they've got to get the equipment all loaded up with numb hands and very cold feet and what have you, and then move on to tomorrow's stages to position themselves again on the tops of the mountains to bring you pictures back at home. So whilst the riders themselves have had a very bad start today, one has to think of the people who bring you the television pictures, the work they've been trying to do, and the fact they went out to the top of the mountains yesterday, and they're out there sleeping in their vans through the snow which came down last night. 61 kilometres per hour, that's because the wind I spoke to you about earlier on is blowing right up their tails, and so it's going to be a very, very fast stage indeed by the looks of it, and I hope that my friend Stephen Roche can actually make it in time here, because he normally stays down the start to weigh up the rider who's got the most aggressive award for yesterday, and then they give him some cheese for it. But I don't know if they've moved the scales all the way out from the start at Val d'Isère, where it's supposed to be. And what a disappointment to the work that people put in. See all the flags here waving at Sestriere. Well, down in Val d'Isère last night, they'd got the whole of the centre of the town blocked off, so they have fun and frivolities going on in the town centre, right in the row where they're going to start the race. And of course, the weather got worse and worse last night. So after all that work that went into it, we've now got the problems you see here. I certainly cannot remember a Tour de France like this one before. The race is 1 week earlier because of the Olympic Games, but that shouldn't be the reason we're seeing the conditions that we're seeing here on this tour this year. We've had rain all the way through. Yesterday on the time trial, although the rain seemed to keep clear, there was spots of it for some of the later riders, and if you haven't caught the information in your press so far, let me put you in the picture as the race settles down on the road. At least we got some action, and if you haven't picked it up in your newspaper, this is the position. Yesterday on the time trial, an early leader was Chris Boardman, and in fact Chris in the end finished in 8th spot in the time trial yesterday, 30.5 kilometres straight up from Bourg-Saint-Maurice to Val d'Isère. 8th spot then, Chris Boardman, but he was 2 minutes and 30 seconds down on the man who absolutely romped up the hill. He made it look like a Sunday afternoon club run, but Avenji Berzin came up the hill to take the stage victory and then dominate the yellow jersey, because he started the day in yellow, but he's only 1600ths of a second ahead of Alano. But at the end of the stage, he was finishing in first spot, 35 seconds ahead of Bjorn Rees of the Telecom team. The Danish rider absolutely bust her gut to try and get that stage victory. He said he wanted it that day, and you see on your screen now, break into that little light blue line. That's the bit they're racing today, and all the black conchs you see behind that are not to be worried about. Chris Bourbon here, by the way, is lying just behind. It looks like Monêtier-les-Bains at the moment. I'll get my old guide radio going, because we should be able to pick up something off Radio Tour. Well, at least I hope they've made it over the mountain. But quickly at the front, you can see Chris Bourbon right in the middle there. Quite a good ride up the mountain yesterday. And one bit of news, bad news, sad news in fact, which I didn't know when we spoke to Chris Bourbon yesterday, was that the night before, his hotel bedroom had been broken into. They stole his credit cards, they stole his watch, and they stole his wedding ring. And I think that's a disgusting thing for anybody to do. I mean, stealing's bad enough, but to do it on the Tour de France for some of the riders, when they know damn well that these chaps are out here riding for 3 weeks, I think it's a nasty thing to do. And particularly take a man's wedding ring like that, his watch and his credit card. You know, I don't know what gets into some of these people. So Chris was a bit disappointed with that. In fact, he has misfortune. I seem to remember, I think it was not long before the start of the Tour de France last year when he parked his car on the drive in front of the house, and that was broken into, and his attaché case was stolen, again with lots of like credit cards and that sort of thing inside it. So Chris, doubly unfortunate. But let's go back to what happened yesterday. Berzin first, Rees second, 35 seconds down in second spot. Olano was in third spot at 45 seconds. Rominger, Tony Rominger, 1 minute and 1 second down. Just imagine that. A superb time trial and record holder. Tony Rominger, the Swiss man riding for the MAP 18, 1 minute and 1 second down on Langventure Berzin. That was in the time trial yesterday. Miguel Indurain really stormed up the mountain. He looked like he was struggling, but he finished in fifth spot. He was race leader for some time, and he came through in 1 minute and 1 second, just equal with Rominger. Jan Ulrich, the ex-world champion, riding very strongly for Telecom, the German rider, sixth in 1 minute and 7 seconds. And Peter Luftenberger, who for my money would have done very well today on this particular stage, because he rides for the Carrera, an Italian team. The Austrian, good time trial for him, 7th spot, 1 minute and 36 seconds down. Chris Bourbon, as I said, 8th spot, 2 minutes and 30 seconds down. Alex Zuller in 9th spot, 2:36, so Chris was ahead of him by 6 seconds. That shows that Chris is still determined to do well. And Udo Boltz was back in 10th spot, 2 minutes and 52 seconds. I was very pleased as we watch now the slow-mo action replay as Luc Leblanc on the right-hand side starts to try and get away from me. On the left-hand side, we see the Festina riders coming round too. I think we're going to see lots of people trying to get away off this one. Veronk is just behind Leblanc at that moment. The two of them the day before yesterday had their little comeuppances between them. They sort of fell out on that stage when finally Luc Leblanc went away to take the stage victory. He really has come back from the dead, for want of a better expression. He was in very bad physical shape last year. Had to have an operation, this man on the right-hand side of the screen, riding for Pulte. There was something wrong with his back, and they had to work on it. And in the end, I think one of his legs was slightly shorter than the other. It's a strange character. One time he wanted to be a priest. I don't know. Priest or a bike racer. Some people have some strange ambitions, do they? Bike racers and priests. Well, the fellow you just saw on your screen, Luc Leblanc, has recovered after having a disastrous season as world champion. Pulte worked on him during the winter. He's gone to a new coach. He went off to an Italian team. The French didn't like it, although nobody was really running around offering a wad of French francs for him to sign on. They don't like so many of their top or nearly top riders or ex-top riders drifting off to other countries, but Leblanc has been riding very well indeed since he went to the Italians. And people say, well, why are these Italians so good? Have they got some super way in which they get themselves into form like this? The answer is they are looked after very well by doctors. They're given training programs. All their heart beats are measured. Their blood content is measured. Their training is measured totally, and they go through a tremendous training routine, and they set certain objectives, very clear objectives, during the season, and they train for those objectives as such. And that's what enables them also, by starting earlier than most of the other riders used to do. They start to training around about November, December, when most of the riders said, I had enough of the season and maybe have a bit of a break break. Some of them start training for early season, others don't. They go perhaps off on holiday somewhere, then come back in the spring and start training again. That's why the Italians can keep bringing so much talent up into the cycle racing scene. So that's our top 10 I just went through for you then. Berzin, Rees, Solana, Rominger, Indurain, Ulich, Luttenberger, Boorman, Zuller and Bolts. And talking to Chris yesterday, if you didn't hear our programme, I was so pleased to hear him say his ambition is to get to Paris, because he could take it at some point to climb off his bike and just go off to Atlanta and train for the time trial and the pursuit, because he's the reigning Olympic pursuit champion. But Chris is determined to get to Paris. You could see it the way he's talking yesterday after all the strain of riding up that mountain in the time trial. And I just thought, if he's going to get it there, as he looks now he's going to, barring some sort of physical problems, then we're going to promote during the next couple of weeks. I certainly am. But lots of you Brits out there, get yourself a quick trip across, because the earlier you book, the cheaper you can go. I mean, get in the old tunnel, train as quick as you can do. It doesn't cost a lot of money. You can stay overnight on the Saturday, get some good deals off your travel agent, make a bit of a party of it and come across and show Chris that we're right behind him, because he's in a sterling performance to ride in this Tour de France. He's had so many successes in the smaller races now. He's put himself at risk, really, I suppose, his great reputation, by riding against the top men in the Tour. But you have to start somewhere, and Chris right now is on that learning curve, and I'm very pleased to hear him say yes, that he's determined to get to Paris. That's great then. Looking now at the riders, they're going to be virtually climbing up to the top of this Col de Mont-Genèvre. That's why the polka dot jersey is near the front. Sorry about all the picture problems. I hope you'll sort of bear with us when we're having these difficulties. It is live television, and with the problems that the television people have had, you can see the clouds up there. They're doing their best to keep you in touch. We'll do what we can with our commentary as well, and I hope you'll stay with us after this break for more action from the Tour de France. And still on his own then, having taken off about a couple of kilometres from the top of the Col de Mont-Genèvre on this shortened stage in the Tour de France. Bjorn Ries, who started this morning 43 seconds down on that man there in the yellow jersey. And in fact, 32 seconds is the gap now. It was 34. Berzin is working hard here and is certainly pulling back that lead that Ries has established in the last, 10 kilometres or so. He's not your natural climber, this man, Ries, as you can see by looking at the size of him. He's one of these big, heavy fellows that's got a lot of power there. And he really rode himself into the ground yesterday in the time trial. And sensibly, as you can see here, look, he's got his knees well padded over with those elastic bandages just to make sure that his kneecaps don't get too cold, because that's one of the problems. It goes straight through and gets what we used to call in England Easter knees. This is Indurain, still determined to stay in there. So we've got Guarini, and I think that's LeBlanc as well there. 40 seconds is the gap they've got now. Well, that wasn't the one I've had on my headphone, but that means he's got 3 seconds to go, Bjorn Ries, to take over the yellow jersey. The road goes, as you can see, fairly smoothly. It's a good rolling climb. It's a good hard one. It's not really for your mountain goats. It's a pressure climb all the way up. And Berzin on the front at the moment. I'm just listening to what's happening on the race radio at the moment, but certainly there's Alana's attacked. Alana's attacked. He probably thought that Berzin wasn't doing enough to pull back Bjorn Ries, and he's put the pressure on now, and that, in fact, as far as Mappa is concerned, has helped Rominger further back, because Rominger and Alana, if we look at the top, dozen riders or so, we've got 2 from Mappa, Alana and Rominger. We've got 2 from Festina, Varonk and Duffield. They're both in this group at the moment. We've got 3 from Telecom, Bjorn Ries, who's away up the road, Ulrich from Telecom, and also Udo Bolts from Telecom, who's a bit further down the general classification, but nevertheless is in their little group at the moment. 15 seconds back to Brochard and Chris Boardman at the moment. So Chris is hanging on for grim death, 15 seconds back on this group. And Jalabert 2 minutes and 10 seconds behind this group. Jalabert is taking an awful thrashing in the Tour this year. What a disappointment, because the French hoped that he would have the form. He's been going so well in the early part of the year that he might be able to do well in the Tour de France, but Jalabert is losing even more time. And this morning, Jalabert was 17 minutes and 54 seconds down on that yellow jersey. He's losing a lot more time today as well. Mappe in the shape of Olano here, putting the pressure on. He and his team leader, Tony Rominger, start this morning 45 seconds and 1 minute and 5 seconds respectively down on the yellow jersey. There, a view of Prudencio Indurain, the brother of the bold Miguel. So he's also in the group. There's his brother there with one on his back. That's Luc Leblanc on 111. Dufo just ahead of him. Then we've got the two telecom riders, including Ulrich. And now they've changed, they've shaken the pack again, the Mappe ride. They've sent Fernandez Gines, the champion, down the road to chase back Bjorn Ries, who's trying so hard to get that yellow jersey. Well, it may be short and sharp, but my goodness, it's full of action today. This and actually is going to help, but I'm a little bit surprised about the tactics. I suppose nobody wants Ries to take the yellow jersey, really, because they want it for themselves and such. But on the other hand, the work that's being done by Mappe here, Fernando Gines, is certainly aiding Berzin, because the last teammate was Frattini to pull off the front. Frattini did what he could, the man who won last year the Henniger Turm, the big German classic. Frattini got blown out. Trying to take Berzin up to Ries, and now Mappe taking it on. And of course they've got some very good riders here in Olano and Rominger. So far Rominger hasn't come forward to the front. Perhaps they're trying to wear Berzin out and then do the old 1-2. Because they've got Gines on the front. Olano back there with, there I see Rominger in the blue with the yellowish covered sunglasses. He's just poised there looking ever so comfortable. And it's now 41 seconds for Bjorn Ries, just 2 seconds away from taking that yellow jersey. 45 seconds I hear on my headphones now. 45 seconds. Do I hear 50? It sounds like a chap selling something, doesn't it? It's like an auction going on here. Do I hear any more than 45? So he's now the yellow jersey, as that call has come from the motorcycle out there with the race. 45 seconds it is, and Mappe what's the instructions here they're giving? I think, in fact, they've said, come on, let Berzin do the work. It looks like they're saying slow down a bit. See, his hand is indicating, don't do the work. And that was something which I thought was rather surprising, that we might have had left Berzin out to fry today, and then Mappe just come round him towards the last, 3 kilometres or so, even allowing Ries to drift away. Mappe still have got a very strong team, but I suppose that Telecom, you can say, have got a strong team too. Waiting for more information on the headphones. That's it. They've slapped up the fact he's yellow jersey virtual on the road at the moment. And they've let Berzin now do the work. Yep, they've put the sign 45. Berzin now knows that he's lost the yellow jersey by 2 seconds. He's got to close that gap down. And see, Mappe have just gone and sat on his wheel. Olano just behind him. And then that is number 31 is Tony Rominger. And Indurain, very sensibly, I think, he's letting this lot thrash themselves to death. He's further back down the group. You know, well, that's because he's just prepared to let them pelt themselves into the ground or not, and then come storming past them. I just don't know, or maybe he's under pressure again. But all will reveal as we get closer toward the top of the climb today. Bjorn Ries, you could see on his face that determination to get that yellow jersey. 32 years of age, comes from Herning in Denmark. Married with a couple of children, and he's been a pro for 10 years now. And that's why I'm so pleased to hear Chris Boardman say he wanted to last this course and get to Paris, because you don't suddenly come in at the top. You've got to ride and ride and ride, get the experience, and that was a very experienced man down there. Yet again, Mappe are attacking. Alano pedaling quite a small gear as they're coming up now with 5 kilometres to go to the finish. The road curling its way round the edge of the mountain up towards the ski resort. Inside 5 kilometres for Bjorn-Ries. This is the man who frightened the pants off Indurain last year in the Hertogenbosch time trial stage, the Tour de France, when he was 5 seconds ahead of Indurain at 49 kilometres and fade the last 5 kilometres to finish 12 seconds back on him. Bjorn-Ries down the road now. Virtual yellow jersey. Well, the officials telling the Mapei team car to get the hell out of it. But they're trying to give instructions to their riders, and they've got 3 of them in this group here. But the yellow jersey might well go off the shoulders of Berzin unless they can go that bit quicker. And there they are, 5 kilometres to go. And the latest call we've got is 50 seconds. 50 seconds is the gap. 5 kilometres to go and 50 seconds a gap. They've got to pull it back at 10 seconds per kilometre. Somehow I don't think they're going to catch Ries unless he blows up. But the question is, will this man lose his yellow jersey to the Danish Viking invader, who's now climbing up this hill, so determined? 2 days ago, he launched an attack, nearly 100 kilometres from the finish, and his team manager told him to go back in the bunch. It was just a sensible thing to do. Keep his powder dry for later. Well, this is the occasion. He tried so hard to win the time trial stage yesterday. And now today he's showing his sheer strength. The man who was in 5th place in the Tour de France in 1993. He took 3rd place in 1995. He's now looking for that yellow jersey. Four kilometres to go for the man who drives a Porsche 928, and he's got to get this thing really into overdrive now to keep that gap that he's got, which has got him virtually into the yellow jersey. And the board's still showing 45. We did have 50 seconds, the gap. Well, he was asked actually some time ago, Ries, what was his title he'd like to be known as at some time. He says, Bjorn-Ries, winner of the Tour de France and champion of the world. Well, the way it's going now, he might well take that yellow jersey. The attack has come from Luttenberger. Luttenberger's rocketed away now. 4 kilometres to go. 4 kilometres for this man, Luttenberger. Has he left it too late? I thought one of the mountain goats might start to attack at some point. They've got the ability to claw back absolute seconds on the final 2 kilometres. But 4 kilometres to go might be too late for this lightly built man from the Carrera team. He's eased back a bit now, thinking he more power. And then on the left-hand side, then Leblanc starts to go. Leblanc has gone away as well. This has broken the rhythm as far as Berzin's concerned. It may give an opportunity to get onto a wheel, but they're coming round him. Oh, it's Guarini, my mistake. They shouted Leblanc in my headphones, and I thought perhaps they'd recognise. The trouble is, they look so similar. Both of them wear the crash hat, stuck on the back of the heads, rather than tip forward a bit. It makes it very difficult to pick out who's who. But then Luttenberger coming back at him, and on his wheel of Luttenberger is Veronk in the King of the Mountains jersey. Luttenberger tried and failed. Veronk, has he got the speed to come off? Berzin is further back in this group at the moment. Where's Berzin? He's been distanced. Berzin now has been dropped off this group. The yellow jersey can't stand the pace. The jumping around that's going on has caused the other jersey to lose contact with this group. All hell's going to let loose now, because certainly Alano, Rominger, Ulrich and Luttenberger are in this group, knowing the yellow jersey's gone, are going to absolutely bury themselves. Well, I tipped Berzin as a likely winner of the Tour overall, but he's showing now a weakness then, after only having the yellow jersey on his shoulder for a couple of days, and he just couldn't hold the pace. Mind you, hasn't got a very strong team at all, nor this man here, Luttenberger, but he's a natural-born climber, is Luttenberger, winner of the Tour of Switzerland. The gap is coming down now to 40 seconds, but don't forget that the yellow jersey is losing time. I'm going to get my watch out here to check the gap back from the victor to the yellow jersey when they go across the line.
Well, we haven't seen a long stage today, but we've seen a fascinating one right the way through. There he is. He launched the attack way down the road, did Rees. Has he gone too soon now? And there, Escartine in the green shorts, and just behind him is Indurain, who's managed to hang on, and there Alano's been blown out the back. What a great race we've got here today. Looking down there as well, that's Pipoli of a Refin team trying to get back up on there. Indurain's losing. In fact, Indurain goes round the outside now. Indurain is attacking. Well, what a comeback from Indurain. He's gone right because he knows the yellow jersey's further down the road. 55 seconds is the gap now, as Indurain, who took an awful pacing 2 days ago, has now gone on the front, and that familiar style, hands in the centre of the bar, the big legs ploughing a big gear round, clawing his way up the mountain. He's going to show everybody he's not dead yet. He wants that yellow jersey on the way into Pamplona, and if he doesn't get it there, we've still got that time trial, that 60-kilometre time trial to come at Bordeaux to Saint-Emilion, and he might still be in yellow at the end in Paris. But everything is up for grabs in this tour, the best we've seen for many, many years. Indurain now ploughing after Bjorn Rees. Luttenberger, Leblanc, Blanc, and this is the man they're chasing down. There you see in the distance that tower, looks a bit like the Rotunda in Birmingham, but this one's still being used by people that live in rather than used as offices. That's one of the early towers they put up at Sestriere before it really became as popular as it is now as a ski resort. The gap then will be coming up after this 2-kilometre point. So there he goes at the moment. Rees on his way up to try and win the stage. Inside the final 2 kilometres for Bjorn Rees. The yellow jersey has been blown out the back of this group. Indurain is putting the pressure on. Luttenberger behind him. The clocks are running to see what the time will be under that 2-kilometre banner. It could be that Rees will get the stage, but will he get the yellow jersey? It's highly probable now because Rees has opened up an enormous gap on Berzin, who's way down the mountain. So who's going to shake the rest of the pack? And that is only 36 seconds the gap. 36 seconds. So now, but where was Berzin? He was even further back than that, Berzin. We can't see him through the crowd here. I'm waiting for it to come off my headphones, but they haven't given it yet. All interest then is on the man winning the stage here, but it looks like Berzin is dropping off. That is 32 seconds, they say. Well, all right, 2 or 3 seconds. Who's counting except between Bjorn Rees and the yellow jersey, as Le Bon has another go. He's got to come at him very quickly indeed. They haven't taken much out of Rees, maybe about 10 seconds in a kilometre, and now I think somehow that the final 2 kilometres. Oh, the gap to Berzin, 1 minute and 7 seconds. That's it. The yellow jersey will have gone off the shoulder of Berzin. He looked under all sorts of pressure, so he will now lose that yellow jersey. Bjorn Rees could be the man to get it because he's the best place on the road at the moment. Abraham Alano this morning was 45 seconds on Rees. He's not held his wheel at all now. But as far as Leblanc is concerned, I don't think he's going to catch Rees unless Rees blows up, but he's determined here to get a good second place on the stage. Overall, in general classification, Leblanc, having crashed in Holland, is really out of contention for a top place. But he's trying to close that gap down as best he can do. He won't find himself in the top 3 in Paris, but he's certainly giving everybody here the message that he's back with a bang. 1 kilometre to go for Bjorn Rees. It goes up and up, it's gradually going all the way, and then when he gets near the top, it'll actually begin to flatten out a bit more. And Leblanc is after him now. What is the gap? There is the 1 kilometre to go in the background, and somehow he's got to get close to Bjorn Rees, but it doesn't go up too steep. In fact, it flattens out a little bit and drops down the last 300 metres. So Rees will be able to, I think, get his breath back, put it into big gear. The gap now, 31 seconds to Leblanc. He's not going to catch Rees in that final kilometre. So Rees then will come through here to take the victory. But the question is, how far back will be Berzin? How far down the general classification will he go? Because certainly Rominger now has come up to Indurain. Rominger at the moment on 4th place on general classification. So what he's trying to do now, his teammate Alano was above him this morning. Alano has been blasted out as well, so looks like Rominger might go into 2nd place overall on general classification behind Bjorn Ries. Berzin dropping down quite a bit this morning. Rominger was 1 minute and 8 seconds behind Berzin, so he might still be able to move up into a 2nd spot. This is a tremendous race we got today, but Bjorn Ries is going to write his name into history as being a man who's finished at his famous ski resort of Sestriere in Italy. The Danish rider riding for a German team, the Telecom team. You can see it written all over his face. He was determined to get the yellow jersey. He's certainly going to get the stage, but I don't think he's going to be, I think so as he goes through, he's going to come through here now to take the yellow jersey and the stage. That was a tremendous performance then for Berzin, now blown out of contention. Ries will take the jersey, Ries will take the stage, but the question is, who will take 2nd spot, because Berzin is really struggling then. What a day this man has had today. Look at him, absolutely exhausted, but he's made it. Stage victory and the yellow jersey of Bjorn Ries of Denmark. 3rd last year in the Tour de France, but Leblanc comes in. Watch on the left-hand side. He had 43 seconds on Berzin this morning. Can he come back? Will Berzin come back? He's got 43 seconds to do it in somehow. I don't think so, as Rominger crosses the line. The gap between Rominger and the yellow jersey is also important, as in comes the Telecom riders. Ulrich has made a good ride today. Escarting going over the line as well. And there, Luttenberger, 43 seconds to this man. He's lost the jersey. There on his screen, it shows 49. But will Rominger have moved up a bit above him? 1 minute and 8 seconds separated Rominger from Berzin this morning. And he comes through now, 58, 59. That's 1 minute. He's got 8 seconds to maintain 2nd spot. Otherwise, it goes to Rominger. According to my unofficial calculations here, 7, 8. And it looks like he's lost 2nd place as well to Tony Rominger. We'll have to stand for correction on that one, but Abram Alano at 45 seconds on Rominger. Oh, in fact, he might go 2nd, that's right. Alano's 2nd, Rominger 3rd now. He's dropped to probably back into 4th spot overall. So, what a stage we've had today. I didn't actually check between Alano and Rominger, but they start this morning just 20-odd seconds apart. So it could be that Alano is just in 2nd spot, Bjorn Ries 1st, Rominger 3rd, but the 2nd and 3rd spot between Alano and Rominger, it'll need a very close attention to the time published at the end to discover who's actually got their 2nd or 3rd spot, but Bjorn Ries certainly has taken the yellow jersey off Berzin and got the stage victory as well. And there is Chris Boardman coming in. He's kept his deficit down to 2 minutes and 7 seconds. A spirited performance again for Rominger, for Berzin. Sorry, for Chris Boardman. I'm saying Berzin, I'm looking, he's right up his commentary point at the moment. He looks very drawn indeed, and the smiles that were on his face a couple of days ago are now giving way to disappointment after that very fast but very cold stage up to the finish at Sestriere. And look what a damage it's done to the rest of the ride in 46 kilometres. Just 46 kilometres racing today. They did it in 1 hour and 10 minutes. They had a falling wind, 2 mountains to climb, and what an exciting stage we've had today. As Bjorn Ries behind the podium prepares himself for the presentation on the rostrum as stage victor. And I'm just thinking of headphones to see if we can get 2nd and 3rd, but certainly Ries has got the jersey and the stage victory today, so I'll have to wait to see when they put the provisional up on our screens here. Maros in the centre there, coming in behind the 2 Rabac riders, and a great gaggle of riders coming. In fact, I haven't seen Zuller, and if he's in the midst of this one, it's Zuller. He's taken an awful dive today, Zuller, 3:39, wow! Bjorn Ries going up on the podium to receive the applause of the crowd who've been waiting patiently for the finish of this stage, which was shortened today by virtue of the terrible weather conditions that stopped the riders taking the whole 189 kilometres into account. And my goodness, I bet she's cold there. Everybody's freezing, and they've come up, the Coca-Cola girls, with nothing on their arm. Go and give them a big hug, Bjorn. Still, he's breathing heavily after that 1 hour and 10 minutes of furious activity from the start down in the valley at Monêtier-les-Bains for the last 46 kilometres. And there you can see the provisional result of the stage on your screen. But of more interest, apart from the fact that Rees took the stage, he's taken the yellow jersey too. Indurain just showing still that he's got some life left in him at 29 seconds in 5th spot. Rominger rocketed round him, but I don't think Rominger was sufficiently far enough from Olano to move into 2nd spot. Not that I worry too much, they're from the same team anyway. And there you can see on your screen these riders coming in here. Got 7 minutes and 20 seconds down. That all happened in 46 kilometres. Yet again, out comes the presentation, and this time it's going to be the girls from the Credit Lyonnais to present the yellow jersey, and they certainly are better kitted out, I think, for the weather conditions than the other two we just saw up there at the moment. Amongst these girls there, they've got Marie Vincent, born in Nantes, studying law at University in Paris, who's one of the girls up there alongside him, and Karin Lopen from Holland University. Well, this man taught them all a lesson today. John Rees let slip. It was everyone for himself today. Team tactics partly came into it, but it was just an absolute blast from the start. 1 hour and 10 minutes of furious activity. Rees taking that stage and the jersey, and it shows. They said, what I'm waiting for, oh, still there. I thought he dropped down out of 3rd spot, but he's still just there, so my apologies then to Olano supporters. I thought that perhaps they'd done enough, but so Berzing still in 2nd spot and Rominger back in 3rd. So Olano must have been before. There's Jalabert, look at that, 8:41 down. Ooh, dear me. Another bad day. But the polka dot jersey still on the shoulders of Richard Baronk. And I mentioned before, if you look at the jersey when he puts it on, you see a little black tick up on the shoulders. They've got the Nike people this year providing the jerseys, and they actually spending much of time getting that little tick down, I think, because they've got all the vehicles in the tour. They're all black ones as such, and you can't see the word Nike written anywhere. It's got the tick all over the place. That's either very clever or making life difficult for the people on the road. But whatever it is, they provide some nice jerseys ever, and these are the polka dot jersey, a very famous one that's been around since 1975 now. The polka dot jersey was first introduced in the Tour de France. Very famous jersey indeed, and yet again it's on the shoulder of Richard Baronk. He's had it before. He's had it right the way through to Paris as well. We've still got some big mountain of stuff to come yet, but he doesn't look like flagging at the moment. Richard Baronk of Festina, the king of the mountains. Missed the opportunity of the big climbs today, which were there before the snow fell overnight and ruined the whole day. This has been a very eventful Tour de France. 8 days of rain. I'll say the lads have got, they look like sometimes rust on their legs now after they've had some terrible conditions, but nevertheless we've had some great racing every day once they've put the hammer down. The early 2 stages when they were parading around and racing towards the end, you can understand it because of the bad road conditions and the damp weather, what have you, but in the sprints we saw some exciting sprinting. The sprinters have to survive the mountains. This man's still surviving there, Moncassin, to keep the green jersey. He's 84th overall in general classification, 48 minutes and 49 seconds down, as the young girls here from PMU, that's the French equivalent of the tote, setting him up, and there they go. They stayed at our hotel the other night, these girls.
thousands of people travelling all over the countryside with this race, and there you can see the joy written all over the Frenchmen. They dominated the race so far in the early parts of the Tour de France, but now the hill climber are taking over, and whilst Luc de Blanc has had his stage victory, the yellow jersey has gone off the shoulder of a Russian, onto the shoulders of a Danish rider. It certainly has been a cracking race so far. Once again, to look at the result of the stage. Milano at 54 seconds, Rominger at 28. I still don't see how they've got Rominger ahead of Milano on general classification, but I'll have to live with that one. I don't think there's enough gap there, but there we are. Berzin at 42nd, Rominger third, Milano fourth, Ulrich fifth, Luttenberger sixth, and Veronk back into seventh spot. Nice to see some new names up there, by the way. Milano, Ulrich, Luttenberger in the Tour de France. We've seen many other ones having a go, but right now we've got some new names, Milano, Ulrich and Luttenberger appearing up in the top 10 in this year's race. Very interesting.
So stage 10 of the Tour de France, the wind has just blown my papers right across and upside down, was full of drama yet again. You're looking here at a very sorry Laurent Jalabert, who climbed off his bike. He'd gone over the climb of the Mont Genèvre. He'd been lost, lashèd I think is the real word, off the back of the group. He looked in all sorts of trouble. He tried to keep on going, but finally he called a halt after 69 kilometres of racing today. The race had actually started slightly earlier today because of the conditions. They thought the wind was going to blow against the riders, but in fact, as they've gone further along the course, the wind has got over their right shoulders and the speed has gone up, and it's fast and furious. So let me put you in the picture of the rest of the action we've had so far on the stage. When we came out of Turin, it wasn't long before Jackie Durand, who's well known for his long abortive attempts to crack fields by going off on his own, well, he galloped off very quickly and went down the road just after we'd had the first sprint of the day at Cuesa den San Michel, where Jalabert was first. Zabel was first. And I'm just pausing to let you see that on the map there, that's the little route they've just taken. And they've got to that little blue bit just dropped down there. In fact, looking on the screen now, I recognise just that little house in the background. There's a very nice pizza bar there. I stopped off here and had a short sort of repas on the way through, so deciding likewise that as this was a feeding station, a nice little spot to stop on the way through to the finish. And we're all gathered here, Peter Voigt and Rudy Altig and myself. And there you see the result of the Col de Mont-Genèvre. Veronk 30 points, Ugrimov 26 points, and Ulrich 22 points. That doesn't tell all the story, though, as we're rocketing along here on this lovely lakeside, and they're going to go later on over another enormously big lake, and I'll tell you more about that when we finally get there. But the finish station, which the riders are now going through, is at 129 kilometres of racing. They should have been here 25 miles an hour at 3:15, so they're about 10 minutes up on schedule compared with the time which has been published, because they did in fact start the race slightly early. We're now looking at the breakaway group of 3 men, and just checking here on my screen what the last time check it was, 2 minutes 30 seconds. It was 3:10 at the top of the climb, so now that picture jump backwards and forwards, and I've been trying to put you in the picture likewise. Let me go back and confirm what has happened today, as we now ID'd and picked up these 3 leaders. Veronk there in the polka dot jersey, Ulrich at the back, who's doing sweet nothing to stay with this group, and Veronk is saying, come on, you better get stuck in and do something. But of course he's not going to, is he? He rides for Telecom. Bjorn Ries is in yellow, and so it's up to Veronk and Ugrimov. and the gap now 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's coming down. I wouldn't have thought they'd stay away with a passenger like Urich. And really, up in front there, Ugramov is a first-class climber, but on these faster sections here, it needs, I think, about 3 or 4 more men to keep the effervescent Veronk and the nitty-gritty fella here, Ugramov, on the front of these little 3-man breakaway group, out of the snapping heels of or snapping jaws of the peloton behind. So it looks like it might be all over. We shall wait and see. That's Ugramov. They went away, these two, as they climbed up the Mont-Genèvre, and they took with them Ulrich and Madoua. And this is the man who went over the top in first spot to protect that polka dot jersey. They're not going to give him far down the road, are they? 3 minutes 39 seconds down. It's always full of ambition, this fella, but tactically he wouldn't get much out of by going that far. See, Ulrich here just sitting on. He's not going to chase this one down. Also well placed, he's 5th at 1 minute 38 seconds, so technically on the road he was the new yellow jersey, because the maximum lead they had was 3 minutes and 10 seconds at the top of the climb of the Mont-Genèvre. So, how'd they get there? Well, let's go back to what's happened today. So the first sprint at 29 kilometres. Zabel was first, Montcassin, the fellow in the green points jersey, second. Manion was third. They ploughed on after the bold Jackie Durand and finally caught him after 64 kilometres of racing, and by then he'd had 21 kilometres in the lead with a maximum lead of 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Most of the chasing had been done by the MAPE team, which you see they've got a couple of their riders on the front at the moment, followed by Benesto as such, and they were the chaps who did most of the damage to finally catch Jackie Durand at the 64 kilometre point. The Mont-Genèvre, which was 95 kilometres into the stage, as they climbed that one, that began to take its toll on some of the tired legs of many of these riders. And I said to you earlier on, Jalabert slid off the back and finally climbed off his bike, and that was that. Jalabert going at 69 kilometres, and he called it a day, so he was out of the race. On the climb, the attack of the 3 riders we see here, Veronk, Ugramov and Ulrich. They also had Madoua for company as well. Well, he couldn't hold the pace on the top of the climb, and he was only about 30 seconds down and was soon on his way back into the bunch. But the 2 chaps, Ugramov and Veronk, with this passenger here, pressed on down the other side. A very, very fast descent it was, off the top of the summit of the Mont-Genèvre, and right now the gap is coming down, but they're persisting. They don't seem to be going quite as punchy as they were earlier on during the race. But so this little group then with a lead of no more than about 1.5 minutes could well be caught after their attempts on that first big climb of the day. Ugramov on the front, Veronk following, and our camera can now pick up the group here, and before the helicopter came down a bit, you could see the escapers in the top right-hand corner. So there, Bjorn Ries in the yellow jersey with the telecoms round about him. Interesting day we've got today, because let me just take you through confirmation there as Bjorn Ries of Denmark is the overall leader. His lead coming into this stage today is just 40 seconds on Berzin, who was, of course, the yellow jersey leader up until that disastrous day into... Well, I just had on race earlier, by the way. The gap now is 1 minute. Madoua sat in there. He was one who went earlier on. The fellow here with the flowing blonde locks and the blue and white hat, that's Venti Berzin, who, although he's a Russian, now lives up in the northern part of Italy. Though we're now back on French soil, he knows many of these roads up here, and the gap then confirmed, which we had on our race radio, at 1 minute. So going back then to general classification at the moment, Berzin 40 seconds down in second spot. Tony Rominger in that little group there is at 53 seconds. Alano is at 56 seconds in fourth spot. Jan Ulrich, the fellow we've seen down the road there, and you saw on the screen that he's 1 minute 38 seconds down in fifth. Luttenberger, the career rider, the Austrian, is in sixth spot at 2:38. And Veronk on your screen now, seventh at 3 minutes and 39 seconds. Indurain back in that pack, we saw him briefly, in eighth spot. 4 minutes and 38 seconds, and you see there we've got 72 kilometres to go to the finish. So about another couple of hours of racing, I suppose, before they hit the finish line. So we could have an early finish today, which is going to be quite a surprise after the problems they've had in the race so far. And as you can see now, whilst they're having a look back, these two, I think they're going to let it knock it on the head now. The sun is shining, the weather conditions are quite good for bike racing, the wind is just over their shoulders. And as you look at them now on the left-hand side of your picture, those trees are blowing and the wind is just behind them there. So I think they're going to let the peloton come up. You see now all the following cars and the motorcycles, the pressmen are being brought forward by the officials, all in contact by race radio. They have several different, that red car inside you see there will have several different radio channels. He'll have a channel to talk to the team cars, he'll have a channel to talk to the press, he'll have a channel as well to talk on what they call the VIP line as well, when they want to keep certain things amongst the organisation itself. And inside those cars there's just a battery of equipment to keep the race in touch as it goes through. And of course race radio also comes to our finishing point here and we can hear the messages, but they've gone down the race radio to the following cars and told them to get the hell out of it, and they've now decided, well, it's lunchtime. And you can see here that Ulrich is deciding to not exactly scoot his bike along, but make sure that he's nice and flexible for the climb which is yet to come. I've given you the top 8 so far. Well, I've just heard that the medical car has been asked to come up to number 67, so let's hope he's in no great problem. If they just want to spray on the knee, if they're feeling like that's Max Chandry, I think. I have to watch out for that one. If I got the number right, looks like Max has called the medical car to come up. Perhaps we might be able to talk to Laurent Madwell later on and see how his lad's going on. We'll phone back to Paris and see if they can get hold of Jim Ockovic sometime during the programme, so we can have a chat. They've got the number there somewhere, and perhaps we can find out how the old Max Chandry is at the moment. The Motorola team not exactly firing all cylinders since they lost Lance Armstrong, who's now gone back to get himself in good form for Atlanta. So I got down to 8th, didn't I, in the general classification? You're biting your fingernails there, wondering where the hell he's going to get the top 10 out. Well, the 9th man is Escartim, 4 minutes and 49 seconds down, and Laurent Duffield is in 10th spot at 5 minutes and 3 seconds. The fellow we saw in that breakaway group, Lugramov, is 5 minutes 27 seconds down in 11th spot, and 12th is LeBlanc at 7:08. Alex Zullen took an awful pasting yesterday, by the way. He came in just as we were actually taking through one of the jersey presentations. You may or may not see it yesterday on the screen, but Zullen really was way off the back yesterday. In fact, he came in 44th spot, 4 minutes and 4 seconds down. Well, the speed is on at the moment. Look at that. Really hammering along now. The speed is really up at the moment, and they've got the breakaway group, so they've now been absorbed, and I'm not quite sure that much is going to happen from now on in, because the map on the front now, this rolls fairly flatly along now, and we start to climb again towards the end of the Col de la Sentinelle, which is only 10 kilometres from the finish, the top of that one. And it's only a third category climb, but I think it's likely to do more damage than some of the longer climbs we've seen so far in the race, because many of these chaps could have quite tired legs, I would think. And if some of the little mountain goats decide to rip the thing to pieces, because tomorrow is a rest day as such, and so it'll be one opportunity for them to have a go. So with the field all back together again now after quite a lot of furious activity in the early part of the race, we're going to take a short break, but don't leave us, because this looks like being yet another interesting. Le Marchand has set the pace, and he's being approached by 3 riders. We think that Stevens, together with Fondrest and maybe Forniciari there at the moment, will be trying to close him down, and here they are. Of course, Psycho again have got to search for something, having had Cipollini knock it on the head when he wasn't feeling too well. And with Jalabert having retired today, then Zuller is way off the pace on the general classification, means that something like Nils Stevens is always prepared to have a go on a stage like this. They want to show themselves and perhaps get a stage victory.
These big roads, they've done actually, are not actually in favour of a breakaway group, because you can see here they're very wide. We're some 45 kilometres now from the finish now, but when you see the big wide road, it's not up, it's not down, it's just very rolly roads. Even though you might have, like, Neil Stevens, an incredibly good rider when it comes down to team time trialling or riding in the front. We have Fondrest, Le Marchand. When we see here, even you can see here the peloton is actually reacting very quickly behind them here, and it's very difficult to stay away under these conditions. You must remember the riders here riding at some 60 kilometres an hour here, so it's very difficult to stay away in a small group.
The gap then 7 seconds to the 3 chasers and 15 seconds to peloton for Le Marchand. They're going along the side then of the Lac de Serponçon, and it's a very unusual shaped lake. It's a bit like an upside down or twisted T shape as such, and a very long one. It's fed by the Jurasse, which comes down into the Serponçon, and yet another tack coming off yet again. They're going to go over the Ballage shortly as well, so we're going to see a lovely scenic thing, and these riders are determined to have a go all the time as well.
That's Thibault again having a go, Dave, so we seem to have the same riders having a go all the time, so this is obviously their favourite terrain.
And there they go. So Thibault's on his way now. In fact, I said we're going over the Ballage, we're not. In fact, the actual end of the dam is further down there. They're going over the Pont de Sabine when we get to Sabine, and over the top of this big lake of Serponçon. And a lovely sight is too. In fact, driving along it, I looked over to the left and I saw this nice little island with a semi-house come castle built on it. I thought, what a nice part of the world to live. Though I understand it can be quite cold in the winter, but in the summer it can also be baking hot round here. And the riders, I think, are going to find this wind very tricky right the way into the finish. So the lovely waters beckoning them to perhaps sit down and take a rest, but the rest won't happen until they get to Gap. Gap ahead of these riders now, and when they get along this road, just looking here to see how far they've got towards the finish. Can't be much more than about another 30-odd kilometres to finish.
Actually, Dave, over the race radio I heard a few minutes ago, they've got 40 kilometres to go.
Oh, okay.
But the wind seems to be changing here, Dave. 1 minute are the flags here across them where they're going with a tailwind, and 5 minutes later they're going with a headwind, so a headwind and a tailwind. But here we are, Ralph Yeoman here in front again, so we have Prudencio Indurain here also. But you see, the riders are finding it very difficult to actually get away. It's simply because the wind is actually changing. When they attack to get away, and there's they get the gap, it's very easy when you have a tailwind, and all of a sudden the wind changes, get a headwind, they slow down, the peloton comes back again. So the racing conditions today are very difficult.
So Sabine-le-Lac, 44 kilometres to go.
Very interesting, David. Saw Miguel Indurain going through a second ago also.
So
very surprising to have Miguel actually putting his finger in here at the moment.
They're all over the place, aren't they? Not long after they drop down here, they turn sharp right and go over the bridge. You can just you can see the distance. It's got covered up again. There they go. Everybody's in with a shout today, aren't they?
Yeah. Sorry, Dave, it wasn't Indurain. I don't think it was Indurain.
Well, if you just about to see the label on that bike, Fondrest as such. I think might have taken his mind off his training and bike racing so far for Fondrest to have those beautiful bikes he makes. They're lovely, very elegant bicycles with typical Italian flair. And there we go, over the bridge now.
This group here, Dave, seems to be getting a kind of a gap, but it's this is going to be very dangerous for the other riders, for the peloton, because when you have 12, 13 riders in front, they can do an awful lot of damage to a peloton behind them.
So it's about 12 men there in that little gap they just opened up.
And also you have 12, 13, maybe 13, 14 riders here, and you have nearly every team represented here, so that makes it very dangerous for behind. But just looking through the riders here, Laurent Defoe, is it David, 74? Oh, LeBlanc is here, yeah?
Yeah, LeBlanc. I just saying.
There may not be anybody very dangerous.
There's Stevens just up in front. There is certainly a Benesto riding at the moment. Looks like Yaman going through at the moment as well. And so they're settling down here, trying to get Bogart in there as well, as already won a stage victory.
It is Defoe, Dave. Defoe is 74.
Right, and
he's
so
dangerous for it.
That's Bogart for the Rabobank in the white and the orange colour. This is LeBlanc. Now then, if they can get away and stay away from it, that little short, sharp climb, 10 kilometres to the finish by the time they get to top it, would suit LeBlanc to romp up that. And they could split it, but I don't think the bunch behind are going to give them too much scope at the moment. So Fondres, LeBlanc, Stevens, Dufault are all in that as the leading group right now, and they're being raced by a speedboat.
I'm sure some of those buyers in the bike stars, they wouldn't mind being in that speedboat, but I can see if the telecom riders here do keep this pace up with the crosswinds, which we're going to have coming towards the finish, there could be actually gaps forming. I just hope that, well, I don't hope, but anybody that's actually in contention for the overall or wants to actually get up there in the stage will have to stay up in the front half of the group. Although the telecom, they seem to be having a tempo, but they are not actually going flat out, as you can see by the peloton behind. If they were going flat out, the peloton would be all in one line. So maybe they have not yet realised that Laurent Defoe is in the front. But I'm sure okay, Laurent Defoe lost a bit of time every day in the time trial and also yesterday. But I feel that there's still a long way to go in this Tour de France. That Laurent Defoe, would be got closer to Bjorn Ries's yellow jersey, he could be a threat to them.
Well, a rundown then on the riders in that breakaway group. Fondres, LeBlanc, Stevens, Dufault, Arrieta, that's the Benesto rider that you saw in there. Bartoli's there, Belli, Richard, Fincato, Filippi and Bertolini are the riders that are in this breakaway group at the moment. Well, I think some looked a bit too large for me, and there's a lot of riders all over the place now, so they might come back together again. Nobody seems to be closely interested. Ellie's in there as well right now, but none of them seem to be, I think, too keen to keep this going, so perhaps you have another little break happening from this group we've got here. But on the way in towards Gap, the town has been visited 17 times in the past by the Tour de France, and what a beautiful sight that is. Well, that's the main pack. And again, Telecom on the front. And the gap is 30 seconds to this group. So,
well, Laurent Defoe there was only some 5 minutes down. I know it sounds a lot, but time can go down very, very quickly.
So that's one of the riders in there. Let me give you a rundown. The gap now 38 seconds. The group includes Fondres, LeBlanc, Stevens, Dufault, Arrieta, Bartoli, Belli, Richard, Fincato, Filippi, Bertolini, Ellie, Skibby, Sorensen, LeBlanc, but LeBlanc not taking much part in the action at the moment. This breakaway group of something like about 15 men, as they're in with about 40 kilometres or thereabouts to go from the finish, about just over an hour's racing, or about an hour's racing, depends how they take the final hill of the day. And the finish line at Gap, with the crowd already been together, and particularly the Bjorn Ries supporters, because he's the man in the yellow jersey over a race leader. And this will be the 18th time. The gap now got to 44 seconds then. Fincato coming through, riding for the Roslotto team. And the gap then going up again to 44 seconds now. So the finishing gap was first in 1931 when de Mouzières was the first man to finish there. It was used quite consistently after that. 1932 Leduc was the victor, 1933 Spiker, 1934 Martano, 1935 Ertz, and then a big gap in fact when Geminiani got it in 1950. It was used fairly frequently after that, 51, 53, 56 and so on. And it's been full, if I say, of names which are of no consequence. I'd be very rude to say to be like Geminiani, and many people have one here, but really it falls in the midst of the race, whether they're going from the Alps to the Pyrenees or Pyrenees to the Alps. Anybody coming into Gap is in a bit in no man's land, and some of the sting has often gone out of the race by the time they get to this neck of the woods, and so some of the riders who are given the opportunity of getting stage victories are not those that will be fighting out, say, the sprint stage, the flat part of the race of the Tour de France, or those who are prepared to have a go in the mountains. So we get a mixed bag of bike riders winning in gap. 17 times it's been here, and the gap now 48 seconds. Can this group stay out there? And here's Sorensen on the front. Well, he's up to a bit of a gap himself now. Keep using this gap, by the way. It's well known to motor rallying people, by the way, often used as the central point in the Monte Carlo rally. That lies ahead of them, about 40 kilometres down the road. This bunch begin to split up. This leading group then of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 riders at the moment. As I was saying to you earlier, Steve, I think that somehow that large group in that escape was a bit too big.
It was a bit too big, but now we have these riders here together now, Dave. Looking at them, it's impossible to say who actually could be my favourite to actually win the race, because, well, Luc Leblanc is not a sprinter. I can't see Luc Leblanc winning it. Neil Stephen is not a very good sprinter either, so that's 2 guys eliminated. But between Ralph Yerman and Eli and Fondriest, they're very much three very same riders. The 3 riders, that's Fondriest now. Here's Eli. There we have Sorensen, Leblanc. Then we have Sorensen. Like, those 3 riders themselves have the very same tactics. They're riders that can actually attack in the final and then go and hold out the peloton to the finish. They're very strong, very fast riders. So with those 3 riders, Sorensen's a good sprinter, Fondriest is a good sprinter, Ellie's a good sprinter. It's difficult to know who actually could win it. So it's going to be a very exciting finish.
Here they are. They've twitched off the main road, through the little lanes, into this little village I spoke to you about now. Everybody's very happy to have the tour go past their doorstep. I suppose they'll all talk about it tonight over dinner, and they'll Chambéry, that's a beautiful little place. And I keep saying it time and time again. So the main road goes whack straight past this little village on the left-hand side we're looking at. They're going to dap round now and go back on the main road. And all you people going off on holiday, you should always go off the main road from time to time, with now 32 kilometres to go in the race here, because it's a lovely little village. You wouldn't know it zooming down the main road. And so if you're coming on holiday in France and you're going to pack your bag sometime in August, all your good people back in home, then make a little detour occasionally.
Well, actually, Dave, I was coming in the same road myself a few minutes ago there. I stopped before being sent off the road. I said to the policeman, "Can you tell me, police officer, if I go to the right here or if I go straight on, which is the most direct way to Gap?" He said, "Oh, monsieur, if you go straight on, it's 15 kilometres. I said, "Yes, if I go around that way, but about 200 metres more," he said.
Sounds like an Irish-French policeman to me.
He's making an issue out of it. I thought like I was going to be brought around the mountain by going in right.
Well, there it is. We had a lovely top shot then of the village, and I said, "Well, you've got to really come here and sample the atmosphere and so on of the people. Look at that, that's that lovely village." We went deliberately off into the village rather than use the main road on the left-hand side. Great.
Dave, myself and Pat McQuaid have been talking to the Irish government and the Irish tourist industry about the Tour de France possibly coming to Ireland in 1998. Whereas, can you imagine Ireland being on the screen there now? Look at all the opportunities that the country would have to actually promote itself throughout the world. Eurosport at the moment is going out to 108 million homes.
That's 2 million more than last week, my number.
Well, it's inflation, Dave. But you can imagine all those homes at Eurosport alone. There's some 40-odd television companies actually following the Tour de France. So you can imagine the extent of the publicity and the coverage, and to have the Irish scenery actually on the air all over, all potentially going into so many homes.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed that we do go to Ireland. That's 1988 they're talking about it. So 1998, isn't it?
They're working very hard on it at the moment, so there's still a few people that need convincing, but at the same time, it's wouldn't say I'm confident at the moment, but it's not point of being overconfident. But at the same time, when you see the potential that it has for future tourism, not only over the next few years, but over the next 10, 15 years, it says no, you cannot put a price on it.
And there we are looking on your screen then, the gap then back 1:15 to peloton for that leading group, with one group of riders wedged in between the two of them. So let's hope we do go to Dublin, because a very tremendous reception they'll get there. I remember all the years we had the Nissan Classic and we'd come back into Dublin at the end of it all, a great reaction. I suppose we can come around for tea at your place, can we, Stephen?
Oh yes, but it's amazing the pressure that actually, and the hype is there at the moment. Even people coming on to me every day, Stephen, what about the Tour of '98? It'd be great, won't it? It'd be great. Like it's amazing from the actual minute that it's announced that the Tour de France goes to Ireland or it goes to Rouen or whatever it goes to. From that minute on, the hype starts building up. So it's not just kind of a 2-day or 3-day promotion for a country or for a town. It's actually from the time it's announced right through until the very day, and even the same length of time again after that again, because we talk about the start of the Tour de France in Holland, we talk about the Tour de France in Berlin in 1987, we talk for years after it about the Tour de France.
And this is the remnants of that second group on the road, decided to knock it on the head and go back into the main peloton, leaving just the breakaway group we've got down the road there. All the top stars are in the front of this little group. They've got themselves back together again, and that's our leading group at the moment, 2, 4, 6, 7 of them. And there you can see the strong wind, which seems to be going at them now. It's a very twisty sort of course as we go in closer to Gap, and the riders here maybe be able to survive, but that little hill you see in the distance there, that's a sort of, they're not going over the top of that, but they're going to start romping up that shortly, and then when they get over the top, 10 kilometres to go to finish, and probably would suit this man LeBlanc on your screen. So Dufo, Bartoli knocked it on the head. They've now been caught.
I was actually reading the paper this morning, Dave, that Luc Leblanc, he was calculating all the time he's lost through mechanical incidents and because of injury. If he hadn't lost the time, because the time he has lost, he would be to this day he would be 2 minutes and 35 seconds behind the yellow jersey of Bjorn Ries. He's having a very good Tour de France, but unfortunately he's very far down on GC at the moment. But it's strictly because of all it's unfortunate, of course. But of course the bad weather didn't help him either.
And Sorensen here also coming to form. He's been a bit quiet early in the race too as well. I haven't had a chance to speak to him as to whether he's been through a bad patch, but it does seem that some of the riders who've been missing. That's one thing about the Tour de France, isn't it, Stephen? It's going for 3 weeks, and you can go through a bad patch, you can ride on, suddenly a day comes good, and out they pop and start going, and every day we don't know what's going to happen, because suddenly on our screens a rider we've not seen before, and this today, except for LeBlanc here, we've seen getting that stage victory up to Les Arcs, and Stephen's working hard with the Onse team. Many of the riders we're seeing now on our screen we've not seen much of.
No, very true, but at the same time it's yesterday was like it wasn't a very difficult stage. It only been 46 kilometers, but still they all know that tomorrow is a rest day, and also I think the fact that today is a good weather, it actually gives a lot of the riders extra wings, and they know well, today is good weather. We haven't got a hard day yesterday. It's one of our very few chances we have of winning a stage.
Looks like Sorensen now has decided to have a go at this one and throw down the gauntlet. He's eased his way off the front of that group. Behind him then are the rest of the little group that formed as we came over that beautiful big lake to about 15-17 men away split, and Stevens, LeBlanc, Dufo, Ellie, Sorensen, Vincato and Arrieta went away, and now Sorensen has decided to lead them and get off on his own. That is really, with 27 kilometres to go, strikes me as a bit of a one-off. 27 kilometres to go. Hey!
It is, Dave. It's a bit far out, but the Rabobank team this year, which is the team which Rob Sorensen is on, they seem to they were out of the picture for the last few days as he went through the Alps. They were very much in the picture for the first few days of the tour, getting with Nielsen winning the combativity award. We had Bogart winning a stage. Now we have Sorensen again. They've been very to the prominent in the flat stage, and here he is back again today.
That group of riders, the remnants of the 16-17 strong break we had further down the road, have now lost Sorensen off the front. He's scarped, he's gone down the road. We've got about some 25 kilometres to go. The wind seems to be changing direction here at the finish at Gap, where the sun is shining, and we've had already an exciting day's racing. The crowd has been to gather. The Danes are over there ready to see if the yellow jersey will still come in on the shoulders of Bjorn Ries. He started this morning with a lead of 40 seconds on Yvan Geberzin and 53 seconds on Tony Romigo. But this leading break is beginning to split up all over the place.
Play with Adidas and Eurosport, and you could win a trip for 2 to the Street Ball World Championship in Budapest. You can also win Adidas sunglasses and subscriptions to the magazine FIBA Monthly. Call the Eurosport hotline now. Good luck.
See you at the World Finals in Budapest.
Back to the Tour de France with Coca-Cola. Always for the fans.
So it's Sorensen in the lead at the moment then on this stage from Turin to Gap, 208 kilometres. The first piece of action after 29 kilometres was when Zabel went away and got the first of the sprints of the day, just ahead of Moncassin, Magnin into third spot. That was Cuesa del San Michel where that took place, and here we see on the final climb of the day the attempts by Sorensen to stay away, but Brochard's cutting back at him now and the main field there. We had the first big climb of the day after 129 kilometres up the Montenegro. Veronk went over the top of there with Ugramov, Ulrich and Madouas in that order. They had a lead of some 3 minutes on the top of the climb. They'd broken it apart on the way up after having brought back the bold Jackie Durand, who'd been on his own for 21 kilometres, and Jackie had in fact had a maximum lead at one time of 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So when Durand was caught, the attacks came thick and fast, and it was the climb up the first category hill of the mountain of Montenegro where that four-man group went away. The gap then coming back on your screens for this final climb of the day. Now the interesting thing on the Montenegro was that Jalabert got blown out the back and climbed off. So the great French hope is now in the back wagon, or his team car at the back. He's out the race. Brunel is out the race. He's retired as well. Fairly fast day today as far as the ride is concerned, and Veronk, Ugramov, Ulrich and Madouas, they shed Madouas. They went down the other side of the mountain on the flat part of the road. Ulrich was just a passenger riding for Telecom, which is the team of Rees, who is the overall race leader, and so it was when they regrouped down the bottom. Lots of groups started to go away. They were in one big pack as we came into the sprint at 155 kilometres when Zabel again won that sprint. Moncassin was second, and Bolts was in third spot. So in fact Zabel, taking two of the sprints today as we get toward the top of this climb, has now narrowed the gap on Moncassin in the green jersey. He's got 12 points today to Moncassin's 8, and they start out today separated by just 10 points in the battle for the green jersey. So as we go into the rest day, the green jersey might be up for grabs at the end of the day today. So no wonder the Telecom boys are trying to pull this thing back. But at the moment Sorensen is down the road, Brochard is on his own, and the main pack is splitting on the climb. When they get over the top here, 8 kilometres to finish in Gap.
I can see Brochard coming back onto Sorensen. If Brochard can only catch Sorensen here, Dave, you can just see him now in the front, only some 150, 200 metres ahead of him. It'd make a very, very good tandem for the two of them to go to the finish. But then it'll also depend on what's going to happen behind. It depends if the Telecom are going to continue riding behind to catch them. But because you must remember, Telecom at the moment, they have the yellow jersey, they have the team classification, they're working for the green jersey. If they try and be too greedy and try going for every stage and also, they'll make themselves very, very unpopular amongst the other riders. And of course, going into the Pyrenees next week and then the Massif Central, they need as many allies as they can. So they start getting everybody's nerves, but try to win everything and leaving nothing else for the weaker teams. It could go against them.
A few crumbs from Masters table. Well, looks like Brochard's going to be snaffled up now by the big group coming behind. Sorensen's lead, the last check we had was some 20 seconds on Brochard. I think the screen showed 14, but certainly he's going to get this climb now. And once you're over the top of this one, it's all downhill and a big rush in towards the finish. And so let's see, 10 kilometres to go at the top of this one. I said 8 before, I'm sorry, it's 10 kilometres to go. The average at the moment at 39 kilometres per hour, 25 miles an hour, and you see Veronk come through here. He wants to get some more points at Kingdom Mountain. He's done just that, and they got toward the top here, 10 kilometres to go, and there he is over the line in his second spot. He now eases back. The Telecom boys go round about him, and so now as Sorensen goes down the other side, it's all Lombard Street to China Orange. Can he stay out there and get the victory?
Sorensen being the incredible pursuer, he has a slight chance of staying away, but it depends really on how how eager Telecom team are to get Sorensen back and prepare the terrain for Zabel, because like at the same time by riding and chasing down Sorensen, there's no guarantee that Zabel is going to even win. Imagine if they ride their hearts out to catch Sorensen and Zabel does not win, and Moncassin wins, for example. Sorensen's not going to be very happy and his team are not going to be very happy. So like I said, they can end up putting riders against them rather than having them with them.
Well, let's watch this chase then. Can they close the gap on Sorensen?
Oh, very. Someone's going very wide there, Dave. It looks like
it's one of the
Bogarts. It looks like
the Festina team. It is.
Festina.
Yep.
Brochard, would say
Brochard's
again.
been called though. No, it's changed. No, it's been changed now. It could be Duffield at the front, because certainly Brochard's gone back into the pack now. But don't forget, Sorensen is down the road, dropping on his own. The rest of the field here following the leader. Now that's the coach. They had to back that coach down about 2 kilometres when I came down the hill. The police were backing it off. He had nowhere to park. He held everything up. So inside the final 10 kilometres to go of the Col de la Sentinelle, the result was Sorensen in first spot, Veronk over second, Ulrich third, Rees fourth, Dufo in fifth. That was the gap. That was the point at the top of the climb. And now they're on the way down to the finish at Gap, where the big crowd is waiting, hoping to see perhaps a Danish victory. The Danes opposite to us here, with Sorensen still hanging on for grim death.
That's one sight you very rarely see in this Tour de France, Dave, is the actual tarmac at them starting to melt. I'm sure the riders will be very happy with that sight.
Makes a change from the ice pile on the road.
Well, actually, Dave, yesterday on top of the Galibier there was -1 degrees. After the Galibier it was 14 degrees. At Sestriere was -3. And last night in Turin it was 26 degrees, Dave.
So the sun is shining on the backs of these riders on the stage from Turin to Gap. Turin, the big centre of the manufacturing of Fiat motor cars, who once again are big main sponsors in the Tour de France. They've been supporting the race for many years now, and they've provided all the vehicles that the officials use, and many of the teams, all the teams are supplied with Fiat cars. 8 years that Fiat have been in the Tour de France now, and they supply no less than 360 vehicles to the Tour. So they have been constant supporters of this race. And I seem to remember, in fact, Turin, where the race started from this morning, was where they had that Italian job was shot, where little Mini Coopers went rocketing round and performed great stunts for all to see. But so Turin this morning, the start, and now who's going to win the stage into Gap?
And you see Sorensen there going down the set. Look at that cornering, Dave. Look at how near to the edge he is. He's using every millimetre of the road, Dave. He's just possessed now. He's gone for the last 25 kilometres on his own, and he's saying to himself now, well, I don't want to be cut now. You see Bjorn Rees there lying in second position. Sorensen just wants to stay away. He wants this victory.
Well, Rees is also a mad descender. We're watching again in slow motion. Just hold your breath and turn Granny's face to the wall. This is a bit tight, this one.
Very tight, Dave, at the exit of that corner.
So he's still on his way down and staying away from that main group. Sorensen trying desperately to stay away. The gaps we had last time was around about, and we haven't given us one since they've got over the top of the climb, but there we are. 12 seconds. Ask the question, you ask a question, you get the answer. Thank you, Mr. Graphics Man.
12 seconds, Dave, but the wind is actually changing now. We should have a three-quarter tailwind now coming to the finish, so we know there are still some 6-7 kilometres to go yet, so it's going to be very difficult for him. It depends on how the peloton reacts now.
And
bears in.
Begin to move. Yes, no. Well, I don't know, because Leslie's gone back and put a crash hat on because he didn't have one earlier on. He doesn't normally ride with one, and perhaps suddenly he's decided to have a go at Rees on the down here. But Rees hasn't responded, so let's wait and see. It might be Frattini, who's a very good man at this sort of tactic. So perhaps they've just sent a man down the road to try and confuse people.
Yeah, it looked like Berzin, but it's not actually, no.
For my money, it'd be someone like Frattini who would go for this one. And there he is now on his way down, grabbed the crash out, stuck it on his head, rocketing down here. And in fact, it's Chengialta, because it looks a bit too big for Frattini. Chengialta on his way down now. Yes, it is attacked by Chengialta. And Sorensen might yet have some company.
He's getting very close, Dave.
So he's been away for what, since about 34 kilometres. He's done about, what, nearly 25 kilometres, I suppose, with that leading group, and now on his own. But he hasn't missed a beat so much, just the speed of the group behind, who are hammering after this man, the Rabobank rider, Rolf Sorensen, looking for a second stage victory in the Tour de France.
Oh, look at that, Dave. Round he goes, round he goes, round he goes. Oh, Dave, he's very frightening, huh? He's really taking every risk. He's seen the board 5 to go. He doesn't want to be caught now after being away for so long, but Shangialta gets across to him. You see how fresh Shangialta is there.
See how he's nipping behind the motorbike. So watch this back at home. We talk about the motorbike. We see the camera. He goes zip, zip, zip all over the place. A bit naughty, but what else to expect when you're bike racing, eh? So it's 4 seconds back to this fellow, and only 8 seconds back to the main group. Oh, dear me. This could be all down to a big bunch sprint at the end of it.
But you must admit, Dave, that Sorensen does deserve really the victory, because he's putting in an incredible stage today. He has
3 kilometres to go. Sorensen down the road, and Shangialta is trying to close that gap. Looks back over his shoulder because the big bunch is not far behind.
Sorensen is resisting the whole way home, Dave. He could have eased up, maybe waited for him and tried riding the two of them together, but Sorensen is not so sure that if Shangialta does get across him, he can beat him in the sprints. He wants to go on his own, try and hold them off, and who knows.
Well, Sorensen won a stage in the Tour of Italy last year. He won a stage in the Tour de France in 1994, and now Shangialta is trying to close that gap down.
He's holding him off, Dave. He's holding him off. Let's go to show you the power that and the pursuing ability that Sorensen has. Shangialta has only taken off. He's only been some 3 kilometres now on his own behind Sorensen. He's not actually closing up on him, Dave. I thought he would have closed up a lot faster, but he's not.
Well, Sorensen won the Paris Tour way back, what, about 1990 it was, some 6 years ago. He's been in the frame pretty well every year since he turned pro. He's a very, very courageous descender. He's a very, very strong rider indeed. He's a good, fast all-rounder. And right now, everybody back in Holland, where we started the Tour just, what, some 10 days ago, will be holding their breath to see if the Rabobank man can just hang on in there. Here he is now, coming down in towards the town. It twists and turns, it gets flatter further on down. He's inside 3 kilometres to go, and still Shangialta is after him.
If Sorensen holds off, Dave. If Sorensen holds off, he really deserves it. He cannot say nothing more about it. He could have eased up and waited for Shangialta to get back on and let him help him, but no, he decides to go on his own.
So 5 seconds back to Shangialta, 11 seconds back to main group. And I rather think, in fact, when Sorensen got his stage victory in the Tour de France, I think 1990, I think he had Neil Stevens with him and dropped him. I could be wrong that the Stevens was second that time. Whatever it was, Sorensen is now looking for his second victory in the Tour de France. 5 seconds back to Shangialta, 11 seconds back to main group. And once the main group gets onto this pack here, they'll absolutely explode then, with just 2 kilometres to go. For Sorensen has been riding his heart out at the front, and Shangialta's after him. He can see him just down the road, and he's got him in sight, but the bunch have got this man in sight too.
Shangialta seems to be losing ground on Sorensen, Dave. Incredible ride by Sorensen.
He's still ploughing away. He's right on the peak of the saddle. He can't have much strength left in those legs then, as he pounds his Colnago bicycle as hard as he can in towards the finish. 8 seconds back to Shangialta, 10 seconds back to the main group, so Shangialta's going to get swallowed by the telecom train. The pink and white jerseys set this one up for Sabella to take the points in the sprint here, because they want him to get over the line and take some more points off Moncassin, because the battle for the green jersey is also on. There's only at the moment some 6 points separating Moncassin in the green jersey from Sabella in the pink and white jerseys. Whilst we're watching Sorensen hanging on here to try and get the stage victory. Let's watch out now as off the front goes in the pink. This is going to be one of the Onse boys having a go. Surely he can't
look at Rees leading out as well, Dave. That's something you very rarely see. The yellow jersey leading out a teammate for the sprint. As Sorensen goes under the kilometre to go sign, Dave.
Well,
look at the job Rees is doing, Dave. That's very, very important for young riders out there coming up to the ranks. Look at Bjorn Rees, yellow jersey leading out a teammate. That's teamwork for you.
And the lone figure in front in the pink France. They've lost Jalabert today, who abandoned the stage. Zuller is way down on general classification. I'm taking a right pacing yesterday. He's 13th overall on GC, but we're not worried about the overall GC at the moment. We're worried about who's going to get the points jersey, who's going to get the stage, and still hanging on for grim death is Ralph Sorensen coming down the finishing straight now. The bunch have got him inside, and the foreshortening of the telephoto lens makes it seem like it's just a Nats whisker, but it's more than that. He must be at least about 30 metres, but still Sorensen is gritting his teeth and trying so hard here to stay away, but as he comes into something like 350 metres to go, the main pack erupts and starts to overtake Sorensen, and they come in now in toward the final few metres. It looks like Sorensen races over, and off the front there's Abdul-Jabbar's in there as well as Zabel puts his head down. Zabel wants to come in clear ahead of the green points jersey of Mancassan, and Zabel starts to go for it. Abdul-Jabbar comes off his wheel. Watch out for the green jersey in the there. Abdul-Jabbar on the line, I think it was from Zabel, but I can't see the green jersey at all. Can you, Stephen? Where has he got to? Has he been shelled out on that climb? It could well be so that the telecom did the damage, and the green jersey could go off the shoulders of Moncassin and onto the shoulders of Zabel. And we watch that one yet again as Abdul-Jabbar comes back virtually from the dead. He crashed in Holland, and who got this victory here? I wouldn't like to split that one. Abdu. Oh, he says, was it me? Was it somebody else? I don't. In fact, it's not Abdu, is it? That was Betan, wasn't it, from Refin?
Yes.
Oh, it wasn't Abdu, it was Betan, eh?
Was it? You sure, Dave?
Well, let's see.
Very like the sprint looks like Abdu. I say it was Abdu, Dave.
Okay, okay.
Actually, they're just going back now. There's Moya Vertler. This green jersey.
And Ullman's bringing in the green jersey, but it's gone off his shoulders. Yeah. Chris is doing a great teamwork job here, but they got shelled out on that climb. Clear Puch is in that group as well. You can see him back there with the hat on as Borman does what he can do. That's bringing now the green jersey, but I'm sorry to say, as far as the GAN team is concerned, they've lost that one after that split on the climb, which meant that the green jersey now goes off the shoulders. And here we go back again to this sprint, and let's watch to see if it was Abdu coming up. Yes, it is a bold Abdu. You're right. Here he goes. Look at those thighs to make your eyes water.
That's how recognised Abdu, Dave. There's only one man in the peloton. Bulldozer Abdu.
But the way he came across the way, he sort of threw his hand sideways, and I thought perhaps Zabel had got him, but well, anyway, Zabel certainly got the green jersey, and we're looking just over the top here as Abdu throws his bike. No, that's, here we are.
Incredible. Looking at it from the front, we nearly think, looking from a monitor here, because sworn it was that.
It was the way he gestured, though, with his hand, because I've seen Abdu win, he go, pow, you see, and he went, like, he relaxed, and he tried to go by, he just couldn't got enough strength. Which, when you consider Abdul-Jabbar, second day into tour, had that crash, split his crash out completely into several pieces. That was it. That was the move with his hand. He just knew he'd lost it, and he lost consciousness, did Abdul-Jabbar in the crash in Holland on the second day. They sat him on a chair, and in fact he sat there and said, "Which race am I in?" He didn't even know where he was. Well, today he finished second, but he's on his way back. But Zabel has got the points jersey.
Was brought to you on Eurosport by Coca-Cola. Always.
The chase is on as the escaping group of 4 men who went away after 49 kilometres on this stage from Gap to Valence, covering 202 kilometres. Of no great consequence overall in general classification, Brochard, Yaman, Bourgnon and Salvadelli are way up the road ahead of this group, and the pressure's come on thick and fast as they've been trying to close the gap down. And you can see here that Indurain has slipped the net, and he's trying to use that breakaway group up in front as a stepping stone to pull back his deficit on the general classification. The race then, which going today over an interesting course, running from the town of Gap in more or less a westerly direction, straight out to finish at Valence. First time we've been to Valence, and it looks like already Indurain, who on the rest day yesterday said it was not finished by any means. He went out training, did about some 85 kilometres, that's around about 50 miles around the Lac de Serre-Porson, Unfortunately, one of his teammates was out with Indurain yesterday on the training ride, Marino Alonso, and he was brought down by a camera on one of the motorcycles, went out to take pictures of them in training, but Indurain kept out of trouble. In fact, this is Prudential Indurain we've got in this group at the moment, and I heard the name come up on the old cans, but in fact it's Prudential Indurain that's going across here now. And so the field splitting under the pace, which has been set very quickly indeed by those leading men way down the road. Quick look at him. I heard Indurain was in the break, and in fact it's Prudential. Well, it's certainly going through very quickly indeed now. Just trying to work out what the gap is. The maximum they had at one time was 3 minutes and 20 seconds as they were approaching the feeding station of the day, and that was after 89 kilometres had been covered. And in the feeding station, unfortunately, Jan Ulrich, who at the moment is lying 5th overall on general classification. Jan had the misfortune to fall off his bike while taking his musette. These things do happen there, but he wasn't particularly damaged. Confirmation now of that time gap, 1 minute 50 seconds back from the leading group to Laurent Madouas. We've seen him on his own before we came on air, and Madouas of the Motorola team is now 1 minute 50 seconds back on the leading group, and the chasers are at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So the gap has come down now quite considerably, as you'd expect, getting toward the back end of this race. Well, Ulrich, having fallen in the feeding station, back up on his bike. These blokes are made of real stern stuff, and the young ex-amateur world champion, who some people are tipping, says he, on the tapping the side of his nose, as being in with a shout to wear the yellow jersey in Paris on Sunday week. Well, that I think is a bit of a long shot, but they've got the percents down in the newspaper this morning that we're trying to work out who could get the yellow jersey into Paris, and they've given him 5% chance of Ulrich, who has a very good team round about him. He's a good climber, a good road rider as well, but his experience is pretty new at this level at the Tour de France, lasting as it does some 3 weeks. They had a good rest day yesterday. I hope to chat to Stephen Roche later on in the programme, but Stephen has been out also talking to some of the riders to see what's been going on and to get the inside information. A bit of inside information which we can't get the true facts of yet, by the way, so it's a rumour. So they now 1:25, so that gap's coming down. It seems that a fax has been flying backwards and forwards. Rumour has it that Jim Okovich, the Motorola team manager, is now likely to have got a sponsor for next year. And that looks like Madouas, by the way, has been caught by that chasing group. They've just got one sign up there. Madouas, number 64, was at 150, chasing group at 210, so he's drifted back into the chasing group now. So Madouas now not out in no man's land, but safely with company of that chasing group of riders after our breakaway. So they're about 10 minutes, 2 minutes 10 down the road. But they're heading off across toward the massive Sun Trial, and in fact tonight finishing in Valence. They'll be right in the Rhone Valley. And here's that sizable bunch with Madouas. There he is on the far side of your screen, now caught up by the signal split. But they're not going to be long before the peloton, I think, catches them back as well. So there they are, the peloton. Still not concerned about the breakaway group of Brochard, Yerman, Bourguignon and Salvadori. Here they are, the gap coming down there all the time. Rather than just going past the 120 kilometre point, they've got 81.5 kilometres left to go from the Vasio on the curb. They've been over 2 of the second category climbs so far today, and then they'll be going on over a few more climbs towards the end. It's quite an interesting little course, this one today. No less than 6 climbs in all, 3 of them second category and 3 of them third category. The next one coming up, the Col de la Chaux, will be the third of the second category climbs we've had today, which haven't done any enormous damage as far as the yellow jersey is concerned, just stretched his legs a bit. That's Bjorn Ries, who is leading overall by 40 seconds on general classification to Berzin. Tony Rominger at 53 seconds and Olano at 56. Young Ulrich, I spoke to you about, who fell off in the feeding station, 1 minute 38 seconds. And Veronk at 3:39. Indurain, that's Miguel, not his brother Prudencio, at 4 minutes and 38 seconds. And the 9th man on GC is Escarting 4:49, and that's a nice snake. It's going to swallow up that little group in front any moment now. I said the pursuers look like they may get caught, so still leave our little 4-man group out in front. That's a nice sight, isn't it? That lovely echelon man on the front does the work. He'll peel back in a moment or two, and they have to fight his way back. As they come off the front of an echelon like that, you've got to look for a gap to get in, and unless somebody's kindly going to open up a wheel for you, you can find yourself dropping back 10, 20, 30 places. Great pile of our helicopters on the left-hand side as the field goes through Vachu, Albecourt. They were up, looked like marooned dragonflies sat down there, the great big white machines. Some of the helicopters, the whole fleet of them flying, by the way. Some of them are used to transmit the pictures, some of them are used by VIPs. The very, very important people get to have a lift in one of those and a chance to look down at the race from the helicopter. And also they use them at the end of the stage to fly VIPs to and from their hotels and so on, particularly a long way away from the major towns. And right now that little group who are trying to catch back the leaders have been absorbed by the peloton. It's decided time to sit up with something like about 80 kilometers to go on the front. We just had information that Minali has retired from the race. He's been in trouble right the way since the start. Early on this morning we went through the first sprint at La Roche des Arnaud, and Zabel got that one ahead of Moncassin. They're both on fighting for the green points jersey. So Zabel scored the first sprint of the day, got himself 6 seconds and also 6 vital points bonus ahead of Moncassin. But shortly after that, the Col de Cabra, after some 47 kilometers, Minali was beginning to struggle, and he's now been blasted off the back of the main pack. So Minali, another of the sprinters, has decided he's had enough. Past the war cemetery, but it seems that they decided to call an armistice here. This group of riders now starting on the Col de la Chaux, a second category climb. Just 4 kilometers of climbing to the top, and again looks like Mados trying to prize himself off the front of this little group. And he's going to get company. Neil Stevens romping up there too as well, having now lost his job of looking after Jalabert, who retired the day before the rest day with gastroenteritis. What a sad day that was for the French. They've been very upset about the whole thing, but fully understanding he just couldn't continue. He was exhausted, and so Stevens now doesn't have to do any work. So Fernandez Jeans goes straight past Neil Stevens, so Stevens now without the work he has to do for Jalabert, and really without the work he's got to do for Zuller, I suppose. Zuller's in 13th spot, 8 minutes and 27 seconds down, and there's not much chance that Zuller can do any more, I think, than look forward to the odd stage victory perhaps from now on in, and possibly just climbing up into 10th spot if he can just make it by dropping off people like Ugramov and Dufo, who are ahead of him, or somebody retiring from that top lot. So, thank you. The people on the side of the road, they certainly appreciate what these riders have been going through. This is Brochard, he with the headband, flowing locks. and there are the special sunshades. I think it must be somebody who sits in a little studio somewhere trying to design the most outrageous sunshades you've ever seen. They've gone from being just something that keeps the sun out your eyes to being works of art. And the bike riders seem, from their various sponsors of the shades, to be the front runners in the latest style. At least provided they keep the sun out their eyes and the bugs as well. What the hell would it looks like? So the group here, the tail end of that one, that's Valentino Foix from the Penari Vinoville team. The danger on these sort of short, sharp climbs is the race can split somewhat and the yellow jersey can be under pressure. Because once you're over the top of one like this one here, the Col de la Chaux, there's only another, well, they go down the other side, and the Montagne de Malatre is at 142 kilometres. So we've only got about 16 kilometres from peak to peak. And then straight after that one, the Col de Malatre, the Col de la Bataille comes within 10 kilometres, the top of that one. And then the Col de Limoges is straight after the Col de la Bataille, just at 14 kilometres. Those are all very close together. And if somebody's going to have a go at the yellow jersey, then it's going to be, I think, on the next successive 4 mountain climbs. But more of that anon. These are our leading riders, but the gap is coming down all the time now, and so it won't be long, I think, before they get snaffled up and the real big attack will come for the... In fact, no, this is a little bit of group chasing after. My mistake, I just looked down the road and saw 4 men coming up, and in fact they've rung the changes. Arieta there for the Benesto team, sitting on the wheels here, and letting the rest do the work. Just up in front of him, the Calmi rider, one from Roslotto. And I'm surprised to see at the moment that we're getting attack also there from Alberto Elli of the MG Technogym team, because his teammates up the road in that leading break. And one by one they're trying to get away. That was Valentino Foix. We saw him make an attack further down the road. Neil Stevens not holding the pace very well. So it's every man for himself today, hoping that the top men will be looking after the yellow jersey, allowing little groups to go away. Well, 4 men did go away after 49 kilometres. Fernandez Jean's been chased by Manos. He tried to bridge the gap once before on his own, but got stuffed. And these are the 4 men that are leading the field at the moment. And so they've been out there since the 49 kilometre, and we've now just gone through climbing on the Col de la Chaux at 125 kilometres. So they've done about 70 kilometres out on the road, getting on towards 50 miles. And thank goodness the sun has come out to shine now on these riders and warm the backs and the legs, and perhaps the conditions will suit someone like Indurain, who didn't like the rain at all in the early part of the tour. It's a lovely view. Looks to me as Brochard's riding on one of his steel-framed Peugeot bikes. They all had 3 frames at the start of the scene, 1 steel, 1 aluminium and 1 carbon fibre. And they choose a particular one which they favour for that day's racing. And you saw the Mavic vehicle there, well, the yellow motorcycle with the 2 spare wheels on the back of it. Fernandez Jean's here with Madouas. That's the champion of France, champion of Spain, just behind Madouas. He'll do a marking job again here. There's so much tactical work going on amongst the top teams. But as far as Motorola are concerned, it's every man for himself now, because with Armstrong having retired from the race and gone back over to America to get ready for Atlanta, then the young lads from the Motorola team have got no team leader to ride for, so they're going to try and get a few crumbs in his master's table and pick up what they can when the top man and those nearest to him are watching each other. Of course, that's for 2 reasons. A, you earn some money that way, which gets split amongst the team, and B, you get your name on the result list, and other team managers are looking out for talent right now. If Jim's certainly got the sponsor he says he's got, he'll be out with the old contracts very quickly indeed to retain the sort of riders he needs for next year, because a lot of snooping going on for the services of some of the top riders in the new teams that are being formed. And this is the theatre, the showground. Here I am, sir, up for grabs. So if you perform well in the Tour de France, when you get to Paris, or during the last week anyway, the contracts are flying thick and fast. And this is the time then to make sure you're noticed by people with a fat checkbook. The Danes out in force. Actually driving along the course, I'd be surprised on the Tour just how many people there are from Denmark down here watching the race. They seem to have suddenly up sticks and set off then to support Bjorn-Ries, and of course a couple of days ago for the rest day, nearly a stage victory for Sorensen as well. Madouas says that's it, and suddenly the rest come thundering by. This is beginning. Oh, Madouas has now got some more company. He's trying so hard, but I think he's lacking a little bit of zip in his legs at the moment. They split, so Brochard, who was an extremely good climber indeed, is now on his way with Galman behind him. Brochard, who had a bad start to the Tour, lost a lot of time early on, and now wanting to redress the balance with a stage victory. He's lying 26th overall, Brochard, at 24 minutes and 15 seconds, and looking for King of the Mountains points there for two reasons. First of all, that will help him on that particular part of the competition, but even more so, it'll take some of the points away from other riders who are trying to contest the King of the Mountains jersey from his teammate Ronc, who is further down the mountain at the moment. Here they come. Well, the gap at one time as high as 3 minutes and 20 seconds. It's certainly going to be a lot less than that. At 41 seconds, there's 5 men coming over, and I don't think it'll be long before we see the rest of the pack coming into sight. Oh, Roslotto pretty active today. 1 man up in the leading group. And here comes the main group. Yellow jersey looking good and comfortable on the front. A little on his left-hand side, the pink. Telecom jersey on the front. Baronk just rolling over the top of this climb, collecting a few points to King of the Mountains competition. Sorry about that, by the way, having a few problems again with the whirly bird, and the pictures through to you at home. And something tells me that these two here, with the gap now around about 1.5 minutes after 125 kilometres of racing, and on top of this climb still 76 kilometres to go, and the next climb coming very quickly indeed. I think their moment might be over. Still they're persisting. So a Swiss rider and one from Festina, the watch manufacturing team, a watch manufacturing company. Roche is now really a French team as such as well. They were registered for a long time in Andalusia. Now they've gone and registered the team in France. Well, I said he was on one of the steel frame bikes, looking down there at the narrow tubes. Rochard, he with the unusual hairstyle. And here they go. Actually, I visited the Peugeot factory about 3 weeks ago and saw them making the new light bikes with the ovalised down tube made of aluminium, particularly for that mountain time trial we had the other day, and for the other time trial yet to come. Somebody always in the background trying to make special bikes. The two leaders now Only just over a minute's lead they've got on the main group. And I understand now that we've got Stephen Roche on the telephone. And Stephen, what about any news from the riders? You were talking to many yesterday in the village at the camp. Hey, Gap, how's it going?
Yes, this morning was everybody was very, very happy this morning after the rest day. And strangely enough, I spoke to many riders this morning from different teams, and they mainly all had the same training yesterday. I mean, they all had like around 70 to 80 kilometres training yesterday. They were doing a few sprints, a little bit of climbing and what have you, trying to get a bit of tiredness out of the legs, which they accumulated over the last few days. So the morale on the troops are very, very high, and everyone is saying, oh, the next few days, of course, with the massive central are going to be very, very difficult and very hard.
We've had rumours that, in fact, Jim Okovich might have a sponsor for his team next year. Have you caught up with that one as well yet, Stephen?
No, I haven't actually caught up with that one this morning at all, Dave.
Okay, now how about your cheese award for the stage going into the into Gap? Was that Sorensen?
Yes, Ross Sorensen won it. When you believe, like when you see the poor chap was caught some 300 yards from the finish, it was very, very disappointing for himself. But he had an incredible ride, and he really, really deserved the Kurt Leon Combativity Award. But I spoke to Sorensen this morning myself actually, and he was very disappointed with the reaction of the telecom team. But he was saying that it all dates back to an old story with Bjorn Rees some years ago when Ralph himself had the yellow jersey. So you know, it's a lot of kind of bitterness between himself and Bjorn Rees, but at the same time, the general feeling in the peloton is that Bjorn Rees may be talking too much, because, for example, yesterday in the press reception, he said, oh, I'm the strongest boy in the race, I don't care about anybody else, he said. So he seems very, very sure of himself, but in saying that, he's putting an awful lot of riders against him.
Right, now, some riders have suffered a lot. I mean, we've had Jalabert drop out the race, but one man who's soldiering on at the moment, your old friend Claudio Chiappucci, how's he feeling at the moment?
Well, actually, Claudio normally in a rest day he would do between 3 and 3.5 hours training, and this morning I spoke to Claudio, and Claudio said, oh, Steve, he says, yesterday I did 40 kilometres, he said, because he says, well, like, what have I got to lose? I'm better off using this rest day as a real rest day and recovering, because I'm no longer there for the GC, but at least I can get a good stage, so I want to make sure I'm to the front before I get to the end of the Tour de France in Paris, so I got a show between now and the Pyrenees.
That's true for many riders, isn't it now, Stephen? So many of them have failed on an overall classification, are determined to try and get a stage victory, so that must put the pressure on a lot of people.
Well, it's amazing, Dave. I'm speaking to the riders this morning. They are generally totally exhausted before coming to the rest day, and they really, really appreciated the rest day yesterday. But the morale amongst the lesser place riders, actually from 10th down, the morale on their side was incredibly high. They were saying, well, okay, the warm weather is here now, for us the Tour de France is starting. But when you look down the GC sheet, some of them are more than 50 minutes down. But there's incredible morale in the group this morning.
Good. Well, we'll talk to you later on then, Stephen, as the race unfolds. It looks to me as if Brochard and Yarman are going to get absorbed from the main pack, and it could be up for grabs at the end of it all. Thanks, Steve, for those comments. Look for more news later on. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Dave.
So, Stephen Roche there, out on patrol, going out and doing a special job this time, trying to chat up and get some background information to add to what you see on your screens here. Eurosport bring you live racing on the stage today from Gap to Valence, the 11th stage of the race, 202 kilometres. Thank you to those people, by the way. They've been writing letters in. They've started to come, and I've caught up with one or two of them, and we'll try and talk to one or two of you people during the transmissions as we get the letters coming in from you out there, and we'll do our best to bring you up to date right the way through and give you the background stories to this great race. And certainly it is the greatest race we've seen for a long time now, with Indurain in 8th spot, 4 minutes and 38 seconds down, and the debate is everywhere. I suppose you people watching at home now, maybe talking to your friends, because it's getting bigger and bigger audiences from people who don't understand cycling, and so it's this, will he do it, won't he do it? And it's tremendous how that big question mark hanging over the race, and I in fact was involved in a very similar conversation not long ago before we came on air with people who aren't normally following cycling, and saying, look, 4 minutes 38 seconds, he's finished. I said, hang on, he's only got to pull back a minute and a half of that or so, and he could decimate certain riders in the time trial, which we're going to have from up to Saint-Emilion from Bordeaux, because I remember 4 years ago now, when over 60 kilometres at Luxembourg on that stage there in the time trial. Admittedly a sort of dual carriageway, very fast type of course, that in-rain was well over 3 minutes clear of the next man, and most of the top riders had a difficulty staying within 4 and 5 minutes of him. But then there's a lot of good time trialists in that group as well. Rominger, our record holder, is third overall at 53 seconds. Berzin, ex-pursuit champion of the world, super time trialist par excellence. Galano, who was second to in-rain in the time trial championship of the world last year. Some very good riders ahead of Indurain even now, so he's got to try and jump away from them and pick up the odd half minute here, odd half minute there. So we'd like to see a lot of attacking going on. And if if Rees has been, as he has, seems quite right in the press room, boasting he's the strongest man in the race, and that, you know, he's confident, that's sure. He's a very good time trialist. He did tremendous ride on Puy-en-Velay last year when he was 5 seconds ahead of Indurain at the check with 6 kilometres to go, and then finally lost by 12 seconds. If he can keep that sort of form, then there's no way that Indurain can pull back the time he's got now. But everybody can have a bad day, and so the thing that Rees has to hope for, he's got a strong team round about him. But there's going to be so many teams wanting to attack now, particularly those without their star rider any longer. And you get a platform like this one with Yarman here and Brochard at the back of this two-man group here. They can provide little stepping stones and a lot of jumping around, and of course there's some scores to be settled between people like Veronk and Leblanc. If they start jumping around on the climbs and the mountain top finish that we're going to have, then people like Indurain can take advantage of that. So we've still got a very, very, very interesting race ahead of us on this, the 11th stage of the race, 21 stages in all, so we're just over the halfway point, or just on the halfway point, after the rest day at Gap. Well, I thought this group that had prized itself away from the peloton was going to be snaffled up by the peloton, but they seem to have let them stay out there at the moment. Again, nobody of any great consequence here on the overall classification at the moment. The chap at the back, we're just picking up here for the Aubervilliers Peugeot team, was in that breakaway group to begin with, showing his colours again, and certainly I think the lads in the red and yellow can, when the time they get to Paris, however many get there in the end, can hold their heads up high. They've been active all the way through, and today yet again we had Bourguignon go away. Well, Bourguignon, you see him at the back of this little group at the moment. He's been brought into the team because of his experience over the years, and now the gap's down 50 seconds. Well, we thought they might get caught before, but they seem to have still hung on to that little lead they've got. There, Rolf Yarman on the front. Both these two, Yarman and Brochard, very experienced indeed. In fact, Yarman's been a pro now for over 10 years. 1:45 back to peloton, 50 seconds back to the chasing group. So that's reasonably comfortable at the moment. So there they are. I think just letting him stick out there at the moment, because we've got to the point here where they're dropping off the Col de la Chaux, and the Montagne de Malâtre is the next climb yet to come. When they get down to the bottom of this climb, they will have about 67 kilometres to go. It just goes a bit flat before we start the next climb. The main group are now about 1 minute and 45 seconds down on the 4 minute in the lead, and wedged in between them we have a group of riders, something about 8 riders all told, and they, the last time check, were 50 seconds back. Don't seem to be too concerned at all, do they? I mentioned early on the top 10 men in the general classification. Whilst we're looking at the bunch trotting along here, just to update you, Chris Bourbe at the moment 34th overall, and he's 33 minutes and 14 seconds down, and I think Chris's objective will be to climb up into the top 30 and then survive the course into Paris. He may be able to move a bit further up that, but the gap's pretty high, because Katai, for instance, who's in the chasing group ahead of this lot, is lying 20th overall, 18 minutes and 36 seconds down, so that's a lot that Chris has got to pull back, but in the mountains these things can happen. Neutral service car coming up then to this chasing group. There on the back, just taking a drink from the Mapei team, is Fernando Gines, the champion of Spain. Roslotto arrived just in front of him. And also in this group, Rooks, Fincato, Cate, Gonzalez, Ellie. I'll pick the rest up for you in just a moment. Bourguignon also here, the man I mentioned to you earlier on from the Aubervilliers Peugeot team. And there, the green jersey of the Telecom team, that's Zabel. Yellow jersey they've also got with John Rees. So Telecom have been made to do all the work on the front. And that looks like Chris Bourman down there, just behind Zuller in the pink. So Chris is doing just the right thing, marking the top men. And one by one they're coming up there. A line on the left-hand side of the screen with the Olympic bands around it, sorry, the rainbow bands around his jersey. They've just drifted up. The polka dot jersey of Veronk is very noticeable, back about 20th from the front. This is a slow wasting process, by the way. The group behind are letting Telecom do all the work with the yellow jersey to pull back those brakes. It's their job to defend that jersey, and of course it slowly wears down the opposition. One wonders when the attacks come thick and fast, when Indrain tries to close the gap on Bjorn Rees, whether his team is strong enough this year. Certainly doesn't seem as strong as it has been in the past. And one of the amazing things too is that Gérard Drouet, who used to ride for the Banesto team until this year, and was drafted into the GAN team to provide experience of the Great Tour. I think particularly Bourman wanted someone like Gérard Drouet in the GAN team during the race. In the end, they decided to put Eddie Senior in place of Gérard Drouet, and I'm not quite sure whether it would have made a lot of difference, but certainly I think his wise head would have been useful to some of the riders, although of course GAN have had the green jersey and the yellow jersey on the shoulders of Moncassin, and they had the yellow jersey on the shoulders of Stefanolo, so perhaps they say, well, we've had our fair share, and Chris is second place in the Prologue time trial. There, Marouas in this group, been trying all he can. Smart haircut, by the way. The Motorola team, I think George Hincapie started that one. There's the same gap both had it before. George Hincapie, I think, was started the shaven head image, because he's got his head shaved as George in the Motorola team. And he's also got a special little, a neat, what I call a Spanish beard. It just goes up on his chin a little way, and then over his moustache. And there we are, 2:05. So in fact, drifting back, I thought they would have lost a bit of interest. But the Motorola stylish with their particular type of haircut. Many of them seem to have their head shaved for some particular reason. At least it's changed from the not shaving their chins. I forget which race it was now. I went along and had a chat to them, and they'd all turned up the day with stubble on the chins, and I said, I think in fact it was the Tour of Flanders. I said, is this a new mean look? And they shrugged their shoulders. So I went to Jim Ockwit and said, is this a new style of Motorola? He said, Dave, he said, we pay them to shave the legs, not the faces. And we pay them to ride the bike. So that was fun, because certainly they need to shave the legs for the massage and what have you, but just let the stubble grow, it's up to you. So the Roslotto ride has been lash'd, as they say. And there Bourguignon caught himself back into the group. In fact, Roslotto are doing quite well. They've got no less than 3 riders in this little lot. And that's Fincato. And then just behind him, Fernandez Gines. Perhaps the camera will go down and give you all the names of them all one by one, so you're back in home. They're up. That's the Rooks, not the Roux. I mentioned earlier on with the multicoloured Gazella bicycle. Painter's nightmare. Good afternoon, Mr. Maffei. I wonder if they're going to tell Fernandez Gines to ease off and stop. Puncture then to Richard Veron. That shouldn't cause too much trouble, though. He'll get a swift wheel change and get back, because the bunch are not knocking hell out of it. There's Bourguignon. Madouas. Early at the back here. Gonzalez just in front of him. Teddy Bourgnon, 34 years of age, this chap actually, been pro since 1990. Ridden with people like Toshiba, Castorama, and of course he's one of those riders from the Groupement last year who lost their sponsorship when the company that was paying them failed to pay them, and that was that. Ellie putting the pressure on Bourgnon, drifting back now. Well, he can use his experience, I think, to try and do something about it and get back up there. Quite a big fella. Another fellow only gets one Christmas present, by the way. He's born on the 19th of December. You've got those riders who've been always thereabouts, you know, getting second places and thirds and so on. Not particularly dominant when it comes to lots of first places, but he's got the skill and experience to aid the younger riders. Won things like the Tour of Vaucluse and so on, but still looking for a stage victory in the Tour de France. That won't come today, I don't think. Oh, disappointment here. Brochard has had a puncture, and that means that Yarman, his breakaway companion, has now gone on his own, but the group behind have been chasing for some time now. One time the gap was 50 seconds last time check we had. Brochard now should be able to catch up with that group in front, but I think it's all over and done with now. Yarman will probably sit up, and Brochard will have to ride his way back into the what was at one time the chasers, where we've got Fernandez, Jeans, Bourgnon, Roots. In fact, Bourgnon, I think, has been dropped off the back, and last time I saw him, he was struggling and disappearing. Cate, Gonzalez and Ellie, they're all in that little group, and so Yarman has now decided to join them as well. So it's Madouas that does the work on the front to put them all together. Yeah, Brochard coming back. Well, he was in that break that went away after 49 kilometres of racing. On this particular climb now, when they get to the top, they would have covered 142 kilometres. So Brochard and Yarman had nearly 100 kilometres. That's 60 miles out in, first of all, a four-man group, then a two-man group, and now they've been caught by a much more sizable bunch of riders. None of them were any great threat to the Elrod Glenda classification. In fact, Fernandez Gines from the Mappe team, looking down the list here, is the best placed rider in that breakaway group at the moment. 11 minutes and 4 seconds down on the yellow jersey. And I suspect now, waiting for the time checks to come in, he's probably about 2 minutes down on that little breakaway group at the moment. Reese in this big bunch, which again isn't under too much pressure. You can tell that by the way in which they are across the road, shoulder to shoulder, just that fairly flat arrowhead. It's when they start to string out and the gaps open up that, you know, the pressure's on. 151 riders left in the race. You can almost smell the pines, can't you? And some of they don't seem to be too bothered either. There's Gonzalez just going ahead with the green pants. It's so much more colourful now, isn't it, cycle racing? At one time they wanted to have black shorts and lettering on the trousers. The shorts had to be just one particular style. And now you look at these here with Roslotto, with all the stripes and things going on the plate. Roslotto being the Russian lottery that are sponsoring this team this year. I wonder if we're ever going to get Camelot in England to put their hands in the pockets of their profits, which are growing all the time, particularly with some of those people who haven't claimed their prize. I don't know exactly what happens to that. At some point must get put back into the pot, I suppose. That's where they're going to go. Isn't that nice? No, one lonely attempt. I saw the Roslotto riders trying to do the old 1-2. My mistake. He's in the back of this little group, but they've got enough. I think they've got 3 riders. Certainly Fincato there. That's Maruas. A friend of mine says parts his hair with a chamois leather. The army to say, I want to see the bone. They made sure you had the hair. You wouldn't have it down the back of your hat underneath your cap because the sergeant made him wanted to see the bone. Well, Maruas here. Might as well just be bald, I suppose. At least he got his money's worth. I wonder if he got it cut in the village, by the way. They do have a mobile hairdresser par excellence. I mean, lots of ladies get their hair trimmed by mobile hairdressing establishments. Well, we actually got one in the Tour de France, and in the morning, sitting there, you'll find the officials, the journalists, the riders having their hair cut. And the other day, I saw one of the must be a journalist or something having his beard trimmed as well. So they obviously very busy with the old scissors. So the gap then confirmed at 2 minutes between that leading group containing German, Brochard, Maruas, Fincato, Gonzalez, Lux, Katai. Bourgnon, I think, didn't look like he was still in contention. And of course the best man overall, Fernandez Gines, who's lying in 18th spot. That's Christian Henn, the German road champion for the Telecom team on the front. As might say, in the pink. Well, they are. He's not. He's got the German championship jersey on. And 2, 4, 6, 8. There's about 8. In fact, I reckon all the 9 Telecom riders are there at the moment, because don't forget they've got the green jersey on the shoulders of Zabel as well, and they've got the yellow jersey on the shoulders of Bjorn Ries. So it looks as if the Telecom are all present at Drexel. That's minus Kummer, of course, who retired for the race on stage 2. Quick recap on those that are out of the race so far. Vanessa only lost 1 man. Miranda came out after stage 4. The Once team were there all in one piece until the day before yesterday, when Laurent Jalabert sadly climbed off his bike. So that means that Once have still got 8 men in there. The Telecom team only lost 1, as I said, Malo Kummer at stage 2. Mappe GB, the GB supermarket team, and Mappe, the people who make all these chemical adhesives and so on, they're still all there. They haven't lost a man so far. MG Technogym lost a couple. Finco and Pistore have gone out on 4th and 8th stages. Gavis, well, they've lost 2, which thins down the workers for Berzin. But looking down that little group, the riders they've lost, in fact they've lost 3 now, because Gotti went on stage 5, Zanini on stage 4, and now Minali, the sprinter who got the stage into Portsmouth when the tour came, has gone out as well. There they are. Lovely shot, isn't it, of the helicopter. That T on those jerseys, I always thought it was, you know, you can have a competition. What does the T stand for? Not what you have in the afternoon with your cucumber sandwiches, or cucumber sarnies. The T is for Telecom. A sort of way of advertising, I suppose. People say, what the hell's the T for? Well, it's not for 2, it's for Telecom, and they're all down there on the front of the moment. Polti have lost 1 rider, Ochakov. He retired on stage 6. Panaria, well, they've lost 4 riders into all. Bramati, Conti, Preventi, Sforada. Carrera have lost 3 riders, Tavasoni, Zainersberg, and Roslotto lost a couple, Gonchenkov and Pascal Lino, 2 of their strong riders, so Ugramov's not getting much support now. TVM just lost 1, Knaven, and Refin have lost 3, Betting, Collage and Imbodham. Motorol lost Armstrong and Oza. Festina lost Robin, Rabobank have lost Brunil, Van Bon, so that's it at the moment. This is our leading group at the moment, with Fernandez Gines on this stage 11 on Tour de France. Gat de Valence, the fellow there, just lying second in the string at the moment, the best placed rider on general classification at 11 minutes and 4 seconds. The rest of them much further down the general classification. Though Brochard in this group together with Ellie and Gonzalez. Let's see, Ellie is at 24 minutes and 6 seconds, Brochard 24 minutes 15, Madua 25.56. That's 25, 26, 27th places at the moment. Fincato also here, sorry, Katai also here is in 20th place, with Fincato is 21st. So we've got a lot of riders who are in this sort of top 20 area, or between 20 and 30, and just trying to improve their positions bit by bit. But I don't think this bunch is going to let them get much more than a couple of minutes down the road before they put the hammer on, as they have got, what, just one more climb yet to do before the finish. It seems that top men have decided to have a day off, but certainly the final climb, which is a third category climb with 36 kilometres to go to the finish, won't really be a stepping stone for an attack, I don't think. There's your gap at 2 minutes, Col de la Bataille. So I'm just giving a rundown on the riders that retired from the race so far. Brunel, who had that tremendous crash, which been a big talking point, and of course captured on camera. Well, he retired on stage 10. Van Bon also out on stage 7. He had a brief spell in the polka dot jersey early on. Stefan Hulot, we saw him go on stage 7 when he's wearing the yellow jersey. Francis Morrow, stage 6, and Senior, stage 6. So the Ghana down now to 6 men, having lost 3 of them. Saiko have lost 4 of their riders: Cipollini, Calcaterra, Fagnini, and Scirea. So of the teams, they and Panaria and Brescia and Aubervilliers Peugeot seem to have lost the most, because the Lotto team have just lost Bouard. Kelme have just lost Buonoara, which was a great disappointment after the first stage when he had that bad crash. Cubino, who was expected to do well in the Pyrenees yet to come, he was out on stage 2. Brescia have lost Camin, Gelfi, Yaskula, and Radelli. Agrigel La Cruz have lost Arnaud, Murray, and Vermont. Telling with me, Murray was very upset to have to retire the other day, determined to go on. I think he's ridden about a dozen tours now, but Terry just couldn't continue, was out. And the Aubervilliers Peugeot team lost 4 of their riders so far: Capel, Pontier, Sauguerin won the stage early on the race, and Tessier. That's the rundown on those who are not with us. 151 left. This is out of the breakaway group, about a couple minutes ahead of the main pack. And on the general classification overall, yes, the Japanese rider is still going. I know a lot of people are interested in his performance, riding for the Polsi team. Imanaka is 150th overall, that's last but one. 1 hour, 50 minutes and 40 seconds. And I just hope he gets to Paris, because he'll be the first Japanese professional rider, or we call him elite now, I suppose, to actually finish the tour. And even if he finishes last or last but one, I'm sure a lot of Japanese tourists who are visiting Paris to photograph the Eiffel Tower and all the other things they go and photograph ad nauseum. You've all seen a big wad of people with cameras around their necks, and ladies and gentlemen all going out photography, 30 people deep or 50 people deep, pouring off the coach and doing the photography. Well, I think this time they can line them up on the Champs-Élysées and take a picture of Imanaka, who'll be, I'm sure, a Japanese hero when he gets back home for finishing in the Tour de France. Long way to go yet, but always like to keep on the side of the underdog. I can't quite understand why these Roslotto lads are burying themselves so much. I know that they want some publicity for their sponsor. Roslotto, and ZG is a furniture company, by the way, and it's been involved in cycling for many, many years now. But the gap coming back to 110 now. Really, Ugrimov is their team leader, and he's an extremely good mountain climber. Well, that's the main pack we're looking at. And Ugrimov is 11th overall at 5 minutes and 27 seconds. And I'd have thought that unless they've gone up there to try and give him a platform for him to go across on this climb, bearing in mind that we've only got this one and another one to come. I can't see why they're wearing themselves out, because we've got even more mountainous stage ahead of us, and Ugrimov could do with all the help. Still, I suppose somebody said, right, nip off down the road, let's get some publicity out of this, and perhaps a stage victory. Bjorn Ries having a chat with his telecom team there, looking very comfortable indeed at the moment. I think a remarkable timing that Cycling Weekly has had to have an interview with Bjorn Ries before the race came on. It was in last week's issue, and I think it was well timed on their part when Kenny Pride put a story up about Bjorn Ries, who surprised everybody by finishing 5th overall in the Tour in 1993 and then 3rd in 1995. So they want to read more about the character. That's all written up last week. I suppose all the copies have been sold now. No, they all go very quickly indeed off the bookstores. So what sort of damage is being done here by Roslotto ride, and certainly we've seen no life from the Kelme character at the back. He's just been sitting in there getting a tow, and it looks, is he coming up now? No sooner I give him a bit of a build up and he starts to move forward. That's Chepi Gonzalez. Still sitting on the back here. You can't see him very easily through this bunch of rides. A is at the back, and B is the smallest in the race, Chepi Gonzalez, 1.57 meters. Well, Brochard, having had that puncture, is determined to pick up some more points in the Kingdom Mounties competition here, but Yarman just behind and keeping an eye on him, so Brochard going over the top there. And a bunch not bothered at the moment. No, nobody putting the telecoms under any great pressure at all. To a large extent, when you get a big run into the finish after the last climb of the day, like we've got today with 36 kilometres to go, I can understand why the big guns don't start to batter each other. So perhaps as far as the challenge for the yellow jersey is concerned, if you look tomorrow, for instance, there's lots of climbs on the course. Some, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 climbs in all, but it drops down towards the finish again. The last climb is about 33 kilometres from the finish. So perhaps we're going to wait until we get stage 13, which may be unlucky for some, to Super Besse Sancy, when in fact they finish up at altitude with a quick succession of small, short, sharp climbs. The second cat and 2 third cats having come up from the valley and climbed over the last, what, 35, 40 kilometres or so, all the way up. So that might be an opportunity. But on these little rolling roads, like you're seeing now, the prediction that it might provide a platform for little breakaway groups to dislodge the yellow jersey haven't come correct on this particular day. I'm going to have that same sort of small undulations right the way through on stage 13, 14, 15, and then we get to the big one on Lord Hautecombe on the 16th of July, when we have the finish at the top, Lord Hautecombe. It's fairly flat till they get that final rush up to the top of the climb, and that really could be the first time that we see the yellow jersey under pressure. So for the next few days we'll be looking, I suppose, for who's going to get their name on the roll call of honour as a victor on a stage in the Tour de France. And if Inrain's going to close the gap on that yellow jersey, you see in this pack here. He's got to do it on the stage in order to come on the 16th of July. I'm telling you this, by the way, in case you've got to go and make a suggestion to your boss. You've got to bury your grandmother or something which keeps you away from work, because that's the one stage, if you haven't caught up with it, which looks very interesting. That's on the 16th of July, just 5 days from now. And then we go in to the stage and we go down to Pamplona. That's got some cracking climbs on it, top category climbs, but it does run a bit down in towards the finish in Spain. So probably those are going to be two of the tough days, and certainly as far as I'm concerned, that one to Pamplona as the main pack goes over now, looks like being quite a big day, because Eurosport here, we're going to be covering that stage right, almost right the way through. Gap now, you can see, quite considerable, so the packs are going to let them have their moment of glory out there. We've got 4 hours of commentary tomorrow and the next day and on Sunday. But then, of course, when we get into the big mountain on Wednesday, we've got 6 hours of cycling live for you. So you can book your seats now, get your 6-packs over the weekend, or your tea bags out. Your old grey tea, very pleasant. Spending the afternoon, I suppose, in fact, all the day, because we're going to be on air right the way through until 5:30 from first thing in the morning. It won't be like this, I can assure you. This, of course, is all the wearing down process that one gets in the Tour de France. You get, like we've just seen, some alpine stages when the star men knock great lumps out of some of the lesser riders who are the domestics, and they survive through the mountains. They have their rest day, they come back, and on a road like this, they clop off down. Ooh! Anybody got a puncture repair outfit? Is this an advert for something? I hope that's just a stone that's gone in there. I hope somebody hasn't been putting tin tacks on the road, because we have had some demonstrations so far in the Tour. Fortunately, it hasn't actually stopped the race in any way. But I do remember riding in Ireland, and the first of those races, which eventually became the Nissan Classic. I'm going back several years now, and there were two fractions governing the cycling in Ireland at the time, and one group had fallen out with the other one. They felled a tree on the road one day. We got around that all right, and then on the top of one of the mountains, going over between Cork and I think we were going across the mountain in towards Limerick, I think it was. Anyway, but I think it was at that stage. They strewed all over the road tin tacks everywhere. The main thing was that the race went over the tin tacks, and I was riding along with a fellow chap called Louis Miller, who's the Concord Cycling Club, and I heard this tick, 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 and I looked down, and I could see this sort of lump, and I said, Louis, you've got to pick up a tack. So he jumped off, and he actually pulled the tack out of his tyre, and it didn't puncture. He must have gone on the sidewall, I suppose. But the main thing was about 3 of the race cars and a couple of motorcycles, they picked up the tacks and punctured, and not one of the bike riders had a puncture. Ah, those are the days. Hey, can you hear that bird? Listen. Well, I don't know if you at home can hear that bird whistling away in the background there, but I can. And normally our sound is coming off the helicopter. You get that roar at the moment. They have a camera up there, and the sound equipment is often picking up the sound off there. And the other sounds come off this motorcycle you've got now. You can actually hear the motorcycle engine going. But goodness knows where that bird was coming from. I don't think it's flying alongside the helicopter. No, it's gone. One of the Fiat cars going through. We've had the tour at the Fiat factory. Well, it's in Turin where the Fiat factory is. On the stage after Sestriere, when we had that shortened stage. 360 vehicles provided by Mr. Fiat for the race. And you heard that horn then. What some of the what's going on here? See how the team car had to stop on the way into that hairpin. They can't get the car around so fast, and they don't want to interfere with the bike riders. They have to now rush down the straight bit. Somehow I think he's calling for his team car here, and perhaps he can't get through the traffic behind. He's been riding very strongly so far, as Marco Fincato. That's the fellow we're looking at now. He's dead keen to check something. Well, here's a little fellow, the smallest man in the race, just in front of you. He sat on the back all the way through, hoping nobody noticed him. Helicopter's back again. As Matthew Bond wrote in the Times the other day, a bit like Apocalypse Now. God, that was some hell of a film. Tremendously skillful the way they pilot these helicopters, bringing the pictures at home. The other thing I have to do as well is not to get too close down to the riders, because the draft off the rotors can cause some problems, and it was some years ago a suspicion that one of the Italian helicopters in the Tour of Italy in one of the time trials got well behind a certain rider who shall be remain nameless, on the basis that the draft from the rotor would blow him along on the time trial course. It may be just one of those stories that goes down in cycling history, but certainly the repel draft off the rotors. Sprint coming up, and this will be after 160 kilometres being covered. The first one was after 11 kilometres, and that went to Zabel. These lads in no worry as far as the sprint classification is concerned. Routes going over in first spot. Now look at that one. Took that quite comfortably. In fact, no attempt really for Cat-Eye of the Roslotto team to come by him. Well, we've got this one climb coming up, let's see, it's 160 kilometres at Lyon-Selle, where they had that sprint. 41 kilometres to go, and just another 6 kilometres at the top of the Col de la Mouche. The actual climb itself only 2.2 kilometres. Oh dear, it's getting a bit black at the back of Bill's Mothers. Let's hope the rain keeps off. Well, he's had a busy day up there, all the way through. Ellie chasing down that group. He now contains his teammate, and this is little Gonzalez. Brochard, Yarman, and I think Fernandez right at the back. Going on here, I think about a steady 25 miles an hour. Cars coming up and tending to their charges. They make it look so easy, don't they? But again, 202 miles an hour, it's 120 odd, sorry, 202 kilometres, that's 120 odd miles. That's a nice shot, the Abbey. Ah, listen. Well, that's the main group going through the sprint point at Lyon-Selle. they're not too bothered at the moment. Still Telecom doing the work. Change, we're going from back to front, and unfortunately we're losing the picture in doing it. Let's have a little look at the chase now, such as it is. Doesn't look too aggressive. Pick up the Telecom riders, looking there at Jens Heppner. Then going through, that's Brian Holm. He's not been very well, by the way. He had some sickness a bit further back down the course, but looks like he's recovered now. It's the trouble with this sort of game. You can't suddenly get the sick note and go to your team manager and say, please can I have a day off. You just got to keep soldering on. You don't sign on, you don't get back in the race. Big Ralph Aldag, powerhouse, this fella. Nice to see the camera going down and showing men at work. We were also discussing earlier on this morning how different things are for the days of Anquetil and Poulidor, and before that Louis-Anne Bobet, days of Fausto Coppi and so on, how the team tactics have evolved in recent years. Because what happens during the Tour de France, if you ever come over here, by the way, to see the race, you want to have a look in your the national newspaper, particularly Keep, and look there to see what other cycling programs are on, and bring yourself a portable TV across. I don't, in fact, think those English portable TVs will pick the signal up if you bring them with you, but whatever it is, if you can get near a television set, if you look down the programs each day, you'll find that during the day, sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the evening, the various channels devote particular programs to looking back at old history on the Tour de France, or they may have a special feature on a particular rider. In fact, tonight on, not quite sure it's France 2 or France 3, they've got a program which Jacques Godet, who was the godfather of the Tour de France for many, many years, he was the big boss himself, used to ride in the L'Equipe. In fact, he's only just recently stopped riding L'Equipe. I think he's about 90 years of age now, as we're looking here at Puy-en-Velay. Who's what, 35? Jacques Godet has, I think, selected his best moments, and there's a program going to be on tonight on one of the French, I think it's France 2 or France 3. So much history about this great race, and every day we're watching it now. In 20, 30, 40 years time, people say, do you remember when Indre got blasted out on that climb to Les Arcs? Those were the days. But certainly in the days of back 50s and 60s, and even you go back into the old days, the old sea pictures before the war, and of course when the very first start, the early 1900s, the tactics just didn't exist. People just rode and rode, covering anywhere between 220 and 300 miles a day in the early days when the Tour de France started. And it's only recently you've been able to get teams to draft in domestiques to do what you're seeing here. That's keep the pace up, stop the attacks coming. And the standard between the riders on the team now, between the domestiques and the top man, is much narrower. The gap was narrow, even though they had teams all over those recent years since the war, for instance. The gap between people like Bobet or Coppi or Arc-et-Senans, etc., was the gap between them and their other men in the team was enormous, very big indeed. But the riders now much more competitive, much closer at racing, and that means that the racing's faster, more technical, and you just don't now often see just 3 or 4 riders battling up the hill, just the top men in contention for the overall crown like you used to have in the old days. You get lots of other people in there working hard to keep their man in contention. That's it, the final climb of the day. So it's flashing on your screen. That's the atmosphere of the Tour, isn't it? See? Just appreciating the performance of these riders who come on holiday, spend maybe a week following the tour around, or maybe they're just in this part of the world on holiday, camping, caravanning, or going to some nice hotels, which are quite reasonably priced when you get off the main roads. And they turn out to see the tour. They'll be waiting for hours on the roadside here, and thank goodness the sun's coming. Look at these the flags then of Denmark, the red ones with the white cross on it. I just don't think I've seen so many Danish supporters out. They are even done painted on the road as well. Is nobody making the bacon up there? And the Basques, well, that's the Spanish flag, that one. Spanish flag again on the other side, orange and yellow. Now that's an unusual one, the blue one behind me, oh, that's Union Jack, right! I'm standing up, just a minute. The Danish flags anyway. There's nobody living in Denmark at the moment. Who's making the Carlsberg? So still Katai and Fincado for Roslotto in this little group. Katai forcing the pace on the front. Looks like MG behind. Yep, Ellie. Final climb of the day. Moment of glory for this little chasing group. And in there, Yarman and Brochard that went out to 49 kilometres had gone. So at the moment, over the Col de la Mouche, this third category climb. One of the Benestos looks like Arieta, I think it has slipped off the front, so it'll be marked down very quickly by Telecom. Tactics, I said to you before, see. That's a Kadai, Ellie. Change at the front. We can see the Paneria colours coming forward. Their best rider is Belly at the moment. They've come into the race, I think, just to make the numbers up. I shouldn't say that, but they won the Tour of Italy with Tonkov, and I think a lot of their top riders were a bit frayed around the edges after that. And so, if I say it's their number 2 team, I'm being a bit disrespectful, I suppose, to them. So there they are, still on this climb, the main group. Well, the main group are beginning to lose a bit of ground now on the leaders on this stage 11 of the Tour de France, legs 11, and the yellow jersey sat in there at the moment, not under any threat at all from the breakaway, where Katai went over in first spot over the top of the climb of the Col de la Mouche. Brian Holm in the centre. Oops, sorry about the picture breakup. More problems here. The riders descending the final rush off the top for the last mountain, the Col de la Mouche. They've just come over that. 36 kilometres left to the finish. That third category climb being taken by Katai of the Roslotto team. And as I went over the top, Ralph Jan was 2 minutes and 30 seconds back of the breakaway group. He'd been with that first attack of the day after 49 kilometres had been covered. But now the news coming up over race radio is that Yarman has been caught by the main peloton, which had been at 3 minutes down on the breakaways as they came over the top of the climb. So they've got 36 kilometres, this main pack you're looking at now, to try and catch the breakaway group before we get into the sprint at Valence. Mind you, going in toward the finish, it's not all that easy anyway. As you watch him come down here, keep your fingers crossed. 1,000 metres from the finish, it goes up to the point 250 metres from the finish line, and it's a nice little gradual climb up there, so I think they might find that one a bit tough when they hit that climb on the run in towards the finish after 202 kilometres of racing. Valence is only 80 metres above. Ah, 2 minutes 45, 2 minutes 48 seconds for the 8 men in the lead at the moment to the group we've got here. And the top of the climb here was 1,086 metres above sea level. And the town of Valence, first time the race has been to Valence, by the way. Hello, somebody's punctured. One of the Festina risers punctured, just come out of the race radio. What's the problem here with... Oh! The green jersey here, Zabel, has been sent back, he's helping in collecting bottles from the telecom team, and he was someone put his hand over the back of his neck there, and I wonder what else is going on. Well, they put the feeding bottles in the back pockets. They don't have pockets on the front of the jersey now any longer, so if you've got a lot of bottles to carry, one place to put a bottle is between your shoulder blades, and you tuck it down behind your jersey, and of course it holds it in place. So it reminds me of an amazing picture that John Pearce took some years ago of Eno fighting out a sprint on the Tour de France, and it was taken, it was Eno, Plancart and somebody else, there were 3 of them. It was taken about 200 metres from the line. Well, might have been a bit close, about 100 metres to the line. John said he couldn't take the picture standing where the photographers were beyond the finish line. There just wasn't room there to get a decent shot, so he walked down, found a little spot where he could actually take the picture, 100 metres or so to go. And just at that time, the picture was of the 3 men. They suddenly, you could see their eyes were fixed on the finish line just down the road. They're all going, they're all at the saddle. It's a brilliant picture. It's been repeated many, many times, that picture. In fact, I bought one off John myself and had it framed, a lovely big coloured picture. And the odd thing is, of course, the non-cyclists, they look like hunchbacks of Notre Dame almost, because the 3 of them thundering to the line, they've got a sponge just behind the neck, tucked into the jersey. Because the other trick, when it's very hot, is to get a sponge full of liquid and then put that on the back of your neck to keep you cool, and you can also press the sponge occasionally to let the damp come down into your neck. And these 3 blokes are thundering for the line, and the only oddball, of course, is this lump behind the neck. So it's a cracking picture. Telecom still on the descent, so dropping from 1,086 metres above sea level. It's 1,000 metres, that's 3,000 feet of descent, and it's all in the final 36 kilometres. They certainly are cutting that deficit now. So all the interim action, the sprints, the mountain climbs are all out of the way. It's just who's going to get this stage victory. Will our little leading group stay out there right the way through to the finish? 8 men there now. And of the 4 men that started the action today, Brochard, Yaman, Bourguignon and Salvadelli, who went about to 49 kilometres of racing, only Brochard is still hanging on to pace in that leading group of 8, and the gap's coming down all the time. The sprint, the first one after 11 kilometres this morning, Zabel got that one ahead of Moncassin, so he helped himself to 6 vital points in the points competition. Moncassin getting the 2nd spot, and Moncassin still at the moment on the points competition in 2nd place behind Zabel. The 2nd sprint was after 160 kilometres being covered. That was at Lyoncel, when Roux in that chasing group, sorry, the breakaway group, got the victory. And that was at Lyoncel. We did get a lovely shot on our screen of the old abbey, which comes in fact from the 12th century, and it's 1,000 metres above sea level there actually, and the local products are very much famous for milk production in that neck of the woods. And the abbey we saw, also they have there a lovely old Roman church as well. And in fact, this particular part we're going along now, Lioncel was very important. In fact, I must remember to try and ask Sir Stephen Roche about it, because Jean-Francois Bernard punctured at Lioncel, and Roche and Motte were out in a group, and they started to attack just when he punctured. "25 kilometres to go now on this stage of the Tour de France from Gap to Valence. So the main pack here now thundering after our breakaway group, which includes Brochard, Maros, Fincato, Gonzalez, Katai, Rux. The Gap is coming down somewhat at the top of that climb of the Col de la Mouche with 36 kilometres to go. It had been some 3 minutes back to the main pack, but it's now 2 minutes and 40 seconds. 2 minutes and 40 seconds with just 25 kilometres to go. Brochard, Yarman, Bourguignon and Salvadelli having started the action after 49 kilometres, split into two pieces by the time we were going up the Col de la Chaux after 125 kilometres of racing. Brochard took that climb just ahead of Yarman, as Bourguignon and Salvadelli drifted back. And then this chasing group we're looking at now started to get away from the main group. And now they're very determined to stay away. They're going to take some catching. Sidewall's out time. There, Madouas coming through. He tried to bridge the gap to the leading foot at one point, was in no man's land, then sensibly sat up and waited till the second chase group came up. He's in it now. Katai goes through. Oh, he's having a go. You are, the little fella now. On the front, he hasn't done a tap all day. And so now we see the Kelmy rider just go through. That's Chepi Gonzalez, all of 1.57 meters. I think that's just about 5 foot tall. Well, I'll have to get my calculator out and work it. And he's popped out to the back. We haven't seen much of him all the way through at the moment. The Roots goes through. Roche on the far side. That's Madouas. Elliott at the back here. The confidence and relationship that exists between the riders and the motorcycle cameras, man, is amazing, isn't it? 20 kilometres. We've just rocketed through that last 5 kilometres. I wish I'd put my watch on it. I'll dig out my egg timer now and see what sort of time they're going to do, because that was very quick, that last 5 kilometres. Well drilled, these telecom riders, some of them of course being part of the 100-kilometre time trial team that the Germans were so well drilled over in recent years. Just a quick recap, by the way, while we have a chance, on the points competition. You see the green jersey back there on the shoulders of Zabel, who had his birthday, what, about 3-4 days ago from now. His birthday present on the day for the rest day into Gap was he took the green jersey off the shoulders of Mancassin. You've seen it, I think, on Eurosport several times. Well, the Gap at the moment then, Zabel has 191 points. Got a problem. Oh, what on earth's that car doing there? He must have broken down, because see the great number of police vehicles out here, and I'm surprised. Well, because it was Mercedes, they couldn't bounce it off the road, could they? It's a bit too big for that. And normally what they do, by the way, there's ahead of the race, they often have a breakdown vehicle that goes along, and on occasions like that, they just lift it out of the way or tow it off. Because very often I've seen cars being towed out of towns where the holiday makers who haven't a clue about the Tour de France come bimbling along, don't take a notice of the signs, and nip off into the restaurant to have a meal and come back and find the car's being towed away. 191 points, Moncassin 172 points in the sprint competition. Now the points competition, when they go over the line at the end of it, the first man will get 25 points, second will get 22, third 20, fourth 18, and so on. So at the moment, those 8 men down there will take the majority of points, and with the gap between Moncassin and Zabel started out this morning 191 versus 172 being 19 points. In fact, actually, Zabel, having got that first sprint today, has just nudged away another couple of points. So I think that Moncassin today isn't in a good position to take the green jersey. You just have to sit in there and try and keep the gap down a bit. Here they are then. Carter on the front. Ellie taking over. Very seasoned professional Ellie. 17 kilometres now. It is coming down quick, isn't it? Well, tonight, I don't know who's going to win out of this little group. I think there's a fair chance they may stay away and take the stage victory. So peloton, I think, is just at 20 kilometres to go, if I'm correct on listening to the race radio here. So the gap is still sufficient for them to stay away. Let's hope that the hotels they're going to stay tonight, by the way, aren't too close to the great big entertainment they've got tonight, because tonight there's going to be a grand spectacle, a son en lumière, it says, that the public have been invited to in the magnificent Parc Juvet. So that's going to be an all singing and dancing night. And who's going to be from this lot happy with his stage victory? Well, it's up to anybody now. You see the wind's just behind them, so in fact I think that's enough for them to stay away and get the sprint today. Most of the big towns, when you finish, have some sort of festival going on, and the music can be quite loud. And it's very hot. It's getting warmer now, and you're sleeping with the windows open to get some fresh air. And you can hear some of these pop groups beating out music halfway across the other side of town. So let's hope that the Son en Lumière tonight isn't too close to any of the riders' hotels. That's at Valence, which is in the valley of the Rhone, where the local inhabitants, Valentinos, there's 100,000 of them. And they're going to cheer, I think, the victory out of this little group we've got here. Well, that lead still looks comfortable at the moment. With about 15 kilometres to go on this stage 11 of the Tour de France gap to Valence, this breakaway group here now looking to make a name for themselves in the Tour de France by taking a stage victory, because the main pack something like about 2.5 minutes behind them. And there they are on the front yet again. Gonzalez having a little go, and Fernandez Gines, we haven't seen much of him come through either, and he's sort of hanging about now. That was the Spanish national colours. He's on the back again now. Ruth going through, and Madouas. Now, one or two of them is here trying to soft tap. They begin to think that they've got enough space between them and the main pack, a lead of something like about 2.5 minutes, and none of them really want to do too much work on the final run-in now, on the basis that they want to save it for the sprint. And here you get the same old thing we've seen before. That was the time when Sogran won the stage, when we had 5 men away, and it was a bit difficult to know who was the strongest on, because they aren't normally together at the end of a sprint. If we know we've got some of the top sprinters coming down, you can say, oh, well, he's in form, he's not. We've had a pretty good go from him, and therefore we've got a pretty good understanding who's going to get the stage victory. But on an occasion like this one, well, you can write the names down, get out a pin and stick it in it. I'll do the best I can to pick it, but if I do, that's going to be the kiss of death, I suppose. But it was that stage 4 when Sogran, Nelson, Yarman, Hulo and Piccoli and Camin, Piccoli all got away, the 5 men, and it was, you know, per many 1 from 5. Well, I think we've got the same occasion coming up now, but it's per many 1 from 8, really. And that will, in fact, will play straight into the hands then of Zabel, because the big points aren't now available to the main pack, unless, of course, they put the hammer down and catch this lot when they're not prepared for it. It has happened before. Young lad from Rooks from France riding for TVM. Come on, get on with it. Oh, dear me. They're going to start complaining now about people not working. And Rooks has been doing a lot of work, actually. There they are. I think they've got to settle their differences and start to keep the thing rolling, and then save it all for the last kilometre. And as I said before, it does go up a little bit too, so someone like Brochard, who is a quite useful climber, might well find the finish to his liking, I think. Gonzalez has gone to the back again. Little fellow's got plenty of shelter from this lot, but the Calmy riders aren't used to sprinter. The best sprint they've got is Ado, but he hasn't started this year with Calmy. And here comes the big bunch, the cavalry in full flight. I'm not sure that Telecom really want to close that gap down, because if, as we happened the other day when Serrada touched wheels and fell down, he lost the green jersey to Moncassin, who kept out of trouble. And I think the last thing the Telecom team want now is to have any touch of wheels and any trouble. The call's coming up. I think somebody's punctured at the back. At this sort of speed, you're going to have a lonely ride in, I think. Unless you're somebody important to your teammates going back to. Look at this well-drilled machine, the Telecom riders. Coming on then into the finish in Valence, but this group behind, not much chance, I think, of pulling back the gap. Now they're just riding on in. Beautiful part of the world here, down the bottom of the Rhone Valley. When they get into Valence itself, it's right at the bottom of the Rhone Valley, just north up from here, across the big town of Lyon. And most people know the Rhone Valley for a north to south way to go from the north of France down to the south of France, and many travellers and traders have gone up and down the motorway and the railway along the broad river Rhone. Some lovely food in this neck of the woods too. So stay here, don't go rocketing through it. So still our breakaway group here heading towards the finish at Valence, where they've got a lovely Romanesque cathedral. I don't know if we'll actually have a chance to see that on our screens. So there's still every chance this group will stay away to the finish. These 8 men on this final stage of the Tour de France, final 2 kilometres on this stage of the Tour de France. They've still got a long way to go to Paris. That'll be on Sunday week. And we're on the undulating course, which takes them across through toward the Massif Central, in toward the Pyrenees. On the course today, taking them on westerly direction. The sun has been shining. They've been over 6 climbs today. This man Brochard has been looking very good indeed all the way through. He was in that break, which went away after 49 kilometres of racing. And here, the Spanish champion, Fernandez Sheens, done a little bit of work. He hasn't done too much. I think he's got to keep his powder dry for looking after Romigo, who's back in the main pack. And there we are, just 10 kilometres to go for this group. The best gap that Brochard, Yaman, Bourguignon and Salvadelli had this morning after they broke away was 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And then on the climb after 125 kilometres, they began to split, Brochard and Yaman going over together, and Bourguignon and Salvadelli drifting back into a chasing group, which has now whittled itself down to just 8 men. Brochard, the only man in this one, still out there from the leading breakaway at 49 kilometres. So Brochard will have done about 150 kilometres in the leading group. That's a fellow with the long flowing locks and the band round his head, travelling at just over 25 miles an hour. Pick your favourites there, 144 at the back. That's Fincato of Roslotto, the Italian rider. Roslotto on that nice, immaculate Fondres bike here. The big fellow Madouas from the Motorola team. Fincato goes through yet again. And this is Katai, who took the final climb of the day at the Col de la Mouche. And just Looking back now at the main pack, one member we have to watch out for in that front group is that fellow Alberto Elli. I hope the cameras pick him up next time. Looking through, Elli's just come off the front now. Sierra just got back in, by the way, he punctured. I heard he had a back wheel puncture. He's got into the main group. But of them all, Alberto Elli's been a pro now for some 10 years. We saw him just drift off the front here. But Madouas also a very skilled rider. And the gap, you can see it, 3 minutes 10 seconds. We've got to try and pick a winner out of this a lot. Now, watch this fellow Ellie come through on your screen now. He won the Boland Bank Tour in South Africa last year, I think it was, and ran the Prologue and was overall victor in that one. He's won stage, I think, of Tour Luxembourg as well. So he's a very, I think, cagey rider, a very strong one. Finished 7th in the Tour de France in 1994, did Alberto Elli. So if we go back up there to have a look at it, then try and spot the fella in the MG Technogym colours, because, I say, with 10 years experience as a pro under your belts, then he might be the one to watch, as they say in racing circles. There they go. At least as far as Roslotto is concerned, with Katai and his teammate Fincata, both these are 2 Italians, and now we're looking at Rux on the front now. They certainly could do the old 1-2. There's Alberto Elli, so this is a fellow you've got to keep an eye on, I think. But Rochard's been around for some time now. He's another one, very skilled, but I think probably Elli should have the edge as the main field goes through 10 kilometres, but there's no chance to them, I think, of catching the leading group now. Yeah, 12 minutes 0 saying 3 minutes and 5 seconds is the gap coming up over race radio. That's all down to the 8 men here in the lead. Be nice if Brochard got, I think, after what, 150 kilometres in the lead. But Madouas, he's quite a useful sprinter too, and a big fella too, 6'1". They can usually go fairly well, but I think that little gradual climb up toward the finish, it doesn't flatten out until 250 metres from the finish, could well be the chance of Brochard, because he got 750 metres of uphill. Madouas going through now. Won the Criterium Lens last year and the Grand Prix Cholet in 1994. That's a very big race at the end of the season where a lot of the top men turn out to have a go, and if you get that one, you've got to be some pretty quick sprinter, because it usually ends up by a big bunch of blokes thundering along. So Motorola might get the stage victory. They've been promising. I think what they've set themselves out to do, because certainly talking to Jim Ockwitz the other day from Motorola, he said he was going to look for riders to take it in turns to get a stage victory. And I know that when talking to Max Chandry, he was looking for a stage victory as well over these next few days, when the racing over undulating territory and the big guns are waiting for the Pyrenees. And so a break like you're seeing now just happens to happen along the road. And that's what it's all about. It's nice actually to see some different riders on the screen, and chats having a chance of, you know, being domestics all the way through. And one day you get in the right sort of break and you get a stage victory at Tour de France. It's something you can talk to your children, your grandchildren about later on in years. It may be your last chance actually too, because once you're back to being a domestic, a day like today, every one of these 8 riders now are thinking, hey, is this my day? Is this my chance now? But that cagey fellow, Ellie, I think, and this one, Brochard to the climb. Little old, there he is, Jeppy on the far side. He's a good climber, but I think that speed climb might not suit him. But Fernandez Gini, you don't get the championship of Spain on your back without being able to go some as well. So that's Madouas, quick finisher. But what about the 2 Roslotto boys? Well, you never know. There's Roux going through. Then Ellie. And that's all right. They're all working well together at the moment. They know they've got to keep it going until about, I suppose, about 1 kilometre to go, or between 1 and 2 kilometres to go. We'd like to find the
the tactics coming into it. A bit of jumping around, and certainly the riders from Roslotto, with two of them in there, they can split, and one can go one way, one can go the other, then slow down, then the other one can jump. When you've got two men in there, you can play both cards, and they may get that one. Laurent Roux's also a useful little lad. He got stayed the Tour de l'Avenir last year. You don't get that without being able to go pretty quickly either. Just heard on race radio, the gap in fact is now 3 minutes, so this is it. Settle back or nip down the bookies. I wouldn't like to pick the victor out of this one, but there are confirmed 3 minutes. I think you confirm for Manos, Ellie, Little Root might be able to go some, but we've got to watch out, I think, for the two Roslotto riders. Although with big shirts on the front, just make sure, I think, that the green jersey will stay safe. 4 kilometres to go, and the two Roslotto riders here. Well, Fincato, a new pro, and therefore they find themselves really tipped in off the deep end. Katai was riding last year with the ZG Sellitalia, didn't have a success either, so there's some unknown talent in here. But Brochard for Festina, the watchmakers down there in Spain, wanting to get a success for France, who was not featuring overall France in general classification at the moment. The country can be happy that they had Moncassin in the green jersey, and the yellow. Also had Hulot in the yellow jersey. They've had stage victories from people like Sogran. In fact, one thing about this tour, we're having so many different riders get stages that we're going to have yet another different one now. We go over the victors in the stage so far. It's only been Zabel that's scored the double. We had Zuller win the prologue, Moncassin win stage 1, Cipollini stage 2, Zabel stage 3, Sogran, the Frenchman, stage 4, Blijlemans from Holland stage 5. It looks like the taxi coming. Elliott's gone down here to put his name amongst the list, where Bogart took 6, Leblanc took 7, Berzin took 8, Rees took the 9th stage, Zabel took the 10th stage. So Zabel's the only man whose name's appeared twice on the finishing list, and with 3 kilometres to go, it was, I thought, Elliott that might try and use his skill, experience and strength to try and get away, and he's rocketed off down the road now, and the rest of the field now pausing and wondering if in fact they should chase after those two. It does go up a little bit, as I keep saying, and they will have looked at the route book before they set out this morning, but some of them wouldn't even bother to think they'd be in contention with the sprint, so it might come as a bit of a surprise that it's there. And young Roux, winner of the stage in the Tour d'Avenir last year, coming up there to Ellie on the front. Fincato, the new young pro, on the front. And the other 5 don't know quite what to do, or perhaps haven't got the strength to go for it. Well, young Fincato in this group, he had 7 victories last year as an amateur. Winner at the Cosigny di San Vendimiano. He won the stage and final overall of the Giro de Friuli. He won a stage in the Amateur Tour of Italy last year. That's the little fellow who's there just going through at the front now. So can he go from being a stage victor in the Amateur Tour of Italy to being a stage victor in the Pro Tour of France? That'll be a tremendous jump for the young rider, now just 26 years of age, turning pro after that very good season last year. 7 victories under his belt, but I think he'd be happy to swap all of those for one stage victory in the Tour de France. But at the moment, there's another rider coming across here. It looks to me like Brochard, I think, from a shot from the helicopter. And it is. Yeah, I think he wanted to leave the others behind and close the gap down. Still Ellie, who started all, just lying behind Roux, who looks over his shoulder, does Fincato. The other 4 have just decided to keep their powder dry and perhaps roll up this one thinking the steam might go at it. Well, it has.
The kettle's gone off the boil. Rochard attacks. Is that just a little fake move, or is he very determined to stay away? Rochard now ploughing away. That little climb ahead of him might well suit Rochard. Puts his head down. He's been in the group ever since it went away after 49 kilometres. So Rochard now eases back. So the 8 riders are back together again. We're getting in towards the final 3 kilometres or so of the race. The 8 have reformed, and there we are. It's almost like it's in the final kilometre. I thought we got 2 to go, and suddenly this is where it starts to go up, and it's going to take a strong man to go, and it's little Gonzalez. Oh, the Colombians and the Spanish commentator will be leaping up and down on this one now. He's been waiting all the way through. He hadn't done all the work in that group, and this little climb is going to suit the Spanish climber here. Gonzalez going all the way up this one. Can he get the stage victory? Are the rest going to pull him back? Well, the littlest bloke in the race, knee-high to a grasshopper, 1 metre 57 tall, looks like he's going to grow inches and inches and inches when he gets there. So proud if he gets a stage victory. At the top of the climb, he's just got 250 metres to go. Can he hang on in there? Gritting his teeth now. Only Brushon, I think, has got the strength on the climb to come across, but they look like they've left it a bit too late now. As Gonzalez steams ahead, he might get that stage victory for Spain. This is going to be the first Spanish victory of the Tour de France so far, as the little climber comes up towards the last few metres. That's it. They can see the finish. He can see the finish. The crowd can see him. He's not very big, but they can spot him in the Calmi colours. And out there in Spain, they'll all be going crazy for this one. Who would have thought it? Well, he hadn't done a lot of work in the breakaway group. He sat there, and now he's coming up here, and the rest are coming at him like stink. He's got it, though. He's got it. And Gines was too late into second spot. Ellie into third. And Gonzalez taking that one. Oh, well. So, Chepi Gonzalez taking the success there, and the rest of the pack coming in. Let's hope that they stay upright, and we look back then at Gonzalez taking his stage victory. Well, a lot of little blokes have been good sprinters. I remember Dave Bedwell, years gone by, was an extremely good sprinter at Hercules, but he wasn't built like this fellow. Dave was a bit like Abdul Jafarov with thumping great thighs, but no doubt about it, he may be a climber, Gonzalez, but he came up that last climb like a little rocket. And we certainly get a hero's welcome when he gets down home to Spain. Well, in fact, I might say he's Colombian, isn't he, Gonzalez? They've got so many Gonzalez here. He's a Colombian, so the Colombian commentator have a reason to be leaping about there. There's so many Gonzalez, you have to watch to see what the name is after the his name. He doesn't have one after his Gonzalez. In fact, he's a Colombian Gonzalez. My mistake, Papavale. Well, I suppose for Colombia, read Spain, two very similar nations in terms of background. Anyway, here we go. Are they going to have a little sprint for this one? Well, as the rest of the telecom boys, you've done your work now. But Sabel's certainly going to try and stay in front of Moncassin. So the 8 riders are now finished. They'll be going for 9th, 10th, 11th place and so on. And you can see then Brownhill looking over his shoulder to see where the green jersey's got, and now he can look after himself, can the green jersey, because the race is on for the 9th spot. The white jersey of Moncassin, I'm looking to see where he is in the midst of this group. He always looks to follow a good sprinter's wheel. He will work his way through. There's a hand up down there, by the way. Looks like somebody's punctured. So he put his arm up to show that he's not going to contest this sprint at all. And now his long grind up toward the finish is going to have its effect, I think, on some of those tired legs. So just roll on in. There's Claudio Chiappucci, he's made it today. still the rider with his hand up. He doesn't want to leave the room. He just wants to let people know he's got a puncture and he's pulling out of the string. They'll all be credited at the same time. They all overlap the wheels, and looks like Baldato here trying to go up alongside. Zabello takes it ahead from Baldato. Fondres was just behind in third spot. Moncassin was about another 2 places back behind those riders. They now slow down after 202 relatively, I would say easy, but relatively quick miles from the start at Gap this morning. But a great ride then by the Colombian Gonzalez to take the stage. A look back at the sprint that took the Colombian rider Gonzalez over the line. He's been a pro since 1990, and there he goes over the line now. Well, he took a stage in the Clásico RCN in Colombia last year. Now he's got a stage in the Tour de France to add to his list of credits. And those are the 8 men there. You'll see that have been in that breakaway group. Fernandez, Guinness coming second, Ellie third, Brochard fourth, and so on down there. And here he is, Tevi Gonzalez, 1.57 meters tall, the smallest man in the race. Now going to get the biggest cheer, I should think. And the Colombian's going crazy on the radio back home to say that he's got a stage in the Tour of France. Well, winner of the Tour of Colombia in the past as well. He's had took the Grand Prix of the climbings in the Volta of Colombia as well in 1993, but now he's taken a stage in the Tour de France. He'll be a hero when he gets back home too as well. The Colombians, really a great cycling nation, and what a great time it was when the World Championship last year. In the background, the man with the dark specs on, Bernardino, moving around, also going a bit of a jog around the back. But Tevi Gonzalez timing that to perfection. Certainly wasn't on my short list of chaps to take the stage. By the way, shortlist is not a joke for a man who's 1.57 meters, but certainly he's grown in stature today. Look at that. Wow. See the Calmy little sign, looks a bit like the old Muddy Fox symbol on his hat, but there we are. That's confirmation yet again. Can't think why they got 251 behind there, but anyway, certainly won the stage. But Puy-en-Velay not trouble at all today, riding it very comfortably with his telecom team round about him over the undulating route. Doesn't look trouble at all today. So he's still in yellow. And Bernardino doing a job here to help put the jersey on short. Well, interesting, I don't know if you heard me say it the other day. He said that one of the men he most wanted to get to know was Laurent Fignon, and at the end of our commentary point on the gantry, as he came back from being interviewed by the Danish TV, he saw Laurent Fignon and they both hugged each other there, so he certainly got to know Laurent Fignon, and now the yellow jersey still stays on his shoulders. Well, that's another day in yellow for Puy-en-Velay, the telecom team. Tomorrow's stage is like it perhaps to remain the same way, as he gets a little lion to give to his... He's got a couple of children, by the way, so I'm sure they'll be glad when Dad gets back. Jesper and Thomas are his children's names, and I'm sure now he's got another line to go to the collection for his kiddies when he gets back home. And no change you can see on the general classification, and still down there in 8th spot, Indurain 4 minutes 38 seconds down, has yet to make a move. Perhaps we might see that tomorrow, you never know, although it's going to be a stage somewhat like today. We go from Valence to Le Puy-en-Velay, and that's going to be 143 kilometres. So there we are. This is the stage we're going to cover live for you tomorrow, 15:05. Myself, David Duffield, enjoyed yet another day on the Tour de France. I hope you'll join me tomorrow for more action from Eurosport. Bye-bye.
Coca-Cola. Always for the fans.
Let's ID this 9-man group that went away as soon as the flag went down on this stage 12, 143 kilometres racing. On the front now, Van Zelle for the Motorola team goes through, and then next to go through for the Festina team will be Garcia Casas. Then Skibby for the TVM team, rolling through here, looking confident. Nice to see if he gets a stage victory today. Then from Holland, the rider from the Rabobank team, Eric Breukink. Malcolmari, past winner of the Tour of Spain, going through for the Once team, now without Jalabert, and of course Zula's struggling way off the pace. Then young Rooks coming through now. Only some 24 years of age. And also in that group, Nellison, we didn't pick out, and Pascal Richard and Mirko Gualdi, previous amateur champion of the world. So the very good group of riders down there. The maximum lead they had was somewhere around about 12 minutes on this main pack. I can't see them catching them. One man we haven't seen for an awful long time, who's wedged between the group now. They're 25 kilometres to go for the main pack, and the leaders way down the road is Ariati of the Benesso team, who for some unknown reason, or reason best known to himself, went away and tried to close the gap down and has sat out in no man's land ever since. Oh, we've got him on the screen at long last. At least he gets his name mentioned. Oh, 13:55. That's not coming back at all. 14 minutes or so. So, really, looking on the general classification, that's Jesper Skibby, and let's see who else is going to benefit from this one. Skibby, he's 30th overall, 27 minutes, 57 seconds down. Could move up into what, certainly it's on the top for 20 placing. This bunch doesn't seem to be too bothered about that, of course, because the top men still locked together. They haven't changed the time which has separated them since we had the rest day in gap. So still Rees first, Berzin second at 40 seconds, Romiger third at 53, Olano fourth at 56 seconds, Ulrich fifth at 1:38, Luttenberger sixth at 2:38, Brock seventh at 3:39, best placed Frenchman, and Indurain in eighth, but at 4:39, Escartin ninth, 4:49, Dufo 10th, 5 minutes and 3 seconds. So that overall classification not going to be disturbed at the moment where they're going in, unless somebody falls off or something drastic happens to the bunch, and we may have to wait till tomorrow when they have that uphill run in towards the finish. This, of course, is the fast-moving Tour de France, the one that dates back to 1903. And during the day off at Gap, they announced, the Société Tour de France, the upcoming Tour de France for what they call the Vélo Tout-Terrain, the mountain bike Tour de France, and that's going to be between the 28th of August and the 4th of September. We're hoping to get some of the medal winners from the mountain bike race at Atlanta, which is the first time it's been in the Olympic Games, and of course you'll be able to see that on Eurosport's coverage of the Olympics. And they're going to start actually at a place called Mende, which is where Jalabert won the stage last year. Chateau de Bouzols. Blast. I have a book about all the chateaux in France, and I didn't bring it to the commentary point with me, although I might be able to tell you a bit more about that one. I shall have to go and do my homework later on. It's a nice one though, isn't it? A bit knocked about a bit. One careful owner who needed a slight amount of repair. That's our leading group. After talking about the mountain bike Tour of France, the stages then, starting at Mende. They are this year having a slight change. They're having a couple of time trial stages in it too. They're hoping that Bart Brenton is going to ride. They're going to have 6 big French teams: Sun Chippy, Specialized, Scott, MBK, Look France and Lapierre. And they're also inviting some teams from other nations to take part as well. And they're doing the same thing they did last year, by the way. They bivouac out in tents. They move them on from place to place like they do on the Paris-Dakar. And the team of 6 riders, if you didn't see it last year, the 6 riders have to include 1 lady. And they stay in the same tent, says he. And this is true. They have to stay in the same tent. And that happened last year. It looks like it's happening this year as well. So they keep them all together. They have a special chefs go with it. They have a special washing facilities for dirty clothing, and if Eurosport is also covering it on our programme each evening. You'll see a recorded half-hour programme, and that's the same time as the National Track Championships are taking place in Manchester, as the bungee jumper still yet again stretches the elastic. This, of course, is a highly technical way of tickling salmon. Or is it trout? And whatever you do in the river, you tickle. He's trying to tickle the fishes, and he's nowhere near it at the moment. So that's from the 28th of August to the 4th September, the mountain bike Tour of France on Eurosport. Every night through the same time, we're covering virtually everything that moves at Manchester in the World Track Championships. Back to the main group. We've just switched on. This lot are way off the pace. Thick end of 15 minutes down now on a breakaway group with 9 men, with the one lone figure from the Benesto team, Areta, stuck in between them. He's one of the under-23 riders who are in the competition for the Fabio Casatelli Memorial Prize, and he's gone off down there. And I don't know at the end of the day whether they might in fact give him the award for the most aggressive rider of the day. But here we go, as Breukink starts to go down the road. Young Rooks is after him again, and Goaldi starts to go too. That's 1, 2 and 3. Breukink, Rooks and Goaldi. Pascal Richard at the back, not too quick to respond. Van Zelle behind him. Nelson bringing up the tail end. Oh, one more to go. Forgot Mr. Gassius Casas. And this is our 3-man group. We've gone away at the front. Just 8 kilometres to go. So our victor's going to come from this little lot here. It really is in favour. And this, of course, is a kiss of death when I start tipping likely rider. I mean, I never got within a mile of Chepi Gonzalez last year. It's in favour, really, of where they've got 2 men like 2 from Rabobank or 2 from TVM. And it means that someone like Pascal Richard here has got to try and go for a long one on his own. Because, look, Rabobank can close it down and then fire a man off, and TVM can do the same thing. I reckon that Jester Skibby is going to hang on at the back and hope the thing sticks together and then go for a long one. That's what I think he might try to do. I could be terribly wrong, but Nelson, the amateur world champion, now takes up the chase. Breukink tried it. So the leading 9 riders have now decided to set about starting to break the whole thing up with about some 5 kilometres to go to the finish. Well, the main pack way down off the pace here. You can see nearly 15 minutes separating them from the 9 men out in the lead, and there's no way they're going to catch those 9 men now. And so one or two of them, like Skibby and Richard, are going to climb up the general classification, but unless something happens on the running toward the finish, that yellow jersey back there on the shoulders of Bjorn Ries will be safe for today. And at the same time, the green jersey of the sprinter Zabel, certainly even if Moncassin gets past him, there won't be very many points at stake, so he could keep that green jersey as well in tomorrow. So that's the overall race scenario. We know that Veronk has collected enough points again today to keep the polka dot jersey, so the question is now who out of the 9 men out there in the lead is going to get the victory today.
There they are, jumping all over the place. And it's Maurice's turn. Well, all you good people back at home there, decide who's going to win the stage today, because it's not been a stage finish at this particular town since way back in 1954. So Le Puy-en-Velay is holding its breath. We're getting towards the end now. You can always tell that because they bring the big trucks out and face them sideways like that, so the helicopter picks up the names of a local sponsor. See what he's done there? See that big red one with the white thing with Gagne on the side? They all come and bring their trucks out and put on the side of the road to get some publicity. So here we go. 5 kilometres to go. I jumped the gun a bit, didn't I? I thought it was just down the road. 5 kilometres it is. The last time they finished here, way back in 1954, when Forlini won the stage into Le Puy. And that was the year they had the first start outside France, when they started in Amsterdam on the 8th of July. Oh, there it is. That's nice. That's clever, isn't it? At least that helicopter went the right way around. The other one went upside down. I thought it was in Australia for a minute. So on the front, Breukink at the moment. And then Gualdi goes. Well, Forlini, an Italian, won the stage here in 1954. Can he repeat and make a double for France? 54, that was the year Louis Mbobé won the Tour de France ahead of Kubler from France, and Cher was third. Now, also, by the way, was the year that Eurosport was created. Oh, sorry, not Eurosport, Eurovision was created. I mean, we've only been around about 5-6 years now, but Eurovision was created in 1954, bringing you television across Europe. And there we are, Gualdi, amateur champion of the world, goes for a long one, or ex-amateur champion. So are we going to get an Italian victory today? Actually, it was 1954 that the Italians caused quite a stir with the organiser Tour de France, because they came with their jerseys covered with extra sportive, because at one time they were always riding as national teams, and they started, or even bike manufacturers, but they started putting extra sportive names on their jerseys, the Italians did. And of course, if you look at it now, the whole thing is a two-wheel advertising operation. There we are. See how Nelson let Breukink go in the Rabobank orange and white colours. Breukink came straight past him, didn't bat an eyelid. He goes to the back now. So one by one, TVM can fire a man down the road, wait till he gets caught, fire another one down the road. But Gualdi has gone on his own, and it's Breukink after him. So 1954 rings in my memory too, because that was when Reg Harris was the world sprint champion for the 4th time. And actually, by the way, it was the year that Bernardino and Duclos Lassalle were born. And of course, the start of rock and roll. Those were the days. Here we go then. Who's going to get the stage victory? Okay, you good people sitting at home, this is your chance. I know the ladies say, oh, he's got nice legs, he should win, or whatever the case may be. You all have your different measurements. I haven't a clue. I think if it came down to an absolute out-and-out sprint, then I might go for Van Zelle, who sniffed the yellow jersey off the shoulders of Sean Yates, if memory serves me correct, when Sean got the yellow jersey. Certainly he's been in the yellow jersey in the past, Van Zelle, in the Tour de France. That's the fellow lying third from the front in the Motorola colours. Breukink will have to go for a long one. So will Mauri, I think now. Pascal Richard, well, he's won the Liège-Bastogne-Liège, which has an uphill run and then a bit of a flat run after that. Pascal Richard is also... Now, this is a fellow. Watch out for Skibby. Skibby will know Richard. Skibby will know a lot of those other riders, and Skibby is a very, very intelligent rider. Skibby has not moved at all. He's following Richard, and I think that's the right thing to do. Yes, for Skibby. Now looks like he's on the wheel of Richard. He sees him as a danger man, but he's put him in a difficult position. Richard's on the front. He knows he's got Skibby with him. Mauri here, I wouldn't say he's great shakes in the sprint. Nelson, no, wants to go for a long one. Gualdi tried, failed. Breukink's been out down the road.
Well, this is anybody's race. Look at them watching each other. There in the background, we saw the volcanic outcrop, but they're more interesting now, these riders and the spectators, in seeing who gets this stage. And Broike's gone down the far side. Inside 2 kilometres to go. Gashika's at the back's doing nothing. Richard looks like he's been shelled out. Van Zeller's still sitting in there, and it's Broike who's gone for a long one. And after him goes Rook. Now this is good. Rook's really can bury himself for Skibby. Skibby is probably, over the last kilometre, one of the fastest riders in this bunch. Broike looks up. Skibby's got lots of friends back in Great Britain. He's a nice character. I know they're all nice, these fellas, but I'm sure that many of you back there are urging Skibby on. They've now come round a rather nasty twist over here. The River La Bourne is over the right-hand side of them. They're heading down now the Avenue des Belges towards the 1,000-metre point. They go along the Rue de Faubourg Saint-Jean. Then turn a slight right-hander into the finish in the Boulevard Maréchal. And there it is, 1 kilometre to go. Slightly drifting round to the left. Then round to the right. No sharp turns this one. A nice big sweeping bend here. Nice big sweeping bend to the right. And soon they'll be into the Boulevard Maréchal, in sight of the finish. And these 9 men that have been away right since the start of this 143 kilometre race from Valence to Le Puy-en-Velay. Still, it's anybody's race, and still Rooks is doing the right job on the front. Steamrolling away with Skibby on his wheel. Nelson spot the danger. Van Zeller's beginning to come up on the right-hand side in the red and blue colours, and suddenly Nelson goes for it. Skibby's on his wheel. Skibby knew just what to do there. Skibby watched him. Skibby came through there. Has he got the strength as Richard comes through from the back? Richard tried early on down the road, but now he's on the wheel of Skibby. He knows Skibby's the danger man. Nelson tries to go for it, but Richard comes round the outside, closes the gap on Skibby. Skibby has to come back at him again. Still Richard as Gualdi comes on the left-hand side. Richard is in the lead. A good win for Pascal Richard of the MG team. The Swiss rider absolutely timed that one to perfection. He was the most, I suppose, cagey rider in the race. He knew that Skibby also had something up in between his ears, and he chose that wheel to follow, and it turned out just right. And the disappointed Rooks crosses the line. He didn't lead his teammate out long enough to make him get the victory. It was Pascal Richard adding yet again another stage victory in the Tour de France to his vast haul of stage victories everywhere. He looks so confident, so cool. Richard, the winner. Pow! So Richard still there with a stage victory. I remember last year when he got one in the Tour of Italy when they cut the stage short to Briançon because of the snow, and he went for an intermediate sprint prize, and suddenly discovered he won the race because they stopped it because of the avalanches. Well, this one, there's no doubt about it. He knew what he was going for. He left them all standing, and the ex-cyclocross champion of the world, winner of stages in the Tour de France, and also winner overall of the Tour of Switzerland, has now got yet another stage victory to his call. Well, there we are, that lovely sight there of the Virgin and Child up on the top of the volcanic outcrop. Looking back through there to see the Gann colours of Moncassin, who probably sat himself on the wheel of the green jersey of Zabel. A lot of teams still looking for a stage victory in the Tour de France this year. 2 kilometres to go for them. MG Techno Gym have just got a stage victory in the form of Pascal Richard. Chevy Gonzalez, the Colombian who won yesterday for the Calme team. Zabel for Telecom has won a couple of stages. Zuller took the Prologue time trial for Once. Moncassin, stage victory for Gann on stage 1. Cipollini for Psycho took stage 2, Zabel stage 3 and stage 10, Sogram for Aubervilliers Peugeot took stage 4, Barlevens for TVM took stage 5, Bogart for the Rabobank team took stage 6, LeBlanc for Polti took stage 7, Berzim took the time trial stage for the Gavis team on stage 8, and Reese for Telecom again took it on stage 9. So Telecom had 3 stage victories so far. The rest spread well and truly across the field, and today MG Technogym getting their first stage victory in the shape of Pascal Richard, ex-cyclo-cross champion of the world. In fact, he was cyclo-cross champion twice in 86 and 88, which just shows you how far back the experience of Pascal Richard goes. And now 1 kilometre to go. So psychologically, one or two of the sprinters, I think, will be wanting to show that they've still got an edge on their legs, and so Zabella, Moncassin, maybe even Blylevens will be moving up there, just trying to sniff a few points here, a few points there. That's Moncassin moving up the left-hand side of your screen now. He's going up on the left-hand side, up, and there he goes now, launching himself away, but the green jersey is nowhere to be seen at the moment. And Brochard is just dropping on Moncassin's wheel. Or in fact, there are 2 Gann riders together, so is that Moncassin on the front, or did him in second spot? So I can't tell the difference between the two of them, but Moncassin normally rides without a lead-out man, and lets himself go hammer and tongue. In fact, the green jersey clocks straight on to his wheels still as the Brescelin rider starts to go for it, but he's going to get overwhelmed by the Gann blanket, launching Moncassin out of the way, and the green jersey is not on the far side. I couldn't see him. Look at this, so easy. Zabel just comes over. Hey, I've got the green jersey, I'm going to keep it, and that's it. So he takes the 11th spot. We haven't seen Arrieta finish, unless of course he's been absorbed by this bunch, which go, my apologies, but I haven't heard it come up on the race radio. He may have been absorbed in those final few kilometres when we went onto our break and came back again. And there we are at site of the town of Le Puy-en-Velay as we look down again at the sprint. Look at the way that Zabel launched off the left. Now, amazing to see Moncassin, who's now realised that the bird has flown the nest. Moncassin normally says he doesn't like a lead-out man. He normally likes to follow the bloke he's going for. In this case, Moncassin just let slip of Zabel, and then Baldato comes through just into second spot for the bunch sprint. Moncassin was 3rd in the bunch. Yeah, too late, Mr. Moncassin, he's gone. And popping up out of that picture, that's it. So Zabel made it look oh so easy. That's confidence for you. I say, even though there aren't many points at stake, certainly the sprinters still want to shove. And there are. I told you that the Virgin and Child will be there up on the top of that great big mountain. Getting ready for the jersey presentation. No change overall. Still Bjorn Rees keeps the yellow jersey, riding for Telecom. Zabel here, very happy too, keeps the green jersey. But the overall victor of the day was Pascal Richard with a superb, well-timed sprint. And yet again, another stage victory in Tour de France. He won his first stage victory in 1989 in the Tour de France. And there he is up on the rostrum now, an all-rounder. He's won stages in the Tour of Switzerland, the Tour of Italy, and now he's got another one in the Tour de France to add to his massive score. Pascal Richard, winner then of stage 12 from Valence to Le Puy-en-Velay. Tomorrow may be another day, I suppose, when people like Pascal Richard will be looking for a stage victory. The race still now in its second phase, I suppose, where the riders are not looking for overall honours in the top 20 places, are going for stage victories. And that was the day then when Pascal Richard took his victory. Tomorrow we're going to have the stage which will take him over somewhat similar conditions, where we go from Le Puy-en-Velay to Superbès-Sensé. Myself, David Duffield. Hope you enjoyed our coverage. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
The Tour de France was brought to you on Eurosport by Coca-Cola.